The boy stood frozen, his eyes vacant before the bizarre and unbelievable scene. Before him now was the face of a completely unfamiliar man. Just a moment ago, he had been a mighty dragon feared by all existence. Now he had been reborn as a tiny human child. Seeing the baby crying loudly, the man excitedly showed him to his wife. "My dear, look, the boy seems very attached to me." Unable to accept this humiliation, if that man dared to push things to the end, he was ready to send him on his way, the boy's whole body trembling violently. He secretly gathered his strength, preparing to cast a spell to burn the man before him to ashes. Unexpectedly, what burst out was only a stream of thick liquid, with an indescribably pungent smell that caused no harm. The red dragon hidden within that fragile body still could not understand where his power had disappeared. Before he could regain his composure, the woman approached, and in his eyes she was no different from a devil wearing human skin come to Mommy Thunder. That name, so deeply human, made the great dragon, now called Thunder, visibly uncomfortable. Did she know who she was holding? Inside this tiny body was the last red dragon of the dragon race. Then Thunder suddenly thought, if the heavens had arranged for him to become a red dragon once more, then this was the precious opportunity to carry out his plan of revenge. Just as humans once treated dragons, Thunder needed to borrow a human identity to blend among them, and then naturally retaliate 100-fold, forcing all humanity to taste the suffering his kin once endured. Thinking of that perfect vision, Thunder could not hide a delighted smile. Meanwhile, the man, his father, was anxious. After all, he is still our child. As the couple gazed at each other affectionately, Thunder was only busy calculating how to deal with them. But before he could think further, drowsiness suddenly overwhelmed him. The human body was indeed fragile. The moment he closed his eyes, he fell into sleep. As time passed, Thunder grew rapidly. Living as a human for some time, he gradually developed a different view of them. At least now he clearly remembered his parents' names instead of casually calling them the long-haired or short-haired one. They were Scarlet and Jack rather than some G97. Compared to the villagers, Jack and Scarlet stood out significantly, especially Scarlet with her gentle and pleasant face, while Jack was tall and exceptionally robust. People in the village frequently visited and showed respect because they were among the few who dared to take on the dangerous profession of adventurers. Two men had even come to their home to thank Jack and Scarlet for rescuing them from the deep forest. They also praised the two as a match made in heaven. At that moment, Thunder toddled over to listen. Scarlet thought her child was hungry, so she stood up to prepare food. One guest praised Thunder's cleverness but was momentarily startled upon seeing his reddish hair. Jack did not suspect his wife, and he himself did not know why his son's hair had changed color in recent days. Only Thunder understood that it was likely a sign that a trace of red dragon blood still remained. The two guests hurriedly took their leave. After only a few steps, they whispered, "Has the Taylor family been cursed? It is possible. The adventurer profession is always close to danger." Thunder realized that humans seemed wary of his red hair or felt threatened by it. "Come eat, my dear." Scarlet gently carried Thunder and placed him at the dining table. Compared to the others, these two made him even more perplexed. No matter how Thunder tested them, smearing food all over his face, they never became angry. He had even once accidentally flooded Jack's mouth while he was sleeping. Yet Jack still smiled proudly and praised Thunder. He even remarked that his son was truly a genius for knowing how to relieve himself on his own. Thunder thought to himself that if hell existed, it would surely be living forever with these two. In this world, adventurers were rare, and Scarlet was even a mage who possessed an extremely special type of magic. If in the future Thunder could grasp the most powerful magic in the world, his plan for revenge would certainly proceed far more smoothly. Every child upon reaching the age of 2 had the opportunity to participate in the mage aptitude test. And today was Thunder's day. Scarlet took him for the test while Jack stayed at home. As the last red dragon reborn in a family of adventurers, Thunder firmly believed that he would overcome every trial with ease. As long as he regained his magic power, no one could stop Thunder from reaching the pinnacle of glory. At least he still believed so. After a long journey, the mother and son finally set foot in the town. This was a transit hub and also the busiest trading place. An old man was hawking dark purple crystals with a servile expression before wealthy customers. But toward beggars, he mercilessly drove them away with a kick. Leaving home for the first time, Thunder was astonished to see that although they were all human, they despised those weaker than themselves. In the past, Thunder had believed that protecting the weak was a duty, so he had devoted all his strength, even though the ending was not perfect. As night fell, they arrived at Roland Academy, a long line of people stretching through the street. The crowded scene made Thunder even more excited. The sound of children crying echoed everywhere, especially the young daughter of a parent named Alice who was wailing fiercely. This is not fair. On what basis was she eliminated? Thunder smiled faintly, thinking that the world had never been balanced. It was finally Thunder's turn. Both he and Scarlet were anxious. The hooded old man asked Scarlet to place Thunder's 2 hands on a crystal sphere. If he possessed magical talent, the sphere would shine. The color of the light would reveal which element he belonged to. Thunder was extremely confident. "O humans, open your eyes and witness the power of the red dragon." In the world of magic, there was nothing Thunder had not known. Hearing Scarlet sobbing behind him, he thought she was overwhelmed with amazement at his talent. But Thunder was stunned when the sphere remained completely dark. The old man slowly announced the bad news. "Unfortunately, this child does not possess magical talent." Thunder found it utterly unreasonable. In his previous life he had been the strongest dragon in the world. Scarlet was also bewildered since she herself had graduated from this place. Thunder repeatedly struck the sphere, convinced that it was defective. The old man hurriedly withdrew the sphere before it was damaged, apologizing that he could do nothing more. Thunder spat out the pacifier, preparing to rush in for a confrontation. The little boy leaped up and grabbed the old man's beard, tugging it hard while babbling as if to say, "Do you know who I am?" Why did Thunder not possess magic? The old man must certainly be lying. He even climbed onto the old man's head as if riding a horse, forcing him to call for the guards. For a legendary dragon reborn to have no magic was the most bitter joke in Thunder's thousands of years of existence. Perhaps because he had once caused too many people to fall into misery that heaven was now punishing him. No, if that were the case, Thunder would not have been given the chance to be reborn. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps this was a trial set by the heavens. If he could not become a great mage, then he would have to find another path to achieve his goal. That evening at home, while sitting at the dining table, Thunder turned to Jack and spoke. "Teach me how to fight." Jack beamed with pride upon hearing that his 2-year-old son wanted to learn swordsmanship, while for Thunder this was the only path to continue his dream of vengeance. Although the intention of revenge burned fiercely in his mind, Thunder understood that everything would not be easy. 2 years since demanding to learn the sword, Thunder had never once defeated Jack, but today seemed different. When his arm was twisted behind his back, the sensation was all too familiar to Thunder as he had experienced it many times before. According to his calculations, he only needed to seize the exact crucial moment. Just a precise turn as the blade descended, and he would have a chance to strike Jack's flank. That moment finally arrived. He felt Jack's defeat was very close. But unexpectedly a blade appeared before him, the clash ringing softly like a self-reproach. Why was the human body so out of sync with thought, clumsy hands holding him back? Time passed unknown. He awoke on the bed under Scarlet's care, while Jack stood nearby, grinning with delight. How can he still smile? Shouldn't he have been gentler? The boy was only 4 years old. At Scarlet's reproach, Jack explained, only a year until the night exam. Without strictness, Thunder would struggle. Scarlet did not wish her child to follow the adventurer path. Other options remained, yet Jack believed Thunder only needed mastery of his body. A year was enough for progress. Even Thunder felt anxious. In just 1 year he would compete with others to enter the Knight Academy. Everyone could rest assured he would surely succeed. He longed to declare himself the heir of the Hong Long, unable to be weak like humans, but wisely kept it secret. He trusted his physique surpassed peers. The hardest part remained control. Despite countless practice, his body remained as clumsy as ever. Limbs moved individually, yet coordination failed. Jack went around searching, guessing he was in the backyard diligently training with the sword. He handed Thunder a real sword, saying it now belonged to him. With his current strength he could train with it. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Jack leaned close to reveal another gift in the granary. It was a new, magical wooden figure, an item used by the Knight Academy to train recruits. Naturally, he doubted the wooden figure held any real challenge. Jack subtly signaled him to advance. Try attacking it. As he charged, the wooden figure activated level 1 and raised its shield. The strike was neatly blocked. It even knocked the sword from his hand. All happened within 3 brief seconds. Then it returned to its original stance, as if nothing occurred. Jack laughed. "See, I was right." He affirmed that if Thunder could defeat this level 1 wooden figure, entry to the Knight Academy would be assured. It had been hard to bring it back for him. Thunder's eyes lit up, the wooden figure a beacon of hope amid murky training. With more time he believed he could surpass it. Today he switched spots hoping for a breakthrough. After half a day, he lay exhausted on the ground. Frustrating, movement still lagged behind thoughts. The human body was too weak. At this sluggish pace, forget the exam. Even defeating the wooden figure seemed distant. "Why defeat the wooden figure?" A strange voice echoed in the silent forest, startling him. He instantly gripped the sword defensively, face wary someone there. Then his eyes widened beyond anything before. Before him stood a blonde girl with the innocence of a fairy tale. Her gentle voice asked if he was all right. "I did not mean to startle you." Ami lived in a nearby village and, seeing Thunder stay in the forest until late, wanted to remind him to descend the mountain early. Thunder forced a smile out of embarrassment. "So that's why she really startled me. Is it that dangerous here?" Ami nodded, speaking with a composed tone. "During the day it's fine, but at night wild beasts may appear." Thunder nodded. This girl knew quite a bit. Since Ami often went into the forest to pick fruits and wild vegetables, she was familiar with the paths. So she took the initiative to lead Thunder out of the forest. Thunder was still hesitating to introduce himself when Ami mischievously winked. "You are Thunder, right? You're quite famous in the village." Hearing this, Thunder's face darkened. His red hair drew attention in an unpleasant way. Every time he went with his parents, villagers stared at him, thanking Jack and Scarlet for saving them in front, whispering about the curse and fearing involvement behind their backs. No one in the village had ever been born with red hair, making Thunder seem different. Though they respected his parents, they were wary of him. It was unclear when, but red in human eyes came to symbolize evil, perhaps because they often used the image of red dragons to scare children. That made Thunder smile bitterly. Humanity had wiped out his kind but portrayed them as villains in stories. The dragon's defensive actions were twisted by human tales into proof of cruelty. Lost in thought, Thunder almost forgot to follow until Ami called back. On the way, Ami talked nonstop. Knowing Thunder wanted to enter the Knight Academy, she mentioned her brother also planned to try. No one in the village had beaten him, but limited conditions made accessing swordsmanship difficult. Ami thus admired Thunder being trained directly by his father. As dusk fell, a group suddenly blocked Thunder's path. Leading was a blonde boy with two tall men behind. "That red-haired brat, stay away from my sister." Ami hurriedly stood in front of Thunder, as if to prevent her brother from getting angry. "Kyle, what do you intend? He hasn't done anything to you." Kyle quickly checked Ami, while the other two approached Thunder. "Why are you with him? Let's see if your hair is dyed red." The other two scowled and told Thunder to leave the village. Not only that, they insulted Jack and Scarlet. "Having a cursed child must be hard for your parents too. It's best the whole family leaves quietly." Thunder's hands trembled, anger swelling uncontrollably. He shouted, stopping in his track. In a blink, Thunder's fist aimed straight at the skinny man. Kyle immediately pulled him aside to avoid the blow. Even he couldn't fully withstand the force. He was pushed back several steps. Seeing Kyle protect the man, Thunder warned coldly, "Don't block my way. I only want to teach the one who insulted my parents a lesson." Kyle lightly shook his arm, still sore from the punch, saying, "Your parents are adventurers. Your father is a swordsman. You must have trained a lot. If you want a duel, I'm ready." Kyle handed the sword to the other two, saying he didn't intend to escalate things. Thunder also dropped the sword in his hand to the ground. "Charging together works too, I don't mind." The two lunged into combat. The other two stood outside cheering. Ami frantically begged them to stop. Thunder was quickly battered and bruised. His pouch also fell into Kyle's hand. Kyle clearly showed disappointment in Thunder's abilities, because he was trained directly by Jack, a renowned swordsman. Kyle's father was merely an ordinary trader like many others. "I think you should stop dreaming about becoming a swordsman. It would be better to return to what you are truly skilled at." Those words kept repeating in Thunder's mind until he fell asleep on the grass. Upon returning home, Ami angrily scolded Kyle for going too far. Kyle believed he had done nothing wrong and even told Ami to stay away from Thunder in the future because the villagers feared his hair that was associated with a curse. Their family was ordinary and could not compare to Jack and Scarlet. Unable to argue back, Ami angrily shouted that she hated her brother. After saying that, she punched Kyle on the head and stormed straight up to her room. When Kyle removed his protective armor, he discovered an imprint on it shaped like Thunder's hand. That was the remnant of Thunder's opening punch. Without it absorbing the force, Kyle's arm would likely not have remained intact, meaning the true winner of that match was Thunder. It was late at night when Thunder quietly returned. His mother was still asking Mark why her son had come home late when her gaze suddenly stopped at the injuries on Thunder's body. "Oh my, who did you fight with?" Thunder quickly shook his head and said it was only from overtraining. Scarlet's eyes reddened as she gently wiped his wounds with a cloth. "Do not hide from me. Did someone bully you? You must clean them properly or they will scar." Thunder turned away, saying that a man should be proud of having a few scars. During that, Jack stepped forward to encourage him. "It seems my son has grown up. Sword training must be quite tough." Scarlet immediately blamed Jack. If not for him bringing that wooden dummy home, Thunder would not be under such pressure. Jack sighed and said that to enter the Avian Knight Academy, this was the only path. Scarlet trembled with anger, saying Thunder did not have to be like them and could choose a different path. But Jack still believed his son was a genius. Even if he could not become a mage, he would be an outstanding swordsman, causing Scarlet to angrily launch a fireball to threaten him. Meanwhile, Thunder calmly ate dinner as usual. Although his parents were both adventurers, he had not inherited any of their talents. If that year Thunder had truly become a mage, perhaps his life would have taken a different direction. He still clearly remembered the face of the old man, who declared that he had no magical aptitude. At that time, Thunder had angrily jumped up and yanked out the man's beard, until the day he held his first sword in life. That was also his father's 54th birthday. Even though he could not walk the path of a mage, he could still become a swordsman like his father. At that time, Thunder once wanted to take revenge on all humanity, but the two people before him were special exceptions even though they were sometimes quite childish. That night, Thunder quietly went down to the storage room again. He activated the level 1 wooden dummy. The wooden dummy's movements were no longer unfamiliar. Thunder had become so accustomed that he could easily evade them. Then he rushed forward to counterattack, probing for an opening. This was the moment. As he prepared to deliver the decisive blow, Thunder suddenly tripped over a stone beneath his foot. The sword veered off and struck the house pillar, causing the wooden dummy to halt as well. Looking at the pillar nearly severed, Thunder could only think that it was over. Before he could react, the wooden dummy counterattacked, leaving him dazed in pain. Another day of failure passed. The next morning, Thunder set out again to continue his training. A familiar figure made him pause. Ami glanced around with hesitation. When she saw Thunder, her eyes widened. Then she bit her lip as if trying to hold something back. In the end, Ami still smiled and waved at him. Thunder realized she was waiting for him. Ami stammered an apology, but he merely waved it off without concern. Thunder understood that it was not Ami's fault. It was only because he had been too confident. Hearing that, Ami's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Thunder sighed. Humans were truly troublesome with their myriad of complex emotions. He casually took an apple from Ami's basket. Taking it as acceptance of her apology, Ami immediately stopped crying. Thunder truly could not understand such sensitivity. Emotions changed in the blink of an eye, truly difficult to grasp. That afternoon, a coal squad appeared in front of Thunder's house. A general came to request Jack and Scarlet's assistance because the border villages were being attacked by something terrifying. Although there was no official report yet, some people had already been infected. Most of the victims were in a coma, so the truth remained unclear. Therefore, they wanted to investigate first. Scarlet suggested that both of them should go since such creatures rarely approached residential areas, making this situation highly unusual. But Jack confidently reassured her that it was merely a reconnaissance mission. Moreover, Thunder still needed someone to look after his upcoming examination. If nothing serious occurred, he would return early. Scarlet nodded slightly, but still felt uneasy inside. As dusk fell, Thunder panted heavily because the human body was exceedingly tiring. After resting for about 5 seconds, he glanced toward Ami. Seeing her quietly sitting and reading a book, a strange and indescribable feeling arose within Thunder. He immediately gave himself a light slap on the face, reminding himself to stay clear-headed. It was probably just this body influencing his emotion. Training this much today was enough. It was time to head back. Thunder said this and began to walk away. Ami hurried ahead, looked around, and reported, "It is safe now. I must make sure Kyle does not come to cause trouble." Thunder never expected that one day he would need a human girl to protect him. He asked Ami whether she feared the scrutinizing gazes of others, but to her, other people's words were merely passing winds. She had her own perspective. So what if she had red hair? It was just a color and should not be a reason for alienation. Therefore, Thunder also did not need to worry about the eyes of others. He had his own path. Thunder suddenly recalled what Kaiho once said about doing what one excelled at. He reproached himself for forgetting such an important thing. "Ami, thank you very much." After saying this, Thunder happily ran back home. As soon as he arrived, he immediately went to the level 1 wooden dummy. Thunder clamped the sword tightly in his mouth. With both hands pressed against the ground, he imitated the posture of a dragon. What Thunder did best was living true to himself. He leaped upward. Miraculously, he managed to surpass the wooden dummy. Wonderful, this method is feasible. Thunder jumped in delight. Calculated the enrollment date. Jack had once said that defeating the level 1 wooden dummy was sufficient to qualify for the Knight Academy. Suddenly, the wooden dummy's cold voice rang out, "Level 2 begins." Thunder's nightmare had not truly started yet. Early the next morning, As soon as Thunder woke up, he saw his father fully armored and preparing to depart for his mission. Before leaving, Jack reassured his son not to worry. He would return before the day of the examination. While I am away, you must train diligently. I believe you will succeed. About that actually Thunder intended to show his achievements but was interrupted as it was already time for Jack to depart. Jack also reminded Scarlet to take care of herself and Thunder, leaving Thunder standing there like a brightly lit light bulb. Thunder silently vowed that when his father returned, he would present him with an even greater surprise. Thunder was simply curious what his father's face would look like at that moment. Along the way, he silently thought he should thank Ami for helping him clear his thoughts. The more he pondered, the more Thunder felt himself gradually taking on the likeness of a human, knowing how to hope and also how to express gratitude. Even though in his eyes, humans were never particularly pleasant. Those three were special cases. Thunder clasped his hands behind his head and told himself that if he ever took revenge in the future, he would spare those three their lives. Time quietly passed for half a day. Ami did not appear today, which left Thunder feeling somewhat empty. Then he paused and asked himself why he was even waiting for her. Without Ami disturbing him, his training was even more peaceful. He must have been influenced by human emotion. Thinking so, Thunder threw himself into training until he unknowingly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already tinged with a pale golden hue. Thunder jolted up in alarm. Returning this late would surely earn him a scolding from his mother. He hurried back. Today he had not yet managed to say thank you to Ami. He would have to leave it for tomorrow. On the way, a crowd had gathered, noisily discussing something. Ami's father was speaking with the weapon shop owner. He confirmed that he had seen Kyle bring 2 children to buy equipment early in the morning. Kyle had even said he would enter the forest to hunt monster beasts. Upon hearing that, his parents turned pale. Bob and Gary's mother cried and blamed the shop owner for not stopping the children, while the owner could only say he was merely selling goods and had not expected them to be so reckless. Thunder passed by and heard the entire story. Indeed, retribution came swiftly. Kyle had truly brought trouble upon himself. It was only a pity that Ami had gone with them, though Thunder had never intended to target her. Yet it was clear she had an overly impulsive brother. Human life was inherently short. Sooner or later one must face the end. Yet Ami's sparkling eyes kept lingering in Thunder's mind. He did not understand what this uncomfortable feeling was. Thunder brushed aside all those thoughts. He turned and headed in Ami's direction. His words of thanks for helping him defeat the wooden puppet were still left unsaid. At this moment, the most important thing was to save her. Deep in the forest, the corpses of monster beasts lay scattered everywhere. Bob leaned against a tree trunk, exhausted as he collapsed to the ground. Ami trembled as she hid behind Kyle. Kyle gripped his sword tightly, his whole body shaking yet still trying to shield Ami. However, before that ferocious three-eyed wolf, Kyle could only pray for luck. Thunder used his keen sense of smell and detected a faint scent of blood drifting through the forest. Along the edge of the woods, he saw several young werewolves lying on the ground. Wounds marked their bodies and the warmth had not yet faded. From that, Thunder deduced they were nearby, but the chaotic footprints made it difficult for him to determine the direction. Suddenly, a desperate scream rang out, and he immediately recognized Ami's voice. By then, Kyle had been beaten to the point of no longer resisting. Only Ami stood there in panic. Werewolf lunged, baring its fangs at her. Ami clutched her head, desperately hoping someone would appear. A gusting sound split the air, red splattering, making Ami dizzy. He timely thrust his sword back into the werewolf's jaw. He braced himself against the force, both defending and asking if Ami was okay. She was fine, but the others had fallen. The werewolf struck violently, sending him flying, tearing his left shoulder. He dug his claws into the ground to maintain balance before it charged again. "Don't worry, I won't fall easily." He dodged while pulling the beast away from Ami. Its jaws, full of power, could easily crush a branch as thick as nothing. He silently cursed how weak his human body was to duel a mature werewolf. Against such overwhelming power, his speed was negligible. If it were his former self, this werewolf would have long been a sizzling meal. After moving around, he again stood before Ami. He roared a warning, "This one belongs to me, don't dare touch." The werewolf hesitated for about 2 seconds, then charged again, for it could not understand the cat's words. He knew he could not hold out forever. Dodging was a waste, so he had to counterattack. He remembered the werewolf's weakness, and lunged straight at one of its eyes. After the strike, he fell to the ground. The force was still weak, only one eye was disabled. Previously, one blow would have been enough to subdue it. He continued, relying on his sword. Waiting for the moment the werewolf lunged, he quickly spotted a gap, and cut off one of its legs. The werewolf collapsed to the ground. Its massive body sent Ami and Cow flying. He intended to rush forward to catch Ami, but was hit by a counterattack to the stomach. He clamped his sword between its jaws. If it had to use all 4 limbs, it was done for. He sprang up, channeling force into a decisive bite. The werewolf's body was torn apart in an instant. The werewolf finally lay motionless on the ground. Thunder still lay close beside her, not moving even half a step. He gently tried to move, the motion difficult and filled with exhaustion. But upon seeing that Ami was still safe, he finally let out a soft sigh of relief. Suddenly, a strange ray of light flashed in midair. That beam of light appeared right above Thunder's head, making him instantly vigilant. Before his eyes was a bizarre creature, resembling a mix of a dinosaur and a pig, its chubby body leaving Thunder bewildered. It opened its mouth wide as if wanting to say something. The system announced that Thunder had received a mid-grade demonic energy crystal, along with a blessed dragon eye. Thunder had absolutely no idea what was happening, but at this moment, he could not be bothered to care. Compared to that strange golden pig, the more urgent matter was getting everyone out of this place. If they delayed, the scent of blood could attract more demonic beasts. Yahello regained consciousness, feeling his body stiff and difficult to move. Thunder quickly reminded him not to move any further. He did not want to waste time with lengthy explanations. Ami was still immersed in unconsciousness, not yet awake. Thunder only had enough strength to carry 2 people. The other 2 children remained motionless, unable to fend for themselves. Their lives or deaths could only be left to fate. Outside, adults holding torches ran around searching, their calls echoing throughout the forest. Yet no one dared to step deep inside. Then they saw a lone figure. Thunder was dragging himself step by step, trying to bring Ami and Kyle out of the deep forest. Someone recognized him as the red-haired child who had long been ostracized. Please save them, they need treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder collapsed, while the people around only stood and whispered. They wondered why the children had ventured into the deep forest on their own. Bob and Gary's mother pushed through the crowd to find her children. Before her were only 2 unfamiliar blonde heads. She recklessly crossed the bridge leading into the forest. Halfway through, she felt fiery red eyes watching her and quickly turned back. She rushed out even faster than when she had entered. As soon as she escaped, she immediately charged toward Thunder. She grabbed his collar, her eyes filled with resentment. Where are my children? They are so well behaved. Why would they enter the forest? Did you lure them there? She repeatedly struck Thunder, her mouth cursing his red hair as an ill omen. Several others joined in with those accusations. They began to blame Thunder for leading the children into the forest, questioning why only he survived, and collectively pressed him for answers. The woman continued venting her anger at Thunder. Why did you only save Ami and Kyle? Where are my Bob and Gary? Thunder let out a cold laugh. The 2 are still in the forest. If you have the courage, then go find them yourselves. They are just children. How could they be left there waiting for a terrible fate? Facing those accusations, Thunder only sneered. They had forgotten that he was just a child as well. The woman muttered, calling Thunder an unforgivable monster. Yet not a single one of them dared to return to the forest to save anyone. Thunder understood now. Just because of his red hair, they saw him as a different species, even more cruel than beasts. They themselves were the truly terrifying ones. Suddenly, she snatched the torch from the person beside her. With a face twisted by hatred, she rushed straight toward Thunder. Get out, you red-haired monster. Thunder smiled faintly, as if accepting everything. Though his heart still held many grievances, this ending was gentler than his past. Unexpectedly, Kaiho rushed out and stood in front of Thunder. The mother shouted that Kaiho had been bewitched by Thunder, and the other adults also believed he had lost his sanity. Kaiho could not endure it any longer and loudly refuted them. The mad ones are you. How can you arbitrarily decide another person's life? Do not touch my benefactor. But they still placed all responsibility on Thunder, even wanting to take his life. The scene of armed people charging at him replayed before his eyes. 2 lifetimes with 2 nightmares made Thunder tremble to his very core. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a familiar room. Beside the bed, his mother was sitting there. Scarlet slept soundly, yet tears still streamed down her face, her lips continuously calling Thunder's name. Thunder sighed softly. How could humans be so beautiful yet so cruel at heart? He gently held Scarlet's hand. She jolted awake, her eyes filled with astonishment. Oh my Thunder, I'm not dreaming, am I? You are awake. I thought you would sleep forever. She hugged Thunder tightly, making him groan in pain, and Scarlet quickly released him. Feeling pain is good. Do not be so reckless in the future. Thunder had been unconscious for an entire week. Scarlet shed tears. If he had not awakened, she would not have known what to say to his father. Thunder hesitantly asked about the children. Ami and Keiichi only suffered minor injuries. As for Bob and Gary, they were still missing without a trace. Ella did not survive. Earlier, Kyle had tried to explain, but no one would listen, even claiming he had been bewitched by Thunder. At that moment, Scarlet rushed to the scene in panic. Seeing Thunder unconscious, her complexion immediately turned pale. Who did this? People hurriedly advised her to calm down, saying that her son had led the children into the forest and should bear responsibility. They even said that if she were a mother with missing children, she would understand their feeling. Scarlet held Thunder tightly. Her gaze was fixed directly on Bob and Gary's mother. The woman dropped the torch and burst into tears. My poor children, will anyone save them? Everyone gathered around to comfort her, muttering that they must stay away from this cursed place in the future. Scarlet ignored all of those words. She carried Thunder away, gently stroking his head. Everything is over, you do not need to blame yourself, it is not your fault, you did your best. Thinking Thunder must be hungry, Scarlet went to the kitchen to prepare some food for him. Thunder nodded slightly and looked up at the ceiling above. He fixed his gaze on the strange object before him. Thunder wondered whether this thing appeared to everyone else as well. He cautiously reached out to touch his eye. Suddenly, Thunder's eye became unusually clear. Even his former strength gradually began to return. With just a glance at Scarlet, Thunder realized that she was extremely exhausted. When he was still a red dragon, Thunder possessed countless spells, but since leaving the Magic Academy, he had thought his life was essentially over. Now, even though he had to rebuild everything from scratch, at least Thunder still had a glimmer of hope. Next was the purple crystal placed on the other side. It was likely related to the number of low-level werewolves he had defeated. Suddenly, thick smoke surged into Thunder's room from somewhere. Panic shouts echoed from below. Fire, there is a fire. Scarlet rushed inside and pulled Thunder away. She cast water magic to extinguish the nearby spreading flame. Thunder immediately activated his dragon eye. In just an instant, he identified the one behind it. It was that detestable old man. The people around, upon learning that it was Thunder's house, since their own homes were unharmed, they merely stood by and watched indifferently. Only Scarlet continued to do her utmost to help control the fire. In the end, the flames were completely extinguished. Another curse, if that man remained, sooner or later the entire village would face disaster. Despite the indifferent gazes of everyone, Scarlet still maintained her gentle smile. Thunder, are you hurt anywhere? Thunder shook his head and even praised his mother for her excellence in controlling the fire the moment she acted. Then the two of them held hands and walked into the house. Thunder clearly understood that those people had probably wished for them to be buried in a sea of flames. They wanted the mother and son to disappear. Thunder would certainly remember this grudge and repay it. Next morning, Thunder continued his training journey. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he used his dragon eye to observe. Before him were only a few small magical beasts. There were no ferocious beasts, only a demon monkey enjoying its final breakfast, because in the very next moment it was. Thunder's sword pierced through its body in an instant. It collapsed with 2 pieces of apple still undigested in its stomach. That demon monkey had become the 20th target that Thunder defeated that day. It perfectly met the quota he had set for himself. However, until now Thunder had only obtained 2 additional primary crystals. It seemed that acquiring this item also required a bit of luck. Meanwhile, he still did not clearly understand their true function. Just then, a werewolf appeared nearby. It stood beside the place where its mother had just been slain by Thunder. Thunder frowned slightly and approached as if to offer comfort. From now on, you will have to fight on your own. The wolf cub stepped back warily, and the system immediately offered to tame it at the cost of 1 primary crystal. Since it was a new feature, Thunder decided to try it immediately. After all, he had already fought enough today. The crystal transformed into a faint wisp of smoke. The black mist enveloped the wolf cub's body. Before long, the taming process was complete. The moment it succeeded, it immediately merged into Thunder's body, startling him. Are there any side effects? Can it be summoned? If not, I will deal with you. The system quickly responded, granting Thunder a reward to avoid his anger, and soon he gained another new skill. At this moment, Thunder had no mind to care about that. He opened his dragon eye and discovered the whereabouts of Bob and Gary. The corner of Thunder's lips curled into a calculating smile. He had finally found them. Thunder entered the cold and gloomy cave, where human and beast bones were scattered everywhere. Bob and Gary were reduced to nothing but skeletons with a few remaining fragments. Thunder gathered their clothes and placed everything into a barrel filled with dark red liquid. He brought it home. That evening, Scarlet grew worried again because Thunder had been out all day. Without resting further, Thunder said he wanted to sleep early to continue training the next day. Scarlet sighed and said that in 2 days his father would return and train with him. Upon hearing this, Thunder leaped with excitement, nearly kicking off the blanket because he wanted to show his achievements to Jack. Scarlet spoke sternly, "Put your legs on the bed and go to sleep immediately." Thunder shrank back, thinking that humans were truly frightening. Then in the middle of the night he suddenly woke up. Thunder quietly walked down to the storage room, where the barrel he had brought back during the day was placed, the thing taken from Bob and Gary's house. A sudden knock echoed at the door. The mother, annoyed, went downstairs. Who would be making noise at midnight? Stop knocking. Suddenly she thought that perhaps Bob and Gary had returned. A trace of hope appeared on her face. "Is it you, my children, out in the yard?" On the ground there remained only a piece of Gary's clothing. The elderly mother followed the remaining footprints, running deeper into the pitch-dark forest. Although she was eager to see her children again, a chilling and indescribable feeling still arose within her heart. After walking for a while, she began to hesitate and wanted to turn back. However, he discovered Bob's coal fragment lying conspicuously nearby. He immediately rushed in like a madwoman, while Thunder still sat restraining Kyle. He used his dragon eyes to observe and confirmed that the mother had charged straight inside. Standing at the center of the monster horde, he released his grip. 2 barrels of dark red liquid poured violently over her. She let out a shrill scream. Who did this? Who exactly caused this? Thunder leaped down from the tree. That woman became even more vicious than before. "I knew it, you truly are a cursed reincarnation. Turn my child to me immediately." Just as she was about to rush forward, the crimson gazes hidden in the bushes made her halt. She had fallen into an encirclement. Piercing howls echoed everywhere. As for Thunder, he stood still, eyes wide as he observed, witnessing with his own eyes the counterattack he had orchestrated. By the next day, the news had spread throughout the mausoleum. Outsiders whispered to one another that from now on, they should never foolishly provoke Thunder's family. At that very moment, Thunder happened to pass by. Several men drenched in sweat forced awkward, friendly smile. "Good morning, are you going to train again?" Thunder silently turned away, not bothering to respond, leaving the 3 men sighing in relief. In Senza, new rumors began circulating again, and this time Thunder was not annoyed but rather intrigued. When he returned home, Thunder saw several horses tied in front of the yard. He hurried inside in delight. His father returned. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Scarlet sat on the bed sobbing uncontrollably. Thunder froze in shock and rushed over. Jack lay there, his body emaciated, bruises spreading across him. The people accompanying him said he had contracted an illness. Scarlet reassured herself that Jack would surely recover soon. Thunder began examining Jack's condition. He had never seen such strange symptoms, even when he was the Red Dragon. Suddenly Jack muttered, "Darkness will destroy everything. Darkness, darkness." According to the account, while protecting a civilian, Jack had been ambushed by a dark element monster beast. From then on, he contracted that ominous plague. Thunder had never heard of this. When exactly had it appeared? After he was gone, how had this world changed? When the troop departed, Thunder sank into deep thought. Perhaps his Kyle rank magic could save Jack. He could dispel all forms of dark arts and curses, but he had no idea how to reclaim that power. If he relied solely on hunting evil beasts to accumulate energy, Thunder would have to slay Kyle rank evil beasts of higher level, while at present he was still far too weak. Thunder asked Scarlet whether enrolling in the Knight Academy would make him stronger. Scarlet bitterly realized Thunder's intention. She still forced a smile. "Of course, that is where your father once studied. You will become strong like him." Thunder immediately thumped his chest in determination. He would definitely pass the exam to find a way to cure Jack. Scarlet held Thunder tightly. She was somewhat comforted by that resolve. "You can do it, I have always believed in you." Inside a secluded room, a group of people in black cloaks were discussing the prophecy, and the central figure in that prophecy was Thunder. They did not know whether Thunder had appeared to bring salvation or disaster. Either way, they had to find him quickly. If he was the chosen one meant to correct the errors, we will guide him onto the right path. If he is a calamity, he must be eliminated immediately. A few days later, the streets were splendidly decorated. The townspeople stood packed along both sides, eagerly waiting. A procession of carriages entered, led by a squad of knights. Wherever they went, flowers were tossed into the air. Cheers resounded everywhere. "They have arrived." The blonde-haired knight Dan Bird, with his handsome face and captivating demeanor like an idol, drew the gaze of all the young maidens. Indeed, the reputation was not false. There was only one examination each year, so it was rare to see them in person. Upon reaching the academy, the leader planted his sword into the ground and began the introduction. "I am Knight Winford from Farrowed Academy." Beside me are the familiar knights Dan Bird and Bernardo. Today we will conduct an assessment for all children who have reached the age of 5 and wish to take the academy entrance exam. Among the 5-year-old children, Thunder covered his face tightly to avoid trouble. Winford introduced the wooden puppet holding a sword and announced the start of the examination. The first candidate stepped forward. He told himself it was only an ordinary wooden puppet. He could certainly defeat it. In the stands, the boy's parents cheered fervently. They were loyal fans of their son. In less than a second, the boy was knocked into the air. The result was naturally failure. Thunder observed silently. Everything was exactly as rumored. They used the wooden puppet as the test. Although the puppet did not move, its defensive capability was enough to overwhelm even an adult. Whispers of discussion drifted into Thunder's ear. Even though the distance was considerable, he still heard clearly thanks to the support of those crystals. Winford was speaking about the mission they had been assigned. Dan Bird believed only noble descendants were fit to be knights, while commoners just wasted their time. Up to this point, only the pillar had passed the test. He wiped his sweat while showing a look of disdain. He raised his thumb toward Thunder as a subtle signal. Winford immediately understood the situation. He was the red-haired boy. Thunder removed his hat and stepped forward amid whispers below. A monster wielding the power of a knight. Suddenly, Dan Bird strode toward the puppet. He completely disbelieved the prediction. If the rumor were true, Thunderfrog would indeed be formidable. He had to get through this challenge. Dan Bird immediately activated the level 3 puppet. It shot toward the dummy at an incredible speed. Winford and Bernardo watched intently. They both shouted warnings for Thunder to be careful. Master Thunder stood unmoved, showing no fear. Winford anxiously tried to draw his sword to assist. In just 3 seconds, everyone froze, and the stands fell silent as if holding their breath. The top of the wooden puppet fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Thunder wielded only a simple wooden sword. Bernardo immediately announced. Thunder had passed the examination. He walked on calmly under Kyle's admiring gaze and his mother's pride. Before leaving, Thunder waved goodbye to Jack, even knowing he might not hear. He reassured Jack nonetheless. Thunder promised he would find a way to cure him. Scarlet handed Thunder a Glee necklace. It was a family heirloom, meant to protect and bring luck to her son. Thunder nodded and stepped away, telling his mother not to worry. He was old enough now. Scarlet choked back tears as she watched his small figure disappear. Little child left with a heavy responsibility. At the forest edge, Winford was waiting for Thunder. Yet the other friend was already seated inside, and Thunder stepped up. He felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing Kyle. It really was him. On the way, Kyle tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. The heavy silence between the two boys. Seeing Thunder look at him, Kyle bowed his head, whispering about what had happened before. He also muttered harsh words, apologizing. I was truly foolish. Thunder did not take offense. After all, Kyle was only 5 and had once saved him. Kyle muttered as if Thunder were not a 5-year-old child. Thunder changed the subject, asking where Ami was. It turned out Ami had enrolled at Roland Academy today. Thunder had no idea she possessed innate magical abilities. He never expected she could join Roland. The vehicle stopped, thick smoke enveloping the forest outside. Winford shouted forward, announcing, "This is the Pharaoh Knight Academy convoy, requesting registration." Through the mist, a girl emerged. She introduced herself as in Woodwood, an adventurer from the Vatang Guild. After a few steps, she collapsed, saying Cole's team had been attacked by shadow beasts. Bernardo was horrified. Why were shadow beasts here? There had been no trace along the way. Dan Bird smirked, thinking the feral beasts had sensed him and kept their distance. Winford decided to give her a ride to Rennie Town. The boy curiously asked, weren't they heading to the Knight Academy? Dan Bird laughed, don't be naive. Sending kids to the front lines serves no purpose. Pharaoh Knight Academy was located at a border fortress, where war threats were constant. Therefore, students had to train in Rennie for 10 years, mastering basics before entering the advanced academy. Thunder froze at the number 10, with a dragon that was just a moment. For humans, it was entirely different. But Jack remained safe for another 10 years. On the way, he couldn't stop worrying. The girls' guild had only her left alive. Thunder's father had once been attacked by shadow beasts, so Bernardo mentioned it with caution. What if they really encountered them? Just mentioning it made it happen immediately. Winford immediately ordered the team into readiness. A group of shadow beasts lurked, emerging. They hid in the purple smoke, as if waiting. Leading them was a giant bear. Even the Bear King alone was terrifying. Moreover, it was a shadow beast carrying a contagious plague. The scene was enough to shake morale. A few knights had already taken heavy hits. The Bear King roared, and its minions surged toward the knights. Everyone focused forward, paying no attention to the bushes behind. A hidden creature suddenly lunged at Bernardo. Bernardo inwardly lamented that this time he would likely not survive. At that moment Thunder suddenly appeared. He unleashed 3 swift slashes and felled the vicious beast. Bernardo blurted out praise. It seemed he no longer needed to protect them, even though Thunder had just saved his life. Thunder quickly finished off the monster. He was still puzzled why the Bear King stood motionless, as if waiting for something. At the same time, Kyle was surrounded by 2 others. One of them struck his back. Thunder immediately rushed in to rescue him. He simultaneously shouted a warning for Kyle to be careful. These bear cubs were far stronger than they had anticipated. Suddenly the Bear King raised its head and roared loudly. The sound caused the knights to stagger. Its eyes glowed crimson, one paw raised as if pointing in a certain direction, yet its body remained unmoving. The Bear King slowly opened its mouth and spoke. No one can resist the darkness. Sooner or later, it will devour this continent. It will surely fail. Those beside you will fall one by one. Those words were like blades stabbing straight into Thunder's heart. Dan Bird could not understand who it was targeting. He only clearly felt the threat. After speaking, the Bear King leapt away and departed. Winford let out a sigh of relief. He should be grateful it did not choose to fight, otherwise the entire group might not have returned. Thunder alone remained troubled by those words, as if they were meant specifically for him. Winford turned to praise Thunder and Kyle, believing they had the potential to become knights in the future. Thunder curiously asked whether talking beasts appeared often. Winford shook his head. At the border he had never encountered one before. This was the first time. He secretly observed and found Thunder's composure remarkable. Dan Bird in the distance also stared intently at Thunder. He ground his teeth, his eyes clearly showing displeasure. The next day they arrived at Rennie Town. The gate guards were far more numerous than usual. It turned out the king had issued a white tiger-level alert. All cities and towns had tightened their defenses. Winford had not expected the situation to be so tense. He glanced at Thunder, deep in thought. With the continent in peril, could this boy become humanity's hope? Thunder looked up at the towering fortress before him. His path would truly begin here. He only hoped his father could wait until the day he returned. 10 years later, Rennie Town had completely changed. Beneath the blue sky stood a magnificent and prominent church. During class, the female lecturer asked about the special ability of knights. Kyle was called to stand and answer. Kyle confidently said it was aura. Training aura enhances the body, sharpens the senses, and temporarily surpasses human limits. The teacher was satisfied, then asked why aura training must begin after the age of 15, and unexpectedly called on Thunder. Thunder had already slipped away. Kyle broke into a sweat, not knowing where his friend had gone. Kyle hurriedly stood to explain that Thunder had gone to the restroom. The teacher had no choice but to let it pass and called Slavia. Slavia answered that aura training creates great pressure. Only a sufficiently mature body can avoid harm. The lecturer praised her, yet still glanced at Thunder's empty seat. She continued, reminding them that they were about to enter the cultivation phase. Today's knowledge would be crucial in real combat. In another forest, a small wolf faced a gigantic beast. From behind came cheers urging Nova forward. Nova immediately dashed toward the wild boar with astonishing speed. It leapt high, its 3 eyes wide open, then unleashed a series of rapid claw strikes. The large beast was knocked aside and fell. Nova's master happily operated the screen. The system announced the acquisition of a primary beast crystal and asked whether to accept it. The red-haired youth let out an excited cheer. In his hand was the glowing crystal. He chose to absorb all its energy. Finished, the red-haired youth stroked Nova's chin and praised it for doing well. He stood up, a faint purple aura briefly appearing around him, then murmured that he should return early lest someone become angry. Under the warm sunlight, a group of knights approached, the leader teasing whether this was an unexpected incident. Winford looked at him, his tone mildly reproachful, yet his eyes full of admiration for still sneaking out. The youth turned around, his face clearly revealed as Thunder. Reunited after 10 years, they happily chatted about each other's growth. Thunder joked that Winford was still the same. No one knew how old he was. Winford laughed, saying it was a secret, and mentioned hearing that Thunder had been sneaking out to hunt recently. Seeing Thunder cheerful, Winford guessed today's harvest was not bad. Thunder proudly confirmed and said that thanks to the eased alert it was easier to go out. Thunder preferred going outside to sitting in class. Winford reminded him he was fortunate not to have gone too far or the outer guards would show no mercy. Suddenly Winford grew serious and said that before coming here he had visited Thunder's home. Hearing mention of his family, Thunder halted. Winford reassured him that his father's illness had not worsened. His mother was taking very good care of him and told Thunder not to worry. Thunder turned away, his eyes full of gratitude as he softly said thank you. He lowered his head to hide the surge of emotion. Over the past 10 years, through rain and storm, he had diligently trained many skills. The results remained unchanged. He had not awakened any new abilities. Winford draped an arm over his shoulders, excitedly saying that tomorrow they would depart for Pharaoh Academy. The two walked side by side. Winford said he had waited for this day for a long time. Thunder smiled in agreement. The scene shifted to Rennie with distant mountains and towering buildings appearing. In the corridor, someone was arguing with the guards about stopping a child. Aaron angrily grabbed the guard's armor, shouting that they must always keep close watch on that child. Fortunately, Winford and Thunder appeared just in time. Aaron turned when he heard Winford call, surprised to see him there as well. He immediately pulled Thunder over and knocked his head while scolding him for skipping class and wandering around. Winford stood behind, nodding in agreement. Thunder clutched his head and cried out in complaint. Quickly hid behind Winford, arguing that the alert had been lifted so going outside was normal, which only made Aaron angrier. The two argued endlessly. Thunder said he would soon be leaving, but Aaron insisted that as long as he was still a student he could not skip class. Winford had to stand between them to mediate. At the same time, in the central square of Rennie Town, regarded as one of the most majestic and spacious places in this beautiful land. On the high platform above the square, Kyle signaled for assembly. The trainees immediately surged forward, the crowd quickly converging to prepare for the urgent meeting. Amid the crowd, Kyle finally spotted Thunder with 2 lumps on his head. He widened his eyes and asked why he had returned so quickly. Was he caught? Thunder merely sighed softly and said it was just bad luck. Standing in front of them was Slavia, her cheeks suddenly flushing when her gaze accidentally met Thunder's. On the high platform, a knight holding a scroll introduced himself as waiter and announced that starting tomorrow he would lead everyone on the journey to Pharaoh Apartments Academy. Waiter's face turned stern. He said the journey would last 7 days and ordered all trainees to obey commands absolutely to avoid trouble. The resounding reply of understood echoed across the square. Behind the stage, a knight asked Winford about the route. He quickly replied that they would take the Swamp Bell route. The other revealed a look of astonishment and asked worriedly whether the swamp route was too early for this group of trainees. Winford remained calm with his arms crossed, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. To become a knight one must taste challenges. His gaze swept over each trainee, from Ian who was being discussed animatedly to the other outstanding faces. Next, Winford turned his eyes to the twins Lazy and Joyous, his voice even as he mentioned the upcoming trial. He paused at Kel and Jay Glee with excitement, slowly saying that it was not only them. Unfinished sentence hung in the air as Winford's gaze settled firmly on Thunder and his group of friends. The next morning arrived swiftly at the gate of Rennie Town. The line of carriages was ready and waiting to depart. In one carriage, Thunder took the chance to doze off, a trace of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Sitting in the same carriage, Kyle chatted with a few others about why they did not use a transport machine to go straight to the academy for speed. Another trainee agreed, believing that method would save a great deal of time. The one sitting in the middle scoffed that Pharaoh Apartments had no transport machine. Kyle immediately retorted that if they wanted to rival Zonin Academy, then why not invest? From the back of the carriage came a girl's laughter. She remarked that it seemed no one had listened carefully to the lecture. Slavia brushed her bangs gently and explained that the academy lay at the border, constantly facing enemies and dark beasts. If a transport machine were placed there, it would create an opportunity for opponents to advance deep into the country. Kyle asked in surprise whether there had been such a lecture. Tan pondered and said he seemed to have heard about it as well. Slavia secretly glanced at Thunder, then quickly turned away. Kyle wondered whether she had just looked toward him or if it was only his imagination. When the sun had fully set, the convoy reached a desolate area near an ancient castle. Vader quickly chose an open ground and ordered everyone to get off the carriages and set up tents for the night. Thunder's group spread out to work. Kyle whispered, asking why Slavia kept looking at him. Thunder denied it and said he was nothing special. Kyle did not believe it and urged Thunder to turn around and look, so both curiously glanced back. Being discovered, Slavia immediately turned her face elsewhere. A friend asked in surprise what was wrong. Slavia awkwardly replied that it was nothing. Kyle smugly told Thunder see, but Thunder wondered if it was because of his red hair. Kyle laughed and said he was not the only one with red hair. The twins also had red hair but were busy playing. Joyous admired a butterfly while Lazy casually said he was too lazy to help. Elsewhere, red-haired Ian was actively carrying wood. His friend marveled at Ian's impressive strength. Several other trainees gathered in small groups chatting. Kyle even raised his muscular arm to challenge who could set up a tent faster. Thunder merely nodded it off. Kyle then whispered that Slavia was a beauty. Thunder firmly replied that he was not interested. Meanwhile, Tan quietly left the group, moving along the ruins behind the castle and calling Munch to go with him. Munch worried that sneaking out was not a good idea. Both suddenly had to cover their noses because of a strong foul smell. They stared intently at the murky lake before them. Tan shuddered at the slimy surface where it was hard to distinguish shore from water. Munch guessed this was the swamp. A cold voice sounded behind them. Waiter appeared, confirming it was the swamp, making the two break into a sweat. Waiter sternly warned that if they did not want trouble tomorrow with the creatures in the swamp, they had better return to their tents and rest immediately. Tan and Munch hurriedly replied and ran off without daring to linger. Late at night fell, most people were fast asleep. Only a few soldiers took turns standing guard on the tower. Taking advantage of a guard's negligence, a dark figure swiftly slipped past. It was Thunder. He hid at the foot of the castle and felt satisfied for having scouted an escape route earlier to avoid the guard. While still feeling smug, a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness and grabbed his wrist. Flavia whispered, asking where he was going so late. Thunder replied briefly that he was going to hunt dark beasts, leaving her astonished. She worriedly reminded him that this place was no longer near the town. If he encountered an intermediate dark beast, the knights might not arrive in time. Thunder coldly shook off her hand and said intermediate dark beasts were not worth worrying about for him before walking away, leaving Slavia stunned. Watching his resolute back, Slavia sadly rubbed her wrist and murmured Thunder's name. At dawn the next morning, the knights went to wake everyone, urging the still sleepy to come out quickly. Whoever woke late would be punished. Kyle squinted toward the side when he was shaken awake. Thunder lay there with dark circles and swollen red eyes, looking very unusual. Kyle jolted fully awake and worriedly asked whether he had not been able to sleep last night. Thunder looked exhausted but still said he had slept well. Kyle thought no one would believe that. Kyle dressed and went outside, reminding Thunder to get up quickly or be punished in front of everyone. Thunder lay back looking at the system screen, pleased that at this rate he could accumulate enough primary crystals before reaching the academy. He glanced at his and Nova's experience bar, thinking perhaps he might even obtain intermediate crystal. After breakfast, the convoy continued rolling along the fairly flat dirt road. Suddenly Winford pulled the reins. The horse neighed loudly and came to a halt. He looked backward. Waiter understood and nodded in response. The convoy slowly moved forward, while the soldiers fell back to provide support. The carriages entered rugged and treacherous terrain. Despite the violent shaking, Thunder still slept soundly, while Kyle felt the surroundings were unusually quiet. At that moment, the horse in motion suddenly neighed in pain and reared up. The sound startled Thunder awake. He opened his eyes wide in vigilance. Through the window, he saw a strange, sharp worm-like creature appear above Tan's head. Kyle promptly drew his sword and decisively dealt with the creature. He immediately shouted a warning for everyone to prepare for battle, because the danger was not over. Sure enough, another sharp worm lunged into the carriage. Sorina shut her eyes in fear. Kyle jumped in front of her to shield her and reminded her to be careful. Defeated creatures lay scattered on the floor. Sorina trembled at the sight before her. Kyle raised his sword, warning that sharp worms usually moved in swarms, and ordered everyone to leave the carriage to stay alert. Tan responded clearly and prepared to fight. Kyle took the lead, jumping down, ordering groups of 3 to stand back to back and find open ground to confront them. Following the order, the trainees got off one by one. Kyle excitedly challenged who could kill more worms. Only Thunder remained standing still. After a while, he lifted the curtain, activated Dragon Eyes, and wondered whether everyone was too excited. Outside, shouts and clashes resounded. Thunder calmly realized they were all primary dark beasts, so he was not overly concerned. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine and immediately looked to the side. On a rocky outcrop appeared the silhouettes of 6 knights who had left the convoy earlier. Thunder understood the situation. Thinking so, he turned back and climbed onto the carriage. Tan asked in confusion where he was going and told him not to break formation. Thunder covered his mouth with a long yawn and casually said they were all primary dark beasts, so he did not need to act. Besides, their numbers were already sufficient. After finishing his words, Thunder climbed straight into the carriage. He lay stretched out on the floor and called out that he would sleep first. On the mountaintop, the group of knights was observing. Waiter looked down and shook his head, believing that he would at most reach the red belt. Another person interjected that it might be due to fear. Suddenly, the knight on the left shouted for everyone to look, as someone was performing very well. acting decisively and landing a hit with a single strike. All eyes immediately turned toward Kyle. He stood out with neat movements, knowing how to protect himself and avoid unnecessary loss of strength. Dante nodded in praise. Not bad. He could be awarded the white belt. Winford also discovered another promising talent. The other one was less proactive but possessed considerable attacking power and held the sword in a very proper manner. The person mentioned was Slavia. She leaned against Sorina, creating a flexible balance of offense and defense within the encirclement of the spiked worm. Slavia's gaze was strangely calm. She decisively swung her sword, sweeping the spiked worms into scattered pieces. Winford observed with satisfaction. Whenever an opening appeared, she immediately took action, handling the situation cautiously and with calculation. Even Waiter had to admit that the girl was quite impressive. Not even her clothes were stained. As the battle neared its end, a ferocious creature suddenly emerged from the ground, leaving everyone astonished and wondering what it was. The cloud of dust gradually dissipated, revealing a gigantic figure towering upward. Upon seeing it, the children who had been fighting enthusiastically began to tremble and retreat. The spiked worms gathered into a terrifying massive form, causing panic among them. The spiked worm opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and lunged toward a male trainee. The boy was so frightened that he went limp, his cry for help broken as he begged to be saved. Hearing his friends scream, Ian did not hesitate and rushed forward to block the monster. Ian used his bare hands to knock away each spiked worm while shouting loudly that they must not touch his friend. The twin brothers also immediately rushed in to assist. Joyous and Lazy continuously swung their swords, launching relentless attacks at the massive body. Kyle remained full of vigor, swinging his sword while loudly counting that it was 45 already and to keep going. Dante, who had been worried earlier, now smiled. It seemed they did not need to intervene as the red-haired group coordinated quite well. The knight beside him added with a laugh that there was one exception. At this moment, Waiter stepped forward and softly told Winford that it was time to end it. Not long after the battle ended, Ian anxiously asked if Lahan was all right. He looked somewhat miserable but was still fine and thanked everyone for their help. The other members also sighed in relief as everything was over. Winford memorized the entire performance of the trainees, paying special attention to Ian. He was not only strong but also cared about his teammates, a rare quality. Kyle turned to question Thunder about why he had not joined the group. Staying on the carriage was very dangerous, and if something happened they would not be able to rescue him in time. Thunder yawned and replied that he was sleepy, and that there were knights present so there was no need to worry. Kyle could only shake his head as he remained as distant as before. Meanwhile, Winford was preoccupied with another matter. He sighed and wondered who the child chosen in the prophecy truly was. After resting, the convoy continued through the forest and mountains toward their destination. Inside the carriage, Kyle excitedly boasted that he had defeated the most spiked worms. Tan, sitting opposite, praised him as indeed not bad. Encouraged by this, Kyle became even more smug. It seemed that the ferocious beasts were nothing more than that. Tan echoed that if they maintained this form they would soon become knights. As Tan spoke, he glanced at his friend who was being bandaged by Sorina. Sorina gently asked if it hurt and the boy shook his head. Tan continued to speculate that perhaps Kyle would receive the white belt. Hearing the mention of the white belt, Kyle curiously asked what it was. Tan put on a mysterious air and asked if he had never heard of it. Tan raised his hand to explain that although they were all knights there were different ranks. Those accompanying them all wore white bands which represented the highest level. The group secretly glanced out the window as Tan lowered his voice to say that anyone who achieved the white belt had passed the assessment with all the required standards. He also described several other types of belts so that everyone could understand more clearly. Besides white, there were also green and black, symbolizing different levels of capability. Tan suddenly glanced toward Thunder with a disdainful look, saying that the lowest was the red belt, reserved for those who performed poorly. He continued to analyze the Chinese letter of each color. Those wearing the white belt received specialized training and additional rewards. In contrast, the red belt was quite disadvantaged. Although still trained, they were rarely supervised and often had to perform heavy labor. To put it plainly, they were almost abandoned by the academy. Hearing this, Thunder seemed enlightened. If granted more freedom of time, he could hunt ferocious beasts and quickly accumulate Kyle crystals and strength. This thought caused Thunder to clench his hands, silently determined to find a way to obtain the red belt. After an unknown amount of time, the convoy stopped before the city gate. A call rang out telling everyone to disembark as they had arrived. The massive castle ahead caused the trainees to widen their eyes in amazement. Thunder stepped down and heard discussions around him about its grandeur. The gate was so high that it was difficult to count. Even Thunder was overwhelmed, thinking to himself that this was the renowned Pharaoh Academy. For him was a vast architectural complex in a classical style, dominated by white tones. Tan was also stunned. Although he had heard stories, he had not expected this place to be so magnificent. Munch beside him also stared without blinking. Everywhere were mounted purple crystal spheres. Tan marveled that the academy was like a city of its own. All energy was supplied by magical crystals, and even lighting did not require fire. Amid the noisy crowd, only Ian maintained his composure. He remarked that this place was completely different from the village where he had once lived. Seeing everyone absorbed in sightseeing, Waiter reminded them to stay close and not get lost. There would be many opportunities to explore later. Waiter led them through important areas such as the coal warehouse. The guards respectfully saluted and greeted him as Sir Waiter. Next was the library. Waiter requested that they keep silent. A few young women whispered when they saw him pass by, praising his appearance. Tan was surprised and asked if even the librarian was a knight. Waiter calmly explained that all trainees served for 2 years after graduation. Then they could choose to leave or stay. Finally, they stopped before a gigantic stele. Waiter said this was the last point before returning to the dormitory. The scene caused the whole group to murmur. Ian looked at the rows of stone steles aligned on both sides and guessed that this was a cemetery. Those words made Thunder shiver slightly. Waiter explained that this was the resting place of knights who had sacrificed their lives for King Aaron. His voice turned solemn as he reminded them that war had never ceased and that they must remember their mission to protect the nation. These words ignited their fervor, and the entire group shouted in unison their determination for the country. Only Thunder remained silent and observant. His body trembled slightly as he lowered his head to restrain his emotion. In his mind appeared the image of stone statues surrounding the large stele. Thunder's eyes flashed with a red glint as he thought of dragon bodies being used as armor and weapons. Slavia boldly asked who those statues were. Waiter replied that they were the founders of the academy, the legendary Dragon Knights. Thunder tried to remain calm as he asked what Dragon Knights were. Waiter did not answer and instead turned away, saying that they would learn when studying history and instructed everyone to follow him. Being ignored, Thunder's eyes flashed as he felt irritated at being treated lightly. Suddenly Thunder noticed something strange and bent down to stare intently at the ground. As the group was about to leave, Kyle noticed that Thunder had stopped and urged him to hurry and catch up. Thunder did not respond, his gaze fixed on that spot, filled with confusion. When activating the dragon eyes, he discovered a hollow space beneath his feet. Thunder was curious about what the secret chamber beneath the cemetery contained. Within that space a golden light flickered. Thunder was astonished to realize that it was a living being. Afterwards, the group was assigned to the dormitory. Kyle excitedly hoped to meet good roommates while Thunder still wondered why a living entity with a strange form existed beneath the cemetery. Kyle was speaking when he suddenly turned to ask if Thunder was listening. Thunder was startled and apologized for being lost in thought and asked again about the roommates. Before long they arrived at the room. Kyle looked at the nameplate with delight as the two of them shared the room and wondered who else would join. At that moment, a surprised female voice sounded beside them asking if there had been a mistake. Before them stood Slavia with an irritated expression. Thunder called out her name in surprise. Ian smiled reassuringly, saying that the academy was inherently equal and did not discriminate between men and women, so they should be more open-minded. Those words only made Slavia more annoyed. She threw her bag at Kyle and declared that she would not stay with boys. After speaking, Slavia stormed off in anger. She said she would change dormitories. The noise drew the curiosity of several people. Thunder only briefly explained that the young lady had lost her temper. Four officially greeted one another. Kyle introduced himself and Thunder. Munch responded cheerfully and Ian also politely introduced himself. Thunder paid special attention to Ian, casting his gaze to observe his red hair. Kyle read the additional names on the board. There were also Tan and Mary E. Oldwood. Thunder murmured that this name seemed somewhat familiar. After a while, Slavia returned. The entire group widened their eyes upon seeing her. Slavia picked up her bag and stepped into the room. Before entering, she coldly warned that no one was permitted to go inside. The door slammed shut in front of the four of them. As if confirming what had already been known, I told you before, the Knight Academy would never change his dormitory. At that moment Tan appeared. Surprised, he asked, "Hey, why are you all standing here?" Kyle replied joyfully, "Tan, we were waiting for you." Tan became even more confused. Waiting for me for what? Kyle pointed at the door and lowered his voice mysteriously. We just discovered a huge cockroach in the room. We are discussing who will deal with it. Tan believed it immediately without any doubt, tightened his weapon and strode forward proudly. How could a future knight fear a cockroach? Let me demonstrate for you. Under the curious gazes of the group, Tan confidently entered the room. When the door closed, Ian and Munchkin widened their eyes, while Kyle and Thunder struggled to hold back their laughter. The scene shifted to a luxurious banquet in a crowded opulent space. Tan spoke angrily. You dared to trick me about a cockroach. Was it fun? Kyle calmly replied, of course it was. Tan, with a red mark on his cheek, sat beside Kyle and Thunder, gnawing on a chicken leg while feeling wronged. I accidentally provoked a hot-tempered person. Will there be a day I fall asleep and get harmed? Kyle teased back. Was there not someone who wanted an excuse to talk to her? Those words reached Slavia like fuel to the fire. She angrily shouted, What are you talking about? Harming who? What is good about it? Kyle and Tan were startled and waved their hands. It is nothing, we were just joking. After venting her anger, Slavia sat down, her face slightly red but trying to remain calm. The exam is approaching and you are still eating so heartily. Kyle glanced at Thunder and continued eating. What about the night classification exam? What does it have to do with the meal? Thunder also focused on enjoying the food because it was a free banquet. Seeing the two remain carefree, Slavia could only sigh, I am truly helpless with you. Suddenly a contemptuous voice sounded from behind. It seems they have never eaten well, Ryan added. Coming from poor backgrounds makes them different from us. Look at the way they eat. He passed by Thunder's table and mocked. After a few meals you will return to your mother. Ryan turned to Ian sarcastically. With that big body you are about to break the chair. Luke also joined in. Are you taking up all the space? Not stopping there, they also spoke ill of Kyle. It truly ruins the appetite. Why have these red-haired people from the town come here? Kyle's face darkened and his movements paused. The Joyous and Lazy brothers became even angrier. Joyous intended to draw his sword but was stopped in time by Lazy. Encouraged, Ryan continued to ridicule. Standing near them might infect you with red hair. Stay away from us. Munch stood up and warned, you have gone too far. Ryan turned to challenge Munch, want to defend them. With that strength you should worry about yourself first. Ian quickly intervened. It is fine, Munch. It is nothing. Ryan patted Ian's shoulder arrogantly. Listen here, red hair. At the academy, if you meet me then stay far away. Ian timidly replied, all right. At that moment a chicken leg flew straight toward Ryan. He caught it and shouted loudly, who did that? Step out here. Immediately afterward, a powerful hand forced him down onto the table. Ryan cried out in pain, let me go. Thunder twisted his arm behind his back and coldly asked, who is the one that should step aside? Luke still tried to argue, it is you strange red-haired freak. Shouted loudly for help. The surrounding crowd became noisy because of the fight. Ian hurried over to stop him. Thunder, thank you, but they have not done anything to me. Kyle whispered advice, stop it, Thunder. Slavia was also worried. The exam is near, do not create a bad impression. Thunder replied indifferently, I do not care. Luke cursed from behind. Ian called out in panic. Thunder still did not stop. Luke then shouted for a knight to intervene. Vader stepped forward with a stern expression, demanding Thunder release him. But Thunder tightened his grip and called back Ian. Since childhood I have understood one thing. Ryan pleaded for help in panic, while Thunder continued. When someone tries to climb over your head you must teach them to remember. Vader could not endure it any longer and shouted loudly, Thunder, stop immediately. Thunder still did not release him, his eyes icy. He must be taught his limits. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students stepped back in fear, truly frightening. Thunder turned to Ian, his voice calm, see, only when they taste a little pain will they remember. Vader was furious, veins bulging, why do you not obey orders? Thunder sneered, sorry knight sir, my ears also choose what they want to hear. After speaking, he left Vader standing there. Thunder pulled Kyle away, let us continue eating, do not let this affect the banquet. Many people around whispered that those two had brought it upon themselves. Usually they bullied others, now they met the right person, only Waiter was dissatisfied. He silently memorized the name Thunder Taller with an unpleasant gaze. After the incident, the banquet continued as if nothing had happened. Everyone's eyes turned to the stage where 3 grand knights stepped up. Someone whispered that was Winford. The exam was about to begin. On the podium, Winford raised his hand, signaling for silence. After the introduction, 6 figures in black cloaks appeared, the headmaster and 6 elders of Pharaoh departments. The crowd murmured at the grandeur. It was said that rarely had all 6 elders attended together before, so this exam must be very important. Thunder activated the dragon eye to observe. He was astonished by their powerful aura. That uneasy feeling made him recall the person who had ended his life in his previous existence. Thunder noticed a cart being pushed in, stacked with belts. Today, under the witness of the 6 elders, the new night assessment would take place, and the result would determine the belt color. Inford spoke solemnly. Those who performed poorly would receive a red belt, a symbol of failure. Seeing the students worried, he encouraged that even with a red belt one could still rise to a position like his. Everyone's eyes brightened, remembering that from the age of 5 they had been chosen for their talent. Each person possessed qualities more outstanding than others. The training process would help them develop those abilities, so they should not lose heart. Thunder sighed softly, both admiring and anticipating, wondering how he would react if he received a red belt. Inford finished speaking and handed over to Waiter, who nodded to accept the responsibility. Waiter glanced toward Thunder, his eyes cold. I will fulfill my duty. According to the regulations, students had to pass 15 rounds testing abilities such as gem strength and pushing a large boulder. After that was the burning fire trial, followed by the stealth test evaluating concealment skill. There were also sharp eye and willpower tests to measure observation ability and spirit. Soon, the first round on gem strength began. The examination arena was a wide circular space, with exquisite crystals mounted above. At the center, Waiter explained the rules. One only needed to push the boulder to the designated position to complete it. He raised a glove embedded with 2 crystals. Each person had 2 attempts. If the first failed, they could use the glove to increase force. However, using the glove would deduct points, so it should be considered carefully. Kyle whispered to Thunder that it looked simple. Thunder nodded. It was a small matter. Thunder looked at Waiter meaningfully. Someone surely did not want him to proceed smoothly. Waiter continued, saying there was another matter to announce. Kyle curiously asked what it was. Waiter declared as the examiner, I refuse Thunder Taller's participation in this round. Thunder crossed his arms calmly. Kyle was stunned. Slavia protested that it was unfair. Waiter sternly said, fairness is obeying orders. Whether on the battlefield or in the academy, superior orders must be absolutely followed. Kyle and Slavia could only remain silent after hearing that. Waiter called the first candidate. Kyle whispered worriedly that Thunder was being targeted. Slavia advised him to file a complaint. Thunder did not care. Placing his hands behind his head, he leisurely walked away. Go ahead and compete. I will join in the next round. Being excluded from this round actually pleased Thunder, because he could secure the red belt. Slavia watched his receding figure, and softly called Thunder's name. When it was Kyle's turn, he easily pushed the boulder through. Slavia was weaker, so she had to use the glove but still passed. Ian, with his outstanding strength, lifted the boulder, astonishing the examiner, who then announced his success. After finishing, Kyle wiped his sweat and went to Thunder. Everything went smoothly. Thunder congratulated him and said the second round would likely not be so easy. Hearing that firm statement, Kyle widened his eyes in surprise and asked why. Thunder glanced toward Cole and said softly, see, the second round examiner seems to be from Jonan Academy. Cole was shaking hands with Waiter in greeting, long time no see. He immediately waved his hand, do not call me by that name. Kyle's eyes widened in shock and he clutched his cheeks, exclaiming, we have never learned magic, so why must we take this test? Thunder calmly replied, does the battlefield ever ask whether you have studied? I guess this round is magical combat. Before Thunder's eyes appeared a hexagonal chart whose vertices represented the evaluation criteria of a knight. He deduced that those with strong physiques would be more balanced, while the weaker ones would show clear deviation in strength, intellect, energy, speed, and endurance. The 5 rounds were likely designed to assess comprehensively and guide future training. Kyle nodded as if enlightened and raised a finger in agreement, saying that makes sense. But I may not be that well-rounded. Thunder calmly denied, no, I do not think you belong to that group. After the strength test with the gemstone came the second round named Blazing Hell, mainly testing endurance. Kyle completed his part and knelt on one knee in exhaustion, as the result was announced 57 seconds. Next. Seeing Kehoe being helped down by Tan, Thunder praised, not bad, you lasted quite long, but he still complained it was not even a minute. Tan supported him and comforted him in the fiery illusion it lasted an entire hour. In reality, it was only a minute. The next candidate was Slavia. The examiner touched her forehead, creating a point of light, and sent her into the illusion. In the simulated world, Slavia was surrounded by a sea of flame. Though scorched by heat, she remained steadfast because she knew it was all an illusion. The flames singed her clothes, but her determined gaze did not waver. You cannot frighten me. Below, Kyle cheered, it has been 5 minutes. She has surpassed the second person. Even Munch marveled for so long, truly admirable. Cole also nodded in praise as Slavia proved herself. The crowd below grew noisy, asking who that girl was. Someone shouted, she is my goddess. Another immediately yelled, shut up. When Slavia finished, it was Thunder's turn. She whispered softly as she passed by, "Do your best, Thunder." Cole extended his hand forward and asked in a low voice, "Are you ready?" Thunder politely replied, "Yes, begin. I can probably last about 20 seconds. In his mind, Thunder calculated but felt as if his body was about to give out. Below, the audience whispered, "There is the red hair." He stepped into the illusion, calmly waiting for the flames to descend. Suddenly Thunder's face flushed red, and he thought excitedly, "Good, now then." Before he could act, a gigantic fire dragon appeared before him. Thunder raised his hand to shield his face and stared in shock as the dragon breathed fire toward him. "What is this? Is that not me?" In reality, both Cole and Thunder were thrown backward by an invisible force. Winford and Bernardo observed from above. The sudden situation left them utterly stunned. The other knights above also widened their eyes in astonishment. Elders had not anticipated this incident. All of them stood speechless. Winford and Bernardo hurried over. On the field, Cole trembled and pointed at Thunder, stammering a curse. "Red hair is cursed." The candidates burst into discussion. "What happened? Why did the examiner fall? I said getting close to him would bring misfortune. Did you hear? That is a curse." Whispers followed one after another. "He is even more terrifying than the other red-haired ones." Thunder was unharmed and asked what happened to him. Winford replied, "It is not serious, perhaps just fatigue. You should step down and rest." In truth, Winford could not understand either. Cole's mana had been depleted in an abnormal manner. He immediately went to the elders. One asked, "Have you found the cause?" Winford hesitated and said it was due to mana depletion. Rest will restore it. Someone suspected the candidate had consumed too much energy, but was immediately refuted. How could a mage from Zone and Academy collapse from such a low level of magic? Winford bowed, requesting that Cole be allowed to rest and promised to investigate later, at the same time arranging another mage to serve as examiner. An elder nodded in agreement and said, "Handle it that way." When Winford left, Elder Zippy lightly beckoned a guard over. He whispered instructions. The guard responded, "Understood," and immediately departed. The elder seated beside him with a cloth covering his mouth also silently calculated something. His gaze never left Thunder as he softly uttered Thunder Tower. The assessment was temporarily paused. Thunder's group gathered to discuss. He curiously asked what mana sickness was. Leaning against a pillar, Slavia explained, "When a mage forces themselves to cast spells after their mana is exhausted, it causes backlash known as mana sickness." Kyle sat on the ground lamenting, so it was from earlier overexertion. Truly unlucky. Thunder still joked and pretended to sigh, "Perhaps the heavens are jealous of my talent." But Slavia remained doubtful. How could a Zonin mage make such a basic mistake, and what exactly was that curse? Before she finished speaking, the ground beneath them shook violently. From underground, massive tree trunks burst forth. Everyone looked at each other in panic. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? In mere moments, a forest of dark brown trunks rose before their eyes. The candidates asked in confusion, "What is that?" It turned out the mages had joined forces to cast a spell creating this forest. The crowd erupted again. "Is that magic? The entire arena has turned into a forest." Thunder's group was forced into a corner. He-Ho frowned. "What the hell is this?" Slavia coughed from the smoke, saying, "Someone is casting spell." Suddenly a voice rang out from above. "The third round begins." Everyone looked up in astonishment, asking, "Who is that?" He pointed at himself coldly. "I am the examiner of the third round. Your task is to keep up with me and replicate the movements. The third round is called Hidden Within the City." As soon as he finished speaking, Finn vanished, leaving only his echo stark. Kyle was still bewildered. Has it already begun? Thunder also muttered, "So fast." While everyone was still staring at one another, Munch had already leaped forward. Tan was startled and called out to Munch. Tan looked after him in irritation. How is he so fast? Kyle and Thunder immediately gave chase, setting off at the same time without agreement. Slavia quickly followed close behind and confidently said, "I will not lose." Only Tan remained on the ground, shouting, "Is no one waiting for me?" Finn glided past the branches, thinking this challenge might be a bit difficult for the brats. With that thought, he slightly looked back, intending to wait for them a little. But the scene behind him shocked Finn. A trace of surprise flashed in his eye. Right behind was Munch, followed by Kyle, Thunder, and Slavia. A voice called out, "We are about to catch up." Finn turned forward at ease, his voice tinged with interest. "It seems there is no need to hold back." He suddenly accelerated, his figure becoming only a streak of light as he said, "Rely on your own ability to keep up." In another corner of the forest, someone drew a bow and muttered, "Is it time to act?" Thunder gradually fell to the very back. He struggled to keep up and thought irritably, "This is not my strength." Sweat soaked his body as Thunder tried not to be left behind, thinking he was more suited to physical exertion. Suddenly a volley of arrows shot toward them like rain. Thunder frowned. What is this? Seeing the arrows flying, he hurriedly warned those behind, be careful, someone is shooting from ambush. The arrows embedded into the ground right at Munch's feet. Slavia and Kyle fortunately stopped in time. Mia watched Finn glide past and said, not too lenient, quite a few are keeping up. The troublesome part next is mine. Finn, upon hearing this, was quite satisfied with this batch of candidates. Mia spoke, do not stand there in a day's hurry and follow, or you will not make it. Each of you take a bow. As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden board flipped down before them with bows and arrows prepared. Mia solemnly declared the assessment begin. Thunder stared fixedly at the bow before him. The group quickly equipped themselves. Thunder deduced the fourth round was conducted in parallel. Kyle asked, is it testing archery accuracy? Slavia immediately dashed forward, I think so too. He swiftly chased after Munch, saying, I will go first. Mia continued, announcing, there are many targets in the forest, hit 3 times to pass. Mia knocked an arrow onto the string, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she said, of course there will be a bit of my interference. The fourth round precise eye officially begins. Thunder was the last to set off. He was not pleased because he disliked being ranked last. Thinking this, Thunder immediately activated his dragon eyes and told himself he must display some strength. At that very moment, an arrow carrying green spiritual energy shot straight toward Thunder. The moment he saw it, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Thunder stood frozen in shock. Without hesitation, Thunder forcefully pushed Kyle aside and shouted, move away quickly. As Kyle turned back to call his name, Thunder clenched his teeth, helplessly watching the whistling arrow shoot toward them. This time he likely could not dodge in time. At the very moment Thunder thought everything was over, another arrow suddenly shot in from nowhere, deflecting the attack. 2 sharp arrows embedded deeply into the trunks of nearby trees, leaving behind profound cuts. Thunder stared blankly at the slashes on the wood, wondering whether this was truly the level of damage for an examination. His heart trembled slightly at the danger. Just then a voice rang out asking if everyone was all right. Seeing Mary appear, Kyle quickly replied that they were fine and thanked her, saying her shot was extremely precise. Mary humbly shook her head, saying there was no need for thanks. If she had not been nearby, it would have been difficult to intercept in time. Before she could say more, a barrage of arrows once again shot toward them. Thunder shouted a warning, be careful, more are coming. Thunder and Kyle immediately retreated quickly to avoid them, but he sensed that something was not right. A memory flashed through Thunder's mind, his expression changed drastically. The previous arrow carried aura, completely different from the examiner's arrows. Clearly someone intended to drive them into a corner. However, upon further thought, Thunder considered another possibility. Perhaps the true target was himself. Thinking this, he immediately reminded Kyle to stay alert while knocking an arrow onto his bow. In the distance, Mia also noticed the anomaly and turned to guard against it. Thunder's bow was ready. He clenched his teeth and held his stance waiting, then suddenly aimed in one direction and shouted loudly. Just as Thunder drew the bowstring, a cracking sound echoed from the bow. Under the focused gazes of the 3, the upper part of the bow snapped apart. Faced with the unexpected situation, Thunder was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, Mia rushed forward in time. She pursued the suspicious direction and fired a warning arrow. The arrow struck forcefully into the tree trunk right beneath the hidden figure's feet. The shadowy figure in the darkness immediately retreated without hesitation. When Mia chased to the spot, before her remained only her own arrows. Mia stood still, secretly astonished by the incredible speed. The opponent had evaded her attack without leaving a trace. She pulled the arrow from the tree trunk, her heart still filled with doubts who would target the students. To avoid frightening the candidates, Mia returned and waved her hand, apologizing for firing the arrow and startling everyone, asking them to continue the examination. Hearing this, Kyle and Mary finally sighed in relief and responded. Thunder watched Mia's figure gradually disappear. He clearly understood that the arrow was not hers. She was merely reassuring them. Seeing him stand still, Kyle urged him to continue. While running after Kyle, Thunder silently calculated. Perhaps a dangerous individual had infiltrated the examination. At the center of the forest, the students had gathered in large numbers. Tan scolded Munch for being a traitor for not waiting for him. Munch muttered that this examination was too strange. Another group discussed the difficulty. Joyous reminded his younger brother to be faster next time, while Lazy calmly replied with a single word, lazy. In another corner, Thunder's group also gathered. After hearing the story, Slavia asked in astonishment how such a thing could happen. She wondered why they did not report it to the knights, but Thunder believed it was best not to mention it for now. Slavia asked in confusion for the reason. At this moment Kyog, who had been silent, finally spoke in agreement. The examiner's lack of honesty was likely to avoid affecting the examination or to conceal something. Under Slavia's surprised gaze, Kyog explained that if someone truly intended to harm them, that person was certainly within the examination ground. Kyog's expression darkened. He hesitated before saying that person was likely. Slavia understood his meaning and continued, suggesting it could be an examiner or a knight involved. She turned to ask Thunder about his next plan. He calmly replied that they would proceed step by step. He wanted to know who was behind this. Thunder narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze icy. Who exactly was behind this incident? At the same time, at the forest's edge, a figure lightly landed from a tree branch. He did not expect Mia to be waiting. She sternly shouted for him to stop. Mia immediately drew her bow and questioned why he was targeting the students. He secretly moved his hand toward the weapon at his waist, but Mia warned him not to move. At this distance, it was enough for her to take him down. No longer hiding, Draven tilted his head and looked at Mia with defiance, if that is the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Draven drew his weapon and charged forward without hesitation. Night gradually fell. Within the darkness, only the red glow from the spirit stone illuminated the scene. This time the instructor was Dan Bird. He announced that the round would test willpower and the ability to control aura. The fifth round, named The Truth of Will, officially began. Dan Bird raised the sword and introduced that it was forged from the material of a firebird from the super realm. When held it would burst into flames. Even without learning aura control, the candidates could focus their minds to manipulate. The round commenced, and the first person called was Ian, who stepped forward. Ian nervously gripped the sword's hilt and carefully observed it. After a few minutes, flames with a radiant glow enveloped the sword. His assessment concluded. Ian, with his hair slightly singed, stepped down, and Dan Bird continued to call the next participant. In another corner of the academy, two figures conversed. It was said that the one who acted had failed and was even discovered by the examiner. The subordinate had been careless. The person standing there slowly removed his mask, revealing himself as Elder Zippy. He sighed and said to let it go. He had not expected to resolve everything in a single attempt. After saying that, he put the mask back on, but what he wore was far from ordinary. It was a golden mask, a treasure capable of altering the wearer's appearance. In an instant, Zippy returned to the image of a white-haired elder. He continued, "We can send a signal to our guardians. The Pureblood Guild has never disappeared." Turning to the examination, Kyle's test had just concluded. Dan Bird recorded notes while loudly calling, "All right, next." Kyle lightly patted Vu Thunder's hand. "Only one person left. It is your turn. Do your best." Thunder nodded in response. "Do not worry." Below, Slavia was already waiting. She curiously asked Kyle, "I have always wondered just how strong is Thunder." Hearing this, Kyle rested his chin in thought before seriously replying, "From what I know, Thunder is very formidable." Slavia turned back in astonishment, but in the previous 4 rounds he did not perform well. "Why do you believe that?" Kyle maintained his certainty. "The last time I defeated him was the same as 10 years ago." Kyle's voice slowed as he recalled the past. "That year I was attacked by an intermediate wolf. It was Thunder who defeated it and saved me." Tan burst into laughter after hearing this. "Do not exaggerate. 10 years ago you were only 5 years old. How could you defeat an intermediate wolf? At most it was just a large wolf." Kyle's words caused Slavia to waver. She remembered the night she saw Thunder secretly going out. If he was truly that strong, then why hide his strength? On the arena, Thunder had already placed his hand on the sword hilt. Dan Bird signaled for the start. At that moment, the system appeared in midair announcing that Thunder had obtained a super beast crystal. Asking whether to accept it or not, 2 options appeared before him: accept or decline. Distracted by the system, Thunder did not notice the sword in his hand. The students murmured because no flame erupted. He even casually swung the sword through the air. Everyone discussed, "Is the sword broken? The light has disappeared. Why does he always cause trouble?" Dan Bird's complexion grew paler. He rushed forward and snatched the sword. "Step aside, give it here." Before his eyes, the red crystal at the sword hilt had dimmed. It was like a thunderbolt. This was a weapon created by a super beast, a treasure of King Aaron. Dan Bird angrily grabbed Thunder's collar. "What did you do to it?" Thunder calmly replied, "What could I possibly do? This is a weapon of a super beast." He calmly added, "You were watching me the entire time." Dan Bird was speechless with anger. At the moment of tension, a knight stepped forward reporting an urgent matter. Dan Bird shouted, asking what it was. He temporarily released Thunder to hear the report. After listening, his expression immediately changed. Gaining composure, Dan Bird turned to the students announcing the round had ended. Everyone could return to rest, sighs of relief echoed, then an additional announcement to gather at dinner time to receive the belts. The students gathered to discuss, at least I am not as bad as that guy, surely I will not receive a red belt. Thunder still stood motionless. Dan Bird called out, Thunder, you may come down now. He quietly stepped down, the knight's words still echoing in his mind. Was that true? Recalling earlier, Thunder had heard the news that the fourth-round examiner had just met with an accident. At the scene, Winford was investigating. Before him lay Mia's blood-stained corpse. A subordinate reported that she was already like this when discovered. Winford crouched down to examine carefully. The body was still warm, proving it had occurred not long ago. Who could have done this? After a while he stood up and ordered an immediate report to the elders. The knight acknowledged. In the meeting room, Zippy feigned asking again, so she is dead. The knight bowed, confirming the cut was clean, a fatal strike. It could have been done by an expert and did not trigger the protection system. The elder wearing the golden mask spoke. It is very likely an insider because many rumors have long existed here. The other elders argued. Some suspected the Pureblood Guild or the Dark Guild. Others were furious that the Blue Belt Knight commander was killed right in the examination grounds, demanding a thorough investigation. An elder turned to ask the opinion of the Grand Elder, standing by the window. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, This matter is restricted to the high ranks. Do not let it leak outside. The culprit must be found. The knight immediately accepted the order. Scene shifted to the belt awarding ceremony. Everyone was anxious, not knowing which color they would receive. Slavia was delighted to meet Mary. So you are Maria. Finally, I have a female roommate. Kyle asked whether Eadgut was Mary Eadgut. Mary asked in surprise if he knew her mother, while Thunder stood in a corner thinking that if even the examiner met with misfortune, then the culprit must be extraordinary. Thunder became even more convinced of his speculation that only a knight or an elder could possess such capability. Kyle was unaware of anything, excitedly calling Thunder and reminding him about the incident in Rennie Town. The adventurer from that year was Mary's mother, truly a coincidence. Seeing that Thunder was not paying attention, Kyle shook his shoulder and complained that he had been distracted lately. Thunder apologized as he was thinking about the competition. Slavia asked if he was still concerned about the archer. Thunder did not dare to tell the truth, using the excuse of wondering why the fifth-round sword did not react. He thought it best not to let his friends know about the judge's accident, as the more they knew, the more dangerous it would be. That reason convinced Slavia. She worriedly said it was indeed strange. It seemed he was not having much luck, from the sword to the infernal flame. Amid the discussion, a voice rang out announcing that the captain of the Night Order had arrived. Seeing Winford appear, the group immediately fell silent, sweat rolling down their foreheads. Winford raised his hand and declared the ceremony begun. Those whose names were called should step forward. The first name was Kyle Bruber. He responded in surprise. Thunder rubbed his cheek that had been pinched before letting go. Kyle strode forward amid murmurs, predicting that he would receive a white belt, while others argued that Slavia might be more deserving. Winford looked at the evaluation board and solemnly announced that the Night Order had decided to award him a black belt. The result, lower than expected, made Kyle hesitate to accept it. Winford smiled and reminded him to take it. Kyle reluctantly accepted with a disappointed expression. The crowd whispered in confusion as to why it was only a black belt, even lower than red. Ian was awarded a white belt, surprising many. Some whispered about the red hair but were reminded to keep silent. Slavia also received the highest evaluation. The crowd cheered that the goddess deserved the white belt, while those who received red were teased. Mary was pleased with her green belt, while Tan shed tears for receiving only black. Finally, it was Thunder Taller's turn. Everyone discussed and predicted that he would receive a red belt. Thunder clenched his fists and stepped onto the platform. It was now his turn. However, Winford handed him a black belt and said it was a decision made after careful consideration. Tan cried even louder, complaining why that person also received black. Munch comforted him, saying that Thunder might be hiding his true strength. The consolation did not calm Tan. He muttered whether he alone was truly inferior. Thunder looked at the belt in his hand with suspicion, wondering why it was black and whether there was some hidden meaning. Winford announced the end of the belt distribution and reminded everyone that from the next day they would train according to their corresponding colors. Kyle sadly looked at the black belt in his hand, unable to understand its meaning. At the back, Cadden was reviewing the list of trainees. After thinking for a moment, he told the person in charge to assign him the two red-haired trainees. Holding a cigar in his mouth, Cadden glanced into the distance, hoping that the future would not bring trouble. The next day at the training square, the trainees gradually left. Some waved goodbye while other groups laughed and returned to the dormitory. Only Thunder's group remained waiting. Kyle grew impatient as the instructor had not yet appeared, hoping it would be someone easygoing. Just as he finished complaining, a voice sounded behind him asking if he was talking about him. Kyle was startled. Newcomer walked past and introduced himself as the instructor before telling them to follow. Kyle hurriedly responded in acknowledgement. The instructor continued walking without waiting, and the trainees silently followed in an awkward atmosphere. Kyle broke the silence by asking the knight's name. Thunder shook his head thinking that he had not mentioned it. Kyle suggested that he should ask himself. Unexpectedly, Kyle truly asked directly how they should address him. Thunder could only sigh inwardly. Without turning back, Cadden lazily replied that they could simply call him Cadden. Thunder muttered that the name was quite strange. After walking a short distance, they encountered Dan Bird. That man smiled falsely and greeted Cadden. Cadden lightly nodded in response. He cast his gaze toward the students standing behind Cadden and revealed an unreadable smile. Two red-haired ones. This time you have troubled Sir Cadden. Dan Bird did not bother to hide his malice, frowning at Thunder. You must be quite pleased to receive the black belt. If it were up to me, someone like you would never have the chance to step into the academy. Thunder calmly replied. Fortunately, that authority is not in your hands. The blunt response enraged Dan Bird, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Be careful, I will be watching you. At that moment, a streak of sword light flashed past his neck. Cadden's husky voice rang out, Sir Dan Bird, I must remind you of one thing. He showed no restraint, the tip of his sword still aimed at the other party, sternly stating Thunder Taller is currently a member of the Black Belt Knights under my charge. Cadden paused, took a drag from his cigar and exhaled smoke. I do not wish for any prejudice here that would cause unnecessary friction between us. Dan Bird remained stubborn, curling his lips into a faint sneer. Whether it is prejudice or not will become clear soon enough. Believed he was right, firmly asserting that sooner or later everyone would realize his prediction was not wrong. After speaking, Dan Bird turned and left, throwing back a remark wishing them luck. Watching his departing figure, Kyle muttered in confusion. What prediction? Munch shook his head saying he had never heard of it. As for Cadden, his expression darkened. He clenched his teeth in silence for a long moment before saying, follow me. Not long after, he led the group to a large building. This is our specialized training area. As soon as the heavy door opened, a strong gust of wind struck their faces. Kyle blurted out, where is this wind coming from? The person beside him had to squint because he could barely open his eye. Despite facing the same situation, Kyle tried to remain calm, forcing his eyes open to observe the entire space inside. When thick cobwebs covering the walls came into view, he could not help but remark that this place was truly old. Suddenly Munch shouted, where is Sir Cadden? Kyle was also bewildered. I did not notice. He suddenly disappeared. Before they could recover, the door behind them abruptly slammed shut. Kyle startled and turned his head to look. What is going on? Thunder silently activated dragon eyes, scanned around once before softly saying he is gone. He confirmed again and still could not find him. Kyle anxiously asked Thunder, did you see him? Thunder was equally confused and could only reply, no, I did not see him at all. Suddenly Cadden appeared behind them, draping an arm over both of their shoulders, his deep voice sounding, are you looking for me? Sudden appearance made everyone cry out in alarm. When things settled, in the dim light, Cadden said, in the future you will have to train in an environment like this. He explained the goal was to hone their skills, sharpen their senses so that one day they could blend into the darkness and turn it into their weapon. Kyle could not help asking, I heard that Black Belt Knights often take on covert missions. Is that true? Thunder was slightly surprised, so this was what Kyle was concerned about. Cadden confirmed, the skills you learn will suit covert missions better than anyone else. Kyle lowered his head and muttered, why can we not fight openly and honorably like others? Cadden stepped closer, shrugged with a smile, we chose you because you possess something special. He patted Kyle on the shoulder and calmly said, if you wish to confront others openly. Trust me, you still can. Those words moved Kyle, his eyes lighting up Sir Cadden. After that, Cadden tossed each of them an item. Keep it. Kyle wondered, what is this? He smiled, from today onward, you are allowed to fight in the way you desire. Sunlight shone upon the watch on Thunder Taller's wrist, displaying rank 300 along with today's training completion level. Lying on the bed, he thought rank 300, so this device also displays a ranking board. Thunder remembered what Cadden said. After each day of ranking practice, the leaderboard would update, and members could send challenges to each other. If the person at the bottom wins, they replace the opponent's position. The higher the rank, the more resources received. Thinking this, Thunder sprang up, asking Kyle how many students were in the department. Kyle estimated about 300. Thunder was speechless, realizing he was at the bottom, then asked Kyle what rank he held. Kyle stammered before he could answer when Tan ran over, glancing at the watch on his wrist. It clearly showed Kyle ranked first with 100% completion. Tan excitedly grabbed Kyle's hand. Turns out he was the top. Tan laughed loudly. This time our dorm has both first and third place. Wherever we go must be on par. Kyle blushed, calling Tan. Slavia ranked third glared at them. Boys really are childish. Mary ranked 89 standing nearby could only smile. Ian noticed Munch's smile. Ben asked if he seemed happy. Munch casually replied nothing. His lips curved when he saw the leaderboard, rank 65 at 100% completion, thinking he must try harder. 10 days later, the morning sun covered the row of houses. Thunder walked down the corridor thinking today's hunt wouldn't gain much, probably enough for 100 beginner crystals soon. Just reaching the dorm door, he heard an argument. She said, "What did that mean?" In front of him, Munch was angry, saying thanks to special training he reached rank 50. Kyle responded maybe, but that method seemed unnecessary, making Munch more upset. Just because it's not your specialty doesn't mean it's useless. Kyle wouldn't yield. Even without that skill, he remained at the top. Munch immediately reacted. Thunder asked Tan what was happening. Tan sighed, first time seeing Munch so agitated. Tan said they were debating if the Black Belt Knight's practice was useful. Thunder rubbed his chin, thinking about special training. To him, stealth and concealment were signature skills of the Black Belt, clearly not Kyle's strength. Conversely, Munch showed talent in this area. Thunder admitted Kyle had a point since his foundation was stronger. Munch rose quickly in rank but overall still needed effort. The two continued arguing. Munch shouted, "I won't allow you to belittle my effort." Kyle heated up, saying, "I already said, think what you want." Flavia hurriedly intervened, "Stop arguing. Thunder, say something too." Thunder, silent when called, was startled. He suddenly suggested, "Why not have the two of them duel?" Tan approved, "Good idea." Slavia, annoyed, "Are you mediating or cheering?" Munch immediately agreed, "Then duel." Kyle scoffed lightly, "I don't mind. If we fight, I'll prove whether that skill is effective." Soon the arena was crowded. People came to watch who the new top-ranked student would face. Heard it was a dark horse in the top ranks. Sebastian, the youngest of Dan Bird, passed by haughtily, fighting Huh. Person beside echoed, "Nothing special, all from Rennie Town." Kyle took the chance to announce bets. New star Kyle versus Black Belt Munch, see who wins. He laughed, inviting bets. "I bet 10 silver on Kyle." Betting attitude made Slavia furious. "Tan, why would you use a friend for betting?" Mary also joined with 5 silver for Munch. "Maybe a surprise." Kyle laughed. "Thanks." Slavia puzzled Mary, "Why you too?" Finally she asked Thunder, "Do you think Munch has a chance?" Below the arena, Kyle as referee announced the match was about to start. The audience shouted, "Hurry up." He formally introduced, "Let's witness this important moment together." Just before the opening hour, Thunder had just responded to Slavia in time. "So you also think Kyle will claim victory, right?" She fell silent softly as a sign of acknowledgement. Below the arena floor, Kyle stepped into position. He raised his hand high before the crowd and loudly declared that the official match had begun. The moment the signal rang out, the two figures on the stage immediately charged at each other without the slightest hesitation. The audience below roared excitedly, "Hurry up, move forward, take him down." Thunder followed every development before frankly assessing. "Kyle has talent and refined skills. Even within our group, he deserves to be called an outstanding figure." Did not forget to mention the other person. Munch poured all his strength into the special training session, and now he can completely be regarded as a formidable opponent of Kai Ho. Just as Thunder said, Munch gripped his sword and attacked decisively, the momentum not inferior to Kai Ho in the slightest. A powerful slash from Munch struck down, stirring up a cloud of dust that instantly covered the entire arena floor. Within that dense smoke, no one knew what had just happened. Only he remained fully confident that victory was already in his grasp. The audience began whispering, "Has he been defeated?" Suddenly someone sharp-eyed spoke up, "Wait." Kyle blocked that strike. The unexpected turn left Munch stunned as he blurted out, "How is that possible?" Kyle used his sword to block the entire attack and coldly responded, "Remember this, give up, you cannot defeat me." Thunder crossed his arms as he observed and analyzed. Munch has indeed improved, but now Kyle must be more cautious. Even so, he stretched and yawned before concluding briefly, "I still believe the victory will belong to Kyle." Slavia nodded in agreement. The difference in foundation cannot be compensated in such a short time. Hearing that, Mary grew even more anxious. On the stage, Munch seemed to lose his composure, repeatedly rushing forward to attack Kyle. muttering nonstop in frustration. Kyle calmly parried each strike. At the right moment, he spun around to counterattack my turn. With just one decisive blow, the outcome was settled. The wooden sword in Munch's hand split into two. Munch paled as he stared at the fragment of his sword flying away, unable to believe what had just happened. In his stunned gaze, the wooden sword fell to the floor with a dry sound. Kyle calmly turned and said, "It is over." Munch collapsed to his knees, head lowered in despair. How did it end up like this? After speaking, Kyle did not look back again and left decisively. "It is unfortunate, but that is the truth." Munch clenched the broken hilt, a streak of red light suddenly flaring up. He gritted his teeth and growled word by word, "It is not over yet." Thunder sharply sensed something unusual, his entire body stiffening slightly. That is. Below, Munch agitatedly gripped the broken sword fragment and rushed toward Kyle's back, shouting loudly that everything was not finished. Realizing the situation was out of control, Slavia cried out in panic, "Be careful." Mary immediately tried to stop him as well. Munch stopped. At the critical instant, the sword fragment was only a few centimeters from Kyle's neck when it suddenly halted. Kyle turned his head, the sight before him draining the color from his face. The blade pressed against his neck, drops of warm blood falling without end. The witnesses were stunned. Hands stood agape. Ian sprang to his feet in terror, stammering without words. Even Slavia stared blankly, wondering when this had happened. Beneath the stage, Thunder had already appeared, gripping Munch's blade with his bare hand and sternly reminding him, "Stop." Kyle looked at his blood-soaked hand and called out worriedly, "Thunder." The scent of blood perhaps brought Munch back to his senses. He dropped the sword and awkwardly looked at Thunder, mumbling an apology. Slavia was still shocked by that speed. Even she had not steadied herself, yet Thunder had already rushed forward to stop it. On the stage, Munch lowered his head, repeatedly apologizing to Thunder, his voice trembling with regret. "If you had not stopped me, I would have caused a disaster." Thunder gently shook his head in reassurance. "It is only a minor wound." The crowd shifted to arguing about who won. Some claimed Kyle still won, others fiercely objected. But in truth, the match had already ended before that. Kyle quickly tried to calm the situation, announcing that because a third party had intervened, the result was annulled. Everyone would have their bets refunded. Even so, many still protested vehemently. Some extremists even threw bottles onto the stage, loudly accusing and cursing in frustration. Kyle tried to reassure them, promising refunds, but the crowd kept shouting, unwilling to listen further. The situation quickly descended into chaos. Stones were hurled up, vicious words poured down, demanding refunds and driving them out of the academy. While retreating, Thunder was suddenly struck on the head by a thrown stone, curses targeting his red hair still echoing below. Amid the chaos and shouts to drive them away, Kyle hurried to support Thunder. Munch tried to call for calm but received only rough dismissal. Kyle saw Thunder staggering, his face pale, and hurriedly asked, "What is wrong with you?" Thunder weakly replied, "Let us go." Slavia and Mary also ran down to shield him, constantly urging the crowd to stop agitating because the match had ended. In the chaos, Eric picked up a large brick, a calculating smile spreading across his face. "Let me make this escalate." But before he could act, his wrist was struck by another stone, the brick falling from his hand as he screamed in pain. Munch quickly noticed Eric's intention and stopped him. The two exchanged heated words and Eric left after angrily issuing a threat. Seeing his own person attacked amid the chaos, Sebastian's expression immediately darkened. The space around Thunder seemed to freeze. In his ears, only the insults aimed at his red hair echoed endlessly. He felt countless malicious gazes directed at him, the relentless words of rejection and curses crashing down, leaving him confused as to why everything had turned out this way. There were still a few worried voices urging everyone to stop and asking after Thunder, but they were quickly drowned out by the heavy wave of condemnation. Thunder's entire body trembled, the piled-up insults like invisible blades stabbing into his mind. The surging anger gradually drove him out of control, his eyes blazing strangely, veins bulging clearly on his forehead. Just as the chaos peaked, a deep voice rang out demanding silence. The crowd paused and turned toward the source. When they realized it was Winford, they began whispering, speculating about why he had appeared. Seeing Winford, Kyle immediately reported that Thunder was losing a lot of blood and needed treatment at once. He nodded and offered to help stop the bleeding. But Thunder frankly refused, saying it was only a minor wound and asking if he had come for something. Winford hesitated for a few seconds before announcing, "Your mother has arrived." Hearing that, Thunder froze, his eyes widening in shock. The scene shifted to a quiet room where a woman stood silently by the window. An urgent call sounded closer and closer, "Mother." Scarlet startled and turned around. "Thunder." pushed the door open and ran inside, his head still bandaged, breathing heavily with emotion upon seeing his mother again. Scarlet gently asked, "It has been a long time you have grown so much." Thunder happily replied, "Yes, I am a little taller than before." Just as she was about to speak, Thunder grasped his mother's hand and immediately asked whether his father's condition had improved. Unable to hide it any longer, Scarlet told the truth that his father had left. Thunder panicked, thinking his father had passed away, but she explained that he had only left the house and the village. He was confused as to how someone once afflicted with the dark plague could leave on his own. Outside, Winford leaned against the door listening quietly, recalling how he had once concealed the truth about that illness from Thunder. According to his understanding, those infected usually did not survive more than a year. Jack was a rare case who endured, but in the end he could hardly escape the fate of becoming a source of infection. In the room, Scarlet slowly recounted. "Only today did I learn that for the past 10 years your father had been silently fighting the dark plague." She recalled one night when a strange sound startled her, and she wondered what it was. In the bedroom, a bottle of black ink rolled across the floor, papers scattered everywhere. Scarlet pushed the door open and saw her husband bent over writing at the desk. She called his name in alarm. Turned around, breathing heavily yet still forcing a faint smile as he softly called, "Scarlet." She rushed forward, embracing Jack tightly, exclaiming with joy that he was awake. Jack, how lucky, and also held Scarlet in her loving arms. But the joy didn't last. Black veins reappeared on his face, his breathing grew labored. He whispered to Scarlet that it was bad, he couldn't hold on much longer. Jack's words crushed her, tears streamed down. He gently said maybe she should end it for him. Scarlet immediately shook her head, choking, saying she couldn't do that. "Jack, I can't." He stroked her face gently, advising that Scarlet should free him. Before finishing, a wave of pain struck, causing him to freeze, eyes wide with torment. Jack held his head trying to stay conscious, continuously urging to finish it quickly. Scarlet ran up in panic, asking what was wrong. Jack's condition worsened, dark energy swirling around him. He almost shouted for her to act. Scarlet, in panic, could only call her husband's name. In an instant he lost control, leapt up roaring, the force shaking the room. Scarlet could only sob, calling Jack. She collapsed to the floor, flames erupting around, while Jack remained in torment, pleading urgently to end it for him. Scarlet resolutely refused, her eyes red from crying but still firm in saying no. Jack's figure flickered behind the fire, mind in chaos, repeating a single word over and over, "Hurry. Kill me, hurry," he almost screamed in despair. Returning to the present, Thunder hesitated, confirming his mother had not acted. Scarlet replied sadly while searching her coat pocket, "This is your father, and this is what he left for you. I want to hand it to you personally." She carefully took out a letter and handed it to Thunder. He took it, opening the letter with confusion, reading, "Dear Thunder, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you as you grew up. He wrote that from the moment he and your mother saw you, he knew you were special. He knew you would enter Farrowed Apartments Academy and believed your abilities surpassed that." Each line filled with sincerity, he expressed his pride in his son. At the end, he apologized for not being able to be with you, wished you to live as you desire, and thanked you for being his child, forever loving you. Reading it, Thunder trembled, clutching the letter, tears falling endlessly, choking as he vowed to find a way to save his father. Afterwards, Thunder returned to the dorm, sank onto the bed, hand on his forehead. He recalled his mother's words before leaving. She said she would find his father no matter what he became, and he had once offered to go with her. Scarlet bluntly refused, saying you have your own matters and your father wishes the same. Though Thunder tried to persuade her, she remained firm, only hoping he did his part well. Finally, she hugged Thunder tightly, gently stroking his head in farewell. Ending the memory, he sank into thought, 10 years passing without achieving anything, unable to protect anyone or change anything, everything so disappointing. Hearing the door open, Thunder sprang up, meeting Kyle's gaze. Kyle asked rapidly if he had seen his mother, how his father was, but Thunder silently walked past without answering. He walked slowly down the hall, a solitary shadow, murmuring a vague yes. Seeing this, Kyle grew more anxious, pressing his lips, calling Thunder's name. He thought Thunder looked unwell. Just then a paper fell from the table, catching attention. Kyle picked it up, reading quickly, too focused to notice a hand approaching. Anne suddenly snatched the paper, laughing loudly, saying, "Got it, must be a girl's letter for you." Kyle angrily demanded it be returned immediately. Anne teased, wanting to see the love affair. Kyle insisted it wasn't a love letter but a letter to Thunder, just as Slavia and others entered, surprised, asking what happened. Hearing that, everyone froze. Slavia exclaimed, "What?" Kyle recounted the whole event with a sigh. Slavia muttered, "So Thunder's father was infected by the shadow plague." Tan exclaimed he didn't expect Thunder's childhood to be so intense, we should treat him better. Munch sat quietly in a corner, head down, thinking about Thunder. The crowded cafeteria, only Thunder walked alone silently. Xavier appeared cheerfully greeting. Mary invited him to eat together. Thunder looked around awkwardly, replying huh. Returning to the dorm, Thunder was astonished to see his bed and clothes neatly arranged. Tan approached with overacted expression, asking how he found Slavia. A good girl, right? Ian awkwardly echoed, while Thunder still didn't understand. Their strange reaction made Thunder suspect they were plotting something. Next day he returned to find Kyle had placed lilies on the desk. Thunder asked what was happening. Kyle explained fresh flowers improved mood. Thunder frowned jokingly, asking if he liked me now. Kyle blushed, vehemently denying. Thunder asked directly if anything happened recently. Kyle hesitated, then admitted he accidentally read the letter. Hearing Thunder's anger, Kyle continuously apologized for invading his privacy and revealing his matters, taking full blame. Contrary to expectations, Thunder smiled sincerely, thanking them. Kyle exhaled in relief. Just then a commotion outside called for someone to be brought in quickly. Door opened, Munch severely injured, supported by Tan and Ian. Slavia hurriedly instructed to lay him on the bed. Mary called out in panic. Kyle asked what happened. Tan replied Sebastian challenged him, and Munch fought. Thunder wondered why the ranking match didn't stop upon loss. Ian carefully laid Munch on the bed. Tan recounted that Munch was beaten unconscious before being able to forfeit, yet Sebastian didn't stop, clearly intentional. Lying on the bed, amidst Mary's cries, Munch weakly called Thunder. He rushed over asking what he wanted to say. Despite serious injuries, Munch felt guilty, apologizing for not helping Thunder with the bedding in past days. Thunder froze. Slavia said his limbs might have fractures, needing a doctor. Ian immediately went to fetch one. Thunder silently stood up, turned and stepped outside. Kyle anxiously asked where he was going. Thunder's gaze hardened, naturally going to demand justice for Munch. Kyle lightly grabbed his hand, telling him not to act rashly and to wait. Thunder asked if he wanted to go along. Kyle said he wanted to help but hesitated. Thunder replied debts must be repaid. Slavia warned that Sebastian belonged to Delta family, son of Knight Dan Bird. We shouldn't provoke them. Thunder didn't turn, saying if he causes trouble he must face consequences. Kyle shouted it's not the first time and the academy could punish him. Thunder raised his hand in farewell, saying don't worry, as long as it's an official challenge, he can handle it honorably. Kyle helplessly called after Thunder. Elsewhere, amidst the intertwined scenery of flowers and grass, Sebastian praised Eric for doing well and continuing the practice. Amidst clashing swords, Sebastian passed by the training group. Eric responded clearly. Thunder was blocked by two people. They said they were training and if he had matters to wait. Thunder asked who Sebastian was. One person curiously asked why he was looking for Sebastian. The other told him to step aside if unrelated. Eric, hearing the noise, asked what was happening. The other pointed at Thunder, saying he barged in demanding to see Sebastian. Eric sneered that Sebastian didn't know strange red-haired people, asking if his parents didn't teach manners. Eric angrily pointed, scolding Thunder, couldn't he see they were training? Thunder spoke calmly, are you Sebastian? If not then I have no reason to look for you. Before the other party could respond another voice called out, Eric. From behind, a young man stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself as Sebastian whom Thunder was looking for. He glanced down at Thunder's black belt and said you must have come because of your fellow student. Thunder replied frankly that since he already knew then there was no need for further talk. He touched the watch on his wrist and proposed to start a match. Sebastian placed his hands on his hips and raised an eyebrow, asking bluntly if that was so. System immediately appeared asking whether Thunder accepted the challenge from Taller rank 300. Sebastian burst into laughter then operated his watch, saying to forget it. Thunder asked coldly if he was afraid. He mockingly looked at Thunder's ranking, saying there was no need for a duel, and even belittled the black belt as merely an empty title. Waved his hand in feigned pity, saying perhaps his commoner background made him different from them. After speaking, Sebastian turned his back teasingly, saying he did not want a regrettable incident to happen again. The tense atmosphere was cut off by Thunder's call. He still refused to give up. Eric stepped forward to block the way, saying someone like you is not worthy to fight Sebastian, but I do not mind. He raised his watch showing that he was ranked 9. If you defeat me then perhaps others will be interested in accepting your challenge. Eric glanced at Sebastian seeking approval. He curled his lips and replied as you wish. Thunder pointed at Eric, if I defeat him then will you fight me? The question made him slightly stunned. Sebastian said indifferently to win first, then talk later. The surrounding crowd buzzed with anticipation. Thunder clenched his fists, declaring the start. Eric raised his sword in challenge while someone wondered why the red-haired boy had not drawn his sword. Eric immediately rushed forward, thinking this was a good opportunity to use the move Sebastian had just taught. Sebastian crossed his arms, watching with interest, thinking Eric was once again bullying someone younger. The sword flashed as Eric slashed straight toward Thunder, shouting with momentum. Thunder merely tilted his body slightly and avoided the strike by a hair's breadth. Eric widened his eyes in shock, unable to understand how he had dodged it. He roared unwillingly and continued to charge forward. Despite attacking continuously, Eric still could not touch Thunder. Every slash was neatly dodged, making him even more irritated. Eric began to panic. Even his fastest strike was ineffective. Thunder suddenly closed in and delivered a punch that Eric could not react to. His body was knocked back several meters before collapsing onto the ground. Eric lay there with a swollen face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Thunder pointed at Eric and asked Sebastian whether he was now qualified. Everyone hurriedly carried Eric away. Sebastian still stood with arms crossed, asking indifferently what use defeating Eric was. Thunder took out 2 intermediate crystals, saying if you win then they belong to you. Sebastian asked in surprise about their origin. Thunder calmly replied they were relics left by his parents. Thunder put his hands into his pockets, reminding that as long as he had not used them, Sebastian still had a chance. Sebastian pointed straight at him, accepting the challenge but with a condition. He demanded that the match be public to avoid gossip. Thunder agreed coldly. The spacious arena roared with cheers as Sebastian appeared. Kyle worriedly advised against it, because he had heard Sebastian ranked very high. He reminded that the opponent would show no mercy. Thunder reassured him to just trust him. The two bumped fists in promise. Kyle joked, hoping the opponent would taste bitterness. Thunder replied with certainty. Kyle held a wooden box promoting the match between Thunder and Sebastian. Friends worried about the outcome. And teased Slavia for defending Thunder too much, making her blush in response. Slavia asserted that Thunder had his own strengths. Kyle worried this match would anger Dan Burr. Sebastian loudly declared that the boundary between a knight's family and commoners was insurmountable. He stroked his sword mockingly, saying victory over Eric proved nothing. Referee invited both sides to take their position. Thunder coldly told him to keep that lesson for his juniors. Sebastian raised his sword, ready to engage. Spectators in the stands watched intently. Thunder wrapped a scarf over his face, revealing only his sharp eye. Referee's voice rang out to start the match. Sebastian immediately attacked. Kyle held his breath, calling Thunder's name amid the noisy crowd. Thunder dodged the first slash. Sebastian laughed, saying he was lucky, while Thunder replied with sarcasm. In an instant, the blade swept across Sebastian's cheek, leaving a thin cut. He wiped the wound with a sneer, saying such an attack was not enough to defeat him. Thunder's sarcasm made him uncomfortable, asking if he was only good at empty talk. Sebastian burst forward like a strong wind, declaring Thunder's luck had ended. Thunder agilely slipped past the attack with ease. He counterattacked in a flash, striking the opponent's cheek and shoulder. Han and Ian were astonished because they could not see when Thunder had made his move. Kyle secretly thought that technique was identical to Cadden's style. He could not suppress his astonishment. Sebastian gathered all his mana, declaring he would unleash the decisive strike. The stands buzzed as energy condensed along the blade. He charged forward within a brilliant blue aura. Thunder pivoted and dodged to the side with precision. Sebastian smiled faintly, predicting Thunder's next movement. Thunder halted and looked at the approaching blue aura. Sebastian tightened his grip on the sword and continued pressing forward beneath the dense mana. The crowd cheered wildly for Sebastian. Anne and Ian worried because Thunder only kept dodging, fearing that sooner or later he would be hit. Kyle tried to reassure everyone that Thunder would be fine. Tan asked in confusion what he meant. Slavia looked down and softly said that the one at a disadvantage was actually Sebastian. His legs trembled violently, no longer strong enough to support his body. Blood slowly dripped onto the ground. Beneath the arena, Sebastian's body was torn and battered, his breathing intermittent before he finally collapsed as if all his strength had been completely exhausted. Tan was speechless in shock. Thunder had always been avoiding attacks, yet Kyle pointed out that he had never stopped counterattacking, leaving Tan even more astonished. Kyle explained that each time Thunder evaded Sebastian's strikes, he launched at least one counterattack, silently wearing down his opponent's stamina until that man could no longer endure. Covered in injuries, Sebastian clutched his arm and shouted that even his father had never taught such a fighting style, swearing to reclaim his honor. With bloodshot eyes and ragged breathing, he gathered the remnants of his strength and charged forward as if to unleash his final effort. Thunder dashed past like a bolt of lightning, his counterattack so swift that the audience felt as though time itself had slowed. Dan asked in disbelief if that was truly Thunder. Slavia also wondered why he had not ended the match earlier, and Kyle replied that Thunder was likely prolonging it on purpose. He was just like a dragon, leisurely toying with its prey before delivering the final blow. Like a patient predator, Thunder steadily forced his opponent into a desperate corner. Sebastian's face was filled with panic, his body riddled with wounds. He screamed in humiliation while Kyle understood that Thunder was seeking justice for Munch. The cold blade swept horizontally before Sebastian's face, grazing the bridge of his nose and leaving him deathly pale. He clutched his nose and trembled, threatening that his father would not let this matter go if Thunder dared to remain standing there. In a surge of extreme fury, Sebastian roared as if tearing the air apart, declaring that Thunder would surely pay the price. Thunder raised his sword to end the match, coldly remarking that further words were useless. Sebastian trembled violently as he raised his hand in surrender, his voice distorted with fear. Thunder's fist struck like a spark, imprinting itself upon his opponent's cheek. He continued his relentless assault, coldly stating that every debt owed to Munch had to be repaid twofold. Slavia worried that continuing would exceed the limits, and Kyle agreed that it was time to stop. A loud shout rang out from the stands demanding that he stop. Munch, his entire body encased in bandages and leaning on a cane, stepped forward and earnestly pleaded with Thunder to stop. Thunder turned to look at Munch, unable to understand why he was being stopped. Sebastian knelt to concede defeat, and the referee declared Thunder Taller the victor. Subordinates hurriedly rushed over to check on Sebastian. Thunder left as swiftly as the wind, and Kyle hurriedly chased after him, calling his name. The others supported Sebastian, intending to take him to the medical room to treat his injury. In his humiliation, he shoved everyone away and shouted for them to keep their distance. Rage caused Sebastian's body to tremble violently as he gritted his teeth and swore he would not let this go. He roared that he would never forgive this before the scene shifted to the rooftop of the central building of Barrowed Apartments. Cadden crossed his arms and calmly stated that according to the rules, Thunder had done nothing wrong in the match. He reminded Dan Bird that the rules should not be taken lightly. Dan Bird angrily declared that if not for the rules he would have already dealt with Thunder, while also criticizing how his son had been brutally beaten. The room fell into heavy silence as he continued loudly accusing Thunder of intentionally ruining his son. An elder agreed that according to the prophecy, the red-haired boy could become a calamity for the kingdom. Another added that the same prophecy also stated he could be the one to save the world. The elder turned to Elder Feng, asserting that utmost caution was necessary because mishandling the situation could lead to unforeseeable consequences. Grand Elder proposed a vote since the debate had no end, asking those who supported Thunder Taller to raise their hands. Dan Bird snorted coldly, but reluctantly raised his hand. Elder Zippy and Grand Knight Rose also solemnly expressed their stand. Grand Elder then requested the opposing side to raise their hands, and Elder Feng along with him immediately complied. Humphrey looked around before decisively raising his hand in opposition, further intensifying the heavy atmosphere. Bernardo, Cadden, and Winford also simultaneously expressed their viewpoint. The final result was that the proposal did not pass due to an insufficient number of votes. On the dormitory rooftop, Thunder lay stretched beneath the sunlight, his eyes closed as if the world no longer mattered. A voice sounded, saying it had expected to find him here, prompting Thunder to open his eyes. Thunder sat up and said he wanted to be alone in peace, and Slavia asked if he was thinking about Munch. He turned back in surprise and asked how she knew. Slavia gently said that perhaps Thunder was different from ordinary people, quiet and not good at expressing emotion. He turned away coldly, stating that he did not care. Slavia hurriedly explained that she meant no harm, only that she believed Thunder was not a bad person. She placed her hand on her chest, affirming her desire to help and hoping that Thunder would trust his friends more. Thunder lowered his head in silence, contemplating the meaning of the word friends. Rainbow light shimmered across the ground, creating a brilliant and radiant scene. Thunder suddenly stepped closer, causing Slavia to retreat toward the wall as he placed his hands on either side, effectively trapping her. He called her name, and Slavia gazed intently into Thunder's crimson eyes. Thunder softly asked whether she was afraid of him. Beneath the dazzling sunlight, Slavia replied that she sometimes felt apprehensive, but she reaffirmed that she had never considered him a bad person. She smiled gently, praising Thunder's eyes as very beautiful and telling him not to regard himself as a monster. Hearing this, Thunder fell momentarily silent and murmured that he was not a monster. Without saying anything further, he turned and left, telling himself that understanding people was truly not simple. For Thunder, the path to understanding the human heart still seemed very long. Elsewhere, Dan Bird strode forward in fury, cursing the prophecy and vowing to deal with Thunder. A voice called from behind, causing him to halt. He turned back and respectfully greeted Lord Zippy when addressed. Zippy placed a hand on his shoulder, saying he would monitor his stance regarding noble lineage. Dan Bird bowed his head in respectful response. Harry Denver stepped in and asked if Thunder was here, and Slavia pointed upstairs. He thanked her in a gentle voice, causing Slavia to blush as she replied that there was no need for such courtesy. Watching Harry Denver's departing figure, Slavia felt that his face was very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Thunder lay stretched out in a relaxed manner, his gaze lazy yet at ease. Slavia, why have you returned here? Harry Denver smiled gently. I am afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. Perhaps I am not the person you are referring to. Extended his hand in introduction, and he rose to return the gesture. Let me speak first. I am Harry Denver. He continued clearly, a second-year student, Harry Denver. His face darkened for a moment, his gaze heavy. So Dan Bird is connected to that brat. He smiled in confirmation. That is right. The one you defeated today is my younger brother. Thunder went straight to the point. So you came to seek justice. Harry Denver hurriedly waved his hand. No, it is not about that. Actually, I came to express my thanks, he asked in surprise. Thanks, he laughed and explained. I know my brother is usually quite arrogant, and he has never trained seriously. Kept his smile, so his defeat was only a matter of time. This time consider it a lesson for him. Thunder turned his back, preparing to leave. If that is the case and there is nothing more, I will take my leave. He drew his sword and held it out. Wait, although we are from different years and cannot officially compete, at least allow me to give you some guidance. He fell silent for a moment before taking the sword, while Harry Denver continued, after all my brother lost, as his elder brother I should make some sort of response. Thunder let out a faint snort. To put it plainly, you came to fight, did you not? Harry Denver gave a faint smile and turned away. Do not misunderstand. I only wish to personally verify the strength of the one who defeated my brother. Excitement gleamed on his face. Come, let me see what you are capable of. He pondered, sinking into thought. He had never liked to make the first move, yet this man seemed different from the others. Suddenly Thunder accelerated and rushed forward without hesitation. Then today I will break my rule once. He curled his lips coldly, gripping the hilt firmly as he neatly blocked the attack. At that very moment, Harry Denver stared at Thunder without blinking, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. He was stunned, grinding his teeth as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. This man was truly not simple. With a single decisive motion, he unleashed a sharp slash. Thunder struggled to withstand it before dropping to one knee. Harry Denver smiled faintly. Not bad. Your earlier choice surprised me. He panted, telling himself the sensation was strange. If it were anyone else, their sword would not have endured that blow. Thunder tightened his grip on the hilt, thinking that if this continued, his weapon might not hold out. Harry Denver pointed at him. It seems you still do not know how to use chi. With a cold expression, he dashed forward like the wind. If he could not overwhelm him with strength, then he would rely on his black belt techniques to turn the tide. He evaded lightly like a dancer gliding across a stage. Oh, not bad at all. Harry Denver laughed provocatively. Is that all? Is that the full extent of your ability? Thunder clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding as anger surged. Every effort had yet to prove effective. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword firmly and rushed forward. Open your eyes and watch. Wooden sword swung straight down toward him, showing no sign of slowing. Forced into that position, Thunder lost his balance and had to retreat, his face taut as a drawn bowstring. Immediately after, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the metallic scent drifting through the damp air. Seeing Thunder trembling on the ground, Harry Denver asked calmly, is that all? He immediately turned and walked away. Very well, we will stop here today. Gathering his remaining strength, he called out weakly yet resolutely, wait. Thunder wiped the blood from his chin and asked, among the second-year students, are you ranked first? Harry Denver glanced back, his eyes sharp with a faint smile. How could that be? He raised a hand in a casual farewell before leaving. Among the second years, I rank only 50th. In shock, he gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. 50th. He added lightly, when you master chi, we will have another match. Thunder raised his hand before his face, staring intently at his palm. Chi, as long as he grasped it, he could become stronger. Night fell, thunder roared and lightning split the sky. making the heavens above the castle even heavier. The border war worsened by the day, many knights had gone missing. The Grand Elder feared not only external threats but internal unrest as well. Rumors said the Dark Guild had infiltrated the academy. Grand Elder clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the night through the large window, his voice low with sorrow. Unfortunately, that is no longer a rumor, Winford. Should we take measures to alert the students, of course, but there is something more urgent at hand. A flash of lightning lit up outside the window. He turned and said, "Bring those 5 children to me. It is time they learn of their mission." The scene shifted to the rooftop. Thunder sat concentrating on condensing energy. Despite the rain drenching him, he had tried countless times to gather chi within his body yet still could not comprehend it. Rain grew heavier, thunder tore across the sky. He startled and opened his eyes to the downpour. "So it is raining, I will have to stop here today." He stood up intending to leave when several dark figures below suddenly entered his sight. Not far from Thunder, several armed men were hiding on the rooftops waiting for someone. He wondered what they intended to do, preparing an ambush. This is not good. The moment he realized it, the masked men had already blocked the entrance of the alley where their target stepped in. Eager to save the person, he immediately activated his ability and whispered, "Dragon Eye." When Dragon Eye opened, even in the rainy night he could clearly see each person and their aura, and he was shocked to recognize that color as the mark of the Shadow Plague. Pulled up his hood to cover his head and drew his weapon, a thought rising within him whether these men were connected to his father. Ambushers revealed themselves, forcing the man into a corner of the alley before arrogantly declaring, "Your path ends here." Elder Feng covered half his face, looking at the circle surrounding him with a heavy heart. "It seems the rumor that the Dark Guild infiltrated the academy is true. You realized it too late. Before long, Pharaoh departments will fall into our hands." Turned to assess the opponents behind him. 1 against 4, it has been a long time since I have moved my body. Today will serve as a small challenge. At that moment, Thunder suddenly appeared. He swept over the heads of the 2 men behind the elder and spoke, startling them. "How about making it 2 against 4 instead?" Thunder was fully equipped, wearing a half mask and holding his sword ready. The Grand Elder glanced at him, then lowered his hood. "Oh, so you are a student. Sorry for dragging you into this." One man behind shouted, demanding his identity, but the one in front laughed arrogantly. "Whoever it is, the outcome will be the same." Elder Feng turned to the other 2, his aura surging, then said in a low voice to Thunder, "In that case, help me hold those 2 off for a while. This will end soon." His chi spread outward, forming a powerful pressure. Thunder looked at the old man's back, inwardly astonished by that terrifying and immense chi. The 2 men infected by the Shadow Plague disregarded the danger and rushed forward with swords raised, their manic voices ringing out. They charged at Thunder. He leapt lightly to evade while carefully observing their condition. He realized their state was different from his father. They seemed to retain a trace of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's slash cut through the air without hitting its target. Thunder had vanished from sight. In an instant, he had slipped behind him, and the infected man quickly sensed that presence. The other rushed in to block, the tip of his sword intercepting Thunder's strike and forcing him to arch backward to evade. Thunder stepped back to steady his breathing. One masked man noticed something amiss and shouted, "This one does not know how to use chi, so he is merely an outsider." Outwardly, Thunder remained calm with the sword gripped between his teeth, but his eyes flashed with anger. "Damn it, I have been exposed." The 2 bearing the mark of darkness did not understand the action. They were confused yet still charged when they saw him brace his hands on the ground as if preparing to burst forward. He is even holding the sword in his mouth. What kind of trick is that? Never mind, take him down first. The 2 gave Thunder no chance to breathe, coordinating seamlessly as they launched successive attacks. Yet he continued to evade with agility, throwing them into disarray. This brat's movements are truly strange, impossible to grasp. Young stood still, watching him spring backward onto the wooden crate on the ground before lunging toward Kyle, each positioning on one side, determined not to let him escape. As the warning ended, a heavy crash sounded from behind as their comrades fell, the noise startling both to turn back. Behind them, Elder Feng turned, one carried over the shoulder, another held by the legs, standing tall as he faced the remaining 2 and calmly said to continue, "Let me see what courage your children have." Thunder and the other 2 froze, stunned by the ironic scene. The 2 raiders whispered anxiously, unsure what to do next. One began to panic, but the other still pointed his sword at Thunder, growling to his comrade that it was time to use that thing. "Don't be afraid, take down this blocker first." Witnessing this, Thunder smiled coldly inside but quickly calculated his own plan. It turned out he had been overcautious. If this was a real combat opportunity, there was no need to hold back. He gripped the sword between his teeth, eyes blazing with resolve, and sprang forward. Let me handle this. Two simultaneously swung their swords at Thunder, blades infused with dark purple energy, but he nimbly dodged, even stepping on one's arm as leverage to launch in another direction, making them curse in frustration, truly fiendish. In a flash he clung to the wall like a lizard. A soft sound echoed as his body pressed against the surface, still biting the sword hilt, ready to counterattack. In an instant, Thunder was behind the two and launched an ambush strike. Seeing their comrade in danger, one shouted, causing the other to panic and turn to warn, "Be careful." One reacted just in time, swinging his sword to block. The clash sent Thunder's sword flying from his mouth amid curses. "Damn little demon, don't think you've won." He spun around. Ignoring the rain soaking his clothes, he scoffed disdainfully. One rushed forward swinging, trying to corner him into a tight spot, and grinned confidently. "This time, see if you can escape." At that moment, Elder Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Kid, grab his hand and pull him toward you." Thunder was startled, face showing brief confusion, pausing as he processed the command in his mind. Still he obeyed, seizing the man's wrist and pulling hard toward himself. Just as the motion ended, the elder continued, "Spin, gather force at your back and throw him." Thunder seriously followed every step as instructed by Elder Feng, gently flipping the man over his shoulder. Ahead was Elder Feng with a powerful fist raised. The man sent flying only managed a glance at the fearsome figure behind. Unable to resist or dodge, he took the full force of the heavy blow. Elder Feng's punch sent him crashing away, his body hitting the wall with a resounding thud. Thunder and the masked one froze, witnessing it all. He thought inwardly, too strong, having just taken down one. Another voice urged, "Hurry up." Elder Feng turned toward the sound without noticing the last had hidden. "Oh, seems the other knights have arrived. Too bad, no chance to escape." Thunder intended to pursue, but he stopped. "Don't chase in desperation." At the same time the knights reached the ambushed location, calling to one another. Thunder had no choice but to halt. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. The reward had been granted. Thunder looked at the display in surprise. Decryption ability 3 out of 1000. A new ability. He read the notification intently, ignoring everyone behind asking about Elder Feng, after years finally unlocking a new skill. "You okay? I'm fine. Leave these ones to you. One has escaped. Try to track him." The four knights dispersed immediately, leaving two to form groups for searching. "Absolutely do not let him leave the academy, understood?" Elder Feng adjusted his cloak and hood, then told Thunder, "Thanks for the support. You are a talented student." Thunder sheathed his sword and moved on, curious why they attacked him. He smiled kindly but skillfully avoided the question. "Nothing. Live long enough and you'll encounter strange people." Sensible words, but Thunder felt he was evading. After speaking, he placed a hand on Thunder's shoulder. Thunder looked up. "Kid, I see you don't know how to harness your energy. Wait until second year to join the martial arts society." Elder Feng left with those words, turning away. Thunder hesitated. "All right, I guarantee you will achieve results. Wait." But before Thunder could finish speaking, he disappeared, leaving only a streak of gold light as proof he had stood there. As he left, Thunder pulled down his face cloth, showing clear displeasure. "Just leaving like that? Truly an odd old man." Scene shifted inside a luxurious, splendid house, lights dazzling everywhere. Winford was waiting. Upon seeing him return, quickly spoke. "Oh, you're back. I've been looking for you. The Grand Elder wants to meet you." Thunder glanced anxiously, looking elsewhere, and asked, "Grand Elder, could I have been discovered so quickly?" Outside, the night was pitch black, rain still pouring endlessly. The Grand Elder stood by the large window, hands clasped behind, silently watching the night rain. A knock broke the silence. He turned. "Come in, have you arrived?" Winford stepped aside to let the children enter. Not only Thunder but twins Ian and Kyle also came, making him wonder, everyone in, why are they here too? Once the five stood in place, the Grand Elder looked at them and thanked them for taking the time to come today. Ian and Kyle shyly scratched their heads, responding respectfully, "It is our honor." Kel and Thunder also spoke. "Grand Elder must have important tasks for us. Why did you summon us?" He chuckled teasingly, raising a hand. "Young ones are impatient. Hearing an old man like me must be bothersome. So I'll be direct, calling you here because of a prophecy." Thunder crossed his arms, eyes fixed on him. "A prophecy." He began recounting the time of war. 10 years ago the gods had given a prophecy. It said that when this land fell into disaster, a red-haired youth would rise to save it. Hearing this, Kel grinned excitedly. The others watched attentively. "Could it be one of us?" He continued, images of red-haired children being sought everywhere appeared in his mind. We had knights searching the country, eventually selecting the 10 most suitable. Thunder exclaimed in astonishment, 10 people, that many. Phil also doubted, stepping forward to ask, but we only have 5, who are the other 5? There are 5 more youths who have awakened magic, currently studying at Yunnan Magic Academy. Hearing the academy's name, Thunder remembered Ami's gentle smile. Yunnan, same school as Ami, perhaps she knows them. Wonder how she is now. Ian's eyes widened in excitement, stammering, magic, amazing. The twins were opposite. Joyous sighed, the younger grinned mischievously, save the world. Kyle laughed with pleasure. So one of us will bear that responsibility. The Grand Elder slowly continued about this great event. It could be one of you, could be all. That is why I summoned you today. He recounted the old tale of 5 dragon knights who saved the land, wearing heavy armor, swords in hand, fighting the darkness, repelling evil forces, establishing Farud Apartments Academy, protecting the people, leaving a priceless legacy. The Grand Elder looked at the 5 with utmost sincerity. Now the responsibility to preserve that legacy is in your hands, meaning you must strive even more, from now on besides basic training and belt color. 5 listened silently, knowing more special training awaited. They bowed slightly, each lost in thought. We will become the Dragon Knights of Farud Apartments Academy. Outside, the rain still fell heavily on the illuminated Academy castle. Thunder's group left the Grand Elder's room, walking down the corridor discussing saving the world. Will we become saviors? Calm down. It's not that big a deal, aren't you happy? Not happy at all. Hey Ian, what's up, Thunder? Kyle, annoyed by Lazy's reply, mumbled to himself, truly a strange one. While Thunder and Ian slowed down to talk, I want to ask, have you had red hair since childhood? Yes, everyone has. Because of this red hair I had quite a few troubles as a child. Thunder remembered his hair at birth, previously asking Kyle, were you born with red hair while mine changed from black to red? He tilted his head back to the room just left, eyes filled with doubt. Moreover, I am not considered a dragon knight among them. How much of the Grand Elder's words are true is uncertain. Surely he is hiding something from us. Rain still poured in the thick night, the Grand Elder's room lit amid thunderclaps. When only the 2 remained, Winford asked worriedly, I really don't understand why you didn't tell the full prophecy to the children. Winford, they are still children. The burden is already too great for them. He turned to him, weathered and worn. Some things are better for them to know at the right time. He received an answer that was not entirely detailed, yet he still bowed his head, acknowledging it and pledging to comply. Scene shifted to a freezing winter day, white snow blanketing the bare, withered branches. In the library, Thunder attentively flipped through each thick page, and the next day he continued researching numerous documents about dragon knights. Most of the books he read spoke of dragon knights, but what was astonishing was that in this era dragons were regarded as symbols of evil. Although some once believed they existed, there were also views that in ancient times before the Shadow Plague, dragons had protected this world. After finishing his research, Thunder left the library, carrying the books as he walked across the snow, thinking about thousands of dragon knight legends and a volume that meticulously recorded their weapons, skills, and personality. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, his breath forming thin wisps of mist, while his mind remained troubled by the details about deities mentioned in the books. He brought the books to the cathedral to consult with the pastor, as materials related to deities were considered taboo, and it was only rumored that they resided in the capital of the Aran Kingdom, near the Yunnan Academy. That day, he and 4 others trained diligently, running across snow-covered rooftops under the strict supervision of instructor Cadden. If not for the fact that he had not yet completed his training and thus could not leave the Farud Apartments Academy, he would have wanted to seek out the deities and converse with them immediately. Despite having his own thoughts, Thunder did not miss any training session, practicing swordsmanship with his teammates in the freezing winter air. With a serious expression, he reminded himself to clearly ask why he had been transformed into a human. After training, he leaned against Nova while reviewing the system report. The first year passed quickly, and tomorrow the second-year program would begin. While sleeping, Thunder was awakened by a fragmented voice, drowsily hearing an unwelcome whisper. He walked to Kyle's bed, saw his pale face, and worriedly called his name. Kyle jolted awake, bewilderedly asking why Thunder was there. Thunder replied that he heard the cries and came to check. Kyle turned away, saying it was just a nightmare, and urged Thunder to continue sleeping, so they could attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. Thunder replied that it was good as long as he was fine, yet inwardly thought Kyle was truly prideful. Even so, he still glanced back with concern, wondering what had caused Kyle's nightmare. Next morning, radiant golden sunlight shone throughout the Farud Apartments Academy. Thunder was surprised by Kyle's haggard appearance after just one night, silently thinking the nightmare must not have been simple. At the academy gate, Slavia held a sheet of paper, smiling in greeting and asking whether they had chosen a guild yet. Thunder blankly asked what guild, and Slavia handed over the registration form, explaining that in the second year they had to choose a guild for training. He looked at the list and then asked if she had decided. Slavia said she chose the Healing Guild, while Kyle chose the Swordsmanship Guild, which surprised Thunder. Thunder began to think seriously, vaguely recalling that he had once been advised to join a certain guild. In his mind appeared the image of a forgotten guild, its signboard covered in cobwebs. He broke away from the bustling crowd and headed toward a desolate area, wondering if it was the martial arts guild or something similar. If bored, he could always sneak out to hunt. As he walked, he checked the system, receiving a notification of a new skill and learning that he originally had no mana value, perhaps requiring an intermediate crystal to change it. Recalling the battle with Sebastian that had made him stand out and placed him at rank 10, he sighed at the difficulty of moving freely as before. The sky was clear that day. Thunder ventured deep into the forest and found a building at the far corner of the city. He looked at the old signboard covered in cobwebs and said he had arrived. The desolation left Thunder unsure of how to express his feeling. Standing before the silent main gate, he murmured that this place was truly desolate. Thunder pushed the door open, stepping inside and calling out to ask if anyone was there. Inside, the spacious courtyard was empty, and he wondered if this dilapidated place was truly the martial arts guild. Continuing his search, he discovered a person sitting with his back turned and said he had come to join the guild. The other person did not respond, causing him to grow suspicious. Thunder approached, intending to tap the old man's shoulder in greeting. Suddenly, the old man grabbed his hand, startling Thunder. Elder Feng swiftly threw him over his shoulder. Thunder fell to the floor in an instant. He shouted loudly, asking who dared to trespass into his territory. Thunder replied that he had come to join the martial arts guild as promised. Upon closely observing his red hair, the old man exclaimed in astonishment. He immediately changed his attitude, helping him up and patting his shoulder familiarly, causing Thunder to cry out in pain. Elder Feng explained that he had been on guard recently and was delighted that Thunder had kept his word and become his first disciple in many years. Thunder suddenly realized he had fallen into a one-on-one teaching situation and worried it would be difficult to slip out. He began lecturing about Qi, saying that both swordsmanship and fist techniques relied on Qi to determine victory. Thunder sat opposite and discussed that bare hands seemed disadvantageous, and he replied that it was because Thunder had not yet understood the truth of martial arts. He raised a finger and said that once it was comprehended, the hands themselves would become the most powerful weapons. Thunder asked about those who had once pursued him, and he replied that they were members of the Dark Guild. He recounted that this organization was an extremist remnant of the Aran Kingdom, founded by a former Pharaoh instructor. Thunder thought of their Qi color resembling his father's and suspected a connection to the Shadow Plague, thus asking why they were hunting him. Elder Feng stood up, saying it was not yet time to reveal everything but disclosed a secret. He opened his robe to reveal his robust physique and declared himself one of the 6 elders of the academy. He confidently invited Thunder to test his strength to see his true capability. Thunder stood up and took a defensive stance, thinking that if the elder knew his background, there would be no need for courtesy. He focused his gaze and power toward the elder. Thunder delivered a straight punch to his abdomen. Elder Feng looked down in slight surprise. Thunder felt muscles as hard as steel and withdrew his hand. He asked whether Thunder had focused his Qi, and Thunder replied that he had not. During this, he joyfully said that Thunder's potential was immense, and that once he grasped Qi, everything would change completely. Thunder silently thought that this elder was truly unpredictable. Before he could react, he was held in place and the training began. 2 sat cross-legged, and the elder placed his hand on Thunder's back to transmit Qi while explaining its origin. He guided him on how to sense Qi through breathing, and how to use external force to channel internal energy. Thunder closed his eyes, sensing the warm current moving within his body. Suddenly a sound rang out, the system chimed, and Elder Feng collapsed backward. The system announced that his mana value had been activated. Thunder was astonished, wondering why the system had activated his mana at this very moment. After reviewing the status panel, Thunder panicked and rushed to Elder Feng, shaking him and calling for him to wait, his mind in turmoil as he thought that if anything happened to the old man he would hardly escape involvement. He turned him onto his back on the floor, placed a hand on his chest to check his heartbeat, and sighed softly in relief when he felt it was still beating. Thunder sat down on the floor, looking at the unconscious man and guessing he had merely fainted, yet he still wondered what had just happened. He lowered his head to review the system information again, suspecting that the mana absorption skill had activated when the old man transmitted energy into him, questioning whether he had unintentionally drained all of the old man's mana. Time passed and Elder Feng still had not awakened. Thunder began to grow anxious after several minutes of waiting. After waiting a while longer, he lost patience and intended to leave, telling himself that sitting here worrying was worse than taking the opportunity to train. Thunder activated Dragon Eye, one eye changing color and causing the entire room within his sight to transform strangely. He looked down at his hands, seeing golden streams of energy swirling around his body, and smiled as he tried to control them. Focusing his mind, Thunder guided the flow of energy to move according to his will, slowly circulating around his body. The energy gradually gathered into a small glowing sphere before his abdomen, condensing at the dantian and marking an initial success. Opening his eyes, the energy slowly dispersed into the air. Thunder considered that the next step was to let the energy circulate within his body. Too absorbed, he did not notice Elder Feng still lying behind him. The manipulation of energy would dissipate with even the slightest misalignment. Thunder tried again, guiding the energy within him to converge into a small mass, and continued training. Closing his eyes and entering meditation, the energy appeared once more and continued to condense. The amount of energy grew denser, light enveloping Thunder's body. But in an instant, everything vanished. He wiped the sweat from his brow and wondered why the energy flow was unstable. Perhaps it was not yet sufficient. He crossed his legs and tried once more, mobilizing a greater amount of energy to form a circle, determined to increase his strength. His brows furrowed tightly. Thunder told himself he had to push a little further. After a while, he gritted his teeth as a strange sensation appeared, a faint throbbing pain emerging. Suddenly, the energy erupted around his body, causing his red hair to stand on end. At that moment, Elder Feng awakened and opened his eyes to see Thunder glowing beside him. Realizing the situation was out of control, he sprang up with a worried expression. He immediately transmitted energy into Thunder's back, shouting for him to stop lest he harm himself. Using his strength to pull the chaotic energy outward, he both reassured Thunder and endured his cries of pain. After extracting the energy from his body, Elder Feng flung it out through the door. The surge of energy shot straight into the nearby lake, creating a shockwave that damaged the surrounding scenery. Elder Feng was horrified by such destructive power, scolding Thunder for nearly harming himself through recklessness. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder collapsed, his head hitting the floor before he lay motionless. After a while, in his hazy state, he heard noisy voices around him. Someone remarked that it resembled symptoms of mana disorder, though this was hard to believe since he was not a mage. Thunder slightly opened his eyes and secretly thought how fortunate. Slavia said his condition had stabilized and he would soon awaken. Kyle stood beside her rejoicing when Thunder opened his eye. Thunder drowsily asked where he was. Kyle immediately replied that he was in the hospital. Slavia explained that Elder Feng had hurriedly brought him here, causing everyone to worry. Kyle laughed and said the old man had even invited the head of the hospital to examine Thunder. Slavia softly reminded him to keep quiet in the hospital. Kyle curiously asked about the old man's identity. Slavia said he was very concerned for Thunder and only felt at ease when he learned of Thunder's quick recovery. Hearing this, Thunder secretly worried about exposing the old man's identity, then quickly changed the subject, saying he belonged to the Martial Arts Association, and asked why Kyle was also present. Kyle laughed and said he had joined the Healing Association out of interest in medicine. Thunder sighed that he encountered him everywhere. From the neighboring bed, a friend drew back the curtain to ask after him. Thunder was surprised to see that he was also hospitalized. He explained that he had come to rest due to poor sleep recently, while Kyle's noisiness prevented him from sleeping. Thunder listened to their quarrel and thought to himself that it was the familiar noise. A few days later, in a vast field where a mansion was hidden behind bamboo groves, Thunder stepped forward calling for Elder Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man rushed out scolding him as a fool for daring to return, startling Thunder. Sometime later, in another quiet forest, the man ran while shouting as he was chased by a beetle. From another direction, an arrow flew and struck the beetle midair. Slavia immediately commanded everyone to prepare because this species of beetle usually traveled in swarms. Before she could finish speaking, the entire swarm of beetles rushed forward to attack. Mary fired arrows while warning those behind. Ian continuously swung his axe to protect the surrounding. Kyle wildly swung his sword, exclaiming how disgusting. Tan grew frustrated because the beetles moved too quickly. Seeing one beetle charging toward Thunder, Slavia cried out in alarm for him to be careful. Thunder calmly enveloped his fist with magical fire. With a single clean strike, he defeated the beetle in an instant. Kyle admired and asked whether he had controlled the energy yet. Thunder smiled, saying he was merely testing some results. Tan reminded him not to show off and to use a weapon. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. Everyone turned to realize Kyle was in danger. They saw Kyle bitten on the arm by a beetle, blood seeping out, causing everyone to worry. Ian immediately rushed forward and knocked the beetle away from Kyle. He helped Kyle up and asked about his condition. Slavia also ran over to examine him. Kyle apologetically said he was fine. Slavia checked and asked Ian to open the armor to treat the wound. Kyle expressed his thanks, while Thunder stood observing and wondered why Kyle had been so distracted lately. He told himself that upon returning he would ask clearly about the reason. When the wound was nearly healed, Tan was amazed at the effectiveness. Kyle proudly explained that energy could enhance cellular recovery. Thunder turned away thinking that everyone was improving, and he also had to strive harder. Slavia finished bandaging. Kyle thanked the entire group. Afterwards, the hunt continued. Tan picked up a blue crystal and complained that today's harvest was meager. Thunder asked what submitting tax meant. Tan looked at him in disbelief for not knowing this regulation. He explained that 1/10 of the collected crystals had to be submitted to the academy. If fewer than 10, then it was exempt. Thunder was surprised that such a rule existed. Tan said the academy needed resources for maintenance. Thunder secretly glanced at Waiter behind and calculated how to manage the situation. Thinking of this, he looked at the system floating beside him. The sunset dyed the entire sky and filled in golden hues, creating a majestic romantic scene. At the entrance of the training ground, the group took turns submitting crystals to Waiter. Waiter questioned why Thunder only had 5 crystals. He shrugged, saying it was probably due to bad luck, but he was suspicious and demanded to inspect Thunder's equipment. A moment later, on the dry yellow grass still carrying the lingering heat of the sun, the sword and heavy armor were removed and lay quietly at rest. At this moment, Thunder wore only a thin shirt. He curled his lips to provoke the opponent. How about that? Clearly there is nothing, whether flushed red with anger, that is impossible. You must have hidden it on the mountain. I have met many cunning people like you. If I discover you have concealed monster crystals, I will not let you off. Before he could finish speaking, Thunder calmly turned his back and waved his hand. Suit yourself. If you find them, then take everything. Weather behind him shouted, do not be so pleased with yourself. If one day you fall into my hands, you will know the consequences. Thunder lazily replied with a single word, fine. Seeing Weather still shouting, Munch happily leaned closer and whispered, Thunder, how did you do it? Surely there is more than just that, right? Thunder laughed, secret. After speaking, he quietly recalled how he had discovered that before. When the crystals were transferred into the system, the remaining ones outside became nothing more than useless stones. Returning to the present, he analyzed that each time a monster was defeated, the system automatically collected the crystal. Others had to search through monster corpses while he did not. Thunder remembered that when he seized the moment while Munch was not paying attention, he had whispered to the system, enough, stop. To avoid suspicion, he even tried to control it so the system would not absorb everything when hunting together. Moreover, once the crystals were placed into the system, they could not be taken out. If he wanted to sell them, he still had to keep a few physical ones. At that time, the screen displayed a notification asking whether to accept 10 primary crystals. Looking at that line, Thunder calculated to keep only 5 without submitting them. Unexpectedly, he could exploit the rules in such a way. Returning to the present, he secretly checked the quantities: primary times 10, intermediate times 2, superior times 1. Thunder smiled in satisfaction because he had previously thought the system would not affect complete weapons, yet it still absorbed the crystal. Thinking this, Thunder reminded himself to be more cautious. If Dan Bird discovered it, he would certainly not let it go. While thinking, he suddenly realized something unusual behind him. Everyone had already left. Kyle, what is wrong? Did you forget something? Receiving no reply, Thunder quickly turned around. Kyle with lifeless eyes murmured, red door. I must open the red door. Thunder panicked and asked what red door meant. What are you saying? Kyle clutched his head in pain, tears streaming down. Unexpectedly facing such a sudden situation, Thunder knelt down and shook his friend. Calm down. Elsewhere, Munch looked around anxiously. Strange, where did those two go? Tan replied, they were just behind us. Patient, Munch told everyone to go ahead while he went back to search. Slavia intended to stop him and suggested going together. But before she could finish speaking, Munch had already vanished like the wind. I will go and return immediately. In the forest, Munch ran to where Thunder and Kyle were. "What is wrong with you two? The others have gone far." Thunder explained that Kyle was not well and kept talking about a red door, then pointed to his friend sitting under the tree murmuring that he had to go there because there was a calling voice. After hearing this, Munch guessed that the red door Kyle mentioned might be that place. The image of a gigantic red gate appeared in his mind. It was the Pharaoh Apartments prison. In the pitch-black space, a radiant sphere reflecting light around Kyle spoke. "You have finally arrived." Thunder turned his back toward the sphere and asked who it was. It replied, "I have waited for you for a long time. Seek me to learn the hidden fragment of memory." Golden light spread from the sphere. Thunder asked, "Who are you?" It said, "There are still secrets between you and this world." Standing under that light, Thunder slowly stepped forward and murmured, "What secret?" Like a gate separating two worlds, the memory sphere suddenly blazed despite Thunder efforts to understand. In just a few brief seconds, those golden rays were blocked by the gigantic gate ahead, causing him to cry out, "Do not go, wait." Facing the vivid scene, Thunder still reached out before jolting awake, realizing it was only a dream yet incredibly real. Sitting up and looking at Kyle on the bed beside him, he whispered whether the red door was the same as in Kyle's dream. He recalled that in the forest, Munch had once suggested taking Kyle to the hospital, while Thunder anxiously asked what exactly he had dreamed of. Kyle covered his ears, saying he could not remember, only fear remained. Kyle said that day he had merely passed by and saw the red gate. Since then he had continuously experienced nightmares, but upon waking, he could not remember the details, only the feeling of terror remained. Leaning against the tree, Kyle said that within the red door something seemed to be calling him with increasing intensity. Munch immediately objected that it was a forbidden prison, and entering it would lead to expulsion. Kyle helplessly said he knew that, but if he did not go to see it, the voice would drive him insane. Thunder implied that as long as they were not discovered, it would be fine. Munch warned that this matter was not simple and could be dangerous. Thunder proposed using his skill to sneak in at midnight and asked Munch whether he would join. Munch hesitated. Kyle intervened, telling him not to force it. Thunder still frankly said that Munch's invisibility skill was very useful. Kyle felt guilty for dragging his friend along. Pressed into a difficult position, Munch irritably said, "Fine, I will go with you." He calmly said to consider it repayment for the previous favor. Thunder cheerfully stated they would discuss the plan in the evening. At present, Thunder lay in the dark room thinking that the red door of the Pharaoh prison was likely the source of the nightmares. He himself had even dreamed of it. Perhaps that place concealed the secret of the world. At midnight the following night at the Pharaoh Apartments prison, 2 iron-armored knights stood guard before the gate. Blending into the darkness, 3 figures slipped past the guard's sight with skill. Hidden behind a bush, Thunder peeked out and asked, "Is that the place?" Kyle confirmed. Munch anxiously asked if they were sure they would not be discovered, because the guards looked formidable. Kyle explained that if they were black armored knights it would be impossible to enter, but he had observed that on Tuesday nights from 10 to 11, they changed shifts with white-belted knights. He looked at the gate resolutely and said this period was the opportunity. Munch wondered. It seemed he had planned this for a long time and asked why they changed shifts. Kyle shook his head, saying he did not know, perhaps a meeting. Thunder told him to ignore it. Saying so, Thunder took a deep breath and activated the dragon eye magic. The penetrating vision allowed him to clearly see the structure and silhouettes of the guard. Colossal structure appeared with spiral staircases and interwoven networks. Below were tiny figures like blue glowing dots. The white space stretched down into a pitch-black abyss, where dark smoke gradually swallowed the light. Thunder tried to look deeper, but below was only darkness that even the dragon eye could not penetrate. This prison was built underground. Thinking so, he withdrew his vision and returned to normal. Raising his head to look at the bright moon, Thunder felt a slight unease. The night grew ever more silent. Clouds drifted lazily, yet the moonlight still shone. Near the gate, 2 groups of guards carried out the shift change, saying it was time for the meeting. Finally finished, Kyle exhaled softly. One guard suddenly asked suspiciously if there was anything unusual. The other shook his head. "Nothing, let us go, the elders are waiting." Seeing them leave, Thunder whispered, "Act according to the plan." Kyle nodded. But as they were about to proceed, someone grabbed Kyle's hand tightly and asked, "What are you doing?" Kyle and Thunder were startled and looked at the person before them. Recognizing her as Jasmine, a black-belted student, they asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Jasmine curiously asked in return because she saw them sneaking around here. Kyle stammered, not knowing what to say. She guessed whether they intended to sneak inside, which made Kyle embarrassedly admit it vaguely. At that moment, the pile of wooden crates nearby suddenly collapsed before the guard's eyes. Thunder urged, "Do not hesitate, act quickly." Taking advantage of the guards being busy cleaning up, they quietly withdrew. Thunder reminded Munch to seize the time. Jasmine was astonished and scolded them for being insane. This place was very dangerous and violated the rules. Kyle looked to Thunder for help. Thunder said in a low voice, "Sorry, since you have seen it, the only way is to take you along." Jasmine panicked, thinking they were about to do something reckless. Taking advantage of her distraction, Kyle gently struck the back of her neck, causing Jasmine to faint. Seeing her unconscious, Kyle said apologetically that he did not wish to do this, but Thunder decided to bring her along for fear she would wake and report them. For now, the only option was to take her inside with them. A few seconds later, at the main gate, where the soldiers were still busy cleaning up, Thunder lowered his voice and urged Munch to hurry. The patrol would arrive soon. Was it not finished yet? Munch focused on handling the lock while calmly replying, "Patience is a good virtue. Do not rush. It is done now." Unaware that Thunder's group had slipped inside, the soldiers continued arguing noisily. "Next time tie it tighter. If it had been arranged neatly from the start, it would not have fallen like this. I told you it was not my fault. The rope must have had a problem. Tomorrow I will request a new batch." Finally, the red gate closed as before, leaving no trace of the intrusion. At the same time, in the darkness, a figure silently gazed at the brightly lit fortress with its striking red gate. A person was Draven hiding above. This time it could be considered that he had sought his own death. He paused and smiled meaningfully. Lord Zippy would surely be very pleased. A few minutes later, inside the fortress, Thunder's group gathered. They had finally managed to get in. There was no side entrance inside. Luckily, I brought a lighting artifact. Munch removed his helmet in surprise. "Is this Jasmine? Why is she here?" Kyle calmly replied that they had been discovered, so they had to bring her along. Munch widened his eyes. "You even knocked her unconscious." Thunder gently placed Jasmine on the ground and gave a soft affirmative sound. In a groggy state, Jasmine opened her eyes and looked around. "Where is this?" Kyle stepped forward and asked if Senior was all right. Upon seeing them, she shouted loudly, "You dare to attack a senior? I will report this." Kyle hurriedly explained that they had no choice but to do so. Despite everyone's attempts to calm her, Thunder said coldly, "Go ahead and report us. We are already inside. Call the guards as loudly as possible so we can all be expelled together." Jasmine trembled with anger. Munch hurriedly stopped Thunder from provoking her further. "Senior, please calm down." Kaiho also chimed in, saying they would only take a quick look and leave. Surely she was also curious about what was being kept inside. Despite the persuasion, Jasmine still glared angrily at Thunder's calm back. In her mind, there seemed to be a struggle between reason and curiosity. Finally, Jasmine softened her tone, saying in advance that if trouble arose she would not interfere. Kyle nodded in agreement. She snatched the torch and took the lead, saying, "You must listen to me." He replied softly, "Understood." Thus, the original group of 3 reluctantly gained Jasmine as an additional member. The deeper they went, the more worried Munch became. This place did not resemble somewhere people live. It was called a prison, yet there were no prisoners. Kaiho was also uneasy. This had always been a forbidden area. He had never heard of any prisoners being transferred here, yet it was always guarded. Jasmine coughed lightly and said she had thought they came to investigate because of some news. Thunder curiously asked if she had heard any story. Jasmine confidently replied that although it was called the Farud Apartments prison, rumors said that no prisoners were actually detained here. She turned to look at them. Some people claimed that the imprisonment was merely a cover to conceal what was truly being hidden, if it were to appear. She frowned seriously. It would cause a tremendous upheaval. Thunder grew even more curious. What exactly was it? Jasmine pouted. It was only a legend. No one had seen it with their own eyes except the 3 knights or the 6 elders. As soon as she finished speaking, green streams of light suddenly appeared from outside and shot toward them. A strong gust of wind swept through, causing the entire group to cover their noses. Why was there such a fierce wind down here? Unlike everyone else's panic, Thunder keenly detected an unusual sound. Munch broke into a sweat and suggested perhaps they should stop here. It was enough that they had arrived. Jasmine forced a smile, saying that was not a bad idea. Kyle leaned against a pillar and breathed heavily. "No, I must continue, at least to see what the thing in my dream is." Everyone reluctantly complied. At that moment in the silent space, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The group whispered softly that they had finally arrived. Before them stood a gigantic gate blocking the way. Munch exclaimed in astonishment, "What a massive door." Jasmine touched its surface. "What material is this door made of that it looks as if it is coated with the color of time?" Kaiho channeled magic power into his hand. "Regardless, we must open it first." With that, he gathered his strength and forcefully pushed the gate. Munch worriedly said, "This does not seem right." Kyle shouted, "Do not just stand there, give me a hand." While the three of them tried to push, Thunder calmly activated the dragon eye. Jasmine teased, thinking he could open it by himself. Kyle shouted 1-2 push. Jasmine said if it does not work then forget it. Thunder secretly observed with the dragon eye but saw nothing inside. This place must have been sealed by advanced magic. Despite their prolonged effort, the gate remained unmoved. Jasmine panted, saying it must be locked. Munch wiped his sweat, suggesting they should go back. Whatever lay beyond the door was certainly not ordinary. Kyle turned to Thunder and called out, "Stop talking, I will not return, hurry and help." Thunder replied, "All right." When Thunder touched the door, the system interface appeared, asking whether to open it. He was surprised that such a function existed. Without hesitation, Thunder chose yes. Immediately, the internal mechanism moved with the sound of gears. Watching the gate slowly open, Munch asked in astonishment, "What did you do?" Thunder shrugged, saying he merely touched it and it opened by itself. Although the gate opened, the torchlight only illuminated the front. The inside remained pitch black. Kyle urged them to move on. As soon as his words ended, a sense of unease gradually enveloped everyone's mind. Unaware of the gloomy atmosphere deeper within, the group continued forward until they heard horrifying sounds. Jasmine clung tightly to Thunder and asked what that sound was. He pushed her away and said, "Let go." Kaiho awkwardly said it seemed he had stepped on something. The torchlight clearly illuminated the front. Munch trembled, asking, "Were those bones?" Kyle calmly said it could be some kind of monster. Munch was bewildered, asking how a monster could die so easily. Thunder thought to himself that it did not look ordinary. Why had it perished here? Jasmine guessed it might have been dealt with by the knights. After a while, the group regained their composure and continued deeper into the dark dungeon. Thunder frowned, saying the path ahead seemed to be a dead end. Jasmine sighed lightly that they could finally go back outside. Suddenly, Kaiho shouted for everyone to look. Below there was still a vast empty space. Jasmine looked down and saw iron cells like empty prison cages. Munch said there were so many, like a beehive. Thunder was puzzled that there was nothing inside. Munch went to inspect each iron cage, saying he feared they had escaped. They had already seen what needed to be seen. He stated bluntly that they should return. Jasmine agreed that if monsters had once been imprisoned here, they were certainly not ordinary. She worried that if they had escaped, it would be even more dangerous. Thunder leaned against the wall, saying they had gone quite far and needed to leave before the shift changed. Despite everyone's persuasion, Kyle remained stubborn, saying, "You do not understand." He looked down into the abyss below. Just a little further and the truth would be revealed. Seeing Kaiho's determination, Thunder hurriedly chased after him, saying, "Do not go down any further." He did not stop, saying he could hear a call from below. Watching his figure gradually disappear into the darkness, Thunder anxiously called for him to stop. As Kaiho was about to crawl into an iron cage, the green light appeared again. Before that, Power Thunder exclaimed, "This is not good." Munch panicked, asking what was happening. Thunder raised his hand to shield against the wind when something was suddenly thrown out from the beam of light. In the blink of an eye, Kyle was violently hurled against the rough rock wall. Munch cried out, "Kaiho." Facing the critical situation, Thunder drew his sword and stood in front of the three, thinking to himself that the situation had turned dire. Immediately afterward, within the darkness, the silhouette of a gigantic monster emerged and advanced toward them. As it appeared, an overwhelming pressure descended. Its enormous black foot stomped down, causing the ground to tremble. Jasmine behind him trembled and whispered, "It cannot be. That is a king-tier monster." She stared in shock at the complete form of the creature before her, her entire body turning cold. Mezu threw his head back and howled, tearing through the sky, his crimson pupils blazing as a surge of green energy roiled violently around his body. Only moments after revealing himself, he had already thrown Thunder's entire team into disarray and knocked them to the ground. From the other side, Mezu spotted Jasmine writhing on the ground and immediately charged at her with ferocity. Watching the monster close in on where Jasmine sat, Munch shouted anxiously for her to move, but she trembled and replied that her legs would not obey. In the blink of an eye, Mezu's massive hand clamped tightly around Jasmine, leaving her only enough time to let out a panicked cry. Without hesitation, Munch leapt from afar, swung his sword hard at its hand, and shouted for the monster to release her. The instant Jasmine was dropped, Munch rushed forward and used his other sword to slash repeatedly at Mezu's thick hide. As Munch landed beside her, Jasmine exhaled in relief and said she thought she would not survive. He hurriedly asked if she could stand because the situation was too critical. Freezing for a few seconds, Munch realized in horror that Mezu was channeling magic power toward his horn. He urgently warned that it was an attack spell and urged Jasmine to get up or both of them would be in danger. In an instant, Mezu unleashed all the blue energy, the power surging into violent bolts of lightning that blanketed the area. He immediately lifted his head and roared with menace. Then he charged forward aggressively, swinging his massive fist at the two who were fleeing. Seeing the punch carrying overwhelming force about to descend, Munch widened his eyes in terror. Less than 3 seconds later, Mezu's strike against the ground triggered a fierce tremor that shook everything. Elsewhere, Kyle was also affected by the shockwave, his body thrown far away. Clutching his wound, Kyle panted and looked around, stunned as he wondered what that creature was, worry rising for Munch and the others. Fortunately, before Kyle's eyes was the sight of Thunder, and the magical beast Nova struggling to withstand Mezu's terrifying might. Kyle breathed a quiet sigh of relief seeing they were still safe, while Munch looked at Nova in confusion and wondered why that beast was on their side. Gritting his teeth, Thunder strained to say there was no time to explain. They only needed to know Nova was an ally and not to worry. After a brief pause, Thunder ordered Nova to take Jasmine to safety first, leaving Munch astonished when it truly obeyed. As he was forced back, Thunder reminded Munch to conceal his presence and wait for the right moment. When he pinned Mezu down, he should deliver the finishing blow, though Munch still doubted that terrifying power. Ignoring the lingering questions, Thunder stepped straight before Mezu and firmly told him to trust him. Hearing that, Munch immediately retreated and said he understood, telling Thunder to be careful, while Thunder shouted provocatively at the monster. As soon as the challenge ended, Mezu lunged and rammed hard into him, knocking the sword from his hand. With no other choice, Thunder poured all his magic power into gripping the massive horn, secretly furious at the opponent's overwhelming strength. Despite Thunder struggling, Mezu coldly slammed him into the boulder behind. Pressed against the rock by the horn, Thunder still refused to let go, determined not to surrender. The moment an opportunity flashed, he shouted for Munch to act at once. From atop Mezu's back, Munch immediately thrust both swords down with all his strength, intending to end the battle. But at the decisive moment, he was horrified to find the blades could not pierce its steel like hide. From a distance, Kyle shouted for Munch to get away, causing him to turn back in surprise. Kyle rushed in to assist, but his blade could not withstand that hardness and shattered. He stared in shock at the broken sword and cried out inwardly in regret. Ignoring all the attacks around him, Mezu suddenly fired a barrage of magical lightning bolts that sent everyone flying dozens of meters. After being suppressed for a while, Thunder flared with momentum and shouted that he would not escape, then activated the system ability Magic Absorption. The moment the selection was complete, his magic power surged endlessly. Seizing the chance, Thunder twisted and broke free from Mezu's restraint. Suspended in midair, he gathered all the absorbed magic power to prepare a counterattack. Thunder solemnly concentrated fire into both fists, reminding himself to stay focused before unleashing his strike. Like a beast awakened, he dashed past, leaving a long streak across Mezu's body, making him roar in pain. Seeing the red mark clearly etched, Thunder smiled in satisfaction as the attack proved effective thanks to his harsh training. But in a brief lapse, Kyle loudly warned Thunder to be cautious. As soon as the words fell, Mezu went mad and charged to ram Thunder in retaliation. In an instant, the tide turned as Mezu flung Thunder away, sending him sliding across the rough ground and feeling his body slip beyond control. Nearly exhausted, Thunder gritted his teeth and realized absorbing too much magic power at once had left his body unable to adapt. He paused for a few seconds, watching Mezu approach step by step. A sense of urgency rose within him if he did not quickly think of a way to counter. At the critical moment, Thunder suddenly froze upon seeing a figure in the distance. It turned out someone stood near Kyle and reproached that they had touched what they should not have touched. Cadden calmly held a cigar in his mouth and told them to move aside, making everyone cheer in delight at his appearance. Munch sprang up with a bright grin and said that with Cadden here they were saved. Cadden gripped his sharp sword and leapt down, coldly warning that after finishing he would settle accounts with them. Landing near Mezu, he immediately tightened his hold on the hilt and prepared to strike. With a clean, calculated slash, Cadden easily severed one of Mezu's massive horns. However, when he intended to launch another blow, one leg was seized in time by Mezu. Caught off guard, Cadden could only widen his eyes in astonishment. Mezu quickly took advantage of that crucial moment. He yanked Cadden down and slammed him into the ground, shattering the surrounding stone. Even so, with seasoned experience, Cadden reversed the situation, and in a flash cut off all of Mezu's fingers before everyone's astonished eyes. The searing pain made Mezu roar resoundingly everywhere. Fury erupted, his red eyes blazing as he lunged in a frenzied assault. He ran wildly like one out of control, sending dust from the ruins swirling thickly. Stirred into constant agitation, Mezu exhaled streams of white smoke, his gaze filled with savagery. Taking advantage before he regained his senses, Cadden calmly stood on his back and casually asked if he was looking for him. The moment he heard Cadden's voice, Mezu's red eyes flickered with a rare trace of wavering. Less than 2 seconds later, his sturdy head fell neatly to the ground. Supported by the person beside him, Kyle asked in disbelief whether it was over, while Munch lavishly praised Cadden. Elsewhere, Thunder quietly walked over to Nova and told it to return first. At the same time, he looked at the system interface, surprised to discover a new ability had appeared due to absorbing electricity. Shortly after, Cadden carried Jasmine over and said it was fortunate the monster magic power had been mostly drained or things would have been unpredictable. He urged the group to follow him and leave before the situation grew more chaotic. The full moon hung high, illuminating the tranquil night, clouds drifting across the deep blue sky creating an enchanting scene. Garden walked while speaking in a low voice, questioning, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Munch awkwardly watched that solid figure retreat, wondering if we would be expelled from the academy. Unaware that Jasmine was secretly helping Munch escape punishment, Cadden leisurely puffed his cigar. "You should consider yourselves lucky to still have a chance at expulsion," barging into the dungeon without permission. He paused for a moment then said, "Surviving alone was already difficult enough." Kyle and Mang immediately bowed their heads in apology. Seeing this, Cadden felt a hint of softening inside, glancing at them a few times before falling silent in thought. After thinking for a while, Thunder spoke as gently as possible. "It is commendable that you survived the encounter with the fiends. It would be a waste to expel you for that. Just agree to keep this secret, and I will pretend I never saw it." As he finished, Kyle, Thunder, and Munch exchanged relieved smiles. Full moon shone in the dark night sky, the twinkling stars giving Jack an unusual sense of peace. A dense web like jagged teeth covered the corner of the old brick wall. As he pushed the door, Cadden asked in confusion, "How exactly did this door open?" Thunder stammered, "It was already open when we arrived." Kyle looked surprised, really no mistake. Even after hearing that, Cadden still doubted. The door had been closed but opened by itself, truly strange. As the gate slowly closed, Thunder standing behind suddenly heard a gloomy voice. "I will wait for you here." He paled, thinking, this voice is exactly like the one in that previous dream. Without giving anyone a chance to react, the voice echoed in Thunder's mind again, "Return when you are strong enough." Time quietly passed until midnight at the Academy Hospital. The headmaster checked the injuries worriedly. "What kind of training made all 4 of you end up in the hospital at the same time? You are truly reckless." Cadden laughed lightly while smoking. "Sorry to trouble you. It was just an accident." The headmaster spoke coldly, no point in further words. "Present yourselves to the elder tomorrow." "Don't, headmaster. It's only skin wounds from the hospital bed," Thunder quietly said, urging Cadden to help cover for us. Thunder, lying in the adjacent bed, muttered idly, thinking, "Cadden's spoiled demeanor is truly chilling." Thinking so, he sat up and looked at Kyle, speaking honestly. "Why didn't you listen to our advice and insisted on going deeper into the cave?" Kyle replied awkwardly, "Sorry, I don't know how to explain." Pausing for a few seconds, Kyle frowned helplessly. "I just wanted to keep going, as if something was pushing me, I couldn't control it." Hearing that, Munch excitedly raised a thick book. "I know the reason now." Pausing slightly, he continued, "The book records about the mind-warping fiend Bob of King Rank, capable of manipulating electricity and possessing the power called the Labyrinth of the Mind." Thunder and Kyle gaped. The Labyrinth of the Mind. The gentle sunlight through the window, the legend said the humanoid bob-headed monster resulted from a queen sacrifice ritual in some kingdom. When the bob-headed child cried at birth, the king could not accept the truth. He built a massive labyrinth on a remote island at the edge of the world, set guards, the bob-headed creature bound within its body, unable to die or find release. Over the years, it grew in the labyrinth, a monster with godlike power, and as it matured, its body gradually adapted to break free, forming a widespread enchanting ability. With that power, it could make those affected lose reason and act on their most intense emotions. Thunder shuddered. "What absurdity! How could a human and Bob conceive a child?" Kyle showed sympathy. "Then it is pitiful, so what happened next?" Munch replied, "The book does not specify. Perhaps it escaped. Otherwise we would not have encountered it in the dungeon." Kyle stroked his chin in thought. "Plausible, it could have produced offspring. Then my dream was likely influenced by this." Munch nodded, "Very likely." Thunder silently watched them. If Kyle's nightmare was caused by the bob-headed monster, then whose voice did he hear? At that moment, Cadden pushed open the door. "All right, the headmaster said you are fine. Rest a few days and you can leave next week." Thunder and Kyle silently sighed. Just now we were scolded. Thunder suddenly remembered. Cadden, about that matter, Cadden asked casually, worried about my injuries. He smiled charmingly. It's nothing, just 2 broken ribs, trivial to us. Thunder's face was cold. I just want to ask, did you take the king rank monster crystal? Will you share it with us? As he finished, Cadden flared up. Don't even dream about it. That is my effort. Did you ever think why I got hurt? Thunder lowered his head in surrender. Yes, yes. In the blink of an eye, Cadden returned to normal, waving, rest for now, tomorrow a full checkup. Thunder hurriedly called, I still have one question. Thunder spoke seriously. How did you know we infiltrated the dungeon? Kyle also curious. Only a few knew about this. Even Jasmine reporting would take time. Garden calmly puffed his cigar. You are too curious. Someone hidden reported to me. Thunder muttered, someone hidden, recalling that night he realized they were always being watched. Munch suddenly remembered, heard that within the academy, a group hides among crowds to protect students. Kyle continued, frankly, they specialize in collecting and reporting secret information. Garden lazily added, roughly so, don't expect more from me, focus on your own affairs. Thunder sighed. The more he learned, the more complex. The academy hides more than it seems. That night, the golden system screen displayed 5 multicolored orbs in hand. Thunder lay staring at the system, thinking about the newly acquired power of absorbing elements. Reading the description carefully, the ability allows absorbing enemy magic and enhancing the same type. Currently not useful. Perhaps he should learn more magic. Thinking so, he looked at Kyle sleeping soundly beside him, secretly worried about Nova. Luckily, everyone kept quiet. Cadden did not ask further, likely not reveal. Seeing Kyle asleep peacefully, Thunder guessed he no longer had nightmares, perhaps due to the monster's influence. The next morning, clear sky, white clouds floating, amidst shaded trees was a spacious villa. Inside echoed the clash of martial force, winds created by thunder sweeping across the courtyard. Elder Feng stood opposite, wiping sweat, satisfied. Very good. This attack state suits you perfectly. Thunder looked at the sword, but I feel the sword leans toward defense. Using fists still lacks power. Elder nodded, reasonable. Suddenly his eyes brightened, clapping. Right, I have something for you. Thunder was puzzled. What is it? Elder Feng searched the cabinet. Where did it go? Thunder waved his hand. If not found, forget it, wondering if there was anything valuable here. Suddenly he exclaimed, found it. Proudly presented large gloves, turtle fist. Thunder frowned. The name sounded strange. Reluctantly he tried them on. Usable, Elder calmly said, don't worry, it will adjust to the user. Indeed, the gloves gradually shrank to fit Thunder's hands perfectly. He marveled, flexing his hands several times to test. Thunder asked, made from monster crystals. Elder proudly said, yes, but only mid-grade crystals. Higher grade would be stronger. He folded his arms, continuing, I wanted to make high grade but unfair for participants. Thunder puzzled, participants. Elder replied, haven't you heard, attending class every day. Thunder nervously hid the truth or skipped class, speak quickly. He seriously recounted, every year, second-year students compete within the academy, one-on-one battles, selecting 5 outstanding individuals. These 5 represent the academy in grand tournaments against international masters. Elder smiled at Thunder, lending you these gloves, hope at least top 10. If ranking high I will gift them. Thunder excited, thank you in advance. Pondered, having weapons still needs defense, armor or shield, useful for missions. Thunder nodded thoughtfully. In the bustling city, passers-by were startled by shouts from the weapon shop. Why so expensive? Sam carried the goods coldly. That's the price. If you don't like it, buy elsewhere. Thunder tried to bargain. Last time it wasn't this price. Sam tapped the table. Shop sells at fixed price. Armor from mid-grade crystals costs 10 low-grade crystals or 1,000 coins, plus an extra 10 crystals. He lowered his voice cunningly. That's the secrecy fee. I don't care where your crystals came from. Thunder gritted his teeth, thinking how annoying, though they had no evidence of him keeping the crystals. Special attention later would make solo hunting more difficult. Thinking this, Thunder decisively tossed the crystal pouch onto the table and coldly told him to do his job well. All eyes immediately focused on the pouch. Sam gave a few polite laughs before taking it, assuring that his craftsmanship would satisfy him. Thunder leaned against the wall, watching him call out orders, inwardly mocking the false eloquence found in every profession. Just as the thought ended, he heard someone call his name. Thunder, what a coincidence. Turned to greet her. Slavia, you also came to forge equipment. She smiled and replied that she had the day off from school. Ignoring her awkward gaze, Thunder leaned closer and quietly advised her to choose another shop because this owner was not entirely trustworthy. Slavia immediately stepped forward and knocked on the table to call the owner. Sam hurriedly responded. He warmly invited her inside. Slavia sternly asked the price of a set of armor made from intermediate crystal. Thunder crossed his arms and watched, secretly astonished when he heard the man address her as young miss. Leaving the shop, Slavia placed the crystals back into Thunder's hand. He thanked her and wondered why people treated others so differently. He recalled what Sebastian once said about status. Though unpleasant to hear, it reflected the dark side of this world. Returning to reality, Thunder searched his pouch and said he wanted to give her something in return. Under the sunlight, he took out a purple glowing intermediate gully bear crystal. Slavia blushed and refused because it was too valuable. Thunder firmly said he already had enough equipment so she should keep it. After saying that, he waved and left, promising to meet again. Slavia stood under the sun cherishing the stone, her shy face glowing with joy. A few days later at the shop, Thunder spoke up to say it was not bad. Sam happily asked if he was satisfied. He apologized for previously not knowing Thunder's relationship with the young miss. Thunder checked the armor while thinking that cultivating energy and new equipment were truly worth looking forward to. Thinking this, he smiled slightly, eager to test himself against higher-level monsters. Time passed quickly. In a luxurious room, Zippy looked at the sunset and said that Brat was truly lucky to still be alive. Raven knelt and replied that Cadden had managed to rescue them in time. Zippy snorted coldly and said that plan was no longer effective. Draven reported that there were currently 3 knights guarding them, along with Cadden, making it difficult to act. Hesitantly asked whether they should try approaching Dan Bird. Zippy said Dan Bird could be persuaded, but his loyalty needed to be tested first. He ordered him to find someone else suitable to take action and promised a new position if successful. As Draven was about to leave, Zippy suddenly called him back. He coldly stated that if he failed, there was no need to return to report. That night under the bright moonlight, a towering mountain appeared. At the Sika deer hunting ground, the group discussed earning more money for equipment. Munch and Ian gratefully thanked Thunder. He awkwardly asked if they were talking to him. Pan ran over teasingly, saying they were sincerely grateful to him. Thunder suddenly remembered something and walked towards Slavia. Mary playfully retreated. Slavia blushed and called her name. Slavia explained that she had exchanged the crystal he gave her for money to share with everyone because she did not need to use it. He worriedly asked if Thunder was angry. Thunder placed his hand on her shoulder and said absolutely not. He smiled and praised her for having leadership qualities. Slavia's face turned crimson upon hearing that. Everyone teased her. She flusteredly pushed Thunder, causing him to cry out. Kyle sighed and asked whether there was truly nothing between him and Slavia. Thunder blankly asked what he meant. Kyle shook his head, saying his brain was as stiff as wood, and reminded him not to treat Ami strangely in the future. Hearing this, Thunder could only remain silent in thought. Night fell. 2 gigantic dark shadows rushed across the starry sky. By reflex, Thunder grabbed his weapon and warned everyone. Manchai immediately shouted to prepare for battle. A swarm of blue-winged dragonflies quickly surrounded them. Thunder used dragon eyes to observe, determining they were only primary-level monsters. Ken and Kyle enthusiastically cut them down with ease. They even joked that they would soon reach the white belt. Elsewhere, Munch used his dual swords to handle them swiftly. After finishing, he wiped his sweat and rested. Thunder noticed movement on the ground and shouted a warning to Munch. Hearing the shout, Munch leaped away from the intermediate armored insect that had just emerged. Midair, he looked down in shock upon recognizing the intermediate monster. Tan still recklessly lunged forward, believing it was only an insect. The collision only pushed it back slightly. Tan widened his eyes at the extremely hard shell. Thunder calmly ordered everyone to spread out because there were more. Sure enough, armored insects continuously emerged to surround them. Kyle struggled to hold his ground against the swarm of armored insects. His sword could hardly injure them, making him grit his teeth at the hardened shell. Slavia supported Mary with arrows, but they also struggled to penetrate the armor. Ian, Tan, and Munch stood back to back, panting. Suddenly, one armored insect was flung aside. Thunder appeared with both hands ablaze, shouting for them to look. His face was cold as he ordered everyone to fall back. He charged into the sea of flames and swiftly wiped out the swarm of armored insects. Munch exclaimed in amazement. Tan curiously asked if he had obtained a new weapon. Munch guessed it was support from the Martial Guild, then lamented choosing the wrong guild. While fighting, Thunder carefully restrained his strength to avoid suspicion. Seeing his teammates still watching, he turned back and called them to assist. Mary leaped high and shot an arrow into the head of an armored insect. Next, Slavia entered the fray with the legendary shield shining brightly in her hand to support her teammates. She leaped up using Kyle as a foothold and poured all her strength into smashing the shield down onto the target below. When it was Munch's turn, he dashed forward, the tip of his sword piercing into the gap of the insect armor, and shouted that he had found a way. Tan. Hearing the command, Tan immediately drew his wooden staff and charged straight in to assist. A decisive strike split open the insect's shell, green fluid splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, Ian quickly snapped off one of its sharp pincers and threw it toward Kyle. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sharp tip and thrust it straight into the insect's vulnerable abdomen. Time passed, the moon hung high above, casting its silver light across the entire battlefield. When the insect collapsed once more, the battle came to an end. Tan let out a sigh of relief as the last one was finally defeated. He bent down to examine the spoils, excitedly saying that they were all mid-level monsters and that they would certainly obtain mid-grade crystals. Munch was also delighted as he held the glowing crystal in his hand. Thunder opened the system interface, thinking that he already had 2 crystals and the rest could be divided among them, but the simultaneous appearance of many mid-grade crystals made him suspect that something had been arranged. A flash of insight sparked in his mind, making him suddenly realize the abnormality. Thunder looked up at the sky, where a flock of birds was flying about in panic. Sensing that something was wrong, he activated Dragon Eyes to observe more carefully. His expanded vision revealed a band of flames rapidly spreading throughout the forest. Thunder immediately warned his teammates that a sea of fire was advancing toward them, even though Tan and the others could not yet see it. Mary swiftly climbed a tall branch to confirm that Thunder was correct. Kyle pressed his ear to the ground to hear the sound of beasts scattering. Tan shouted loudly for an immediate retreat. Thunder spoke in a low voice that it was likely too late. Mary jumped down to announce that they had already been surrounded by fire. Remembering the distress signal, she asked Slavia, but Slavia anxiously replied that the signal they had just sent was completely ineffective. Tan was alarmed that a malfunction had occurred at such a critical moment. Thunder suddenly noticed a faint human silhouette within the flame. He immediately stepped forward to shield his teammates and loudly demanded to know who that person was. 3 unfamiliar figures with crimson bodies and black face coverings stepped out from the sea of fire. One of them widened his cold, golden eyes filled with killing intent. Munch suspected that they had come to help, but Thunder denied it. Kyle angrily questioned whether they had caused the fire and what their purpose was. They remained silent, merely signaling to each other before launching an immediate attack. Munch was the first to be struck, sent flying backward. Before his teammates could catch him, another one had already rushed in to continue the assault. Thunder remained extremely vigilant, his eyes tracking every movement of the opponents. Sure enough, another attacker unleashed a strike as swift as lightning. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time. With dragon eyes fixed on the unfamiliar face, Thunder shouted to demand their identity. While resisting the pressure from the red-skinned enemy, he questioned the reason for their attack. A slashing blow grazed his iron glove. Thunder realized that his weapon was far from ordinary. He clearly sensed that the disparity in strength was tilting in favor of the opponent. Thunder immediately retreated to maintain distance and preserve himself. Tan helped Munch to his feet. Ian saw Thunder in difficulty and prepared to rush in to assist. The flames suddenly surged high, blocking the path and forcing Ian to stop. The sea of fire divided the 2 sides. Kyle and Thunder's voices calling to each other echoed through the blaze. Thunder quickly analyzed that their target might be himself or both him and Kyle. Seeing Kyle being pressed by the saber-wielding enemy, he told himself that he might have to face the 2 opponents alone. Thunder shouted across, urging them to descend the mountain to seek reinforcements, as only when the knights arrived would there be hope. Slavia decisively split the group to leave. Tan supported Munch, Mary followed, and before departing Ian reminded Thunder to hold on. Thunder and Kyle stood back to back. Kyle affirmed that he was still fine and took on the dual-blade opponent. Kyle assessed that the enemy was fast and strong but not overwhelmingly so. With careful defense his life would not be in danger. The 2 charged into battle. Kyle silently resolved to hold him back to buy time for Thunder. Thunder calmly faced the remaining 2 enemies, ready to engage in combat. While blocking the sword blade, he realized that an iron chain was launching a sneak attack toward him. Thunder swung his arm to catch the chain, pulling hard to restrain the opponent. From the corner of his eye, he saw the flames spreading close along the other side of the chain. To avoid being trapped between the 2 attacks, Thunder forcefully flung the chain away and retreated. He realized that no matter whom he fought, the other would always seek an opportunity to attack from behind. A moment of carelessness caused him to be struck by the end of the chain. Thunder was sent flying toward the edge of the flames and immediately pushed himself up to stand again. His gaze turned cold as he acknowledged that the opponents were stronger than expected. Looking at the crack on his armor, he exhaled softly as the equipment had reduced the impact, deciding that he needed to change tactics. A cry of pain rang out. Thunder turned back in concern for Kyle. Kyle clutched the arm that had just recovered from injury, angrily reproaching the red-skinned enemy, who responded with a cold and mocking tone. Kyle still forced himself to stand firm, reassuring Thunder that he could handle his opponent. The dual-blade enemy let out a harsh laugh and charged forward, declaring that he would show no mercy. The aura around Thunder suddenly changed. His voice lowered as he stated that if they wished to be ruthless, then he no longer needed to conceal his true strength. The system panel displayed a notification for using a 10-year monster crystal. Thunder confirmed his agreement. Immediately, a beam of light descended, enveloping the spot where Thunder knelt. Witnessing this scene, the opponents felt a moment of unease and stepped back. A new source of energy surged in. A notification appeared stating that he had evolved into a dragon knight. Beside Thunder appeared his summoned beast with long horns, which had evolved into a dire wolf. After completing the absorption, he loudly called for Nova to enter the battle. Behind Thunder stood the fierce dire wolf, his remaining eye transformed into a dragon eye. He clenched his fist and declared that the moment for counterattack had arrived. One member of the Pureblood faction was astonished that the intelligence had not mentioned his ability to use magic. The other ignored it and continued the mission. They charged forward simultaneously, amid the space interwoven with arcs of electricity. Thunder raised his gloved hand and unleashed a brilliant golden stream of energy, challenging them not to think that this move had no counter. Power collided violently right before his chest. Thunder loudly called Nova's name to coordinate the counterattack. Tightened the chain wrapped around Jay Glee, but restraining him became extremely difficult since they were evenly matched. He could not help cursing inwardly when he realized the brat's strength far exceeded expectation. Thunder summoned a beast, condensing an enormous surge of energy at the brink of eruption. Violent arcs of lightning flashed around the one-horned wolf in a terrifying display. Hurry and retreat. Jay Glee's threads controlled by Nova spread swiftly across the area, coordinating with Thunder to throw the enemy into disarray. By the time they realized it, they had already been tightly bound. The man holding the chain recognized the technique and clicked his tongue in disdain, wondering if they intended to use this trick to lock him down. Two youngsters calmly yanked at the tangled cords. With a few flicks of their hands, the chains burst apart, truly naive. Thunder sat on Nova's back, charging forward while letting his power radiate outward, reminding him to leave the heavy weapon wielder for him to handle later. At Thunder's signal, the two suddenly accelerated, surging ahead like a raging gale without hesitation. He leaped off Nova's back, activated the secretion ability, and shot straight toward the one wielding twin blades ahead. While Thunder was still clashing with one opponent, another lunged in fiercely, shouting with killing intent. He had not even launched his move before he was startled to see Nova charging at him aggressively. The man swung his sword with lightning reflexes to block Nova's bite, arrogantly declaring not to be smug. It was merely a beast. He could cut down 100 in a single day. Thunder streaked forward in a blink, the flames conjured by magic around him continuing to multiply without cease. He unleashed a surge of blazing light, slashing through the air, and in an instant appeared in the open space ahead. In his mind he calculated swiftly, these two were indeed troublesome, especially that sword which seemed a major threat that had to be restrained. Energy roared violently in Thunder's hands, both palms glowing brightly. He found it strange that ever since Delsic was gone, the opponent seemed to avoid him. He wondered why. With that thought, he accelerated like the wind, deciding to try closing in and see what happened. In a split second, Thunder stood face to face with the mysterious masked figure. His bloodshot eyes widened in shock, as if about to spit out something vicious but stopping halfway. Thunder unleashed a flurry of punches, observing the way he dodged and immediately understanding, this man was clearly weaker when forced into close combat. The sword wielder immediately leaped out of his magical trajectory, letting out a displeased snort. Thunder's lips curved with confidence, inwardly certain he had grasped the man's weakness. Suddenly a shout rang out from somewhere, causing both of them to turn their heads. On the other side, the twin blade user was struggling under relentless assaults, defending while shouting how mere students could be so troublesome. Kyle calmly replied that was correct, they were students of Pharaoh Department. Kyle did not hesitate, swinging his sword straight toward the twin blade wielder. As he pressed his attack, he demanded the reason they had targeted them. From behind Kyle, a sudden surge of abnormal power swept in. Thunder immediately warned him to be careful. Kyle instantly accelerated to dodge, attempting to escape the ambush. But the twin blade wielder was engulfed in a raging sea of flames, his screams echoing endlessly. His eyes burned crimson, anguished cries resounding through the air as he begged desperately for help. Kyle stood frozen in disbelief at the sight. These men were willing to eliminate even their own comrades. He braced himself and staggered forward, forcing out that thunder. He was coming to support him. Yet after only a few steps, he collapsed from exhaustion. Thunder looked at his friend with eyes still blazing, reassuring him not to worry and to rest properly. He fixed a resolute gaze ahead, vowing not to let them go unpunished. He gripped the sword in his mouth, eyes icy as he declared that men like them did not deserve to exist in this natural world. With that, he charged forward without hesitation, smoke and fire surging everywhere, showing no mercy. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light tore through the battlefield. It was Thunder unleashing his fiercest barrage, striking down relentlessly upon the sword wielder, the man who cared nothing for his own comrade's life. He spun his weapon and drove it hard into the opponent's chest, catching him off guard as he roared in fury. Struck head-on, the sword wielder cried out in pain, eyes wide with disbelief. He crashed to the ground, staggering several steps before regaining balance amid the chaos. The sword remained clenched in Thunder's jaws. He inwardly admitted the opponent's armor was exceptionally tough. Seeing the gleaming armor and the special magma sword, Thunder understood they had prepared their equipment thoroughly for this battle. His right glove had cracked, forcing him to consider another approach. If it dragged on his armor would not endure. Immediately afterward, streaks of light sliced across the sky like invisible blades. The sword wielder turned to confront Nova, evenly matched in pursuit while mocking that he had seemed formidable, yet was merely a mid-tier beast. He would make it fall before its master. Nova roared ferociously, seemingly sensing something abnormal as its body moved in a strange rhythm. It circled the opponent continuously, while he remained wary and taunted that such tricks could not make him dizzy. He quickly picked up Jay Glee's chain from the ground, muttering the name of some control technique. Instantly he hurled the chain, slamming it into Nova and knocking it off balance, then sneered not to underestimate him. His eyes flashed a cold red as he raised his hand to act, murmuring what should be done and where it thought it was going. He poured his strength into the decisive strike, uttering words heavy with killing intent. Suddenly Kyle appeared in time, blocking the blow. He ground his teeth and shouted each word in rage, demanding that he stop. The sword wielder sneered, casually asking if he still had any strength left. With a simple motion, he flung Kyle away and spat out insults, preparing to finish him. Kyle's sword fell far away, sliding to a stop right before Nova. At the same moment, another brilliant arc of sword light tore through the air. Kyle used all his strength to clutch the opponent's leg and hold him back, grabbing the sword and telling him to fight like his master, provoking a furious curse. Meanwhile, Nova slowly lowered its head and bit down on the sharp blade. The sword wielder flew into a rage, raising his hand to strike Kyle again, roaring fiercely. At the brink of life and death, Kyle firmly declared that even in death he would not let go. But as he prepared to launch another strike, the axe in his hand was suddenly knocked off course. He trembled in disbelief when he saw Nova standing majestically before him. Space sank into chaos, flames, shattered debris, and streaks of light intertwining everywhere. While the sword wielder was still stunned, Thunder had already noticed and uttered a contemptuous remark. Seizing the moment, he immediately closed in and hurled the sword away with force. This was the very instant. The sword wielder reacted with extreme speed, sidestepping as the blade shot past his flank. Thunder's glove flared with powerful energy, easily seizing another sword. Then he gathered all his strength and drove a straight punch into the opponent's face, daring him to dodge. When the mask shattered, Thunder was stunned by the true identity revealed. Even Kyle, who witnessed it, widened his eyes, utterly unable to believe what he had just seen. That man was Waiter, and Kyle finally realized his true identity. Waiter slowly turned to hide his face, but he blocked him with a brief question, "Why?" Kyle still couldn't accept the truth, his voice trembling. "You were the knight who once taught us." He shouted in agitation, words full of rage, "Why did everything turn out this way, you bastard?" That man didn't care, revealed and unafraid. He continued charging with the flaming sword toward Kyle. After all, you couldn't escape. Thunder saw the danger and shouted a warning full of concern, "Kyle, be careful." As the attack came, Nova rushed in just in time to push Kyle aside, calling out Nova's name at the right moment. Flames still blazed, the moon remained full. Waiter turned his back to him. Thunder kept shouting at Nova to stop. "It's enough, stop summoning." Kyle struggled to sit up, panting. In the distance, a massive chaotic power surged violently. That man spun around with no intention of letting go, channeling energy forward. Resistance was meaningless. He would send each one off. He stood still, not acting rashly, In humanity there are always lowly beings. What is your purpose dragging others into this? Witter glared and struck. Your moment has come, Thunder. Thunder gritted his teeth, blocking with one hand. Want to torment, then aim at me. He shouted with all his strength, resolute, you will pay. The system kept reporting additional elemental fusion. Waiter laughed arrogantly, believing victory was certain. Keep some energy. Just holding this sword alone is enough to exhaust you. Feel its heat. Thunder only slightly smirked. The one who must pay is you. That man shouted angrily, adding force. Let's see how stubborn you can remain. Waiter suddenly froze, his face pale as he noticed something odd in the flame before him. What is happening? The fire is weakening. He cursed loudly. Let go, you wretch. Why hasn't it vanished? He barked back. Don't think I will release. Despite Waiter's continuous shouting and curses, Thunder poured all his strength to throw him away but coughed violently. That man recklessly kicked, sending him flying, annoyed, growled, truly a persistent pest. Thunder fell to the ground, sat up with great difficulty, ribs aching, must end this. Glee behind continued trying, pouring all energy. The absorbed fire element could now be used as magic. If fire energy could merge with the element of fire, it would become a unique weapon. Thunder spread his arms, the atmosphere shook, power exploded along with a roar. Wester panicked and stepped back, stammering, you truly are ruthless. Glee quickly regained composure, wielding sword and magic, should have resolved this earlier. In his eyes flashed pity mixed with anger. Humanity is truly pitiful. As two figures passed, Waiter's hands suddenly left the body. Everything happened too fast, leaving him stunned. What is this? Why did the flaming sword not react? At this moment Waiter clutched the lost arm, utterly panicked. Not stopping, Thunder reached out and gripped his head. Waiter looked up to see his figure amidst the flames. Cold words rang out. Your moment has come. He trembled. No. Despite the pleading, Thunder did not hesitate. A slight touch, a booming explosion erupted. Waiter's screams rang violently, but he remained cold and expressionless. Waiter's body sank into the sea of flame, hair singed and face distorted. His body gradually withered. Thunder watched calmly. That was the inevitable outcome. In the dark forest, he sat panting when someone called his and Kyle's name. Thunder, Kyle. In front of Thunder, many people rushed over. Cadden leading worriedly asked, Thunder, are you two okay? Seeing them, he collapsed. Everyone panicked. These are people from the Pureblood Guild. Must inform Winford. Hold on. He's seriously injured and needs hospital immediately. Thunder slightly closed his eyes, relieved everyone was safe. In a room filled with soft light, a quiet sound like just waking echoed. Thunder slowly opened his eyes and looked around, the familiar scene and antiseptic scent, back in a hospital. He tried to move, but his body was heavy. Beside him, someone slept deeply. Flavia, startled by the sound, opened her eyes. Their eyes met. She happily leapt up. Thunder, you're awake, he asked softly. How long did I sleep this time? Slavia helped him sit up, answered about 3 days. Don't worry. The wounds were treated timely and healed quickly. Thunder thought. Previously his lips were burnt, now eased. She turned and said, I called everyone in. Everyone waited for you to wake. Moments later, a hand touched the wall code. Light emitted with symbols appearing. The space bathed in mysterious blue from the formation. Everyone in the room was present. He observed, then said, all right, now the conversation won't be eavesdrop. Thunder was puzzled by the action. What is this about? He looked to the corner where lazy, joyous Ian and Kel sat. Why was that person here too? Cadden spoke. Thunder and Kyle silently listened. As they saw this time the two trainees were attacked severely, nearly died. He inhaled smoke and spoke seriously. Winford and I discussed and decided to clarify for you all. Cadden looked at Thunder seriously. Can you recount the attacker? Thunder froze briefly. He pondered, then said, there were 3 wearing red masks. I don't know 2 of them and 1. Thunder paused, then clarified, that was Grandmaster Waiter. Munch couldn't believe, excitedly shouted, it was him again. Ian in the corner was also shocked. How could this be? Kyle crossed arms. I knew he was untrustworthy. Flavia asked urgently, are they from H.A.M. Guild? I read it was an extremist organization. Cadden interrupted, no, if so it would be easier. He said gravely, they belong to the Pureblood Guild, different from the Dark Guild. In the academy, many are pureblood protectors, some rumored to have elders backing them. Kyle exclaimed in shock. Elder, Slavia astonished. How did this happen? Munch annoyed, clearly a plot to harm. Cadden raised a hand to reassure. I understand, Winford and I thought the same, but handling it isn't simple. Thunder spoke, shifting slightly. What is their purpose? Turned, voice cold. Surely you guessed. Besides you they also called the red-haired group. Understood immediately, said, they also want to eliminate us. Yoha gasped, eliminate us. Joyous laughed excitedly. Then we can drop wooden swords for real weapons. Lazy shook head, sighing, troublesome. Kyle protested, "Didn't the prophecy say we are saviors? Why kill us?" Cadden calmly replied, "The prophecy has a second half." Kyle froze. "The second half?" Cadden inhaled, then explained, 11 years ago the prophecy said red-haired children were saviors. But they could also become world destroyers. Sounds contradictory, but it's true. According to him, an old silver-bearded man and a strange group believed in bloodline and heritage. They couldn't accept family tradition replaced by unknown children. Sadly, many were influenced by this ideology. In another development, the battlefield was in chaos, as soldiers risked their lives climbing the walls to storm in, while the kingdom of Aran remained engulfed in smoke and fire along the border. We need the knights to hold the line against invasions from other nations and the shadow beasts, while also maintaining the stable operation of the academy. This situation affects both sides. The leadership cannot openly confront the Pureblood Guild because it would easily cause internal division and shatter the peace. Hearing that, Kyle could not help but agitatedly ask if they were supposed to let them act freely. Tan sighed and said saving the world was not their responsibility. Slavia immediately retorted that those were their friends. Tan quickly forced a laugh and said he was joking. Slavia scolded him for being selfish while Cadden lit a cigarette and said they had all been drawn into this vortex. Cadden emphasized that the Pureblood Guild was growing increasingly blatant, so everyone had to remain extremely vigilant. He said he had arranged for people to protect them in secret and that Winford would monitor from the shadows. However, not everyone was trustworthy and they could not provide protection all day. At times, you had to rely on yourselves. Tan realized the only option left was to strengthen himself. Kyle nodded in agreement. Cadden laughed loudly and said those who only knew how to rely on others rarely survived long. Slavia silently thought he was reassuring them. After that, he grew serious and told everyone to go outside because he had private matters to discuss with Thunder. Thunder widened his eyes in surprise when he learned he was the one asked to stay. 1 week later, Thunder quietly stepped out of the infirmary. He stretched comfortably because he had finally been discharged. Then he suddenly remembered his gloves had been badly damaged and needed repair. Standing among the crowd, he thought Nova was not in mortal danger but needed rest, and he had to find a chance to hunt more crystals. Thunder sighed as he recalled Cadden's advice. Week earlier, he had questioned Cadden about the prophecy. Cadden calmly said his body had approached death many times, yet always recovered on its own. He even guessed Thunder had mastered several types of magic despite trying to conceal it. Thunder wondered how to explain his dragon identity and the strange system. He thought perhaps there was still dragon essence within him. Cadden said whether he believed it or not did not matter because the Pureblood Guild would believe it. Warned that their target for elimination was him. From then on, Thunder understood he had to be more cautious. As he walked, he thought the next person sent would certainly be more formidable. Thunder told himself he could not sit and wait for fate. Atop a tall tower, a voice rang out criticizing Lindsay for being useless. Zippy showed disappointment that despite good equipment, he still failed to deal with Thunder. He said it was fortunate Lindsay had not revealed the secret in time. A subordinate reported that Cadden and Winford already knew the target, so it was temporarily difficult to act. Zippy wore a mask and casually said this minor matter could be overlooked. He transformed into a white-bearded old man and ordered Dan Bird to be summoned. He wanted him to prove his loyalty by helping eliminate a few obstacles. As dusk fell, Thunder returned to the dormitory. Manchelin greeted him. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief when he saw he had been discharged. Kyle looked at the injuries on Thunder's body. He explained they were from sparring at the martial arts club. Slavia brought a letter to Kyle. Mary cheerfully asked about Thunder's well-being. Slavia happily asked about his health. Thunder replied he was fine. Mary teased that his hair should be trimmed shorter. Tan and Kyle offered all sorts of suggestions, but Thunder refused. Ian explained that since the dormitory had a vacant room, Nova had moved here at Cadden's suggestion. Thunder complained that Nova was noisy and asked if Kyle had any opinion. He noticed Kyle sitting silently in the corner of the room. Thunder asked worriedly, but Kyle only showed fear on his face. Kyle suddenly stood up and rushed outside, leaving everyone stunned. Slavia guessed it might be related to the letter. Tan made a random speculation and was stopped by Munch. Thunder immediately ran after him. He accelerated forward like the wind. His right eye shifted into a dragon eye to search. He spotted a yellow-clad figure sitting on a rooftop. Under the peaceful night sky, Kyle sat there silently. Thunder found a way to climb up and called out to him. Gently asked what was wrong because everyone was worried. Kyle lowered his head and said he had just received a letter about his younger sister. Thunder sensed something was wrong and asked what had happened to Ami. Kyle choked out that she had passed away. The image of the mischievous Ami introducing herself surfaced in Thunder memory. She had once gently encouraged him beneath the twilight glow, and once sat quietly reading and told Thunder to be himself. The small figure of Ami with her backpack and cloak fluttering in the wind filled him with regret for never having thanked her. Thunder remembered that radiant smile and wished he could see it again. Now only the sight of her lying among white flowers and her mother sobbing remained. All the memories shattered like fragments, leaving Thunder stunned. He could not believe Ami was gone. Kyle said through tears that he had once dreamed a nightmare involving Ami. He recounted seeing her meet with an accident at Yunnan Academy beneath the statue of the deity. In the dream, Ami was alone amid an indifferent crowd. Kyle sobbed as he realized it was not a nightmare. He said in anguish that it was a prophecy. Thunder listened in silence as Kyle said the family had received compensation money from a noble. Kyle clenched the letter tightly, veins bulging from fury. He sprang up and punched the wall hard with a heart-rending cry. Kyle became increasingly agitated, his eyes bloodshot and his cries filled with resentment. In the eyes of the nobles, a human life was merely something that could be covered with money. Thunder stood silently, his body trembling with rage, thinking of how tomorrow they would still dine lavishly, while the death of his sister was not even worth mentioning. Kyle sank into despair and fury over Ami being abandoned. He gritted his teeth and said he would never forgive. Turning to Thunder, he nearly shouted that they had to find the one who had harmed his sister. His face was shrouded in darkness, determined to make the murderer pay the proper price. Thunder lifted his head, his eyes blazing with hatred, placing a hand on Kyle's shoulder and saying to count him in. Kyle grew even more emotional, gripping Thunder's shoulder, and saying that as long as he could prove his summoning and fire magic abilities before the elders, he could be transferred to Yunnan Academy. His eyes pleaded with hope as he stammered that there would be a chance. Thunder held his wrist, calmly reminding him that his abilities were too unusual. If the elders knew, it would only lead to stricter surveillance, and even if he reached Yunnan, what then? He placed his hand on Kyle's shoulder and asked directly that if he left, what would happen to him. Under the moonlight, Kyle lowered his head in pain, saying they needed to find an opportunity to leave Avril Academy together, but did not know how. He angrily turned away, mentioning that after graduation there were still 2 years of mandatory service. By then the culprit would likely have escaped far away. Thunder stood by the wall gazing at the starry sky, saying that in the upcoming examination, if they achieved first place, they would represent the academy in the international tournament. The two silently concealed their pain, thinking that at that time they might be able to approach people from Yunnan Academy. Kyle gradually calmed down, looking at Thunder's back and softly expressing his thanks. The scene shifted to Dormitory 53, the corridor brightly lit. Harry Denver entered the room, surprised to ask why only one person remained since the others had gone to prepare for the competition. Picked up a glass of water, smiling as he asked if there was any hope this year. The other shook his head, saying he understood the opponents too well. About to drink, Harry stopped when he heard that Kira had been assigned to a mission and had missed the chance to compete. His roommate leaned his sword against the floor, smiling and hoping that a new factor would appear in the second year. At the training hall, Thunder, Kel, and Munch stood observing Kyle diligently practicing swordsmanship. Kyle wondered why he had been so hardworking lately. Munch looked at Thunder and asked if something had happened. Thunder sadly told him to let Kyle handle it himself. Kyle continued to swing his sword relentlessly, sweat streaming down, yet his eyes still full of dissatisfaction as he felt it was not enough. Exhausted, he knelt down supported by his sword, gasping for breath. Kyle blamed himself for his own weakness. At that moment, Cadden appeared and told him to follow. There was something worth seeing. He led the group to the armory filled with armor and weapons, leaving everyone astonished. Cadden called everyone to gather around a display table with several repaired items. He said that anyone who needed something could choose. These were equipment once belonging to Waiter. Kyle chose dual swords. Munch tried on a light armor set and decided to take it. Kel held a chain and asked if he could choose it. Cadden confirmed that everyone except the first years had to participate in the competition and hoped they would perform well. He mentioned the forces behind the competition with a profound gaze. As usual, many major families would observe. If they performed excellently, they could be invited to serve as bodyguards. Kyle looked at the swords in his hands, murmuring that it could be an opportunity. An unreadable smile flickered across his lips. Thunder held a longsword and asked if it belonged to Waiter, realizing it had only lost its magical attributes and was now like a primary weapon. He raised the sword to examine it, thinking that although it had lost the fire element, it could still be used for other purposes. Night fell, the moon illuminated the forest where a dazzling light shone in the distance. Thunder used dragon eyes to search through the darkness. Hidden behind bushes, he discovered a cave entrance emitting a chilling aura. Inside the dark cave, tiny glowing specks fluttered, growing increasingly dense. Thunder sat on high ground looking down at where a gigantic creature resided. They stood on their hind legs, their ferocious faces patrolling around the cave. Suddenly one was ambushed. An explosion resounded and smoke and fire filled the icy cavern. Thunder and Nova stood above, fire magic still blazing in their hands. He observed the ice golems and assigned the left side to Nova to handle. Immediately after, the cave trembled from the impacts and flames burst out of the entrance. 3 weeks later at Avron Academy, the competition day attracted crowds from everywhere. In the waiting hall, students carrying weapons gathered and chatted. Jasmine asked Harry if he was holding back. He smiled and replied, hoping she would go easy on him. Eric whispered to Sebastian that everything had been arranged. He nodded in understanding. In another corner, Lisa asked which of the red-haired twins was the older and which was the younger. Thunder's group saw Mary rushing in breathlessly. Slavia hurriedly asked where she had been. Mary said that this year's rules had changed. It was no longer simply one-on-one. He anxiously explained that the first round had a different format but did not finish speaking. Paul suddenly fell silent when Rose entered with knights. Murmurs arose as it was about to begin. Rose requested order and called the top 5 of the second and third years to step forward. Flavia quietly asked Munch if there was any change. 5 people stepped forward with confused expressions, each carrying their own thoughts. Crowd discussed their presence. Some wondered why Thunder did not compete for a higher ranking. Sebastian crossed his arms and snorted coldly with jealousy. When they stood still, Rose turned to ask about the top 3 ranked students. 3 third-year girls stepped forward reporting that Kira was on a mission. The remaining were Nain ranked 5th, Cherry ranked 3rd, and Arthur ranked 4th. Rose reviewed the list. Munch and Ian were surprised by the robust appearance of one girl. Laughter rang out, causing everyone to turn. Someone remarked how carefree it was. The owner of the laughter was a sturdy young man leaning on a greatsword, introducing himself as Jay Glee. He confidently raised his thumb, waiting for an opponent to challenge him. Thunder looked at the young man at the top of the rankings, recalling the rumors about him. Kyle's group felt the pressure. Tan and Munch worried that they might have to face their senior. The third-year group stepped forward to face each other in the spacious hall. Amid Rose's announcement, these 10 students would be granted direct entry into the next round without needing to fight the first elimination. As soon as the announcement ended, all the students widened their eyes in shock and erupted in astonished murmurs. Kyle let out a soft sigh of relief, muttering to Thunder beside him that he had thought the third-year students would fight first. Who would have expected such a special promotion? Even if he did not make the top 5, it would be acceptable. After all, competing with dormmates held little meaning. He still believed he could defeat Ian. Rose paid no attention to the surrounding reactions and lowered her head to continue reading. The rule for the first round was a grand melee, with second and third-year students competing in turn, each round selecting 5 people to advance. After finishing, she turned toward Ian and signaled. Ian pointed at himself in confusion, while Kyle was called by name and asked to step into the center of the arena. As soon as Ian stepped into the open space, Rose raised her bow with a blunt-tipped arrow aimed straight at him, explaining that the qualifiers only used wooden weapons provided by the academy, and each bracelet contained 100 life points. She fired a test shot into Ian's armor. The display panel appeared, then she said that when attacked the life value would decrease. While speaking, she coated the arrow with flames to demonstrate that enhancing with aura would increase damage, while using defensive aura would reduce losses. All the students simultaneously looked down at their bracelet displays. When life points reached 0, they would be eliminated from the arena. After finishing the explanation, Rose clapped her hands and asked the second-year students to prepare. The weapons were placed in the equipment room. They could choose freely and then step onto the arena. As everyone busied themselves preparing, Sebastian glanced at Thunder and whispered to Eric that once on the stage they had to act quickly and not give him any chance. Thunder was unaware that he had been targeted. He picked up a wooden sword to examine it and decided to choose it since he was still more accustomed to using a sword. The scene shifted to the bright blue sky. The grand gate opened and light flooded in. An introduction echoed, welcoming the audience to watch the first match. Thunder raised his hand to shield the glaring light, hearing the call for contestants to enter the stage as he looked straight ahead. A wide wooden arena lay at the center of a closed circular grandstand. 2 groups of students advanced from opposite ends toward the middle. The audience cheered as the screen displayed each participant's life points. Anyone reaching 0 would be eliminated until only the final 5 remained. Elle and Mary squeezed through the crowd. tense because of the overwhelming number of opponents. On the high platform, the elders and top knights observed, waiting for the contestants to take their position. Amid the crowd, Thunder's red hair stood out as he walked forward silently. Elder Feng looked at him with expectant eyes, as if awaiting his performance. Thunder stopped when the referee loudly announced the start of the first qualifying round. The moment the command ended, a group of students immediately surrounded Thunder and charged at him together. He was briefly surprised at becoming the common target. Sebastian seized the chance to launch a sneak attack from the left, but Thunder still blocked it, only losing a small amount of life points. Eric raised his wooden sword and urged everyone to rush forward together to take Thunder down. Sebastian attacked relentlessly while shouting that he would reclaim everything. Thunder quickly turned the situation around, knocking his sword away and causing his life points to drop sharply. He grabbed Sebastian by the collar, leaving him stunned as he stared at Thunder's fist. 3 men behind them simultaneously swung their weapons toward Thunder. But the strikes hit Sebastian instead because Thunder used him as a shield. Eric panicked and shouted at his companions for striking their leader by mistake, apologizing because Thunder was too fast. Sebastian gritted his teeth and cursed Thunder as a monster. Thunder coldly threw him away, saying he should consider himself lucky to be eliminated early. Sebastian flew off the stage under the stunned gazes of his subordinate. He fell to the ground and slid a long distance before stopping. Struggling to his feet to check his health bar, he roared in disbelief. The system immediately treated him, and Sebastian walked off the field in a daze as his name was announced among those eliminated. On the grandstand, someone angrily slammed the table. Zippy sat behind quietly observing, unable to clearly see the displeased expression on Dan Bird's face. Back on the arena, Thunder looked at the remaining opponents with cold eyes and asked what they were waiting for. Flames surrounded his body. His voice deepened as he told them to come at him together. Sweat poured down Eric's forehead as he stammered for Thunder not to be too proud. Though they had lost their leader, they still joined forces, forming a circle around Thunder before charging in. Thunder burst out of the encirclement in an instant and appeared before Eric. Eric retreated in panic, shouting for him not to come closer. He swung his sword wildly, but Thunder had already closed in and spun behind him. A swift movement locked Eric's arm and forced his knees to buckle, his cry echoing across the arena. Jay Glee observed intently with great interest, and Nain, though arrogant, had to admit Thunder's formidable strength. The two watched as Thunder defeated another opponent and remarked that this match was originally meant to test technique, yet he was acting far too decisively. Nain coldly calculated that each strike reduced more than 20 points. Continuing like this, someone would be eliminated early. Slavia and Ian watched from afar with concern, while Kyle showed dissatisfaction at 10 people ganging up on one. Kyle crossed his arms and said that 10 against 1 was truly ridiculous. On the arena, Thunder remained the center as every attacker was repelled with cries of pain. Tan and Slavia broke into sweat at that power, realizing it was not aura but Thunder's own strength. On the grandstand, someone commented that he was striking too heavily, not resembling the demeanor of a knight. Thunder paid no attention to the discussions and continued to rapidly reduce his opponent's health bars. Those who had just criticized him felt chills down their spines under his gaze, suspecting he could hear them despite the distance. Elder Kim asked whether they should intervene, but Elder Feng said it was unnecessary. When 10 people surrounded him, no one had spoken up. Someone worried about what would happen if he went too far. Elder Feng calmly replied that it was merely a counterattack when surrounded. If anything happened, he would take responsibility. Hearing that, the other 2 elders could only remain silent and watch him. Thunder focused on those blocking his path. Elder Feng looked at him with eyes mixed with concern. In the third-year seating area, Cherry excitedly praised Thunder, while Harry Denver beside her thoughtfully said that the top 5 were almost revealed. Cherry felt sorry for Harry's younger brother who had been eliminated first. He merely smiled and said it was also a lesson for being overly pampered. Higley laughed loudly, showing eagerness to compete. Elsewhere, Kel and Mary coordinated smoothly to defeat each opponent. The twins, joyous and lazy, also quickly eliminated another person. Even so, all eyes remained on Thunder standing amid the fallen opponents, Eric still shouting threats that made him recall painful memories. Image of Ami and past wounds flashed through Thunder's mind. Anger erupted, and the atmosphere around him grew heavy. Holding the wooden sword, Thunder slowly advanced toward Eric, causing him to retreat in fear and ask what he wanted. Thunder silently reached out and grasped his head under a horrified gaze. Elder Kim suddenly stood up in worry, thinking Thunder would go too far. But Thunder merely drained Eric's mana and coldly said that he should not dream of becoming a knight. Mana flowed into Thunder, and the system displayed a notification of increased values for him. Eric was exhausted but not in life-threatening danger, his face pale. Thunder did not allow him to speak further and pressed down, causing his health bar to drop to 0. Eric lost consciousness, and his system immediately activated the recovery process. The elder wearing the black mask slightly narrowed his small eyes, carefully noticing an unusual detail, which was. At this moment the Grand Elder slowly spoke. The elder beside him also sighed in relief. It seemed his guess was correct. He had not harmed other students. At least he had not broken anyone's arms or legs. Beneath the arena, the battle remained tense. Thunder had just defeated an opponent when an arrow suddenly shot toward his head. He tilted his body in a flash, his extreme speed allowing him to avoid the arrow by a hair's breadth. Lisa drew her bow tight and aimed at Thunder, her voice trembling slightly. Release him. Thunder released that opponent, causing him to fall to the floor, then lowered his sword and turned to look directly at Lisa. The beaten student clutched his shoulder while lying on the ground waiting for the system to restore him, grinding his teeth and muttering how hateful. Seeing Thunder let go, Lisa immediately released the bowstring, the arrow tearing through the air toward him. Speed startled Thunder slightly, yet he still turned and dodged it. Not giving him a moment to rest, Lisa fired 4 more arrows in quick succession. All of them were neatly avoided by Thunder, his gaze toward her growing increasingly displeased. Lisa broke into a sweat. While drawing her bow, she thought in confusion why that man only kept dodging like this. It was unreasonable. She reached back for more arrows. The quiver behind her was already empty. At the very moment Lisa touched the emptiness, Thunder had already rushed forward, leaping into the air and swinging his sword with overwhelming momentum. His hand flashed forward and seized the delicate collar of Lisa. Thunder continued his old tactic, gradually draining her mana. Lisa grabbed his wrist and begged him not to. From the stands came furious shouts, "Let go, you monster." Lisa's father was restrained by 2 people when he attempted to rush down. He shouted, "Release my daughter. Please stay calm. This is still a match. If you rush in, she will be declared defeated." Thunder tilted his head to look. That scene made him recall his childhood with his father. That man was her father. The image of his own father bruised and lying on a hospital bed resurfaced. They were both fathers, but what about my father? He remembered his father once fighting to protect others and being knocked away. How much had he contributed to this country? Thinking of this, his hand tightened around the sword, energy coiling around the blade, but what was the outcome? He recalled the moment his father, afflicted by the dark plague, shed tears and begged his mother to end his life. That plea caused Thunder immense pain. Losing control, Thunder swung his sword infused with mana toward Lisa. Why did it have to be like this? At that moment, a special chain wrapped around his arm, blocking his next action. Kyle held the other end of the chain. Mary knelt on one knee with her bow raised and shouted, "Stop Thunder." Thunder glanced at them with a cold gaze, veins bulging. "Why stop me?" Despite their depleted health bars, Kyle and Mary still stood in front of him. "She is innocent, do not go too far." Thunder looked carefully. She has never harmed anyone. Siblings Joyous and Lazy also stepped forward to shield Lisa, advising that he had gone a bit too far. Those people had already been punished, and he should show some leniency to a girl. Thunder seemed not to hear, slowly approaching while murmuring why. In his mind appeared scenes of Slavia and Mary inviting him to eat, those ordinary moments. Celebrating victories with friends in a small alley, and the promise to teach that man a lesson. Thunder covered his face and trembled, his voice choked. Why was it always like this? He glared at everyone. "What do you all understand?" As if losing his sanity, Thunder threw his sword down and shouted, "What do you know about me?" The surge of his aura forced Joyous and Lazy to assume defensive stances. The mana within Thunder erupted out of control. "If you want to stop me, then come." Grabbed the chain binding him and pulled hard. Kyle was yanked forward. Mary cried out his name in panic. Awaiting him was Thunder's full-force punch, causing his health bar to drop by 20%. Kyle became like a punching bag, continuously taking blows until he no longer had the strength to resist. Thunder released him and said coldly, "If you want to defeat me, then train properly." Mary did not respond and immediately shot 3 arrows toward him. Thunder still gently dodged all 3. He even raised his hand to catch 2 arrows in midair. Mary's eyes widened in shock. How could he catch them so quickly? Without stopping, Thunder used those very 2 arrows to counterattack her. Mary jumped aside to dodge, without realizing that a shadow had already closed in. Thunder delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. Her health bar dropped another 20%. "If you want to defeat me, do not hesitate." Mary fell backward, sliding across the ground with smoke rising. Thunder looked down and reminded her learn to anticipate my actions. Joyous and Lazy rushed forward simultaneously. One shouted begin, the other followed with end. Thunder responded calmly, energy radiating powerfully around his legs. Power like flames enveloped his body, blasting the two siblings far away. They were fortunate to maintain their balance and not fall off the arena. In the blink of an eye, Thunder appeared behind them and said coldly, "You brought this upon yourselves." Joyous and Lazy were struck and thrown back, their health bars also dropping by 20%. Seeing them motionless, Thunder turned toward Lisa. She turned pale and trembled, "Too strong." The audience was stunned and exclaimed, "Too strong, truly a complete suppression." A group of third-year students also watched intently. Jay Glee remarked that if he was not in the top 5, then the top 5 must be even more terrifying. On the stands, Ian looked at Kyle seeking his opinion. Tan interrupted, telling him to be quiet. Munch lowered his head in discomfort upon seeing his friend targeted. On the arena floor, Thunder advanced toward Lisa with a grim expression, the only one still standing. Lisa hugged her bow and trembled. "I cannot be your opponent." Thunder showed no emotion and raised an energy sphere in his hand. Aiden could not endure it and shouted to the referee, "He wants to harm my daughter." But when Thunder stepped closer, the sphere gradually dimmed until only a thin ray of light remained. Before everyone's eyes, Thunder placed 2 fingers on Lisa's forehead. Her health bar decreased twice by 20%. He softly said sorry. The match ended. Before leaving the arena, Lisa's gaze still followed Thunder with confusion. Aiden was also stunned. Tan beside him asked, "Is it over?" Another person replied yes. The large screen displayed the names Thunder, Joyous, Lazy, Kel and Mary, announcing congratulations to the top 5 advancing to the next round. Mary and Kel watched Thunder's departing figure as the loudspeaker continued to announce a break and preparation for the afternoon match. On the stands, the 6 elders praised Thunder. Zippy said that if he was determined, few could stop him. Elder Fung believed he could save many people. Winford reported that those students had contracted mana sickness and temporarily could not use energy. It was still unclear whether they could recover. The Grand Elder pondered, and then ordered that this matter end here and must not be spread outside. His gaze still followed Thunder. That child had already borne too much. Winford replied yes. Switching to the training room, several students whispered, "Not yet in the 2nd year and already so diligent. Another guest, he must be from an upper class." Before everyone's eyes, Kyle was diligently sparring with a wooden dummy. This dummy was created to train students' reflexes and stamina, so it continuously launched attacks at him. After a period of dodging, he seemed to spot an opening and immediately spun around to deliver a powerful kick to its arm. Right after that, he swung his sword decisively, the blade slicing through the air as it struck the target. Dummy halted as if conceding defeat. A mechanical voice rang out announcing that level 12 had been cleared. Kyle's face darkened. He raised a hand to wipe away sweat, yet his eyes showed no trace of joy. The image of Thunder in yesterday's match flashed through his mind, making he realize he was still far from that level. Adam's voice echoed again in his thoughts. That was his goal. As per tradition, each year many clans would come to watch the competition, and those who performed exceptionally might receive invitations to leave the academy and become guards, a fairly stable position. Thinking that, Kyle tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his body trembling slightly from the sense that he had yet to reach his desired standard. Among the crowd, Cherry kept her eyes fixed on Kyle and asked the person beside her, "That's the 5th rank of the 2nd year, what do you think of him?" Harry Denver understood the implication, but calmly replied that he found the other one more suitable for himself. Cherry gave a faint teasing smile, "But he is quite attractive too. That bearing reminds me of you." She turned to look at Harry, her tone more serious. "You can do even better, can't you?" Without answering, Harry slowly walked toward Kyle, causing him slight surprise. As if to explain, Harry raised his sword and activated level 12 mode. Receiving the command, the dummy charged straight at him. Facing that strike, Harry merely tilted his body slightly to evade and countered with a clean slash across its torso. Following through, he delivered a powerful kick that made the dummy stagger briefly. And he leaped high and brought down a precise finishing blow. The mechanical voice sounded again, signaling that level 12 had been completed. Standing beside him, Kyle frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this guy had just copied his move. Harry walked over with a bright smile, saying it was not too difficult, while Kyle responded with an irritated look and told him to speak plainly if he wanted a match. Cherry excitedly exclaimed that something interesting was about to happen. The crowd murmured as the other person seemed to be the top of the 2nd year. Just then Slavia found Kyle and quickly stepped forward, calling his name. Without hesitation, she pulled him away in a hurry, saying the afternoon match was about to begin. and they needed to find a good spot first, while Kyle helplessly asked her to stop pulling. Once outside the training ground, Kyle brushed her hand aside and asked why she had stopped him. Slavia irritably advised him not to act impulsively, because if he were eliminated due to a personal conflict, then what would become of the competition? Only then did Kyle understand. He lowered his head and apologized for not thinking about the consequences. Seeing that, Slavia softened her tone, saying she believed he had the strength but needed to stay calm. Kyle nodded in thanks. An announcement invited the third-year students into the arena. Slavia asked Kyle if he had seen Thunder anywhere, but he did not know since Thunder had disappeared right after finishing his match. While the two were still searching, they suddenly heard someone calling Thunder's name. Following the sound, they saw Winfred talking with Thunder. It turned out he was with that knight. Seeing them standing apart, Kyle could not help but feel curious about the conversation taking place. Thunder lowered his head and told Winfred that he did not want to continue competing. Those words left both Kyle and Slavia stunned. Winfred also grew serious and asked Thunder again whether he was being serious. Thunder avoided his gaze and simply replied that it was true. When asked for the reason, he recalled the earlier match, but coldly said there was nothing to explain. Winfred was at a loss while the loudspeaker urged contestants and judges to quickly take their position. After a sigh, Winfred placed a hand on Thunder's shoulder and left, saying they would discuss it later. His voice slowed thoughtfully as he said Thunder could now make his own decision. Thunder remained silent while Winfred said that no matter what he chose, he would respect it. Those words stirred Thunder's heart as he stood motionless in the shadows. Stepping out, he encountered Slavia and Kyle. Slavia hurriedly waved her hands to explain, while Kyle frankly said they had not intended to eavesdrop. Thunder calmly asked whether they had heard everything. Slavia said only a little, while Kyle admitted he had heard it all. Slavia blushed awkwardly and also admitted they had heard clearly. Thunder offered no further explanation and simply walked past, saying they should not worry, it was not too serious. Kyle suddenly called out loudly to stop Thunder. Hearing his name, Thunder halted while Kyle emotionally asked whether the promise between them no longer held any value. When Thunder did not respond, Kyle choked up as he mentioned Ami, his younger sister, and her unresolved fate. Slavia was stunned speechless upon hearing that. Only then did she partly understand and painfully realize that Kyle's recent changes were because of that matter. Thunder clenched his fists and said how could he forget when Ami was the first person to treat him like a friend. He looked at his clenched hand and hesitantly said it was not that he did not want to seek justice for Ami, it was just that he was wavering. Seeing that, Slavia gently asked if he was torn inside. The words touched Thunder, making him turn back in surprise, while Slavia continued that she knew he was in great pain. He expressed that he was filled with anger toward those who bullied others, yet felt distressed at the thought of harming the innocent. Slavia gently said none of this was his fault, causing Thunder to freeze and call her name. She smiled and added that no one blamed him. In her mind appeared the scene of Kyle excitedly praising Thunder after the match, while Mary sighed, admitting that no one could keep up with his movements. Punch also admired him, saying Thunder could see their weaknesses at a glance, and told everyone they should train harder. Slavia said whether it was Kel, Mary, or anyone else, they all regarded Thunder as a role model, recalling how Kel once angrily swore to surpass him while Mary teased that it would not be easy. At this moment, Kyle spoke up, affirming that he knew Thunder had suffered many injustices. He grasped Thunder's shoulder and said he believed Thunder did not need to shoulder everything alone, leaving him speechless. Kyle's eyes were filled with trust as he said they had always been family, and hoped Thunder would not leave him alone either. Thunder now understood and no longer avoided Kyle's gaze. In the distance, the third-year students' match was unfolding intensely, with resounding cheers. Mary grew anxious because they had arrived late and teased that the competition was not like some beautiful love story as imagined. Anne turned to the two of them with a knowing look and asked Thunder if that was the case. Kyle stepped in between them, prompting Tan to joke that he really knew how to ruin the atmosphere, while Kyle could only apologize awkwardly. To ease the tension, Slavia asked Mary if anyone stood out, and she replied that every third-year student had their own strengths. Mary watched Harry Denver and commented that he fought elegantly and was the only one who had not been injured. The one wielding twin blades was Gale, who was shouting loudly. Mary said that man had exceptional stamina and could rival the top-ranked Jay Glee. The pair Green and Corey Dollies specialized in fan control techniques, coordinating offense and defense so seamlessly that it was rare to see. Suddenly Mary looked puzzled and asked where the last person was. Thunder immediately pointed to the other side. That was Jasmine with agile footwork and extremely fast reactions, as Mary introduced. Sensing someone watching her, Jasmine raised 2 fingers in greeting while Mary said she was currently ranked 5th. Finally, the ending whistle sounded announcing and congratulating the 5 most outstanding faces of the 3rd year. Kyle watched Harry Denver on the arena, telling himself the next match would be the decisive one. Winford stood on the high podium beside Kyle, hands behind his back, voice solemn. After 2 rounds, we have selected 20 contestants for the final. Winford's gaze swept over the audience before stopping at Thunder, announcing that the second-year student's performance in the first round exceeded the judges' expectation. Caught in Winford's direct gaze, Thunder awkwardly turned his face away. Seeing him appear, Winford seemed reassured and continued to announce that the judges had decided to change the competition rule. On the large screen appeared matchups between 2nd and 3rd year students. Please direct your eyes to follow the latest list. The audience murmured, 2nd years against 3rd years. It seemed unfair, though 2nd years were strong. 3rd years had an extra year of training, yet some were excited for the showdown. Reading his opponent's name, Kyle was surprised and looked at Harry Denver, so it was him. Recalling the practice with the wooden dummy, Kyle smiled subtly. Everything went just as he had hoped. In contrast, Slavia felt uneasy upon seeing her opponent. She had to face Jay Glee, considered the Academy's strongest, could been managed. On the 3rd year side, Jay Glee sighed in regret for not being paired with the other. Harry Denver reassured him there would be a chance. That kid had improved greatly, and he wanted to test himself against him. Hearing that, Jay Glee nodded, thinking it made sense to spar. There was no need to wait for this tournament. In the guest stands, 4 people dressed in white chatted, regretting they couldn't see the younger sister perform today. One excused themselves to meet the elder. The younger replied that Grand Cadden was always busy. Before the large screen, Winford explained the new rules. The finals would occur after a day. Participants may use any weapons or gear, so please prepare adequately. Anne listened without showing excitement. Fighting 3rd years was tough and worrying about gear made it worse. Ian suggested treating it as special training, while Munch looked at Jasmine's name, determined to surpass the black belt senior. As for Thunder, he was briefly stunned seeing his opponent's face was always hidden. Compared to others, Thunder felt relieved not to face a 2nd year student. Pressure eased slightly. The sunset spread red across the sky. A voice asked if they weren't leaving. It was Thunder and his friends. Kaio replied they wanted to stay and train. Thunder nodded he'd leave first, but eyes still followed Kaio, thinking this was a match he could not lose. When their silhouettes disappeared, Thunder turned and silently hoped Kyle could surpass the formidable Harry Denver. Thunder recalled a private conversation with Winford. He was pleased with the change. Thunder coldly replied it was because others kept causing trouble. In that memory, Thunder asked if there was anything else to note. Winford said the final 10 would represent Pharaoh departments in the international tournament. Thunder asked in surprise 10 people, hadn't they said only 5 before? Winford only vaguely revealed this involved the Pureblood Guild and would be announced by the Elder later, hoping the opportunity wouldn't be wasted. Thunder muttered irritably about the Pureblood Guild, then said he understood. Returning to the present, Thunder flopped onto the soft bed in his room. Though resting, his eyes were thoughtful. A match brought so many complications, and he wondered what the Pureblood Guild planned. Reaching across the table, Thunder accidentally touched a folded piece of paper. He sat up in surprise, staring at the paper. Without hesitation, Thunder unfolded it and read quickly, 9 o'clock tonight at the arena, could this be a trap? Night fell quickly. Thunder entered the arena alone, telling himself though Sika and Winford advised against acting alone, it was convenient to use his abilities. Arriving, Thunder scanned the surroundings, lacking information about the Pureblood or Dark Guild. One of Thunder's eyes turned black as he activated his dragon eye, needing more data to find clues about his father. Thinking so, Thunder sat to examine traces around. If it was a trap, the mastermind must be caught alive. While searching, a strong voice sounded, coincidentally finally a chance to speak privately with him. It was Jay Glee, carrying a heavy sword on his shoulder, saying too many nuisances interfered during the day. Thunder asked if he was from the Pureblood Guild. Jay Glee looked puzzled by the question. Jay Glee pointed his sword at Thunder, asserting he only wanted to spar if not on the arena, then right here. Thunder barely cared, turning away to reply he had no interest in fighting now, thinking it was just an aggressive expert, not a key clue. Jay Glee didn't let him go, lunging forward saying, since you're here, don't leave yet. Recognizing the incoming strike, Thunder nimbly spun to deflect. Gritting his teeth, Thunder shouted angrily, what's wrong with you? I said I don't want to fight. Jay Glee seemed amused, saying he knew Thunder's strength was exceptional. Jay Glee laughed, praising few excite him this way. Thunder flicked the sword aside, saying he didn't care. Yet Jay Glee persisted, saying if he wanted to end it, show him his full skill. Facing Jay Glee's muscular body, Thunder understood he could not act recklessly. This power matched top experts. He raised 2 armored fists before his chest, seemingly accepting the challenge, unable to leave before the outcome was decided. At that moment, Thunder paused, seeing a shadow behind Jay Glee. Frowning, he observed. Jay Glee urged him forward, threatening to attack if he didn't advance. In the darkness, a masked figure silently observed everything. Thunder's power flared. He guessed this might be someone from the Pureblood Guild. Surprising Jay Glee, Thunder suddenly lunged behind him, shouting, "Move away." Seeing Jay Glee unprepared, Thunder decisively pushed him aside and passed. Before the masked figure, Thunder delivered a powerful strike downward. However, the strike was blocked instantly. Nothing went as planned. Thunder immediately stepped back, jumped away, continuing to focus mana in his palms. Lowering to the arena floor, he watched the opponent's movements, especially the unusual gun. As tension rose, Jay Glee asked the stranger where he came from. He pointed at the opponent, shouting not to interfere while others sparred. Being directly addressed, Jay Glee angrily lunged at the masked figure, saying, "If you want to fight, come here." But the figure ignored him, eyes fixed on Thunder, subtly raising a hand. Immediately after, a group in black surrounded Thunder in the center. In the stands, Jay Glee continuously attacked the masked figure, laughing that calling more people in a fight lacked rules but was entertaining. Thunder removed his gauntlets and drew his sword. "You noisy ones like flies annoy others." Thunder immediately charged into combat with those he believed were Pureblood Guild members. While busy with the front, someone tried to strike from behind. The slash cut only empty air. He staggered from lost momentum in shock. The black-clad group spread cautiously. One said he was a black belt knight, not to underestimate him. One of them seemed to sense something, spinning around swiftly. In front of him was Thunder's cold blade, somehow appearing behind him. Thunder clenched his sword and lunged, striking the Pureblood Guild member powerfully. He gritted his teeth, face tense as if restraining a surging force. Suddenly, the sword was knocked away, spinning midair like a misdirected lightning bolt. The Pureblood Guild immediately closed in, advancing like a hunting pack. Relentless attacks forced Thunder to retreat amid gleaming steel. Pushed back, he bounced off, eyes still fixed on his opponents. Thunder noticed his hands covered in ice magic. Realizing these people were formidable, weapons sharp, without ice protection, conventional close combat would be ineffective. Jay Glee and the masked figure collided like arrows crossing midair. Jay Glee laughed, exhilarated and agile. He seized the opportunity, gathering all his strength to unleash a decisive strike. Do not even think of escaping. The masked man also erupted with full power, his blade flashing like a white bolt of lightning as it shot straight toward Jay Glee. In an instant, he faltered, standing frozen as if gripped by an invisible force. Jay Glee frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion as he looked at the man before him. Crimson flames ignited in his hand, radiating a terrifying power. Jay Glee blocked the blade with his bare hand, coldly asking if he thought that could injure him. Surging mana enveloped him. "I am not skilled at controlling aura, and I do not need to be." He raised his sword. "Aura far beyond ordinary people would become poison to them, but it is different for me." Jay Glee's eyes shone as if savoring fine wine. The stronger it was, the more interesting it became. The masked man struggled to withstand the fierce attacks. The sound of collisions thundered like rumbling storm. When the two forces clashed, the pressure spread violently like a sweeping tempest. Relentless pressure made the masked man stagger, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Jay Glee swung his hand and slammed it hard into the man's face. The impact resounded with a shocking force. His eyes blazed with fire, murderous aura burning fiercely against his opponent. He gripped the man's head tightly and slammed him down, sending his body off the ground. A loud explosion erupted, the ground trembling violently. Thunder watched in astonishment. Was this truly the power a human could reach? Jay Glee rubbed his abdomen, admitting that being able to withstand one of his strikes meant that weapon was indeed extraordinary. He looked at the man whose mask had fallen, regretting that his strength was still insufficient. The man still tried to stand while holding his sword. Jay Glee was surprised that he could continue. His eyes widened when he recognized the true identity. Kira maintained a calm demeanor, his cold gaze responding to the call. Amid the ruins, the two faced each other with challenging eyes. Jay Glee smirked. "So over the past few years you have hidden quite a lot." Kira gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with killing intent directed at him. He erupted like a raging storm and charged forward. Jay Glee immediately met the attack. The two swords clashed, producing a piercing sound. Elsewhere, Thunder was surrounded by 5 members of the Pure Blood Guild, silently thinking it was fortunate that someone else was holding back their leader. Lenzi suddenly rushed forward, while his companions shouted that he had disappeared again. Thunder hid above observing, buying time for his mana to recover, ignoring the threats below. Kira leaped into the air and shouted loudly, "How long do you plan to hide? Dawn is approaching." His hand trembled as he took out a strangely glowing purple potion. Kira swiftly opened the cap in a decisive motion. White smoke instantly surrounded Glee. Thunder sensed something abnormal, his eyes filled with alarm. Kira swallowed the purple potion, his power erupting violently. Thunder was horrified to recognize it as Shadow Essence Elixir. A purple aura swirled around Kira, forming a suspicious vortex. Strength surged, the surrounding air vibrating violently. Kira transformed into a grotesque form with chilling sharp fangs. Thunder shouted loudly to warn everyone. Enraged, Kira charged at Glee with terrifying speed. The near strike caused Glee to freeze momentarily. He blocked the blade with his hand, his clothes torn and his chest wounded. Kira retreated to prepare for the next assault. Glee clutched his wound, realizing the opponent's power had multiplied. Thunder worried that if it was not resolved quickly, they would fall into a disadvantage. Members of the Pure Blood Guild rushed toward Thunder with ferocious eyes. Thunder raised his hand, creating a blazing fireball. "I do not have time to play with you anymore." He dashed forward like lightning, causing the opponent's sword to shatter. Overwhelming pressure bore down, leaving him gasping for breath. Kira attacked while mocking that Glee was not as strong as rumor. Glee was forced back, his feet cracking the ground beneath him. He steadied himself, not accustomed to remaining on the defensive. Kira sneered coldly, "Even if you can still stand it is useless." He ignited with killing intent, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Kira roared as he lunged forward, gripping his blade tightly. Glee gritted his teeth, yet his legs felt as if they were pinned in place. At the critical moment, another force intercepted the attack. Thunder appeared, his hand wrapped in icy frost as he blocked the blade. Kira frowned suspiciously at the person who intervened. Seeing his subordinates lying defeated, he was shocked that Thunder had dealt with all five. He roared and activated frost that enveloped the blade. Kira was stunned when the tip of his sword became completely frozen. Realizing the disadvantage, he quickly retreated to maintain distance. Glee struggled to stand amid the pain, not expecting Thunder to save him. Thunder told him to rest. Glee warned that the weapon was made from spider demon armor and carried a paralyzing poison. Thunder coldly replied that he understood. He dashed forward like an arrow, determined to end it quickly. Kira launched continuous attacks, but Thunder evaded them with agility. Thunder prepared to launch a counterattack from behind. Kira turned back with a sinister smile. "I expected that." He drew a long chilling spear and swung it upward. A powerful strike forced Thunder to retreat. He rolled on the ground, annoyed that the weapon could also change form. His armor shattered and gloves damaged. He worriedly had to quickly retrieve his sword. From behind came Glee's voice calling the red-haired boy. He threw his sword toward Thunder, asking if he needed to use his weapon temporarily. He swiftly reached out and decisively caught the sword the opponent had just thrown. The moment he grasped the hilt, Thunder immediately turned pale as he felt the weight of the steel blade far exceed his expectations. Unable to bear it, he released his grip, causing the sword to fall to the ground with a resounding clang. Thunder gave an awkward smile and admitted it was indeed a formidable treasure. Glee laughed and said that although it was a bit heavy, he should still be able to lift it. He tried to lift the sword, energy surging around his body, because if he failed to hold it, the price to pay would be very costly. Glee's sword collided with Keela's long spear, creating a powerful shockwave that spread throughout the space. That man tightened his grip on the spear and confidently stated that his weapon countered heavy items like that. Thunder slightly curled his lips, his eyes glinting with provocation. Was that so? He coated the sword with a layer of chilling ice and smiled. What if it was like this? Kira's expression instantly changed, his eyes widening in shock. Thunder launched a decisive strike, the icy blade cleaving the spear in that man's hands in two. A hint of satisfaction flashed across his face as he achieved his objective. Shards of ice swirled in the air. Kira stood frozen, completely stunned by the sight. Thunder gathered his strength, his eyes blazing as he charged forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. Energy of the attack erupted violently, shaking the air and striking Kira directly, causing him to cry out. When the opponent collapsed after the decisive blow, Glee burst into loud praise. Long ice swords scraped along the ground, leaving cracks with every movement. Thunder gritted his teeth and stood firm despite his exhausted body. Nearly all his strength had been poured into that last move. After that, he immediately ordered the system to retrieve his magical power. Looking at the interface before him, Thunder speculated that the cause was related to the previous shadow plague. He glanced at the vial that had fallen to the ground, recalling that when Kira drank it, his aura turned a dark purple similar to those of the Dark Guild. His gaze stopped at the shattered mask as he contemplated the connection between the Pureblood Guild and the Dark Guild, along with the origin of that suspicious potion. The system suddenly notified him that he had just unlocked a new skill. Thunder suddenly realized that each time he crossed the boundary between life and death, he gained a new ability. Perhaps that was the activation mechanism. He knelt beside Kira's corpse, telling himself that the urgent task was to handle the scene. Thunder picked up the vial and examined it carefully, realizing that it was clearly produced with intent. One hand clenched the vial while the other ignited with flames. He thought about the potential danger surrounding the academy and the possibility that the potion originated from within. With a cold gaze, Thunder threw the vial into the fire, suspecting that someone within the leadership was concealing the truth. The night was tranquil under the silver moonlight stretching across the space. He returned the sword to Jay Glee and expressed his thanks. The man replied that he was still fine. Jay Glee received the sword and laughed, saying that his treasure suited him well, asking if he was a mage. Thunder only responded vaguely that he knew a little, making him admire him even more. Thunder crossed his arms and asked him to keep it a secret. Jay Glee nodded in agreement immediately. He placed his hand on his chest and swore that from now on his life belonged to Thunder, but he only shook his head and said it was unnecessary. Thunder called Nova to take Jay Glee to the hospital before the official match began. Jay Glee turned pale and gave a bitter smile, saying that surpassing him was indeed a distant dream. Sitting on Nova's back, he asked Thunder whether he needed treatment. Thunder waved his hand and said that his physique was special and that he would be fine by tomorrow. Before leaving, he instructed Nova to take a secluded route to avoid attracting attention. The next morning the sky was clear and warm sunlight spread everywhere. The weapon shop owner saw off a customer and promised to finish repairing the armor by evening. Thunder responded before leaving. Discussions about yesterday's match and his terrifying prowess echoed all around. Thunder glanced at the crowd, silently thinking that humans were truly tedious. His footsteps echoed steadily on the road. He pulled down the cloth covering the mirror and carefully observed his reflection. Thunder touched the interface, activating his new transformation skill. Light enveloped his entire body, radiating a powerful aura. When the light faded, a different appearance with cold eyes emerged. Elsewhere, three girls walked together while chatting about going to watch tomorrow's match. They decided that the mission could be postponed, while the annual competition happened only once and could not be missed. The group discussed the final match and the opportunity to gain the attention of the family to shape their future. Seeing Natalie silent, the other two asked what she was looking at. She blushed and pointed ahead. Thunder walked coldly amid the cheers, calculating that each transformation consumed 5 points of magical power. He estimated that if he did not engage in combat, he could maintain it for about 8 hours. Thunder reasoned that this would be more convenient for his private actions, although there was still something that troubled him. Many vendors surrounded him, offering everything from healing potions to dry rations. Some even introduced hotels, with rooms overlooking the arena and shuttle services. Thunder felt helpless amid the noisy crowd of bustling merchants. He frowned as he realized that merely changing his appearance had completely altered people's attitudes. Thunder's gaze suddenly stopped on Slavia. He raised his hand to signal for her to come over. Being jostled by the crowd, he asked for passage. Slavia asked in surprise if he was calling her. She wondered whether they had met before. Thunder suddenly realized he had nearly exposed his identity. He introduced himself, saying that he knew she was a nominated contestant and that he was greatly looking forward to her match. Slavia asked for his name. Thunder paused for a moment. The image of himself flying through the sky appeared in his mind. The memory of the dragon's appearance made his heart race. "My name is Jen." Slavia pulled him from his thoughts. Thunder smiled and said that his name was Ness, receiving a friendly response from her. The two walked together. She said she wanted to go to the weapon shop to adjust her sword. Thunder suggested accompanying her since he also wanted to buy armor. Slavia immediately agreed. He asked about the origin of the sword. Slavia said it was a gift from her family, made from spirit beast materials for use in the competition. Thunder silently thought about the disparity in resources between great families and ordinary people. When asked whether he was an adventurer, he replied that he sometimes had to travel to the frontier for missions. Slavia expressed her admiration for those who were free, even though she knew she might have to return to her family in the future. Thunder said coldly that in this world, few people were truly free. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, causing the ground to tremble. Slavia asked what had happened. The crowd shouted that there was a fire. Without hesitation, the two immediately ran toward the blazing flames. The innkeeper clutched his head in despair, stammering, my room, then someone cried out in panic, the inn is on fire. Slavia anxiously questioned what exactly had happened. The man in front replied that near the inn there had been a merchant carriage loaded with spirit beasts, and for some unknown reason it suddenly caught fire. Thunder pressed on, where is that merchant? The man shook his head, unclear, perhaps he has already been taken to the emergency ward. Cry rang out, sir, please do not come any closer. The woman looked at the sea of flames in agony and wailed, my child, my 2 children are still trapped inside. Slavia immediately moved to rush in. Why hesitate any longer? We must save them. Thunder quickly grabbed her shoulder. What are you doing? It is too dangerous inside. You cannot enter. She turned back, her gaze resolute. But I cannot just stand by and watch them suffer. Thunder stepped forward. Let me go, she asked worriedly. But you are injured too. He reassured her. Do not worry, I know a bit of ice magic. With only a slight lift of his hand, cold air spread and enveloped the surrounding. Shards of ice scattered. Only then did she realize he was a mage. The fire burned fiercely, scorching heat engulfed everything, devouring all in its path. Thunder dashed forward. I must hurry or my mana will run dry and expose a weakness. Sweat streamed down his forehead as he gritted his teeth and endured the searing heat surrounding him. Thunder spotted the 2 children trembling on the rooftop and shouted, stop running around. A loud explosion thundered, flames surged higher, debris was blasted into the air like a rain of crimson sparks. Suddenly a massive stone hurtled through the air, shooting straight toward a panicked villager below. A figure lightly waved a hand, and at once a stream of clear water gathered into a barrier. That person shouted loudly, the sound overpowering the smoke and fire. The water split the stone apart and saved the villager. Slavia spun around, her face bright with joy, ka. Martha smiled gently in response. It has been a long time since I last saw you, little sister. Amid the surging sea of flames, Thunder spread his arms to shield the 2 children and led them out step by step despite the heat. Seeing this, the mother rushed forward, her eyes filled with anxiety. My child, my dear child. Slavia quickly asked, are you all right? Thunder handed the 2 children to the woman and replied, I am fine. There is no one else inside. Another voice rose, old brother, you handled that cleanly. Martha glanced over. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and help. Then turned to Mark and called you all. John replied that he had arrived. Mike laughed and said, how could we possibly keep up with you? Jack looked at her and greeted her, saying, it has been a long time. Everyone was present. 3 of them shouted in unison. Waters surged upward. Lin Ki roared forth in torrents. When it was over, the innkeeper repeatedly expressed gratitude because they had controlled the fire before reinforcements arrived and no one was injured. They waved it off, saying it was nothing. If you wish to thank someone, thank that mage. Martha turned to find Slavia, but she said he had been there just now, and now she had no idea where he was. In the distance, Thunder panted in exhaustion. The system reported that his mana was only 12% and nearly depleted. He felt relieved because it had truly been perilous just now. Looking at the system interface, he murmured, luckily, I finally understand. He stared excitedly at the screen before him. A method to absorb a new source of energy. Thunder raised his hand and created a secondary space like an endless storage, where items could be freely stored, including equipment from Split Identity. He adjusted his collar and thought about resonance magic. Thunder remembered how he had once used it to save countless people when his mana had seemed bottomless. He sheathed his sword behind his back. Though it was not a great achievement now, it would certainly be indispensable in the future. Leaving the purple space, Thunder silently resolved that no matter which path the future took, he must build his own coal team to turn the tide. As long as there was sufficient mana, his teammates following him would grow stronger and stronger. As he walked, he thought that only after saving the 2 children from the sea of fire did he realize the system rewards did not come solely from defeating the strong. Thunder's eyes suddenly grew firm. The key lay in saving people. He pondered. This time he received 2 spells because he saved 2 children. Before, in the battle with Bob, there had also been people in danger, but he only received 1. What exactly determined that number? In the academy hall, Thunder rested his chin on his hand and thought perhaps only saving someone at the brink of life and death counted. Next time he needed to test this hypothesis. Looking at the crowd before him, he sighed, why is it so crowded today? Ian laughed and said, everyone's family has come. Kyle lightly nudged his chest and reassured him that we are also family. Kyle stood quietly in the corner of the room, arms folded amid the lively chatter. Slavia complained playfully, you did not inform us beforehand. Now Kyle has grown so much. After speaking, she crossed her arms and smiled. Everyone wanted to surprise you. Mike rubbed her head and said, it has been 2 years since we last met. meeting normally would be too dull. Suddenly her cheeks flushed red. Martha teased, "Have you seen someone familiar?" Slavia softly called Thunder. He smiled and raised his hand in greeting. I joked that he was the one who defeated his opponent in the first round. Slavia kept mentioning him. Martha mused, thinking it was some lucky fellow, but it turned out to be you. She exclaimed, "Is something wrong?" Mike slung an arm over Thunder's shoulder and thanked him for taking care of my sister. "Let us get acquainted." Thunder looked bewildered while Slavia hurriedly shouted Mike's name. Slavia blushed and apologized to Thunder because Mike was a bit overly enthusiastic. They were all her older brothers. Martha extended a hand. "Though I do not like your demeanor, since my sister pays attention to you, I will still be polite. I am Slavia brother and hope you look after her." She immediately protested that she could take care of herself. Shaking hands, Thunder felt the power hidden within that man fluctuate intensely. He smiled and said Slavia was born with leadership qualities. Many times it was we who were cared for by her. The whole group burst into laughter. She introduced her second brother John and third brother Jack. Both belonged to the Cole team. Jack and John greeted him in turn with friendliness. Next was Mike, who was studying at Zonin Academy. He smiled and said he hoped to meet Thunder at the World Tournament. He was startled and repeated the academy name. Thunder asked if he knew a girl named Ami. Mike curiously asked if he also had a friend there. Mike scratched his head and said he was not sure because the academy was as large as Yunnan City or Pharaoh Department. Thunder anxiously said her full name was Ami Bluebird, who had recently passed away due to an incident. "If you hear any news." Mike said awkwardly that he would look into it after returning and asked Slavia to inform him if there was any news. Thunder replied in disappointment, "Is that so? Well, thank you." Martha interrupted, saying time was short and he had to meet the head knight. Everyone should also return to rest. John reminded him to do his best in tomorrow's match. "We will be there on time to cheer." Slavia waved goodbye and said she would take everyone out after the match ended. Before leaving, Martha suddenly turned back and glanced at Thunder. His expression darkened as he asked Mike, "You did not finish what you were saying earlier, did you?" Mike stammered and admitted that regarding that girl, he also did not know what to think. Martha's gaze turned cold as he said that Brad is both strong and unpredictable and shows no fear toward us. Watching Thunder and Slavia depart, he said in a low voice, "What is troubling is that we cannot guess what he is plotting." Mike asked worriedly whether they should keep their distance. Martha advised observing for now to see how things develop. On the day of the finals, in the waiting room, Kyle teased, "Are you nervous?" Tan laughed and said a little. Slavia worried because she had to face Jay Glee in the first round. She anxiously asked Thunder, "Do I look terrible?" He gently replied, "Just stay normal and do not take winning or losing too heavily." Then Slavia confessed that she truly wanted to participate in the World Tournament. She lowered her head and said she was born into a family of mages, but she alone lacked the talent her brothers possessed. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she recalled the disappointment on her parents' faces. Thunder froze and asked honestly, "Do you want to win that badly?" Slavia blushed yet remained resolute, wanting to prove her own worth and become an outstanding knight like her brothers. Thunder took her hand and pulled her along, saying, "Follow me." She flushed in embarrassment. Someone behind teased that the match was about to start and they were already looking for a private place. Faint light descended, making the space serene and hazy like a dream. Thunder slowly said, "I can lend you my power, but in the future when I need it, I hope you will also become my strength." Cheeks flushed pink as she trembled and softly called Thunder's name in deep emotion. She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling like stars awakening. "I agree to become your strength. That is also what I have always wished for." Hearing that reply, Leon placed her hand on Slavia's shoulder, softly saying, "I understand." At that moment her body glowed. "This is it." Thunder instructed, "When needed you can use my aura, but for a maximum of 10 minutes. Beyond that your body will suffer effects." Slavia playfully replied that she understood. She thought silently, "Thunder can store and lend power to others. I have never seen anyone with such a skill, never even heard of this kind of magic." Cheeks flushed pink, a soft rose spread over her fair skin. After all, how many secrets is he still hiding? The scene shifted to the lively arena. An announcement called the contestants to enter. The finals were about to begin, opening with Jay Glee facing a second-year female student. Would he hold back? Images of Slavia and Jay Glee appeared on the screen. The first match was their duel, allowed to use all equipment, 2 master knights serving as referees. Slavia tightened her shield, stepping forward with full vigor. If either side faced mortal danger, the master knights would intervene immediately and make a ruling. Just then Jay Glee stepped out. The referee shouted loudly, igniting the atmosphere, "Next, please take your position." Much worried, Mary firmly said Slavia could do it. Everyone understood her abilities. Tan nodded but remained cautious because the opponent was Jay Glee, muscular like a bull. Thunder folded his arms thoughtfully. Tan said correctly. Jay Glee had been seriously injured before but now looked fully recovered. Even though Tram and Gam shared his power with Slavia, winning against Jay Glee was still very difficult unless Jay Glee suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. He waved, startling Thunder. Is the boss really going to yield to that female student? He silently scolded the fool. What are you doing? Jay Glee shouted loudly, Boss, are you listening, boss? And turned to Thunder, he is calling you. Some wondered why Jay Glee called a second-year student boss. Who was he really talking to? Jay Glee continued yelling, Boss Thunder, are you listening? Thunder snapped angrily, don't call me that. Focus on the match. Tan froze because he really did call Thunder. He placed his hands on his hips, grinning with excitement. Just hearing you say that is enough. I will give it my all. Jay Glee pointed his sword at Slavia. Sorry girl, I thought you were the boss's girlfriend, so I was going to yield a bit. She awkwardly replied, we are just friends and I don't need you to yield. The referee shouted begin. He immediately surged forward. Then I will not be polite. Sword slammed into the ground. The collision echoed, sending debris flying, a truly heavy strike. Slavia worried seeing the attack. Even with her shield it might be hard to withstand. She silently calculated, if she blocked directly her arm might not hold. Without hesitation Jay Glee charged. The sword sliced through the air straight toward her. I'm coming. With quick reflexes, Slavia leapt lightly like a feather to evade the descending blade. She frowned slightly thinking, Jay Glee is strong but not without flaws. Even a trap must be tested. Her sword only brushed past Jay Glee's back without leaving significant marks. Slavia froze in disbelief. The sword couldn't even pierce his skin. Jay Glee's sword clashed with her shield, producing tense sparks. Slavia silently apologized to Thunder in her heart and borrowed his power. The shield cracked, no longer stable. She spun and leapt high to avoid the next strike. She landed neatly, poised like a warrior ready to counterattack. Aura around Slavia flared fiercely. It could only be maintained for 10 minutes. Jay Glee grinned with excitement. The aura has changed, increasingly interesting. Slavia quickly assembled the broken shield pieces into a sharp, powerful weapon. Before throwing it like an arrow, she dashed after it with determined eyes. Jay Glee swung his sword to block. The metal clanging echoed everywhere. Move forward. Slavia charged like lightning, her speed dizzying the spectators. Jay Glee calmly raised his sword. This still wasn't enough to reach me. She slipped past his side and vanished behind him, creating a surprise. Jay Glee widened his eyes, utterly astonished. What is this? She swept past like the wind, making Jay Glee feel heat run through his body. Froze, eyes wide in amazement, then laughed with delight as the situation changed. Truly exhilarating. Harry asked in shock, Harry Denver, did you see that? Someone actually hurt Jay Glee. He smiled. I didn't expect that girl to be so strong. I thought only Thunder could do it. Perhaps I underestimated them. The stands erupted. Someone shouted, Slavia is my goddess. Her brother cheered, praising his sister's skill. Someone reminded it just started since Jay Glee hadn't used full force, yet admitted she fought agilely and suited to be a knight. Some worried the dazzling strike only cost him a little. Kyle noted his body is as hard as steel. Slavia analyzed borrowing Thunder's energy only causes minor damage. Jay Glee relied on strength and lacks defense on weak points, so still had chances. She silently calculated, if she continued targeting the wound a few more times, it would open opportunity. Immediately she delivered another fierce strike. The stands roared again, as Slavia continued landing hits on Jay Glee. Jay Glee gritted his teeth, turning to look at her with determined eyes. He struck powerfully, she evaded skillfully. The ground shook after the blow. Slavia resolved to deepen the wound this time. Suddenly she felt dizzy. Vision blurred, signaling time was up. Thunder folded his arms, watching regretfully. Sadly, time's over. Still, Slavia forced herself to stand, just a little more. Jay Glee knocked the sword from her hand, sending it flying. He decisively lunged his sword at her, with match-ending momentum. Harry worriedly called Slavia's name, voice trembling with unease. In the tense moment, Winford raised his hand to stop and declared halt here. Jay Glee hurriedly retracted, apologizing for getting carried away. It had been long since he met such a talented girl. Shortly after, Winford announced to the arena that the winner was Jay Glee. Mang regretted. Slavia had been excellent to compete evenly, with Jay Glee recognized as the strongest. Marion comforted her that when she reached third year she would surely surpass. An announcement sounded, next match Thunder versus Kira. Tan worried while Kyle cheered. Thunder replied softly and thought perhaps Kira would not appear, but he still had to go. Jay Glee looked at Thunder admiringly. Your boss friend is quite strong. He smiled. I think so too. The stands buzzed calling Kira's name, asking if she had arrived, urging to enter. Some criticized that she embarrassed the third-year class. Harry asked Harry Denver if he had seen Kira recently since it had been long. He nodded in agreement. He also hadn't seen her since before the competition. People impatiently asked if she would fight, if not then leave, who would make a group wait so long. The referee announced Kira was absent for personal reasons. Thunder Taller won. The audience immediately reacted, claiming it was arranged and unfair. Martha regretted that Senza couldn't see his performance. Mike sighed disappointed, wanting to observe his future opponent, then mentioned the next match between Hone Dao and Toucan. Joyous, embarrassed, said she had never separated from Lazy so didn't know what to do. Han shouted silent. Thunder suggested going to see Slavia's situation. Mary smiled, asking to check on Slavia for her. Kyle teased that Thunder was the true winner in life for having love. Kyle shook his head in disbelief, thinking this group was still in top 10 of second-year class. On the way, Thunder worried if Slavia was okay and thought he needed to recall his power soon. Entering the room, seeing her, Thunder hurriedly asked Slavia if she was all right. Slavia turned away, her voice trembling as she apologized to Thunder. Even with your support, I still fail. Thunder spoke softly. Slavia, you have already given it your all. Tears streamed down her face. I am truly useless. Thunder shook his head. It is only because that opponent was too abnormal. Slavia avoided his gaze. Thunder, I understand you want to comfort me, but a loss is still a loss. If I cannot protect everyone when facing magical beasts in the forest, then what is the meaning? Thunder remained silent. The space seemed to freeze. After a moment he said, you cannot protect everyone forever, no matter how strong you become. Slavia turned back, her eyes wet with tears. I only wish to be strong enough to protect our team and you as well. Thunder pondered. Her strength was not even half of his, yet she wanted to shoulder everything. He placed his hand on her shoulder. I have always kept my distance because I did not want you all to rely on me. Now I will reclaim the portion of strength I lent. Slavia nodded softly. Thunder immediately withdrew that source of power. He had once failed and did not want to repeat it. He turned and walked away. Rest well and do not think too much. Everyone is worried about you. Slavia softly replied with thanks. Thunder lowered his voice as if there was something left unsaid. There is one more thing. Sunlight shone on his face as he said that she did not need to protect everyone. Before leaving, he waved his hand. That is my responsibility. Slavia blushed deeply, trying to hide her embarrassment. The arena erupted in cheers as the second-year class claimed victory. Thunder turned and asked who had won. Winford announced Kyle as the winner. He smiled and reminded Sorina of their agreement. She blushed and asked to have the chain removed first. Thunder was bewildered. Winning was normal, but what was this about dating? The referee called the next match, Kaiho versus Harry Denver. The audience discussed the backgrounds and strengths of the two. Someone said Harry was the son of Grandmaster Dan Bird. Another was surprised because they thought he only had Sebastian. Harry asked about Slavia's condition. Thunder replied that she was only slightly sad. Munch mentioned that Lazy had lost while Kyle had won unexpectedly. Munch was astonished that Kyle even dared to bet on a date. Tan exclaimed that it was the power of love. Munch said Thunder had returned just in time because Kyle's next match was highly anticipated. Asked Thunder whether he thought Kyle would win. Thunder admitted he was not certain either. Thunder recalled that in their first year Kyle had been utterly defeated by Harry and believed he had been hiding his true strength. He looked toward Kyle, silently hoping for his victory. On the other side, Kyle also told himself that he must win. The referee announced the start, and the two rushed at each other. Sword met sword with sparks flying, one cold and composed, the other fiery, creating a fierce stalemate. In the midst of it, Harry sneered and asked whether Kyle had used all his strength because he saw nothing impressive. Kyle did not dare to be careless, remaining highly vigilant inside. He swung his twin swords to force Harry back, declaring that he would no longer hold back. Kyle accelerated and charged forward, delivering a powerful slash toward his opponent. Tan excitedly praised Kaiho for dominating, but Munch coldly replied that it was not certain. Thunder reminded them not to celebrate too early, because Harry had not truly made his move. Indeed, Kyle quickly lost his advantage, and had one sword knocked away. As the dust cleared, Harry stood calmly and mocked Kyle for being too weak. Kyle panted, wondering why his attack had felt like striking empty air. He tightened his grip on the remaining sword and charged again, certain that the previous strike had connected. But Harry easily evaded, and even mocked that the white-haired girl was stronger. Kyle was shocked that his attack had no effect. Seizing the moment of his imbalance, Harry launched a kick. Fortunately, Kyle reacted in time. He lowered his body and dashed forward. Harry sneered and channeled power into his sword. A dazzling light enveloped the blade as he said that if Kyle had not yet perceived sword aura, then he was wasting time. Kyle lay on the ground, the words sword aura echoing in his mind. He recalled Cadden's lecture that what was called sword aura was essentially a form of perception. Kyle had once asked whether it was truly just perception. Cadden had swung his sword to extinguish a candle and explained. Candle behind was snuffed out, astonishing everyone. Thunder understood that it was the prediction of the opponent's attack trajectory. Cadden said this skill was mastered through practice and a bit of talent. He also stated that many people did not believe sword aura existed because each person perceived it differently, making it difficult to verify. When asked when it could be comprehended, Cadden replied that it was usually at the boundary between life and death. Returning to the match, Kyle was being battered continuously like a punching bag. But he refused to fall, telling himself it was still not enough. Even when struck, Kyle still believed he had not reached his limit. On the grandstand, Humphrey was worried. Zippy reassured that everything was still under control. Tan grew anxious while Mary called out Kyle's name. Thunder calmly said that he would not give up. Kyle stood up again with determined eyes. Harry stepped forward, admitting that Kyle could endure blows well. He asked whether Kyle still intended to continue. Despite his injuries, Kyle replied of course. Harry raised his sword aura radiating as he said he would finish it. He delivered a decisive slash toward Kyle. Kyle stood still, breathing heavily, his eyes shining. Before that power, he closed his eyes. Chaotic sounds echoed around him, the shouts of friends and the cheers of the crowd mixed together. As the darkness gradually faded, Kyle saw a stream of golden sword aura appear and told himself it was not over yet. Realizing what he needed, he opened his eyes, making the outcome of the match unpredictable. Kyle's next action drew the attention of the elders. Anne, Munch, and Cherry were all astonished. Harry's slash was neutralized by Kyle with a single sword, leaving the audience stunned. Cadden at the corner of the grandstand let out a sigh of relief as the danger passed. The match continued as Harry unleashed a relentless assault. Before Kyle's eyes, golden streaks of light became clear. He dodged the attacks while affirming that he had finally seen it. Kyle calmly observed. Each time Harry Denver swung his sword, a wave of sword aura swept forward. He nodded slightly. This was the legendary sword aura. At that moment, he not only evaded lightly, but also seized the chance to find an opening to counterattack. The opportunity quickly appeared. Kyle immediately closed in, causing Harry Denver to exclaim in surprise, "What?" In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Now the one holding a sword to the opponent's throat was Kyle. Despite being forced into a disadvantage, Harry Denver remained unusually calm. "Not bad, I am starting to take interest in you." Kyle remained vigilant, coldly replying, "Is that so? But I still cannot stand you." The referee's voice announced the victory belonged to Kyle. Bluebird. Tan cheered. Munch raised his hand in applause. Thunder smiled and called his name. As the match ended and Harry prepared to leave the arena, Kyle called out, "Hey, Harry." He turned back. "Huh." Kyle turned and asked directly, "Did you intentionally let me sense the sword aura?" Harry pretended not to understand and immediately denied it. "I do not know what you are talking about." Despite losing, he still laughed heartily. "I like facing strong opponents, the more the better." Hearing this, Kyle became even more puzzled, truly an unpredictable person. Before he could say more, Kyle suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Munch rushed forward in panic. Thunder reassured him. He only expended too much inner energy to expand his perception range. If that strike had not landed, he would likely have lost. Munch sighed in relief. Thunder subtly reminded him to focus on the next match. On the large screen appeared the names Mary and Cherry. The referee announced the two contestants to enter the arena. Mary tightened her grip on her weapon to encourage herself. Munch worriedly whispered that it was her turn. Cherry appeared with a robust and proud figure. She requested to borrow a bow so as not to be accused of bullying. Before entering the arena, Munch reminded Mary to be careful because the opponent was very strong. She smiled to reassure him. Tan teased that there was a scent of love in the air. Munch hurriedly denied it. On the arena floor, Cherry looked at Mary with interest. It was said she was very special according to Night Rose. Mary glanced at her opponent's weapon, outwardly calm as she replied she was just an ordinary person. Cherry said no more. The referee declared the start. Mary opened with a probing arrow. Cherry immediately responded with disdain. Under Mary's astonished gaze, Cherry's arrow pierced through hers and shot forward. Mary had already prepared. She sidestepped and silently admitted the opponent deserved the top 5 of the third year. The audience buzzed at the midair arrow split, many discussing Cherry's skill. Mary increased her strength, leaping high and firing 2 arrows simultaneously. Cherry easily shattered both and even mocked that Rose had placed expectations too high. Provoked, Mary went all out. Let us see if she could block this as well. Cherry calmly drew her bow, replying that Mary was underestimating her. An arrow carrying terrifying power left the string, colliding midair. Once again, Cherry's arrow pierced through and shot straight toward Mary. Mary froze in shock. What was happening? As the arrow neared her face, she was still stunned that her arrow had been broken. In the stands, someone shouted loudly, Mary dodged. Hearing this, Mary managed to evade in time. The arrow embedded into the wall, causing a massive tremor. Looking at the crack, Mary felt a chill down her spine, truly dangerous. Spectators were anxious. It was no different from a cannon, and the speed was too fast. Munch asked Thunder whether Mary could block it. Thunder replied he was not sure and advised surrender. Munch repeated the word surrender hesitantly. He understood Mary would not give up until reaching her limit. Mary regained her composure, telling herself to focus. Facing her was an extremely powerful opponent. He continuously fired while moving to evade. Cherry was distracted for only an instant. Mary immediately changed position and fired from the flank. Cherry managed to block and praised Mary's agility. Mary focused solely on the hand drawing the bow and the aiming point. Cherry smiled as if waiting for this exact moment. She concentrated all her strength into her arm, aura flaring as she coldly declared the end. The arrow was released with tremendous force. Cherry emphasized that the match was over. Thunder shouted to stop. Munch drew his weapon and rushed down to save Mary. Winford's expression changed as he followed. Cadden also ran over. Cadden hurried closer. The situation was critical. Mary's eyes at that moment, there was only the incoming arrow. A dazzling light surrounded the arrowhead. Mary stood frozen, too fast. She would not be able to dodge. That moment Munch blocked the arrow. Mary cried out his name in horror. Tan in the stands widened his eyes. When had Munch reached there? Thick smoke obscured everything on the field. Winford and Cadden rushed over, calling for a doctor urgently. Mary embraced Munch and sobbed, "Why did you do that?" Munch struggled to breathe and said he was not dead yet. Mary hurriedly reassured him. Cadden patted her shoulder. He avoided the vital area. Leave him to the doctor. Winford declared Cherry the winner. She turned away coldly while the audience whispered about her terrifying power. Cherry did not care about the result, only following Munch's stretcher. Winford reminded that due to his injury Munch could not continue competing. Jasmine was automatically promoted. The referee reminded everyone to pay attention to safety. The match continued. Kyle reminded Ian to stay safe and encouraged him. Ian nodded that he would try his best. Kyle realized Ian's opponent also used dual maces like him. The matches seemed to be arranged similarly. Thunder calmly explained that perhaps the organizers did it intentionally, since this was a team competition requiring synergy among members. The announcement sounded. Tan asked Thunder whether Ian had a chance. Thunder believed Ian would create a surprise. The referee officially declared the start. Gale laughed strangely upon seeing Ian charge forward. "So quickly you are already within range." Immediately after, Gale unleashed a sinister move. Ian hastily tilted his body to evade. Seeing the shards of stone scatter after Gale's strike, Ian shuddered slightly. He had almost fallen into the trap. From then on, Ian did not dare act rashly, silently calculating while waiting for his opponent's attack rhythm to slow. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately swung his twin blades to counterattack Gale, unleashing a perfectly timed explosive strike. However, Gale remained calm, turning and stepping back to evade. Standing opposite Ian, Gale straightened his back and sneered, "You are more agile than I thought. Try a few more times and see if you can scratch my armor." Before finishing his words, he suddenly noticed a large wet stain spreading across the armor on his chest. Stands immediately erupted in noise. Some shouted that the armor was broken. Others exclaimed in shock at such power, while some refused to believe anyone other than Jay Glee could achieve it. Gale took out a mysterious purple potion, grinning eerily as he said, "Then there is no need to play around anymore. Let us end this quickly." He tilted his head back and drank it all, muttering that there could be no mistakes in this match. The command of that lord was absolute. Thunder in the stands recognized it and panicked. He drank that thing. Bottle fell, and a strange black aura rose from Gale's body as he growled and advanced. Gale's body was enveloped in a dense layer of purple magic, and he shouted excitedly, "Continue." Glee gritted his teeth, staring at Gale with clear displeasure. Harry Denver wondered how using an item could violate the rules. Jay Glee shook his head and said the problem was not there. Observing closely, Jay Glee looked toward Thunder for an answer. He could not mistake that aura. Thunder fixed his gaze on the arena, his mind in turmoil as he calculated whether to intervene or wait for Winford to notice. But seeing Gale relentlessly press Ian while no one intervened, he realized they had not yet recognized the level of danger. Ian was forced to defend continuously against Gale's frenzy, which only made him roar even more violently. Unable to wait any longer, Thunder sprang up and rushed down. Tan called out in panic, "Do not be reckless." Kyle also warned that Ian would lose his qualification. Cadden blocked his path and said he must not intervene, but Thunder touched his weapon and replied there was no time to explain. Forcefully pushed past Cadden and shouted, "Move aside." Cadden tried to hold Thunder's fist but was stunned by the force, astonished by that strength. Winford had just arrived, saw the scene and shouted for Thunder to return to the stand. Thunder seemed to have anticipated this, turning to shout, "Jay Glee, hurry." Jay Glee understood and simply said he must be taken down. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and rushed onto the arena in response to the boss. Jay Glee poured all his strength into a slash at Gale's back. The audience was stunned, unable to understand why Jay Glee and Thunder acted this way. Winford was also shocked as he looked at them, but he quickly realized that Gale's body was almost completely unharmed. Jay Glee could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gale slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Jay Glee. He immediately counterattacked, shouting insults at his opponent. Winford urgently demanded that Gale stop or be disqualified, suspicion rising within him. In response, Gale's face gradually twisted as he roared that he did not care. Seeing that abnormal appearance, Winford blurted out, "Dark plague." Arthur in the stands also began to show abnormal signs. The students panicked and retreated as Arthur, then Green and Corydales, were also enveloped in purple aura. Chaos erupted everywhere. Cadden was shocked that the plague had spread widely, while Thunder suspected this was a prearranged plan. Cadden urged Winford to escort the elder away, and Winford hesitated. Joyous, Lazy, Kel, and Tan appeared behind him to reassure Winford. Cadden said the elder's safety was paramount, the students would assist, fearing the situation would turn into a riot. Winford finally turned away and told them to be careful. On the arena, Ian was swept away by Gale and thrown far back. Thunder asked about Cadden's injury. He replied it was only a scratch. Saving people was more important. Arthur, Green, and Corydales stood before Thunder, sneering coldly as they blocked his path. Tan along with Joyous and Lazy arrived in time, suggesting Thunder go save Ian while they would hold the enemies back. Thunder quickly thanked them and left. Arthur threw his sword to stop him, but was blocked by Tan. Tan stood firm and said, "Your opponent is me." Green and Corydales, their eyes pitch black, laughed arrogantly. Joyous and Lazy stepped forward, responding that the situation had changed. Ian lay exhausted as Gale approached and declared his end. Gale raised his weapon high, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Thunder arrived in time to stand before Ian and shouted, "Stop." A stream of golden light flashed in midair. Gale halted and looked down. That light came from Thunder's sword piercing his armor, while Harry Denver appeared behind to attack. Under the coordinated assault, Gale's armor cracked open, and his injuries became apparent. Harry Denver praised Thunder for his quick reaction. Thunder replied that he was also quite impressive. He turned to ask if Ian was all right. Ian softly called his name. Suddenly, the loudspeakers announced that the academy was under attack, with smoke and flames rising everywhere. Battle of Tan and his group continued amid calls to protect everyone. Winford held the communications spirit stone and rallied everyone to fight to protect their honor. Thunder and Harry helped Ian up, but before they could react, Gale had already closed in behind them. Thunder asked Harry about his plan. He said they must ensure their friend's safety first. Gale roared and swung his mace from behind. Only then did Thunder and Harry realize. Thanks to their quick reflexes, both narrowly dodged the deadly blow. Harry suspected he was immortal. Thunder believed the plague was driving him to fight to the end. Harry decided to stay and hold him off, telling Thunder to go find their friend. Thunder nodded, entrusted Gale to him, and departed. He leapt high into the air. Jay Glee called out wanting to go with him, but Thunder asked him to assist Kishika. The stream was interrupted, awaiting full message. From high above the arena looking down, before Thunder was the chaotic scene of battle outside. Immediately after, he activated the Dragon Eye mode to survey the situation below. His gaze swept across the area before stopping on a group of people shrouded in purple. The medical station had been completely surrounded. Why had the infected gathered in such numbers? Thunder immediately rushed in that direction, constantly praying in his heart for Kyle and Slavia to be safe. In front of the medical station, Slavia's 4 siblings were already present. Mather asked coldly, "Had you reached such a dead end?" The black-clad group replied that the method was not important, as long as the objective was achieved. Knowing that conflict was unavoidable, Martha struck first, condensing magic into a sphere of water and shouting for everyone to get out of the way. The leader of the Dark Guild blocked the attack and sneered. Everything was already too late. Seeing the disadvantage, Martha told Mike to find Slavia, and he immediately nodded and left. The scene shifted to the tower that had not yet been attacked. In the meeting room, Winford reported that a citywide alert had been issued as ordered. The Grand Elder did not turn around, only coldly telling him to withdraw. Winford hesitated, intending to say more, but was asked if there was anything else. Knowing he could not disobey, he bowed his head and took his leave. At the medical station, Kyle was resting on a hospital bed. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and someone disguised as medical staff stealthily stepped inside. Kyle did not notice anything unusual and continued resting with his eyes closed. Damien held a syringe filled with a purple solution, similar to the one that had infected Gale. Hearing a sound, Kyle opened his eyes and asked what he intended to do. Damien awkwardly replied that it was just an injection. He grasped Kyle's hand and said it was a painkiller. Kyle murmured in suspicion. At that moment, Slavia burst in with Mary, shouting loudly to stop him. Mary did not explain and immediately attacked Damien. Slavia ran to check the other beds, trying to wake the trainees who were in agony. But it was too late. They were controlled by the purple energy. Damien laughed coldly and threatened. Kyle sprang up, drew his sword into a combat stance, saying he chose the third option. Damien ordered the infected to charge forward. Slavia reminded them that they could still be saved. Mary also told him not to strike lethally. Hearing this, Kyle lowered his sword and switched to fighting with his hands in helplessness. Damien laughed loudly upon seeing their hesitation because of their comrades. He summoned purple flames and tempted them to join. Before he could finish speaking, an arrow pierced him. Mary coldly declared that they were her comrades. Slavia praised her for doing well. However, the infected were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Slavia warned. Kyle asked in confusion what they should do now. Slavia said to only restrain them without causing death. Kyle exhaled heavily and increased the force of his attacks, saying they should have said so earlier. The three stood back to back discussing their retreat. Mary suggested finding Munch in the operating room. Hearing this, they immediately ran off. On the door of the operating room were disturbing bloodstains. Mary anxiously opened the door at once. Pupils widened in terror. Munch stood in the darkness, a red aura emanating from his body. Mary embraced him joyfully, but Munch panicked and said he had caused something serious. Mary reassured him that he was not at fault. Kyle apologized for interrupting and urged them to hurry because the door was about to break. The infected nearly broke through the door, one of them reaching an arm inside. Outside, cries for help echoed amid the chaotic battle. Nain fought with difficulty, worried as the number of infected increased rapidly. He thought of several acquaintances and suspected a larger conspiracy. When she became careless, one attacker attempted a sneak attack from behind but was intercepted. Kyle appeared, teasingly asking if she needed help. Nain lashed her whip and knocked down that attacker. He coldly reminded him to take care of himself first. Kyle praised her skill. Kyle tightened his chain, saying that made him want to protect her even more. The two coordinated in battle. Nain said this riot was premeditated. Suddenly, a surge of water magic swept away the ferocious crowd. Mike appeared, they thanked him, and asked for the way to the medical station. Mike said he wanted to find his sister. Kyle led the way as he also needed to find his friend. The scene returned to the medical station, submerged in purple mist. Four were surrounded. Munch exclaimed why there were so many. Mary was frustrated because the exit was right before their eyes. As they formed a defensive circle, they heard a familiar call. Slavia and Mary responded with joy. Mike intended to rush in. Kyle urged everyone to act immediately. Nain pulled out her whip and ordered them to follow the plan. Kyle and Nain launched their chain and whipped toward the four people. Munch and Kyle grasped the weapons and pulled them taut. They simultaneously pulled to both sides, creating a passage. Mike erected a barrier to assist. Mike urged them to hurry because he would not be able to hold on much longer. The four finally escaped safely. Mike continued to cast magic. When the barrier dissipated, the infected surged out again. Slavia asked about the situation outside. Mike said the Dark Guild was at the arena and they needed to return to support. Mary asked Kel about the others. He said only one person was seriously injured. Kyle ran behind asking where Thunder was, but he also did not know his whereabouts. After hearing that, a trace of unease flashed in Kay's eyes. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, Thunder, could something have happened? Scene shifted to Kyle Tower with its clear blue sky and tranquil air, completely opposite to the rest of the academy. Inside the elders' meeting room, Winford spoke anxiously, reporting to the Grand Elder, the students' lives are in danger, how much longer are we going to wait? But the old man calmly replied, Winford, remain calm. The attack in the arena may only be bait if we dispatch people recklessly, who will guard this place. Winford still could not accept it. Then at least let me set out. As long as Dan Bird and Bernardo remain, it will be enough. Before he could finish, the Grand Elder reminded him in a low voice, Winford, you understand clearly what I am referring to means. Those words made Winford falter. He tried to argue, doing so will cost many lives. The Grand Elder answered indifferently, you have been a knight for so many years and still do not understand this. The old man tilted his head slightly, his gaze seeming to change as a cold voice rang out, sometimes to save the many, we are forced to accept the sacrifice of a few. Those words left Winford stunned. He lowered his head in silence, unsure how to continue. The entire conversation just now was heard in full by Thunder as he hid outside. He was shocked to realize a terrifying truth. Were they planning to leave the students to fend for themselves? Inside the room, the Grand Elder continued, I do not need to repeat your mission. Do I? Winford seemed to have accepted it. No longer arguing, this subordinate understands. Hearing that, Thunder did not want to stay any longer. He clenched his teeth and turned away decisively. Standing high atop Kyle and looking down, Thunder's eyes were heavy with disappointment. Compared to the Academy's secrets, the students' lives seemed worth very little. Thunder frowned slightly. Anger surged within him as if about to burst out. Such blind thinking, truly foolish people. Immediately after, swirling vortices of mana appeared around Thunder's body. He shouted loudly, phantom body technique. At once Thunder's arm was covered by a layer of cold, gleaming metal. He murmured, endless void. He had clearly planned this in secret. Now there was only one way to fight in his own way. In the arena, the situation was extremely tense. Harry Denver was already exhausted and reinforcements were nowhere in sight, while Jay Glee grew more excited the longer he fought with a completely opposite mindset. No need, it is rare to fight so freely like this. Just charge in, I alone can handle 10 of them. On another side, Cadden and Mather cooperated seamlessly. Cadden asked, judging by your uniform, you are General Cole of Team Cole from the Kingdom of Alua, correct? Mather replied, that is right, we must act quickly. Once this disease enters stage 2, it will be even harder to handle. The sword in Cadden's hand swung repeatedly, sweeping across each enemy before him. He laughed and said, just as I expected. In another corner, Arthur and Tan were engaged in combat. For the moment, Arthur held the upper hand. She arrogantly taunted, you are too weak. Tan struggled to hold on, gritting his teeth in frustration. Suddenly Tan's eyes became resolute. He spoke with hidden meaning, relying on borrowed power to rise, your path should end here. Only then did Arthur realize something was wrong. She glanced at Jack, then turned her head backward. But before she could understand what was happening, a sudden strike pierced through her throat. Arrow was shot by Cherry herself. She choked out a whisper to her friend, I am sorry, Arthur. The fleeting emotion was cast aside by Tan. He looked at Cherry gratefully. Thank you, your archery is precise. Cherry smiled and replied, it was also thanks to you for drawing her attention. On the side of the twins Joyous and Lazy, the battle had also been decided. Green lay sprawled in shock. How could this be? Beside her, Corydales muttered weakly, you were clearly so weak during the competition. Joyous answered with a victorious look, is that so? During competitions we are forced to separate. Lazy added, but as long as we fight side by side we are almost unbeatable. At that moment Slavia's group arrived just in time. Munch hurriedly asked, is everyone all right? Slavia also called out loudly, brother. Seeing her safe, Martha finally let out a sigh of relief. Slavia looked at the group happily, Munch, Kaiho, thankfully everyone is safe. Her words suddenly halted midway, when she realized it was not only her group advancing. Large infected Team Cole was also rushing toward them. Tan had not even regained his strength before he had to re-enter the fight. He grumbled, it was hard enough to take them down, why are there more? Mather remained calm as he coordinated, ordering the injured to quickly retreat to the rear. Cadden immediately shouted to those not infected, form a line, do not let them pass. Slavia hurriedly reminded everyone, do not strike too hard, they are only infected students, there is still a chance to save them. Cadden froze, thinking to himself whether this was part of the Dark Guild's plan. With so many people, accidental injury would be hard to avoid. But Martha had already rushed forward, let me handle it. He turned to John and Alex, create water waves, then leave the control to me. The two replied in unison, understood. Martha poured all his mana into his palm, condensing it into a sphere of energy. He softly chanted, withdraw. Under Martha's control, the water waves created by John and Alex passed through the bodies of the infected students, causing them to halt. Seeing that this method had a temporary effect, Martha continued channeling more mana into the energy sphere. To everyone's astonishment, strands of purple gas gradually rose from the students' body. Everyone cheered with joy, the pathogen is being separated, they have stopped, it really works. Despite the cheers around him, Martha remained focused just a little more. Thanks to his effort, the powerful water waves continued to spread through even more people. However, Martha had also reached his limit. He collapsed to his knees. John, Alex, and Slavia hurried over. "Are you all right, Lord Cadden?" Cadden had been observing from the beginning, inwardly admiring such precise large-scale magical control is truly not simple. This person's strength is terrifying. Slavia helped Martha up. He reassured her, "It is fine, I just expended too much mana, I will recover after a few days of rest." Slavia looked at her brother emotionally. "Brother, thank you." The battle was temporarily considered over. Cadden quickly assigned tasks. Kale, Munch, and a few others checked the injured and gather them together. Kale, lead another group to examine the recovery condition of those who were infected. All three replied in unison, "Understood." After arranging everything, Cadden calculated silently, the casualties are still within an acceptable range. It is also thanks to these mages. Once everything settles, the Academy should express its gratitude. That moment, the sky that seemed calm suddenly darkened. Several strange bolts of lightning tore across the air and struck down. Cadden, Kel, and Kyle were the first to notice something was wrong. The three of them stared upward in shock. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the abnormal lightning bolts struck the ground one after another. Wherever they hit cracked instantly. Flavia was helping Martha inside. She looked up at the sky in confusion. "What is that?" Amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke, a tall figure gradually approached them. Everyone cried out in horror, "Is that a human?" Mothlin's figure gradually became clear before everyone's eyes. Cadden broke out in a cold sweat. Kyle asked softly, "Knight Cadden, do you know him?" As if in response, that man walked straight up to Cadden and spoke, "It has been a long time, Cadden." Hearing him brazenly call his name, Cadden grew furious, his voice low, "You are not worthy to mention that name." Martha also recognized the other party. He said gravely, "I did not expect it to be Mufflin." Slavia was shocked upon hearing that. "What, he is Mufflin?" Mufflin's identity was gradually revealed. Former elder of Farout Apartments Academy, leader of the Dark Guild, Mufflin. Immediately Mather signaled to John, Alex, and Mike with his eyes. The three simultaneously unleashed attack magic. The spells aimed directly at Mufflin's massive body and surged toward him. Even as violent mana engulfed him, Mufflin calmly said, "Useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood there unharmed before John and Alex, Slavia's brother. Martha followed every movement of Mufflin in shock, almost unable to believe his eyes. After that, Mufflin gathered lightning element in his palm, the corner of his lips curling with sinister intent. He launched that spell toward John and Alex, knocking them back and leaving them numb. Watching the two fall while his own mana had not yet recovered, Martha was momentarily placed in a difficult position. Cadden's face turned pale. He clenched his cigar between his teeth. "I have never seen anyone use the lightning element. That kind of power only appears in the legendary magical beast Mammothland. I have never heard that he possessed such an ability. How did he do it?" Seeing them stunned, Mothland said coldly, "It is a pity I did not come earlier, but perhaps the elders will not appear, even if I wipe this place clean." Cherry was the first to react. She immediately drew her bow and shot toward Mufflin. "It is not yet certain who will be the one to fall. It means he easily blocked that strike." Mufflin spoke casually as if teasing Cherry, moving too slowly. Right behind Cherry, Jay Glee leapt high, pouring all his strength into the sword and slashing straight at Mufflin. Yet he did not falter. Mufflin merely touched Jay Glee's chest with a single finger. That seemingly harmless gesture sent him crashing into the wall. Mufflin smiled faintly, truly a bunch of foolish kids. After the heavy impact, Jay Glee immediately collapsed. Everyone panicked, calling his name in vain. He stepped forward to Cadden and asked mockingly, "What do these students call you now, Ga?" Cadden replied firmly, "What do you want?" After speaking, Mufflin turned, his eerie voice sounding, "I give you one chance to choose, Lee." Hearing this, Cadden became more confused, muttering the word choice to himself. Mufflin glanced at the motionless students on the ground and threatened, "You can run to beg the elders, but every minute I will take one down. How many you save depends on you." Cadden clasped his hands behind his back, signaling subtly, trying to buy time, so what other choice remained? Understanding Cadden's signal, the group immediately prepared. Kyle nodded slightly, "Win." While Mufflin was still speaking, Kel and Munch silently moved to the sides. Mufflin continued, "The other choice is to stay and watch me deal with each one." As the words left him, Cadden shouted, "Not a chance," then charged with Munch and Kel. Mufflin looked at him regretfully, "Is that your decision?" Just as Cadden's sword descended, Mufflin's figure suddenly vanished. Flavia stared in horror, her voice trembling. He disappeared already. A cry of pain rang out. Cadden immediately turned toward the sound. Mufflin had acted. He controlled Cherry and lifted Kyle, declaring coldly, "Watch me handle each one." Seeing Cherry in danger, Nailin rushed forward, cracking her whip and shouting, "Let her go now." Hearing this, Moffland looked even more amused. He tossed Cherry aside and grabbed Nain's whip. That was unwise. From Moffland's hand, energy flowed along the whip into Nain, causing her to convulse in pain. Seeing the danger, Cadden rushed in to cut the whip and save Nain. Nain staggered into Munch's arms. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" She panted in reply, "I'm fine, thank you." While Moffland was distracted, an iron chain suddenly wrapped tightly around him. He turned to look at Kyle straining to pull the chain taut. He laughed coldly, "Seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." Kyle suddenly threw the chain end to the ground, the tip embedded deep. He shouted, "Lock it." Receiving the signal, Kyle quickly rushed forward here. Harry Denver also eagerly charged in. Two approached the chain end, Harry first, placing his sword against it. Kyle followed suit, the two swords clamping the chain tight. Moffland looked annoyed, not understanding their plan. No matter what, he would not allow it. A giant magic orb gathered in his hands. "You kids are provoking me." Seeing the danger, Slavia leapt out, pushing Kyle and Harry aside. She shouted, "Careful." That action made Moffland suspicious. Could the girl really anticipate his strike? In that moment of distraction, Mary quickly drew her bow. Perhaps this is the only chance, hoping the shot would hit. She decisively released the arrow toward Mufflin's back, silently praying it would strike true. But the arrow passed through empty air, as Mufflin vanished again. Mary froze, then despaired, sitting on the ground, unable to reach him. At that moment, Slavia shouted, "Mary, careful, he's right in front of you." Mary immediately leapt aside to another position. The spot she had just stood became a terrifying pit. Moffland glanced at Slavia, not by chance. He would leave no threat, immediately accelerating towards Slavia with a cold gaze. Martha stood before Slavia, unleashing fierce water magic with Mike's tidal strike. The attack hit Mufflin, slowing him for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled his spear toward him. The spear flew swiftly at Mufflin's body, but it only grazed his shoulder and bounced back. Eyes wide, face pale, voice full of horror. "How could this be? I gave nearly all my strength." Moffland raised his hand, looking at it, voice weary. "I'm getting tired of this meaningless game." As he finished speaking, he raised both hands, magic surging, violent winds swept up debris. He growled, "Now it all ends." Seeing the magic orb grow, everyone urged each other, must stop him. Kyle leapt forward first, striking Mufflin's shoulder with his sword. Even hitting a weak point, Moffland was unharmed, laughing. "Seems the Academy still produces a few noteworthy ones." He immediately unleashed magic, blasting Kyle away, voice full of regret. "Too bad you cannot escape." Magic orb reached its limit. Blinding light filled the space, pulling everyone toward him, energy beams descending as if to wipe all clean. The immense pressure forced Cadden to brace himself, astonished. How could he be so strong? Amidst the thick dust, Moffland strolled forward. Cadden thought only the sixth elder could stop him. Seeing Cadden kneel, he sneered, "My plan hit some bumps. The elders ignored you to hide that." Cadden looked up, seemingly understanding, "So you aimed at that." He shouted, "Don't dream, madman." Moffland immediately created a stream of magic before his forehead. Standing tall, he looked at Cadden darkly, movements relentless. "I have many other ways. Today I cannot fail empty-handed." His eyes flashed ruthlessly, each word emphasizing, "Then farewell." Just when all seemed over, a streak of light unexpectedly cut across Mufflin. Light became a golden wind sliding past his feet. Mufflin dodged calmly. He looked at the spear lodged where he had stood, then turned. "Is that you?" Jiggly had appeared, standing before Cadden. "Not easy to defeat me." Seeing him return, Cadden rejoiced. "Jiggly, are you all right?" Jiggly's return surprised Moffland. "You're not dead." He lifted his sword onto his shoulder. "That wound is nothing." Moffland withdrew his spear, voice acknowledging. "Seems there's still one who knows how to fight." He observed carefully, then coldly said, "Too bad you have to face me." Immediately after, he charged with terrifying speed, spear piercing through Jiggly. "You were overconfident." Jiggly braced firmly, toes digging deeply into the ground. He gripped the spear shaft tightly, while Moffland calmly surveyed, "Are you the last one standing?" His gaze landed on Cadden kneeling helplessly. Moffland coldly declared, "Next I will send each of you off one by one." Suddenly, the movement beneath his hand startled him. Moffland looked down in surprise. Jiggly trembled violently, gripping the spear shaft tightly as he roared, "Do not think you can defeat us." He gritted his teeth until they bled, veins bulging on his face as he rasped, "My boss will not spare you." Moffland paused for a moment and coldly asked, "Your boss, where is he?" Unaware that a shadow was rushing toward him from behind. Shadow closed in at incredible speed, a powerful voice answering in his place, "Here." Before the words finished, Moffland was sent flying, coughing violently. The impact slammed him against the wall behind, his body suffering considerable injuries. Amid the lingering white smoke, Slavia struggled to look toward the person who had just appeared. Before her stood a black-haired young man, Slavia exclaimed in astonishment. Thunder swiftly cut off the spear embedded in Glee, causing him to frown slightly in pain. He held the spearhead firmly and calmly said, "Endure it a little. It will hurt." Glee replied, "Just pull it out, I can bear it." Seeing him ready, Thunder decisively pulled out the remaining part. Glee bent forward in agony. Even so, he felt relieved and looked at Thunder with gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Thunder replied, "You once saved my life as well." He added, "Now it is too." Glee froze as he realized his identity and whispered, "Thunder." Thunder signaled to keep it secret. Glee nodded. Even in death, he would not reveal it. That moment, a large rock shot straight toward them. Thunder immediately pushed Glee aside and shouted, "Be careful." Moflin stood up, his eyes filled with disdain. "More flies daring to block my path." Frantically absorbed the surrounding mana and roared, "I am extremely angry." Thunder faced him, his expression turning cold. "Coincidentally, I am not in a good mood today either." His eyes turned black, the dragon eyes activated. "Come." Fierce battle erupted. Moflin soared into the air surrounded by crackling lightning. Despite her injuries, Slavia still reminded Thunder to be careful of his lightning. Bolt of lightning struck down. Thunder blocked it with his metal hand and continued charging forward. From above, Moflin looked down. Clearly this development exceeded his expectations. Slavia was stunned. Even Glee had been blown away, yet Ness remained completely unharmed. Regaining his composure, Moflin unleashed a stronger bolt of lightning. Go. That attack still failed to slow Thunder. Thunder glanced at the lightning beside him and calculated that this type of magic was extraordinary. Fortunately, he had prepared. The scene shifted to Kyle Tower. The sky dyed an eerie purple. Outside the meeting room, a knight hurriedly reported to Winford that there was an urgent matter. He said the Elder's residence guard squad had been attacked. Winford immediately asked about casualties and enemy numbers. Knight reported that more than 50 people were unconscious. No one clearly saw the attacker, only that it was a single person. He hesitated and said their lives were not in danger, but Winford pressed, "What do you mean by but?" The knight stated with a trembling voice that after regaining consciousness they could not use chi, as if they had lost their magical power. During this, Winford's expression changed drastically, already guessing something in his heart. In the arena, lightning continued to strike violently. Thunder withstood Moflin's attacks, faintly hearing Winford call his name. He exhaled softly. Fortunately, he had stored a large amount of mana, otherwise he could only endure passively. Though he could block them, the consumption was immense. Thunder calculated that he had to conserve mana for transformation. This man was truly a monster. Moflin grew more excited as he fought, condensing an enormous lightning sphere. "No one can stop me." Sweat beaded on Thunder's forehead, his eyes filled with tension. Moflin hurled the sphere straight toward him. Thunder leaped in time, evading the violent explosion. Hadden observed and suspected it was the teleportation skill of Knight Diden. "Who is this child?" Moflin continued creating more spheres in the air. "Let me see how long you can evade." Thunder continuously dodged, realizing this wave of attacks was completely different from before. Speed and power had surged dramatically. If hit several times, the consequences would be unimaginable. A bolt of lightning still managed to strike his body. Thanks to prior preparation, Thunder was not severely injured and retreated into a defensive stance. His legs swept forcefully, creating white smoke as he thought to himself, "The situation is not good." Moflin sneered, "And you think that little trick can stop me?" Thunder ignored the provocation and focused on erecting an ice wall. Moflin showed interest. "So you are a mage, how intriguing." He condensed another massive sphere, reminding that the gap between mages is immense. Behind the ice wall, Thunder generated endless purple void energy. Moflin shouted loudly and hurled the sphere toward him. The ice wall shattered. Slavia called out Ness in panic. Unexpectedly, the sphere was reflected back toward Moflin. The development was too fast for him to evade, forcing him to bear the full energy. As the smoke cleared, Thunder had already charged forward with a spear in hand. He poured all his strength into a strike at the opponent's chest. The golden light from the spear tip flared, intriguing Moflin. The burst of light blasted him far away. But he quickly teleported, staring greedily at the spear. "This weapon is worth collecting." Thunder was astonished to realize it was a teleportation skill. He anxiously thought it would be difficult to defeat him like this, while outwardly remaining calm to stall for time. Moflin did not respond and vanished again in an instant. Thunder deduced that this skill must have a weakness and could not be used indefinitely. At that moment, Slavia warned from behind. Thunder immediately leaped to evade the attack, thinking how dangerous. He dodged while charging forward, continuing to calculate his strategy. He recalled that the black belt teleportation skill blended chi into the environment to hide within blind spots. This magic must be similar. With that thought, the dragon eyes flashed. A bolt of lightning rushed toward him. If Slavia could sense it, there must be a clue. Thunder was as tense as a drawn bowstring, not daring to relax for even a moment, striving to keep his mind clear to find a flaw in Mothland. There had to be some kind of weakness. Just as he rushed to Thunder's front, Thunder suddenly noticed something unusual. That was it. When he clearly saw that sign, his eyes shone with determination. Since it was so, he would gamble once. Thunder did not attack Mothland directly but turned and launched a strike toward another strange black streak, aiming straight in that direction. The moment the magic power was released forced Mothland to reveal himself. He halted and could not react in time. After being struck, he was pushed backward. Thunder exclaimed softly for having guessed correctly. He teleported using lightning, fast yet still leaving traces. He associated it with animals that sense electric charges before lightning strikes. The place where Mothland appeared also had extremely small electric arcs. After being hit, Mothland became furious, roaring that Thunder dared to use his own technique against him. The aura around him rose even higher. His eyes revealed killing intent. If he was not eliminated soon, he would become a great calamity in the future. Even though he had grasped the pattern, Thunder still did not dare to be careless. Distinguishing the electric arcs and striking within an instant was extremely difficult. Mothland retaliated by condensing even stronger magic power, disdainfully saying that even if Thunder discovered the flaw, he still could not stop him. He provoked Thunder to use his own magic, causing his heart to skip a beat because his magic power was already completely depleted. At that moment, Slavia shouted a warning. Ness, quickly get away. Mothland had already acted first. A bolt of lightning shot straight toward him and he laughed loudly. It was too late. Thunder avoided part of it, but was still struck by another bolt of lightning. The electric current made his body stiff and unable to move. Mothland rushed forward intending to finish him off. Thunder no longer had the strength to retreat. The light from the magical sphere in Mothland's hand drew ever closer. The blow sent Thunder flying to the ground. Slavia called his name in despair. Thunder coughed up blood. Jay Glee struggled forward to support him, but Thunder could only remain silent. Even after converting 100 points of magic power, it was still not enough to resist. What kind of monster was he? Mothland was also astonished that Thunder could still move, becoming curious about his background. Jay Glee worriedly said that despite the prolonged battle, Mothland's armor remained completely unscathed, yet Thunder told him that he had arrived at the perfect moment. Thunder proposed borrowing Jay Glee's power, and he did not hesitate to reply that he was willing to give it his all. Thunder immediately chanted to absorb magic power from him. Mothland did not remain idle, and continued to launch lightning toward Thunder while he was acting. A radiant aura burst forth around Thunder as he raised his hand to block the incoming lightning. Thanks to Jay Glee's power, Thunder's magic surged once more. He stood firm and told him to rest. Thunder's aura suddenly soared, leaving Mothland stunned. This power seemed to be twice that of before. Enveloped in golden light, Thunder leaped forward and delivered a straight punch at Mothland. He unleashed a series of rapid attacks, leaving only golden streaks of light in the air. With just a single motion, Mothland was sent flying far away. Slavia could not believe her eyes at that sight. Even the battle-hardened Martha showed astonishment, unable to understand how Thunder still had the strength. Haddon silently exclaimed that Thunder's current power had approached that of an elder. Facing Thunder, Mothland began to feel genuine excitement. He summoned more lightning around his body, roaring that Thunder had enraged him. Thunder tightened his grip on the spear, softly chanting infinite void. Mothland unleashed his full power in the attack, his roar echoing loudly. Thunder also gathered momentum, his eyes blazing with determination. In midair, Thunder's spear collided with Mothland's magic power. He shouted for him to get lost. Slavia called out anxiously, and Jay Glee behind also regained consciousness and shouted loudly. Mothland hovered in midair, looking at the explosion created by the two forces. He took out a special magic power container, considering whether to use it. Thunder stepped out of the smoke completely unharmed, making him uneasy. Holding that object, Mothland realized that the Elder had not yet appeared, and decided to use it on Thunder. Thunder looked at his opponent, but also sensed that his own body had reached its limit. He frowned, deciding that he had to end this quickly. Just as Mothland was about to act, a voice transmitted through the air. Person reported that a clue to the assigned path had been found, and Mothland's expression immediately changed. He abandoned the intention to continue the battle, requesting the other party to come to the old rendezvous point. The sky cleared once more. Mothland said he would remember the name Ness and place him on the Dark Guild's wanted list. Thunder laughed and asked whether he should consider that an honor. He even joked that they should increase the bounty a little. Dark clouds enveloped Moflin. He warned Thunder to enjoy his few remaining peaceful days. A beam of light shone down, and Moflin disappeared in the dazzling radiance. The scene returned to normal. Slavia breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had left. Jagli hurriedly asked if Thunder was all right. Thunder replied that he was fine, but in truth his body was on the verge of collapse. He requested to leave this place immediately. Jagli supported Thunder as they departed. Munch and Kyle regained consciousness and coughed violently. Kyle trembled from the realization that he was still alive. Slavia stood silently, wondering in her heart whether everything had truly ended. Martha called out to her, asking where that young man had gone. Slavia hurriedly told Martha to lie still, because he was still weak. She supported Martha, yet her gaze remained fixed on Thunder's departing figure. The evening breeze blew past, as she softly said that perhaps she would meet him again. Dusk descended upon the academy. The knights swept away the remnants of the Dark Guild and regained control. Rescue operations proceeded urgently, but nearly 30 students did not survive. For Thunder's group, the greatest loss was their friends, especially Ian, who was severely injured. Thunder and Jay Glee received treatment, while many other cadets were gravely wounded and could no longer continue the path of knighthood. After the battle, the academy was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Vigilance was heightened. Everyone was wary of becoming the next target. Thunder stood at a high vantage point looking over the academy filled with guards, his heart weighed down by countless what-ifs. Thinking of Ian, his eyes darkened with sorrow. Thunder clenched his fists, telling himself that it was not Ian's fault. At that very moment, the system suddenly manifested in midair. Thunder slowly raised his hand as if he had already made up his mind. If this academy and this world had become so twisted, then he would personally bend them back to his will. His gaze swept across the screen, where notifications showed newly unlocked abilities such as Fire Origin Sphere, Ice Origin Sphere, Frozen Bone Clone, along with the true form of the Long Hiu contract. Suddenly, Thunder stopped at the final line, staring intently before softly reading aloud the two words, contract. Without further hesitation, Thunder reached out and touched that line. It was time for him to build a team that belonged solely to him. System interface immediately displayed detailed information about the contract. Once activated, if the other party agreed, that person would become completely subordinate to the initiator. After the link was established, the sender could drain or transfer mana to the other side regardless of distance. If the recipient broke the pledge, the sender had the right to nullify the contract, even to the point of taking their life. A while later, Jay Glee arrived on the rooftop as agreed. "Boss, did you call for me?" Jay Glee eagerly asked whether Thunder had come up with some earth-shaking plan. But Thunder calmly replied, "Wait a little longer, 2 more have not arrived yet. We will speak once everyone is here." He then emphasized, "Only I know about Ness. You must keep it absolutely secret for me." Absolute loyalty was evident on Jay Glee's face. "Boss, rest assured, no matter what happens I will not utter a single word." Thunder was also surprised by how quickly he agreed. Tonight he truly did as told. Earlier when told to stop Gale, he charged forward without hesitation, clearly determined to follow him. Just then the twins Joyous and Lazy also arrived. Joyous irritably questioned Thunder. "Why are they so excessive? Why is all the responsibility placed on us? Everyone is a victim, we even saved so many people, so why are only we treated differently?" Red-haired Lazy merely let out a soft sigh. After listening to their complaints for a while, Thunder sternly cut in. "Enough, I called you here precisely because of this matter." Thunder went straight to the point. "Honestly, I am not satisfied with the current situation, and perhaps you are not either. That is why I joined a team with the goal of changing this situation, changing the entire world. If you share the same thoughts, I would like to invite you to join." Z did not even wait for Thunder to finish before eagerly agreeing. Joyous was surprised, thinking he preferred acting alone, never expecting him to seek cooperation. Thunder calmly replied, "Because the leader of this team is Ness. I believe in his ideals. After that battle, the Dark Guild will certainly return. By joining the team, I can receive shared mana from him to protect myself." Among the three, only Jay Glee knew the truth, which made him even more delighted. "So it is the boss's team. This is fantastic." Joyous turned to ask his younger brother. "The one who fought Mufflin and forced him to retreat is recruiting members now, and he has no prejudice against red hair. That sounds decent. What do you think?" Lazy replied briefly, "Good." Only then did Thunder clearly state the rules. "After signing the contract, if you betray the team you will pay with your life. Do you accept?" Jay Glee agreed immediately. Joyous declared, "You can tell at a glance I would never betray my teammates. Since you and Jay Glee have agreed, so will I." Lazy simply said, "Agree." Seeing everyone in agreement, Thunder summoned a magic circle. "If you have decided, stand before the mark." Jay Glee blinked at the glowing ring. "Magic!" Joyous exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Three stepped forward before the glowing circle and simultaneously placed their hands upon its ethereal surface. Instantly, a crimson stream of energy spread from their palms, enveloping their bodies. Joyous hurriedly pulled down his collar. A dark red dragon head emblem clearly appeared on his shoulder. He asked in astonishment, "What is this?" Thunder raised his hand for them to see and explain. "This is the mark of our organization. From now on the team will be called Red Elixir." What concerned Joyous was not the name. "Call it whatever you like, is it just the few of us? Kyle is red-haired too." Thunder replied, "You know he cannot keep a secret. For now we operate in secret. When the time is right I will tell him." Joyous did not object, it sounded reasonable. "What about Kaiho, can he be trusted?" Lazy nodded, "He can." Under Joyous's probing gaze, Thunder hesitated slightly when mentioning Kyle. The sky over the academy gradually darkened, the dormitory lights had long been lit. In the room, Thunder anxiously looked at Kyle. Ever since the Intercontinental Tournament was postponed indefinitely, his mood had declined, meaning he lost the chance to investigate Ami's death. In truth, Thunder's hesitation to tell Kyle was not due to a lack of trust. He simply feared that upon knowing this power, Kyle would risk everything to avenge Ami. Thunder's gaze lingered on Kyle's half-lit face. He softly asked, "Kyle, what are you planning?" Time passed quickly. A week later, the students were once again training enthusiastically on the field. After training, Kyle unexpectedly invited Thunder. "Once we are done today, go to the library with me." Thunder was surprised. The library. It was the library of Farrowed Apartments, home to one of the continent's greatest collections of knowledge. In the library, Thunder watched Kyle search through books with boredom. "You rarely drag me here. Is there something you need to look up?" Kyle continued searching intently. "Yes, lately I have been dreaming again. In the dream there is a voice that always speaks with me." Thunder immediately paid attention. "Dreaming again, do you still remember the content?" Kyle tried to recall. "In the dream I am surrounded by radiant golden light. I cannot remember the exact words, I only know I keep following that voice through the darkness every night. Then under its guidance I arrive at a place filled with light. The feeling is very strange, warm yet powerful. I turn toward the source of light and pray for strength and it responds." At this point, Kyle tightened his grip on the book and looked at Thunder seriously. "In the dream I met a god." Thunder glanced at the book cover and murmured the title, Journey of the Dragon Knight. Kyle opened the book to a page and read intently. "There is a legend that the 5 dragon knights each met a god before their awakening. Their power was granted by that god." Thunder softly repeated, "A god." Kyle's eyes lit up just as I thought. Kyle turned the book for Thunder to see and pointed at the record. Before awakening, each dragon knight experienced similar encounters. Thunder leaned closer with curiosity. Kyle read aloud. "For many nights I heard a call from the darkness. I followed it to a place of light. In the end I met the god. She dispelled the lingering resentment in my heart, granted me power and showed me the mission of this world." Thunder looked at Kyle in shock. "So you mean," Kyle asserted, "Thunder, the prison behind that red door is the key. Everyone thinks the god is at Zonin Academy, but it is very possible the god is right beneath Farrowed Apartments." Great Elder's words once spoken to Winford suddenly echoed in Thunder's memory. The god beneath Farrowed Apartments. Seeing Thunder still hesitant, Kyle excitedly grasped his shoulder. "As long as we find the god, we will receive power from her." Under that hopeful gaze, Thunder kept his doubts to himself. There was indeed something unusual. The Elder once implied that beneath the academy lay something extremely important, something they were willing to trade everything to protect. Perhaps it was related to the god as Kyle speculated. Even so, verifying this would not be simple. Thunder slowly said, "I understand what you mean. But after that incident, the prison area has been heavily guarded. We cannot easily sneak in again." Kyle seemed to have anticipated that concern. "I have not told you yet. 2 days ago Jasmine came to me. She said she also dreamed of similar strange things." Kyle recalled Jasmine looking into a cave behind the mountain. The difference was that she clearly remembered the path after waking. Based on that memory, she searched and truly discovered a passage leading underground on the outskirts. Thunder was astonished. A new passage, then has she met the god? Kyle shook his head regretfully. No, just like the prison at Farrowed, going deeper was blocked by a door. After saying that, Kyle patted Thunder's shoulder. "That is why I came to you. I know you opened that prison door. I need your help. Come with me once more." Thunder hesitated briefly. "Kyle, even you are not certain you dare take such a risk with our current strength. Even if we encounter a king-class beast we might escape, but underground we do not know what awaits." Yet that thought was quickly cast aside. If Kyle is right, if the god truly exists beneath Farrowed Apartments, he still has many questions about rebirth, the prophecy, the meaning of the Dragon Knight, and also about his father and Ami. That thought served as his answer. Thunder nodded. "All right, I will go with you. But this time we must prepare carefully. Kyle joyfully cut in, great, thank you, Thunder. Kyle decisively pulled Thunder along. Now we find Jasmine. Thunder was surprised right now. The scene shifted to a small house bathed in gentle sunlight, warm and secluded. As soon as he stepped inside, Kyle asked in surprise, Jasmine, did you not say you would only inform Munch? It turned out that in the room were not only Jasmine but also Kel, Mary, Slavia, Munch and Tan waiting. Why is everyone here? In response to the questioning, Jasmine looked innocent. Do not blame me for this, I truly only told Munch. Kyle immediately understood and rushed forward to grab Munch by the collar. Why are you even less tight-lipped than I am? Thunder reacted, hey, scold him if you want, but why drag me into it? Munch awkwardly explained, Mary forced me. She said there should be no secrets between lovers. Hearing that, Kyle froze, lovers. Thunder also widened his eyes with Mary. Tan looked at Munch with admiration. I did not expect you to say it so directly. Kyle laughed, that truly surprises me. Slavia calmly spoke up. In short, we already know the plan, we will keep it secret on the condition that we can go along. A trace of sadness flickered in Slavia's eyes. So many strange things have happened at this academy, I do not want to lose any more friends. Hearing that, Thunder also felt heavy-hearted. Suddenly Thunder abruptly turned, his gaze directed behind him. He raised a finger to his lips signaling silence. It seems someone is coming. Thunder quietly approached the door to listen. Are we being followed? Could it be the Dark Guild still has someone hiding in the city? After a while, the group decided to step outside to check. The corridor was empty. No one. Am I being overly suspicious? Kyle and Munch also found nothing. Perhaps it was only the sound of an animal. Even so, Thunder reminded them. The situation is tense. We must be extremely cautious. First, listen to Jasmine's detailed account before making a plan. Night fell, rain poured down upon the academy. Before the forbidden zone, 2 guards stood firm despite being soaked. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help rang out. One asked alertly, what was that sound? The other replied, someone is calling for help. Amid the cold rain, Joyous rushed toward them in panic, continuously shouting for help. The seasoned guard reassured him, calm down and speak clearly. Joyous grabbed his hand pleadingly. Please save my younger brother, he was attacked by a magical beast. Captain Cadden immediately asked, a magical beast? Joyous pointed toward the red wolf biting onto Lazy. A magical beast has entered the city, it is a wolf. Knight immediately signaled his companion. Joyous cried out in anguish, little brother. After confirming the situation, Cadden reassured them. It is carrying someone so it cannot run fast. Immediately notify the checkpoints to prepare for lockdown. We split into 2 teams to surround it. The other acknowledged at once. Nearby, Thunder's group hid in the bushes. He whispered, not yet, wait until they chase a bit farther before we act. When he saw the squad had gone far enough, Thunder stepped out and signaled, all right, let us go. Immediately afterward, Thunder and Jay Glee quickly grasped the 2 iron chains on either side of the door. The 2 of them coordinated smoothly to lower the bridge, and the group cautiously stepped inside. Thunder turned back to instruct Jay Glee, who stayed to guard the entrance, remember to pull the bridge up and lock the gate. Contact me immediately if anything goes wrong. Jay Glee nodded firmly, rest assured, boss. Thunder shifted his gaze to Kyle, their eyes met, and Kyle lowered his voice to say, call the other 3 to help with this. Behind them, the prison gate shut tightly as if nothing had happened. Seeing the door close, Thunder finally exhaled. Looking at Jasmine, he said, Jasmine, lead the way. Jasmine stepped forward, guiding the group along a dark path. She whispered that the entrance was near the foot of the mountain, just a bit further. Everyone stay close. The rain grew heavier, and a gloomy atmosphere blanketed the silent space. The path led them to a vast forest, strange white mists nearly enveloping everything. After walking further, Munch rubbed his shoulders from the cold. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Mary was still fine. She replied softly, yes, I can still manage. Han Chen squeezed between 2 people, his tone tinged with jealousy. I have something to say. I don't want to see you 2 being close anymore. Soon after, the group stopped before a snow-covered forest. Tan looked around suspiciously as the snow seemed to have fallen earlier. Mary quickly noticed the abnormality. She whispered to Kyle, I've never seen snow move like this, and Munch immediately warned, everyone stay alert. A giant spirit beast appeared before them, its body covered in ice. Munch said gravely, that's an ice spirit statue, and it seemed there were at least 2 more behind it. At that moment, Slavia noticed another concern. Everyone, there's an intruder approaching from this side too. Rushing from afar were deformed rabbits with glowing red eyes. Slavia said in pauses, enraged rabbits, just looking at them is terrifying. Thunder tightened his grip on the sword hilt, doubts filling his mind. Why is this place so densely populated with spirit beasts? Not only the number of beasts concerned Thunder, but also Jasmine. How could she pass safely alone? Was she hiding something? With their training and combat experience, handling a few spirit beasts wasn't a big problem. This was even a good opportunity, as Tan happily held a crystal in his hand. Lucky, common-level spirit beast. Kyle looked on enviously. How are you so lucky? The two by me had nothing. Thunder also had luck. He looked at the system board with satisfaction. The common-level spirit beast had accumulated 79 points, nearly reaching the next level. Seeing everyone still gathering crystals, Jasmine quickly reminded, once done, let's move, we need to return before sunrise. During that, the group immediately refocused. Jasmine led them to a pitch-dark cave entrance. 7 people stopped at the cave entrance. Jasmine turned to Thunder. This is the place. A strange sound suddenly reached Thunder's ears. He looked inside suspiciously. What is that noise? Before thinking, Kyle stepped forward, leading the group in. Let's go. The cave was vast and overwhelming. After walking a bit, Jasmine signaled to stop. Last time I only got this far. Before them was a massive stone gate. Kyle was stunned, Tan bewildered, not knowing when it was built. Could it even open? Leave the difficult part to Thunder. Kyle whispered, Thunder, we're counting on you. Thunder stepped to the stone gate, placing his hand on the cold surface. Prompt appeared, open the door, yes, no. Thunder didn't hesitate and chose yes. Immediately the heavy stone gate slowly opened. Slavia exclaimed in astonishment. It's moving. Mary was also amazed. Thunder really opened it. Munch seemed used to this scene as before. Tan C2 propped his chin, wondering why only Thunder's touch opened the gate. Kyle excitedly added, maybe the prophecy is true. Thunder is the chosen one. Slavia looked confused. What prophecy? Q tried to explain. Alright, you guys don't know. Listen, I'm saying we are. Thunder hurriedly stopped her. Alright, Q. Thunder exhaled lightly and reassured, don't listen to her nonsense. She's been dreaming of being a hero too much lately. Internally, he groaned at that big mouth. Then he cautiously pushed the door. Strange air immediately poured out from inside. Slavia stood beside Thunder timidly, her eyes full of concern. Thunder, why do I feel the distance between us growing? As the stone door neared full opening, Thunder looked down the deep stairs. We still have quite a way to go. Arriving there, the group boldly descended the stairs. Munch asked, where does this path lead? Does it return to the academy? Jasmine replied vaguely, I think it might. Kyle thought of something else. I wonder what the god looks like. If we really meet the god, what would you say? Mary dreamed, I think probably a gentle and beautiful goddess. I wish I could be like her. Tan asked surprised, why are you sure the god is female? Mary countered, then why are you sure the god is male? Tan argued, the god protects the continent, drives away spirit beasts, grants power to knights, so powerful, how could it be female? Mary teased, really Tan, but I remember you never beat Slavia in matches, even though you claim to be strong. Tan blushed embarrassed. Slavia had to intervene, come on, stop arguing, the exit is ahead. At the bottom of the stairs before them was a massive structure. Someone surprised, another gate, another exclaimed, underground, and there's a place like this. The group entered. Thunder observed and asked, do you find this place strange? Kyle followed his gaze curiously. What is it used for? Someone guessed, perhaps a chapel. Thunder suddenly widened his eyes, staring in amazement at above. At the center was. Before him was a giant stone statue carved in the form of a woman. Thunder was stunned by the sculpture. His gaze lingered on the statue's face. A strange familiarity rose, as if he had met her before. Munch, Tan, Jasmine, and Kyle spread out to explore. Kyle asked, did anyone find anything over there? Jasmine shook her head, nothing. Tan guessed maybe no other exit. Munch was amazed, so this is the end point. Seeing Thunder focused on the statue, Slavia felt slightly jealous. She reminded Thunder, I know she's beautiful, but it's just a statue. Thunder turned and asked Slavia, do you know who she is? Slavia shook her head, I'm not sure, maybe it's a god. Thunder looked at the statue again, thoughtful, I see. Thunder tried to recall, he trusted his instincts. Surely he had met her before, but where? Mary checked the base of the statue and exclaimed, everyone, it seems hollow below. Kyle ran over, a secret passage. Tan curiously stepped forward, pushing and saying, try and see. This is heavy, help me. Kyle replied, I'm here. Pushing was not easy. Munch yelled, are you really using strength? Kyle shivered from effort. No need to say more, I'm still pushing. Has it moved at all? Thunder suddenly had a bold guess. He placed his hand on the stone. Could it be? The prompt appeared again. Proceed, yes, no, he understood. Thunder chose yes. The statue immediately moved, revealing a secret passage. Tan cheered, it's open. Kyle looked down, indeed a secret passage. Curiosity drove the group to enter without hesitation. Before them was a glowing mystical green space. Munch excited, maybe we're about to meet the god. Mary marveled, this place is beautiful. Slavia was drawn to green crystals embedded in the walls. rare magical crystal. Going deeper, a giant glowing green crystal shone brightly as if inviting them. Kyle wondered what had shone before. Slavia guessed softly, could it be? All eyes turned to the crystal. Their hearts shared the same answer, yes, that's it. Thinking so, Kyle slowly approached the crystal, his face tense. Crystal seemed to sense their presence, its energy growing stronger. The group was more convinced it was the god. 7 people were captivated by the light from the crystal. They stood silently before what they believed to be the deity. Kyle suddenly spoke, disappointed. No way, this is the god. Tan slumped. This form is hard to tell, can't know if male or female. Mary quickly reminded, Tan, don't speak disrespectfully. Munch noticed another thing, really, under Pharaoh Apartments is a place like this. Kyle, who had dreamed strange dreams, didn't take his eyes off the crystal. He whispered, it's real, it's all real. While the group was still staring, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. Everyone reflexively ducked. Jasmine panicked. What's happening? Mary cried out. The god is angry. Kyle blamed Tan because you spoke carelessly. Tan kept apologizing. Mighty god, I didn't mean it. Only Thunder held his stance, doubts rising. Is this the power of the god? As if his energy was being drained. At that very moment, brilliant golden streaks flared around Thunder. He unconsciously looked up at the sky and silently asked, what did you want him to witness? As the thought flashed, his pupils changed color. Thunder calmly responded, very well. In the depths of his consciousness, the image of his previous life appeared. Thunder borrowed its power and rushed forward. If so, then lead him to see it. Before his eyes suddenly unfolded a gloomy scene resembling hell. Thunder froze. Was this the original form? The distorted image shifted into a scene of countless people infected by the darkness. Thunder was stunned. So many people had all been devoured by the darkness. Suddenly, the figure of Jasmine appeared with strangely glowing eyes. She swung her sword and thrust straight forward. That blade was aimed at Thunder in reality. In reality, Thunder was struck and collapsed. Kel anxiously asked if he was all right. Thunder clutched his wound in pain, lying amid the echoing sinister laughter. That laughter belonged to Jasmine. She revealed her true face. The plan had succeeded, and she hoped to be rewarded. Thunder forced himself to ask what she was doing, and warned that she had been infected. However, Jasmine coldly raised her sword, disregarding everything. Fortunately, Kyle appeared just in time. His gaze became icy, half of his face submerged in shadow, softly offering an apology to Jasmine. Because of his injuries, Thunder gradually lost consciousness, only managing to tell them to find Winford and the Night Cadden before falling into a coma. When he opened his eyes, Thunder heard the physician discussing his condition. The director said that his vital signs had stabilized, and his recovery was astonishing. As he turned back, the director saw that Thunder was awake and appeared surprised. Thunder weakly asked how long he had been unconscious, and how everyone else was. The director replied that several days had passed. Everyone was fine except Jasmine. Thunder slightly raised himself, wondering if it had not been an illusion. The director checked again, and then worriedly said they had caused great trouble by entering the forbidden area. Thunder remained silent, pressing his lips together in thought. The director said the Grand Elder was holding an emergency meeting to discuss the form of punishment. Thunder asked what the Academy would do. He shook his head, uncertain. All decisions depended on the Elder. Before leaving, he advised Thunder to focus on recovery and consider the rest later. Thunder gazed into the distance with regret as the opportunity to reach the truth had slipped away. On the high tower of the Academy, the elders gathered to deliberate. Some believed they had erred by not closely supervising the red-haired student. Winford slammed the table, saying the prophecy was becoming increasingly clear and could not be ignored, but others argued that strict punishment was necessary. Dan Bird said both sides had valid points and proposed dealing with the red-haired youths immediately. His eyes flashed with cruelty, emphasizing the need to avoid consequences. Winford vehemently opposed, arguing that they should be protected rather than punishing children. The Grand Elder interrupted, reminding everyone to remain calm because Thunder might be the child in the prophecy and therefore required caution. One elder mocked the idea of relying on children. Another replied that it was they who had fought when the adults had retreated. Humphrey proposed keeping Thunder because he was very important. Winford asked about the others. Grand Elder coldly declared that the remaining individuals would be permanently expelled. In the tribunal chamber, the voice of the proclamation echoed, asking whether all the students were present. Thunder's group of friends stood waiting to hear the verdict for trespassing into the forbidden area. The first decision was that Thunder would be placed under confinement within the Academy. Many considered this lenient. Grand Elder continued to declare that the others would be permanently expelled. The students protested fiercely, believing the decision to be unfair. Slavia declared that her family would not accept that decision. Humphrey reminded them that her family had rendered great service. The Grand Elder fell into contemplation. Suddenly, someone slammed the table, emphasizing that rules were rules. Zippy asserted that only elders were permitted to enter the Forbidden Hall, regardless of background. He implied that there were still special exceptions. His gaze turned toward Thunder, causing him to feel uneasy. Thunder clenched his fists, striving to remain calm as he requested to speak. Grand Elder asked whether Elder Feng had any opinion. Elder Feng stated that he agreed the regulations must be upheld. Hearing this, Zippy appeared satisfied. However, Elder Feng stepped down near the group of students and reminded them that only elders had the authority to freely enter the Forbidden Hall. The Grand Elder asked what he meant. He placed his hand on Kyle's shoulder and declared his intention to transfer the elder position to the young man. Dan Bird and his faction were astonished. Some reproached him for being reckless because of a few children. Several elders opposed, as this position held many secrets. Grand Elder asked Elder Feng again if he was certain. He affirmed that according to the regulations, approval from a Grandmaster Knight was sufficient. He asked the young man's name. Kyle introduced himself as Kyle Bluebird. Elder Feng officially declared the transfer of the position to Kyle and requested a vote. Zippy revealed an inscrutable smile. Dan Bird strongly opposed, while Winford expressed his support. Haddon also agreed, causing Dan Bird to become furious. He ground his teeth in anger. Rose opposed the arbitrary change and sought support from Bernardo. Winford persuaded Bernardo to remember the children who had fought when they themselves hesitated. Bernardo looked at Winford in surprise. After a moment of consideration, he agreed. Dan Bird crossed his arms and turned away in dissatisfaction. The Grand Elder announced that the others would be exempt from prosecution, when suddenly a voice asked them to wait. Kyle voluntarily yielded the elder position to Tan and requested a vote. The knights such as Bernardo, Winford, and Cadden all agreed. Rose could only shake her head helplessly at this completely unexpected decision. After the resolution was passed, the council announced that since Kyle had transferred his elder seat to Tan, the charge of trespassing the Forbidden Hall was dismissed. An idea suddenly arose. Tan also requested to transfer his position to Munch and asked the Knight Order to vote. Outside, Thunder stood observing thoughtfully, unable to understand why when the old man relinquished the seat, that self-proclaimed JP ceased his anger. Thunder's gaze stopped at Zippy, who was sitting silently at the tribunal table. What exactly was he plotting? Slavia and Mary clasped their hands tightly upon hearing the verdict. Since Mary E. Oldwood had yielded her elder seat to Slavia Hart, her charge of trespassing the forbidden area was also waived. Seeing that matters were temporarily settled, the Grand Elder spoke. Since it has come to this, we shall end it here. The rules must still be upheld. The declaration made Slavia pause as if recalling something. Was everything truly over? Tan, prepare for the meeting. Slavia hurried forward and loudly requested to wait a moment. I voluntarily returned the position, but the deputy elder immediately stopped her. Enough now, child. He slowly explained each point, leaving her increasingly bewildered. Once the elder position has been transferred, it cannot be reclaimed. That is the regulation. Those words made Slavia clutch her head in dizziness. From this day forward, she officially became one of the elders of Barrowed Apartments. That evening in the dormitory, discussions echoed endlessly. Unbelievable, how could this be? The deputy elder is too arbitrary, Dan argued. What is wrong with Slavia becoming an elder? I find it reasonable. Sooner or later it would be her turn. At the door stood two armored soldiers holding spears on guard. Please, Slavia is still too young. The combined ages of those elders are 10 times hers. How can you say that? Seeing everyone argue endlessly, Slavia spoke to mediate. Enough, stop arguing. Mary nodded. At least we were not expelled and she has become an elder. Perhaps everything will gradually improve. Just as her words ended, Keho slowly stepped forward to express his view. I do not think the elder seat will change anything. If not for the deputy elder today, we would have been expelled from the academy. He continued analyzing. Jasmine has been infected with the dark plague. The academy clearly has problems. I suspect someone within the Council of Elders is involved with the Pureblood faction or the Dark Guild. Looking at Slavia seriously, he emphasized, all eyes are on us. Do not act rashly. If the speculation is correct, then Slavia is the most dangerous one. Those words left her stunned. Lying on the bed listening to everyone discuss, Thunder finally spoke. I agree with Munch. He rested his arm on his forehead and analyzed. Most elders remain neutral. Slavia is different, so she will easily become a thorn in their eyes. Anne asked anxiously, what should we do? Mary calmly replied, we should protect her together. But Thunder turned to face the bed and said, we cannot do anything today. Rest and we will plan tomorrow. Kyle stretched and teased, I thought you always had a way. Keho defended he has thought too much already. Everyone go to sleep. Thunder remained restless, thinking about how after the old man handed over the seat, Zippy became silent. He must believe Slavia is easier to deal with. Today's meeting also showed the Council of Elders was divided. The opinions between knights, grandmasters, and elders were far from unified. The room lights went out. Everyone fell asleep except Thunder, who stayed awake planning to expand the influence of Crimson Blaze. At midnight, a strange stream of spiritual energy slipped through the window and entered. Silently headed straight toward the bed where Thunder lay. Jack revealed his true form, floating above him. Locking onto his target, he extended his clawed hand across Thunder's face and whispered he had found you. Spiritual energy transformed into invisible threads that tightly bound his body. Seeing Thunder struggle violently, Jack grew more excited and muttered, "Where can you run?" The threads tightened around his neck, causing Thunder's eyes to widen as he struggled to breathe. Noise woke the entire room. Keho sprang up in panic somewhat. Slavia and Mary were also startled awake. Slavia shouted Thunder. Jack's strength seemed insufficient. Thunder surged with force and broke free from the restraint. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and rushed forward to counterattack. Han held his spear and stood stunned. "What is happening?" Munch quickly replied, "It is the dark plague." Grasping his weapon, he leapt from the bed, deducing that the intruder had entered through the window. Unwilling to prolong the fight, Keho charged forward with his sword and shouted, "Do not think of escaping." Thunder hurriedly called, "Wait." But being weaker, Keho was violently flung aside by Jack. He lost balance and fell backward. Fortunately, Kyle caught him in time. "I have got you, thank you." Jack neglected his defense, and from above Slavia descended with her gleaming sword. Her slash cut through the layer of purple spiritual energy, exposing a patch of real skin. Seeing that skin, Slavia exclaimed in shock, "He is human." His identity exposed, Jack immediately fled toward the main door without leaving a trace. "Stop." Han shouted angrily, "Why did we let him escape?" Before anyone could react, Slavia supported Thunder and asked if he was all right. He panted and replied he was fine. Kyle also asked what had just happened. A firm hand grasped the doorknob and pushed it open. "What happened here?" Winford appeared with Cadden following behind, arriving to check if anyone was injured. Slavia answered on behalf of everyone that no one was injured. Only Thunder was attacked but fortunately reacted in time. Cadden took a drag of his cigar and asked Thunder if he recognized the attacker. Thunder shook his head, his eyes hesitant. "I did not see clearly." Winford ordered an immediate report to the elders about the attack, dispatched 2 squads to pursue and increased patrols around the dormitory to ensure safety. Thunder lowered his head in thought, although he did not see the face clearly. Hearing the voice was enough to know. Image of Jack when corrupted and his normal face intertwined in Thunder's mind. It was indeed him. With certainty, he affirmed that it was the old tea seller. Winford stroked his chin and analyzed that the situation might be worse than expected. Cadden leaned against the wall and nodded. Perhaps it was not an ordinary infected but a shadow imposter. He continued with a grave expression, "The frontline war is tense. Many reports of dark beasts have appeared." Cadden looked at Winford and asked how he thought they should handle it. Winford proposed that since the academy was internally divided, they should remain inactive for now and wait to see who revealed a weakness. At midnight, under a star-covered sky, Thunder stood on the rooftop and called Jay Glee. From now on, invite trusted individuals to join Crimson Blaze. Jay Glee asked in surprise if they could begin recruitment. Thunder lowered his voice and granted him authority to sign contracts on his behalf. He wanted Crimson Blaze to expand rapidly. Jay Glee turned in astonishment. "I will strive to become strong enough to shoulder this change." The next morning, Thunder stepped into an entirely new position within the academy. Inside the spacious elder office, a voice echoed, "Shadow imposter." Slavia sat down and said she had never heard of this concept. The deputy elder replied that it was normal. He had only encountered it a few times in his lifetime. He explained that a shadow imposter differs from ordinary infected. They are true weapons controlled by the dark plague. Ordinary people exposed to the purple aura for long periods become corrupted, while those with strong constitutions undergo deeper transformation if infected. If they survive beyond a year, they gradually lose their will and become puppets of the darkness. These individuals move extremely fast, launching sudden attacks like ghosts and are difficult to track. They are natural assassins with bodies that are nearly resistant to most damage. Their eyes are always shrouded in dense purple spiritual energy. That is the defining characteristic of a shadow imposter. After hearing this, Slavia deduced that the number of shadow imposters must be scarce and their missions far from ordinary. The deputy elder nodded and said Thunder might be only one target, and they seemed to know about the prophecy. Upon hearing that they were targeting him, Slavia turned pale and suggested they must immediately report to the elders and knights. The deputy elder reminded her to remain calm as she was now an elder. Slavia blushed in apology and asked what they should do next. He smiled and said there was no need to apologize. The other elders already knew about last night but were still remaining inactive. Slavia speculated that everyone had their own schemes. He advised her to quickly gather those she trusted. He emphasized that collective strength surpasses individual power. Whatever she intended to do, she needed her own team. Slavia murmured her own team. Suddenly someone requested entry. Slavia became flustered, then signaled for them to come in. Thunder entered alone, looked at the deputy elder in surprise. "You are here as well." Deputy elder recalled a matter he needed to handle, stood up and said he must go meet the grand elder. "The two of you may discuss first." As Thunder's silhouette faded into the distance, Elder Feng gently patted the boy's shoulder. "Remember to visit the martial arts club when you have time. I still have many things to teach you." Thunder, slightly annoyed, turned back and replied, "Got it, old man." Seeing Thunder appear, Slavia was surprised and asked if he had come to see her. Standing before her, Thunder spoke directly that he needed a favor. "I want you to help me leave the city." Hearing this, Slavia widened her eyes, sweat forming on her forehead. "Leave the city, but why?" She immediately objected, standing up from her chair. "Yesterday you were just ambushed, and now someone is watching you. Leaving the city at this time is not a good idea." Thunder firmly said, "That is exactly why I need your help." He explained that he possessed several special abilities and needed to hunt more monsters to become stronger. If he hesitated because of his enemies, it would be even more dangerous. Thunder's gaze softened. He lowered his head and pleaded, "Please help me." That action left Slavia flustered, her cheeks flushing red. She avoided his gaze, looking down at the table, and stammered her agreement. "All right, I will arrange it, but you must return before dark." Thunder happily replied, "Thank you." Inside, he felt guilty for lying. Sorry, Slavia, but finding his father before anyone else was more important. Outwardly, Thunder still smiled and praised her. He remembered that while standing outside the office intending to invite Slavia to join his faction, he had accidentally overheard a conversation about his father being targeted. Granted permission to leave, Thunder walked down the steps out of the city. The main gate was certainly heavily guarded, leaving only the cave passage outside. His eyes were filled with determination, silently praying that his father would wait for him. Staying behind, Slavia paced back and forth anxiously. Elder Feng entered carrying a book and asked if Thunder had left. She replied that he had just gone and she wanted to ask more about the matter. Slavia leaned against the table and asked if it was possible to reduce the number of soldiers at the prison. Elder Feng guessed she already had a plan. She said if the target was the god, then they could lure him in. She frowned and asked if there was a way to eliminate him if he was found. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied that although difficult, it was not impossible. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and said she would gather her teammates. Before leaving, she asked once more about how to defeat him. Elder Feng saw her determined attitude and agreed. Slavia's face flushed as she thought of Thunder, and silently vowed to protect everyone in her own way. Meanwhile, Thunder pulled his black hood low, hiding behind a wall to observe the gate guards. Seeing the heavily armored guard unit, he understood that the city's defenses had been tightened after a series of incidents. A merchant was stopped and asked to present a temporary pass and permit. He took out the card and handed it over, saying he had just obtained it from the night order. The guards also inspected the goods, asking what they were and where he was going. The merchant declared they were pharmaceuticals and crystal weapons, heading to the town of Loini in about 20 days. During the entire conversation, Thunder realized that his transformation technique would be difficult to use to deceive them. Suddenly, a carriage stopped abruptly in front of the gate. A young man holding the reins quietly asked if he was Thunder. Thunder nodded. The man said, "Please get on. Slavia ordered me to escort you out of the city." Back at Slavia's place, she told her friends that this was a dangerous mission and asked if everyone had thought it through. Kyle's eyes were resolute as he said there was still work to do, and they could not let that man harm Thunder. Munch added that if they could not destroy him, then they had to imprison him. Tan hesitated and asked whether they should keep it from Thunder. Mary believed that not telling him would be safer if the assassin came looking. Kyle smiled reassuringly. Thunder is the strongest among us. Slavia said they had to work together, as Mr. Feng said the clone had weaknesses. With good coordination, they would have a chance. Elder Feng instructed that if they failed, they must follow Plan 2. He would meet them at the Red Gate. Once they left the underground, they would be safe. After hearing this, the entire group responded in unison that they understood. The carriage took Thunder to the edge of the forest. The driver said he would return to pick him up before sunset. Thunder stepped down, thanked him, and signaled that he understood. Taking a deep breath of the forest air, he thought that the time before dusk was very tight. Muttering a few words, Thunder quickly dashed into the deep forest, hoping his father was still safe. As if an extra sense warned him, Thunder suddenly felt something unusual and immediately turned his head to look to the side. He circulated his energy and activated a skill. One eye transformed into a dragon pupil. Dragon Eye instantly appeared. With that vision, Thunder discovered two people battling a long serpent-like monster, clearly on a hunt. Candy held her sword and turned to scold Jerry for going too deep into the forest. The older brother reassured his sister to step back so he could handle it. Suddenly the monster coiled and sprang up. Its massive body lashed out violently, sending both of them flying away. Fortunately, a burly figure caught them in time. Two were stunned, thinking they were doomed when they heard Thunder remind them that they should not risk coming here. Jerry suggested retreating because it was a high-level monster. While Candy still looked at Thunder with admiration, he asked them to stay silent. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder kicked off the ground and rushed forward as fast as the wind. His hand clenched tightly into a fist. A straight punch struck the ferocious monster's abdomen. It writhed in pain and coiled tightly around him, causing the siblings to panic. Jerry scolded his sister, while Candy begged to find a way to save their benefactor. Yet Thunder remained calm, as if he felt no fear at all. He continued to strike its weak point, causing it to hiss in agony. Before long the serpent collapsed, the siblings wide-eyed in astonishment at such power. Thunder asked sternly for their names and reason for being here. Jerry introduced himself and said they were hunting near Avoran City. He silently evaluated their poor equipment and thought of Ami from years ago. Moved, Thunder opened his storage space and took out 2 weapons to give them, warning them not to venture too far again. 2 received the gifts with unbelievable joy. Thunder reassured them that he no longer needed them. As he was about to leave, Jerry chased after him to ask his name. Thunder said they could call him Ness and urged them to return. Candy called out to him, making him stop and ask what else it was. The girl warned that the monsters in the forest were unusually restless today, drawing Thunder's attention. The siblings recounted that they usually only encountered low-level monsters, but today the situation was completely different. Thunder thanked them for the warning and continued on his way. Jerry shouted loudly, hoping they would have a chance to visit their village in the west. Leaving that place, Thunder accelerated, believing something strange had invaded the forest, and suddenly thought of his father. At Avoran prison, 2 guards still stood watch despite the late hour. They chatted without noticing the dark shadow on the gate wall. One complained about the constantly changing orders, the other said they just needed to follow them. Seeing a familiar figure, they stammered as a stream of purple spiritual energy quietly seeped in. Mr. Feng had arrived. One guard reported that personnel had been withdrawn as requested. Mr. Feng nodded and told them to take a rest as well. Both were stunned, but he reassured them that this was his order. He tugged his cloak sharply, his eyes revealing determination. His voice lowered as he said their absence would make it easier to act. The 2 guards had no choice but to comply. Not far away, Slavia's group waited for an opportunity to sneak in after the guards had withdrawn. A familiar voice rang out, causing them to turn around in astonishment. Igli appeared together with Lazy and Joyous, saying that the boss had sent them to assist as the group might need support. Mary was astonished by the ability to read thoughts and predict Thunder's movements, while Slavia blushed deeply with emotion. It turned out he had always been silently protecting everyone. Seeing that they were still keeping their distance, Joyous decisively said that since they were friends there was no need for formality. Next time there was no need to inform in advance. Lazy also nodded in agreement. That spirit greatly cheered Tan up. Kyle also chimed in with praise for such loyalty to avoid wasting time. She proposed that having additional support at this moment would be even better. Slavia knelt on the ground to draw a diagram, calling the whole group closer to reassign their tasks now that they had more companions. The night had reached its deepest hour. The monastery was immersed in silence and a gloomy darkness. The door that had once been guarded by soldiers was now slightly ajar, like a sign that someone had intruded. Slavia held a candle to lead the way with Elder Feng, reminding everyone to stay in contact and if they became lost to return to the meeting point. Elder Feng leaned against the railing and looked into the depths, reminding them that the shadow imposter was close to reaching God level but was still obstructed by the barrier. He emphasized that darkness was his advantage, so they had to stick closely to the plan. Jagli walked down the stairs while saying that after 3 years he had not known this place led underground. Joyous smelled something strange. Lazy responded concisely with the words conspiracy. Voices of discussion echoed on the staircase. They worried whether they would be punished this time, but Slavia had granted permission. They suddenly remembered that Thunder was not there to open the door. Slavia reassured them that she knew how thanks to guidance from Mr. Funk. Munch reminded that Slavia was now an elder, and therefore had the authority to access secrets. Kyle asked why a god was placed beneath Avril City. Slavia apologized because there were too many documents and she had not yet studied them all. The large door ahead stood wide open. A cold gust of wind surged out. Munch suspected that Thunder had done this, but Slavia denied it because he had already left the city. There must be someone else. He was confused because only elders knew how to open it. Then the group drew their weapons and advanced. They went deeper, wondering whether a king-level monster would appear like last time. Kyle said it was hard to predict because he had seen many cages before. Joyous was surprised and asked if this was not a prison. Tan suddenly jumped because something had touched him, warning everyone. In the darkness, pairs of blazing red eyes appeared. Perhaps this place imprisoned beasts. Jay Glee raised his massive broadsword and proposed to handle it himself. He struck a blow into the hard scales of the clawed beast, determining that it was only a mid-level monster. Flavia reminded that it had been infected in the early stage of the disease. Mary suggested resolving it quickly. One of Mary's arrows pierced straight into its body. Injured, it roared and charged toward Jay Glee. He unleashed another slash and brought it down. The beast was knocked far away. Tan widened his eyes because he could not see the limit of Jay Glee's strength. Kyle also agreed. Flavia sensed many other gazes watching. She warned that many more were approaching. On another path, Thunder alone traversed the forest and descended underground. A system notification appeared, astonishing him because his status had changed. The display panel showed that Jay Glee's energy was rapidly decreasing. They were in trouble. The beasts were thrown away by a slash containing golden spiritual energy. Jay Glee felt proud before the low-level monsters. Kyle reminded him that they had not come to hunt. Munch wiped his sweat and said they could not afford further exhaustion. Dan panted and asked how they should handle this pile. Slavia called for Mary to provide support. She immediately raised her bow. A precise arrow shot down the one closing in on Slavia. Mary realized that they were bound by iron chains. She asked in astonishment if someone had captured them and brought them here. Joyous wondered about the purpose. Lazy replied that it was to prevent interference. Suddenly Thunder's voice echoed through the link. Joyous was delighted to hear him. Lazy reported the critical situation. Thunder reassured them and said he would transmit power to support them. A stream of golden spiritual energy flowed into their bodies, astonishing everyone. Jay Glee also received additional power and thanked Thunder. Suddenly red spiritual energy swirled around, accompanied by a resounding roar. Anne blocked an incoming attack while wondering about the sound just now. Munch sensed that something even more terrifying lay ahead. Another beast was struck heavily by Jay Glee. 2 X-shaped slashes finished it. He looked back at the weapon in his hand, contemplating something. Thanks to the transmitted power, Jay Glee reached his maximum strength state and laughed loudly. He was exhilarated by the surge of power. Jay Glee leaped and swung his blade toward the remaining 2. With just one strike, he knocked both down. Slavia was startled by that strength. Mary stammered in acknowledgement of its overwhelming power. Hell noticed that the beasts were weakening. Joyous agreed. Lazy also nodded. Before long, the beasts lay scattered everywhere. They reminded each other not to forget their main objective. One that was still barely alive suddenly emitted purple spiritual energy. Hell recognized something was wrong and issued a warning. The purple energy separated from the beast's corpse. It rushed toward Jay Glee as if attempting a counterattack. Jay Glee was knocked down by that power. Jack appeared slowly, revealing a chilling smile. Slavia shouted according to the plan they had discussed. Jack laughed arrogantly in challenge. Joyous angrily replied that they did not need his gift. Jack lowered his head and asked whether they wanted to defeat him. The entire group charged forward without the slightest fear. Jack stood still observing them as they advanced. He merely waved his hand. That force sent the entire group flying. Joyous and Lazy still rushed forward, shouting that it was now their turn. Each of them held a sharp-pointed weapon, thrusting in unison straight into the abdomen of Dream, who had been corrupted and stood before them. He showed no sign of pain or collapse, making both of them realize in shock that the attack was completely ineffective. Slavia silently observed from outside, her mind constantly turning over the plan. Everything was still as she had anticipated, and now it was his turn to act. The next person Slavia designated to carry out the following step of that plan. It was Tan, his hand tightening around his cold, sharp spear. The scene brought them back to the moment beside Elder Feng, when he said that to bring down the doppelganger one had to strike the controlled host, but his body was covered in illusion fluid so ordinary weapons could hardly pierce it, and even if they did he would recover very quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a brilliantly glowing stone, the light so dazzling it forced them to squint. Then he said in a deep voice that they would need it, the god of light. Tan quickly fixed that stone onto the tip of his spear. At the crucial moment, he raised it high and clearly stated that the god of light and the illusion fluid were absolute opposites. It could temporarily break the protective layer around the doppelganger, and that was the only opportunity. Seeing that item, Slavia recalled the elder words. Her face darkened. She bit her lip and lowered her head to avoid looking. Meanwhile, Kell Group continued attacking from all directions to restrict his movement. They had to coordinate on two fronts so he would have no chance to counterattack. The plan was set in motion. The joyous and lazy brothers repeatedly closed in to harass, giving the doppelganger not a single moment of respite. The arrows shot toward him were all brushed aside. Not one strike was strong enough to scratch his skin. He still frenziedly charged toward Jay Glee, who was raising the sword Kyle. The clash between the two sides activated the illusionary defense around his body. Reminder echoed in everyone's minds. Tan gripped the spear mounted with the god of light and sprang forward, aiming to launch a surprise attack from behind. When he was distracted by Jay Glee, just a single moment of exposure would be the best opportunity. But the doppelganger still sensed the danger. He turned his head warily to look behind. Tan shouted loudly and thrust the spear straight into his back. The illusion fluid was instantly torn apart. The light of the god of light flared up. He let out a cry of agony, veins bulging on his face, his eyes blazing as if on fire. Yet the god of light stone at the tip of Tan's spear silently shattered right after that. The illusion fluid quickly reclaimed the man body amid resounding screams. His entire form sank once more into thick pitch black. Tan was flung away by the recoil, gritting his teeth as he looked at the stab that had failed to pierce through completely. The whole group immediately steadied themselves. Slavia remembered the instruction and rushed forward with her sword. If the god of light could not finish him, then someone had to follow up at once. Before the doppelganger could fully stabilize, she leapt silently behind him and swung her sword decisively. This was the final chance. Jay Glee gritted his teeth to withstand the black aura before him to draw attention. Mary's forehead was covered in sweat as she silently prayed for Slavia's success. Kyle and Munch also held their breath, their eyes fixed on Slavia's decisive strike. The weight of expectation pressed entirely onto Slavia's shoulders, pushing her tension to the extreme as she prayed inwardly. The blade slashed down, a burst of light exploding and obscuring the doppelganger upper vision. Clumps of the illusion fluid shadow scattered onto the ground. The doppelganger stood frozen and unmoving. Kell, his body covered in wounds, still stared intently. He and Mary did not dare blink had they succeeded. The panic on Slavia's face made everyone's spine turn cold. Her eyes widened as she shook her head no. When the light faded, the doppelganger remained intact, and the one that had fallen was something else. It was only a Kyle-rank monster infected by the fluid. The plan had failed. The doppelganger was completely stabilized. He turned his head to look at the monster lying on the ground with a cold gaze. Kyle's face turned pale, his eyes filled with worry as he shouted, "Plan 2." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire team immediately turned and retreated at full speed, remembering old Feng words that if they failed they must withdraw at once, the rest would be handled by him. The doppelganger had already noticed. He stretched out his hand and released a purple-black aura, his eyes flashing as he sneered, "Where do you think you are going?" The terrifying pressure caused Kyle to falter first, his face filled with fear. Then the others also collapsed one by one. They realized in horror that he could control their movements. The pressure was overwhelming. The aura continued to swirl and expand. He laughed coldly and told Slavia Group that you have not yet received my gift. As the aura shot straight toward Slavia, she sat on the ground watching it approach and silently apologized to Thunder. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes tightly as if accepting the outcome. I can only do this much. At that life and death moment, Thunder suddenly rushed in. With a single move, he dispersed the aura before Slavia's astonished eye. He remained silent, his face icy cold, his eyes hidden beneath his red hair. When Thunder stood in front of her, Slavia sprang up and urgently asked, "Why are you here? Did you not already leave the city?" Thunder did not answer. He charged straight into battle with the doppelganger amid her anxious call. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively shattered each incoming attack, his expression still calm. Seeing that it was Thunder, he bared his teeth in a grin and stared as he said, "You came at the perfect time." Thunder ignored him and continued to swing his sword, blocking all the auras he released. Kyle struggled to rise from the ground and shouted loudly to warn Thunder not to confront him head-on. Hearing the warning clearly, he remained composed, turning nimbly to evade the slashes. He braced his fingertips against the ground, gathering strength. Then he used that force to launch his body high into the air. His weak point lay at the back. Thunder flipped in midair and struck directly at the 2 spots on his back, with a speed that left the doppelganger no time to react. The moment the blade touched, the doppelganger had already noticed. He turned his head with a sinister smile and controlled the shadows to wrap tightly around the blade. Thunder's expression did not change. He released the light sword and continued to close in barehanded. He was momentarily startled by that decisiveness, then used the shadows to seize the necks of 2 nearby Kyle-rank monsters. Thunder frowned. For the first time, a change appeared on his face. His voice rang out cold as if from the abyss, "Either submit to me, or..." He laughed arrogantly, gripping the sword tightly as he looked at Thunder being restrained and uttered the threat, "Die." Kyle witnessed the scene in panic, his brows tightly furrowed as he shouted Thunder's name. The doppelganger seized his sword and raised it high with the confident smile of one who believed victory was certain. Purple beam slashed down, the sound echoing throughout the space. Kyle and Slavia were stunned, unable to believe their eyes as they looked toward the battlefield. But the blade abruptly halted just before touching Thunder. Doppelganger also froze, standing there dumbfounded with a face full of doubt. An invisible force traveled from the sword tip, making it tremble violently. His arm shook as well. Even using his other hand to hold it tight could not stop it. He looked down in shock, wondering what was happening. Thunder stood there calmly, only the blue gem on his neck radiating a sparkling light. That light immediately drew the doppelganger gaze. He was astonished to see his shadow being pushed back by the light from the pendant. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of dark liquid, his expression clearly showing discomfort. The pain eased. He stood silently thinking about something. His heart felt as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly. Behind him, Thunder truly appeared cold and silent, saying nothing, leaving him confused about what was happening. Slavia's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it as she exclaimed, "That person is..." Thunder with cold black hair had appeared behind the doppelganger at some unknown moment. Anne rose from one knee and watched intently. Kyle beside him also stared blankly and asked, "Have we succeeded?" Joy was evident on Jae Glee's face. He smiled proudly and shouted, "The boss is still the boss." The doppelganger roared and tried to turn his head to find who had attacked from behind. Who exactly was it? Thunder gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks, chokingly whispered sorry to his father. From now on he will no longer suffer any more pain. With his blazing red hair, Thunder decisively swung his hand, a cold slash severing the head of the illusion in an instant. The head fell from the neck onto the cold stone floor, shock still etched on the face that had yet to fade. In his transformed state, Thunder continued to shed tears, yet his hand still clutched the darkened heart in his palm, softly saying, "I'm sorry, father." He stood silently, bowing solemnly before the body gradually dissolving into thin smoke. No one knew what he held within. Suddenly Munch sensed the tremor and shouted, "Earthquake!" Mary quickly grabbed Kyle's hand, her face full of worry as this place had never been known for quakes. As the ground shook, black residues gathered on the roof, drawing the attention of the joyous sibling. The uncontrolled phantoms clustered in one spot. "Hurry, stay away." Kyle panicked but still tried to call out the silent name from before, Thunder. He hurried after the others toward the exit, leaving Thunder in his transformed state along with his father's body behind. Thunder stood still, quietly watching him with solemnity, ignoring Slavia shouting, "Nesk, come with us quickly." Flames erupted from Thunder's left hand. He did not turn back, only saying, "You go ahead, I have matters to resolve." Then he sent a voice to Jae Glee still in the room, the sudden tone causing him to pause. Jae Glee led them out. "Got it, boss. Remember to be careful." Obeying, he slung the large sword over his shoulder, pulling Slavia away with his other hand. "Let's go, don't worry about him, he's much stronger than us." But Thunder lowered the flames, his eyes still blurred with tears. He bit his lip, closing his eyes to suppress the surging emotions, while Jae Glee's heart twisted as he softly called out, "Father, mother." Flames rose, engulfing his father's body, as if sending him off on his final journey. In Thunder's mind appeared the image of his mother with long hair, holding a necklace, her sad eyes meeting his, saying, "Thunder, take this." She gently placed the necklace around his neck, adjusting it neatly, a soft light radiating. "You once thought you could protect your parents. Hope this brings you luck." Thunder with red hair silently followed the others, head bowed like a shadow, but today he understood that they had always protected him. As the group exited the room in sequence, Kyle behind Thunder suddenly felt a drop of water on his cheek, wondering where it came from. It was Thunder's tears. He lowered his face, silently crying, biting his lip to keep from making a sound. Behind him, Thunder in transformed form stood beside the great fire, sobbing like a child. "I'm sorry, father. I failed to keep my promise to mother." Unable to bring his father back, as the flames dwindled leaving only smoldering ashes, Thunder bowed his head and softly said, "Thank you, father." Outside the tower, on the walls, Elder Feng stood silently looking into the distance. Kyle whispered his farewell. Kyle led the way, face still showing clear fear as he shouted, "We're back." The group ran behind Elder Feng. Seeing them safe, he stood alone, hearing their shout, "Elder Feng, the phantoms are approaching." He focused his energy, reminding the students not to worry, quickly move outside. The phantoms surged, taking the form of twisted, fierce faces, mouths wide open screaming. He did not flinch, releasing a powerful punch, energy sweeping into the phantoms. "Leave it to me." His power was enough to suppress them, forcing them to retreat in fear. Seeing this, Elder Feng exhaled lightly, wiping sweat from his brow, thinking the danger was temporarily pushed back. Outside the main gate, Kyle's group collapsed to the ground, kneeling and gasping. Leaning against the gate, he said, "I thought we wouldn't make it." Munch sat next to Kyle, catching his breath, asking Mark why Ness got in. But Kyle quietly said, "Today, I saw the phantoms are unusually difficult to handle." Patted the door, looking at the two others, breathing still heavy, saying, "I don't know, perhaps Elder Feng let them in." Jay Glee stood close to Thunder with red hair, about to speak when Kyle stepped forward from behind, asking, "Boss, did you hear? What now? Do you need me to take him?" Seeing Kyle approach, Jay Glee became more flustered, muscles tense, thinking what to do now. Kyle has come. Suddenly golden light enveloped Thunder with red hair. Without a sound, magic transported something back into his body. Kyle came closer, looking seriously at Thunder, asking why he appeared underground. Jay Glee quickly positioned between them, trying to buy time, saying, "Kyle, let the boss rest a bit, he's exhausted." Thunder gently pushed him away, face showing fatigue, saying, "It's fine, let me speak to Kyle alone." Night fell, a full bright moon hung in the silent sky. Thunder sat alone, contemplative, eyes gazing far as if lost in thought. Kyle stepped forward, informing him Jay Glee and Slavia had taken everyone back. The rest would be handled by Elder Feng and Si Dai Dong Lu. He stood behind Thunder, asking, "Now it's just the two of us. Do you want to share the secret? How did you cope when Ami passed?" The question made Thunder pause. He remained silent, unsure how to respond. After a moment, Kyle stepped forward, saying, "No, Thunder, I never truly got through it, never." He looked up at the night sky, voice solemn though life continued. The city still spun, but every day I thought of revenge. Since Ami left, my heart felt empty. Kyle clenched his hands to his chest, veins prominent, turning to Thunder, saying, "Perhaps ending the enemy myself will ease my heart, but I don't know if I can heal." Thunder looked at him, moved, softly asking, "Really?" He bowed his head, sadness murmuring, "Perhaps I must complete the revenge to be free." Kyle was surprised as Thunder propped himself up, asking, "Why say that?" He replied, "I will tell the full reason one day, but first I want to invite you to join an organization helping me." Thunder's gaze suddenly grew cold, hand open as if gathering strength, saying, "Join us to defeat the phantom." Kyle asked in shock, "An organization? Did Jay Glee and the twins already?" Thunder nodded. "They all joined. Ness leads. No wonder you always stand shoulder to shoulder." Kyle smiled slightly, saying, "Forget the lies, Thunder, I know you are Ness." Thunder froze, asking, "Since when you knew?" Kyle replied, at first unsure, "But your reaction confirmed everything." Kyle held up one finger, saying, "The way Dai Denvan's night fights is rare, and can use magic. I believe in Pharaoh Departments or Aru Kingdom, few are like him." He clasped Thunder's shoulder warmly, saying, "Friend, now tell me the plan." "All right, this time I owe you." They walked while exchanging. What follows will likely be lengthy. Scene shifted to the Academy Castle, the starry sky highlighting solemnity and grandeur. In the office, Cadden and Winford were stunned hearing Elder Feng say the illusion had been destroyed so easily. Only Ness did it almost. Thunder also contributed. Both were surprised and curious about Thunder, asking if you know his background. "Previously we investigated with no clue, first in the battle with Mufflin. In defeating the illusion, indeed a formidable young person. I also heard some news." Elder Feng created a red dragon symbol, saying the young man formed the Scarlet Medicine Organization, recruiting people. Many outstanding students joined like Jay Glee and Thunder. Seems they work well together. Cadden asked in astonishment. Thunder joined too. Winford worried, "If this continues, the superiors may react." Elder Feng stroked his beard calmly, saying, "I understand that concern. Next Scarlet Medicine gathering I will attend personally." He turned and glanced at Winford, saying, "I also want to speak with young man Nestle." Winford quickly objected, "This is inappropriate." But he waved and left, saying, "Now I am a commoner, nothing inappropriate. Remember to report the illusion matter to the chief elder. Don't let the truth be distorted." The scene shifted to a small house in a remote area. On the dirt road, a figure hurriedly ran toward the house on the outskirts. Bernardo pushed open the wooden door, asking loudly, "Why call me here suddenly? What happened?" In the simple house, Dan Bird and Rose looked at him, saying, "Yes, old friend, we are in trouble. Tonight the Dragon Knight tomb guarded by your team, right?" "Yes, tell me what is happening." Rose with serious face said, "We received confidential news. Tonight the city will again be attacked by the Dark Guild." Dan Bird frowned, remembering the tomb with 5 majestic knight statues. "And that will be the first target." Bernardo exclaimed in horror, "Then what are we waiting for? Must alert the whole city immediately." But as he tried to leave, Rose slammed the door, stopping him. "Wait." Bernardo scowled at the strange action, asking, "What do you mean?" Dan Bird looked at him seriously, saying, "Old friend, you know our situation. Forces are dispersed across the front lines, villages and mountain passes. We lack enough troops to confront the Dark Guild." Rose continued his words, looking at him and hurriedly speaking at length that they still had to obey the elder's orders. The previous situation was already clear. They did not have the strength to protect the entire academy, so what exactly did he want? Dambos's expression changed, looking down from above at the shorter Bernardo and saying he had reached an agreement with the Dark Guild. He would open the city gates and grant them 2 seats in the Council of Elders. If they integrated into Pharaoh departments, they would no longer harm anyone. During this, he angrily shouted, had he lost his mind, joining hands with those people was no different from opening the door to disaster. Once the city gates were opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. After so many years as a knight, did he not understand that? Bernardo turned toward the door where Rose was blocking the way, speaking coldly that he was tired of listening to their sophistry. Move aside, he had to meet the Grand Elder. As soon as he heard that Bernardo intended to report, Dan Bird lost patience, silently drawing his sword from behind his back, staring at the back of his old friend and saying he understood. He suddenly thrust his sword straight at Bernardo, who was completely unguarded and was struck by his former comrade. Bernardo turned back in horror, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the traitor. Dan Bird coldly laughed and said war always came with losses. His gaze was filled with cruelty, darkness seeming to envelop him, as long as it was not his blood. Outside, the moon still hung high, but its light faded, unable to illuminate the wooden house. He said he thought Bernardo would hesitate. What he had done was merely because the old man refused to heed advice. Inside, Bernardo lay unconscious on the floor, his life and death unknown. Dan Bird wiped the blood from his sword, looked at his old friend, and told Rose at least Bernardo's people would not be implicated. After finishing, the two left the wooden house. He instructed Rose to hand Bernardo's people over to others to deal with. He had to meet Lord Zippy to report and hoped they would comply. They did not know that Harry Denver was standing behind the door eavesdropping. He looked through the wall crack, worriedly thinking that Lord Bernardo had met with misfortune. What was his father doing? The scene shifted back to the academy. Several rooms in the castle were still lit. Kyle and Thunder walked along the avenue at night, chatting about the cave outside the city and the disappearance of the deity. Thunder said it might have been transferred earlier. Thunder solemnly speculated that the infected individual might have slipped out from the prison during the chaos. He recounted all of his discoveries to Kaiho. The entrance beneath the stone statue had been open, and when entering the cave, both the iron gate and the passage from the church had been forced open. Kyle said in astonishment that the prison door had also been opened in advance. He had once met 2 explorers who said the forest was uneasy. Clearly, there had been an intruder. 2 continued exchanging information. Kyle asked seriously what Thunder had seen beneath the church this time. Thunder said the place where the deity had been kept was now empty. Within the great hall there were countless branching paths. The deity had likely been transferred to another cave. In his mind, he drew a map of a labyrinth like a gigantic anthill. Without guidance, it was very easy to become lost among the tunnels and barriers. Kyle smiled in relief that Thunder was still safe. Thunder said it was thanks to sensing Jay Glee's position that he was able to find everyone. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted their conversation. Both of them turned to look. They saw many armored knights rushing urgently in one direction. So late at night, what were they doing? Hopefully nothing bad had happened. Thunder suddenly became alert, his eyes sharpening as if he had discovered something unusual. In the quiet night he spoke up, "Come out, I know you are there." From the dark corner, Harry Denver slowly stepped out to Kaiho's surprise. Kyle immediately drew his twin swords defensively, asking why Harry was following them. Harry hurriedly explained that he was not following them but the group of knights. Kyle did not believe him, angrily saying do not expect him to listen to such lies. Thunder was calmer, stepping in front of Kyle and asking Harry to clarify his purpose. Harry frowned and said whether they believed him or not something worse was approaching. Scene shifted to the knights gathering as Rose read the order that from now on the Dragon Knight's tomb would be guarded by them and the others could withdraw. A knight questioned this because Bernardo had previously instructed that without direct orders they were not to leave their posts, suggesting they wait for him. Rose stepped forward, her stern gaze asking if he wished to disobey orders. The knight resolutely said, unless Lord Bernardo ordered it he could not comply. Rose coldly struck him down, saying it was truly a waste of Bernardo's good intentions. The knight collapsed in shock, looking at the sword that had pierced through him. The remaining knights rushed forward in panic, not understanding what had happened. Rose's squad immediately raised their bows and aimed directly at them, warning them not to resist. At her command, a volley of arrows was fired simultaneously. After finishing, a subordinate asked how to handle the situation. Rose said there was no need for complications, focus on the main task. They pushed the large stone statue aside according to Rose's instruction. The entrance to the tomb opened, and a cold wind surged upward. Rose stood at the edge of the opening, gazing downward intently. Her face was unusually calm, despite the strong wind blowing down. From the faint smoke a figure appeared, praising Rose for doing well. She replied it was her duty. Members of the Dark Guild stepped forward. The leader conversed with Rose while behind them something heavy was dragged by iron chains, saying that Mufflin would grant a reward. A heavy chain dragged something from below the chamber, producing a grating sound. The end of the chain was locked onto infected high-level monsters. They staggered up the stairs under restraint. The man said they were about to be free. Kyle suddenly kicked the door open and rushed into the room, calling everyone to wake up. Tan asked in confusion what had happened. Munch was also alarmed. Slavia worried that Thunder had met with danger. Thunder entered and reassured them that he was unharmed. Kyle urgently said there was no more time. Danger was approaching. Mary asked what had happened. Thunder replied that Knight Bernardo had been harmed and everyone should quickly prepare their weapons and armor. His face darkened. The Dark Guild had returned. The whole group was stunned. Slavia asked again in disbelief. Early in the morning, two silver-armored knights stood guard before the city gate. Suddenly a purple aura coiled around them, and cries of terror rang out. In the blink of an eye, the two knights collapsed. Members of the Dark Guild silently appeared. They scaled the wall like phantoms and then vanished. Grand Elder sat at the table, his hand tapping rhythmically as he waited. The knight beside him called out, and he replied that he already knew. The dark figures burst into the room. One of them laughed and said the Lord did not sleep deeply. He mocked what was causing the Lord to lie awake. The Grand Elder smiled and said when he reached his age he would understand. Sleep gradually drifted away, and young people should take advantage of rest. He asked in return what had brought them here so early. The man replied that they had come because the deity had been transferred, and he must know where she was. He calmly said he guessed they were looking for the deity. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, pretending to think about where he had arranged for her. He acted as if he had forgotten, saying where had he sent her. The subordinate beside him replied that he did not know. He shrugged and apologized that he could not help. The dark man coldly said then they would help him remember. They all lunged toward him at once. The knight stepped in front to shield him, raising his sword to block. Outside, members of the Dark Guild gathered preparing to attack. The Grand Elder remained calm and remarked that this time they were very well prepared. Glass shattered everywhere. The group stormed in violently like an unstoppable tempest. He frowned, his voice icy cold. Unfortunately, this mission is far beyond your capability. The scene shifted into a dense night, with only a few flickering embers in the darkness. Winford calmly tossed the map into the fire, watching the paper burn into ashes. He calmly said the map had been destroyed and now no one knew the exact location where the god was hidden. Cadden put his hands in his pockets and replied that the only way left was to personally bring the elder there. Cadden looked down thoughtfully, but at least they had to remember the way back. He continued to ask how things would unfold. Winford replied it was hard to predict. If Mufflin had infiltrated then he would not leave until he achieved his goal. Winford mentioned that day he was capable of defeating everyone, but seemed to have something more important that kept him occupied. Cadden held a cigarette in his mouth and thought, I also believe he will return. On the ground, green slime silently crawled forward and wrapped around his leg. Cadden suddenly felt something unusual and called out to Winford, who responded immediately. Both of them leaped up to evade the attack in an instant as a creature slithered past. Slime splashed onto the wall, corroding it and making the surface appear to melt. In the darkness, vague human silhouettes gradually emerged. Winford recognized them and asked in astonishment why they had appeared here. Raven stepped out with his subordinates, his voice low and dangerous. "We have been waiting for you two for a long time." Winford panicked. The black-armored knights were supposed to be protecting the elder. He continued to question why they were present in this place. Raven sneered that the elder no longer needed them. Cadden said irritably that they were tarnishing the honor of the knights. Draven drew his sword and declared that he fought for honor. The castle trembled amid alarmed shouts that the enemy was attacking. The citizens panicked, shouting that magical beasts were flooding in and calling for reinforcement. A young soldier fell to the ground trembling as he stared at the monster before him. The monster swung its strength violently, sending the soldier flying. Thunder and his companions hid above, observing the situation below. Flavia intended to rush down but was stopped because the enemy was too numerous. She still protested that she could not stand by and watch. She turned to ask Thunder about the situation. Thunder replied that their entrance originated from the Dragon Knight's tomb. Kyle asked about the plan. Thunder jumped down and said they had to destroy the passage first. He asked whether Jay Glee and Kyle were ready to follow him. Jay Glee laughed and said he would always follow the boss. Kyle also affirmed that as brothers there was no need to ask. Flavia wanted to join, but Thunder firmly insisted that they stay behind. He explained that they needed people outside to disperse the enemy and hinder their advance. Mary agreed and Slavia nodded, reminding them to be careful. Thunder assigned Tan to find Lao Feng and Kel to find Winford and Cadden to request reinforcements. He summoned the contract magic and apologized for forcing everyone to make a hasty decision. Thunder asked if they agreed to join Hong Dua. Slavia looked at the symbolic circle. Mary softly said it was contract magic. In the dungeon, members of the Dark Guild were pulling a gigantic monster upward. Suddenly an arrow tore through the air like a streak of light. It struck the monster's eye, causing it to roar. Shouts rang out that someone was attacking from the southeast. The monster thrashed uncontrollably, and they frantically tried to restrain it. Members of the guild chased after Mary when they saw her fleeing. Mary accelerated and then turned around with agility. She quickly glanced back to observe behind her. A series of ambush lights rained down, and they cursed for being ambushed. Mary spun to evade, drew her bow and fired multiple arrows in succession. A pink streak of light suddenly appeared and deflected the arrows. Mary was stunned when she realized it. Rose stepped out with a bow in her hand, her gaze cold as she looked at Mary. Rose's face darkened with disappointment and anger. Slavia suddenly rushed in from behind Rose. Rose immediately raised her bow and fired in response. The arrow grazed Slavia's cheek, causing a burning pain. The blade sliced through the air like a warning. Slavia thrust straight into Rose, causing her to halt. Rose widened her eyes before collapsing, completely defeated. Slavia spoke a cold farewell. Elsewhere, the Dark Guild members were in chaos searching for their opponent. Thunder suddenly appeared and unleashed a lightning-fast strike. Kyle asked whether they should destroy the exit as well. Thunder said not yet because they still had a king-level monster. The enemies surged up the stairs, their gleaming weapons determined to stop them. Jay Glee leaped in to block them, asking to take this part himself. Kyle helplessly watched as he fought with increasing fervor. Thunder gave the order and charged into battle. Kyle followed closely behind. Jay Glee slammed his sword down, causing the ground to crack and sending many enemies flying. Kyle fought fiercely, but worried as he did not know how many enemies remained. Thunder's eyes became sharply cold as he activated Dragon Eye. Thanks to Dragon Eye, he could clearly see every movement and recognize the opportunity. Thunder fixed his gaze toward a nearby wall. He told Jay Glee to accept additional power to open the path. Jay Glee clenched his fist and said he was ready. The enemies became alert when they heard the loud noise. One of them recognized that it was a werewolf. Jay Glee transformed into a gigantic werewolf with bulging muscles and thick fur. He grabbed one of them, causing him to cry out in terror for help. The members of the Dark Guild began to panic. "Do not be afraid, he is merely a beast in human skin. His thick fur is tougher than iron armor. We can hardly bring him down." Jay Glee unleashed continuous strikes. Each kick carried terrifying force, sweeping the opponents away in all directions. Kyle glanced back at Thunder with unease. "How long do we have to keep chasing?" He replied calmly, "We are almost there." Thanks to Jay Glee's overwhelming strength, the enemy was knocked out of position. The two of them seized the chance to advance with ease. Kyle's eyes widened in extreme shock. He never expected such a massive abyss to exist right beneath their feet. Thunder looked resolute, stating that as long as they destroyed that bridge, they could block their advance. In his werewolf form, Jay Glee remained ablaze with momentum as he relentlessly pursued the Dark Guild. Thunder quickly called for him to stop. Placed a hand on his shoulder and offered praise as if granting him strength. "Well done," he only stammered in response. After that, Kyle heard him mutter, "I truly cannot understand what he is saying." Aegli clenched his fists and roared, releasing the last of his energy. "I can finally return soon." The moment he reverted to human form, Thunder immediately spread his arms to catch him. Kyle was stunned in disbelief. That big guy fainted again. He reassured him, "It is probably a side effect of the transformation. Take good care of him, he will wake up shortly." Thunder swiftly activated the contract magic circle to transmit a message. "I have discovered the ones behind. Fortunately, we were faster." Suddenly his dragon eye detected something unusual. "What is that?" On the opposite side, Cadden and Winford were constantly blocking attacks without pause. Waves of relentless assaults from the Dark Guild rained down without end. Winford gritted his teeth. "This is bad. Holding out against 3 black armored knights like this is completely disadvantageous if we cannot find another solution." Suddenly Cadden shouted his name, tightening the already tense atmosphere. His cry echoed with suffocating pressure. "We are surrounded." Draven let out a cold laugh. "You are truly unlucky. Lead us to that god, perhaps you may keep your lives." Cadden clenched the cigarette at the corner of his lips. "With so many from the Dark Guild here, their target must be the Academy." Winford worried, "I fear we will not leave this place alive." A subordinate hurriedly reported, "My lord, we have encountered them." He barked, "Finish them before speaking." The other stammered, but in that silent instant, a spark of fire shot straight toward Draven. He froze, tears still at the corner of his eyes, then suddenly widened them in horror. Flames erupted violently, swallowing Draven's subordinates like a crimson tide. Cries for help rang out under the searing heat. Thunder appeared abruptly and shouted, "Retreat quickly." Winford was stunned. "Thunder, why are you here?" He looked at him in astonishment, asking if he could use magic as well. Draven laughed sinisterly and immediately gave chase with overwhelming killing intent. "Prioritize eliminating Thunder first." He turned back and shouted to Winford, "Run to the right." He called out loudly, "Thunder." Thunder unleashed his power and drove a straight punch into the heavily armored Black Knight. That man was forced back several steps, struggling to steady himself. Thunder controlled the flames like a surging fiery torrent. Consecutive strikes rained down, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. "This is not good," he quickly retreated. "These black armored knights are stronger than expected. We cannot confront them head-on." Thunder, Cadden, and Winford immediately accelerated forward. As he ran, he saw Kyle and urgently called out his name. Kyle tightly held the red stone in his hand and shouted upon seeing the 3, along with Knight Cadden and Lord Winford. Draven swung his sword at Thunder and roared to ignore the others. "Deal with that red-haired one first." Winford anxiously called Thunder's name while Cadden shouted, "What are you doing?" Winford was about to rush forward when Kyle held him back. "We have to help him." He reassured him, "It is fine. Thunder already has a plan." Cadden froze, his eyes wide in shock. "A plan?" Thunder tightly grabbed Draven's blade. Not giving his opponent time to struggle, he instantly created multiple copies at once. Clone magic was activated. Winford was astonished, "That is." Cadden continued, "It is Thunder's magic clone." Not to be outdone, Draven coated his sword tip with ice, forming a sharp frozen layer. Bone ice magic. Thunder shouted as he seized the opportunity. Kyle now did not hesitate and immediately hurled the stone with force. The red streak shot toward the target and exploded. The devastating blast force blew away all of Thunder's clones. He widened his eyes in shock. The power is immense, all the clones are gone. In the shadows, Draven rushed out and delivered a powerful kick to Thunder. Unable to react in time, he was sent flying and crashed to the ground several meters away. He charged forward and pointed his sword at Thunder. "Lord Zippy sends his regards to you." Without hesitation, Draven thrust the blade fiercely into him. Suddenly a thunderous explosion erupted, the ground trembling violently. Both Draven and Thunder fell into the abyss. "If you survive this fall, I will personally deal with you below." Despite his injuries, Thunder still wore a defiant smile. "What a pity I cannot accompany you." Suddenly his body glowed and switched positions. Draven panicked, he was only a clone. A desperate scream echoed as his body plunged straight into the abyss. "No." The ground shook violently, massive rocks cracking apart with a chilling sound. Winford did not hesitate and caught the injured Thunder to keep him from collapsing. Thunder tried to say he was fine, he only needed a little rest. Cadden asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Kyle replied that the Dark Guild had infiltrated the Academy again. "We came to block their advance." Winford speculated, "Are they targeting the underground passage beneath the Dragon Knight tomb? It seems Bernardo is locked in a fierce battle." Suddenly he lowered his voice, his gaze heavy. "Regarding Lord Bernardo, we have received news." Winford asked in alarm what happened to him. He slowly delivered the dreadful news that left everyone stunned. He has been killed. Elsewhere, the great elder and his subordinates had wiped out the entire Dark Guild. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, his voice echoing through the empty chamber. Before him lay Elder Zola covered in wounds, his eyes lifeless. He halted, the subordinate beside him cried out, "Elder Zola has passed away." Elder Kim staggered forward and called to the great elder. He asked worriedly, "Elder Kim, can you still hold on?" Great elder rushed over and asked who caused this. He replied, "It was my black armored knight. He obeyed Zippy's orders and betrayed his master. To be ambushed by one's own close guard is hard to believe." He grasped Elder Kim's hand and said remorsefully, "I once thought Zippy only protected the bloodline in theory. I never expected him to go this far. The fault lies with me." The great elder suggested letting the guards escort him to safety. "I will personally find Zippy." He shook his head in refusal. "No need." He tightened his grip on Elder Kim's hand. "This is not the time to give up, my lord." No one knew that within Elder Kim's palm, a faint purple flame had already begun to flicker. Grand Elder's pupils widened in shock, his astonishment evident, his body stiff as stone. From the Elder Kim's hands, fierce purple lightning erupted, sweeping away him and his followers with overwhelming force. Thrown into the air, the two slammed onto the ground, the impact echoing loudly. The Grand Elder trembled and collapsed, unable to believe it. "You have always." He stammered in panic. Mofflund removed his mask, a cold, cunning smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, I never left this place." He put the mask back on. "Since being expelled from the academy, I have returned in secret. The Grand Elder seat is precious. I am pleased to hold it." The Grand Elder looked at Elder Kim in shock. He replied calmly, "Elder Kim seldom appears. I merely guided him to where he belongs." Without hesitation, Mofflund concentrated all his spiritual energy. "Very well, old man, your time is nearly up. Tell me where the divine artifact is." Despite the coercion, the Grand Elder remained firm. "You know I cannot reveal a word." His hand, brimming with purple electricity, pressed close, the lightning crackling with murderous intent. "Yes." Deafening explosion rang out, purple light blindingly spreading across the academy. The space trembled violently, a wild surge of purple lightning tearing through the wind. Scene shift, Kyle saw Jay Glee. He regained consciousness just in time, apologizing awkwardly. "Sometimes I lose control, perhaps missing the most intense battle." The two strode forward leisurely. He slightly covered his head. "No, I don't think so yet." Before them, Dark Guild members in black armor, holding swords and various ominous weapons, awaited. Thunder pressed a hand to his ear. "Slavia, can you hear? We are outside. How is the situation?" She replied urgently. "Thunder, right, luckily you are safe. But the situation is dire. Beyond the Night Dragon Tomb, they attacked 2 more tunnels." Slavia's choked voice of despair froze him. "Pharaoh is about to collapse." Thunder spoke rapidly. "Slavia has sent the location. We are on our way." Kyle turned to Cadden and Winford. "And you too, the traitor knights. We must check the Grand Elder's safety first. Be careful." Before splitting, Garden called out loudly. "Then we will find a way to regroup." He replied, "Understood." The two were surrounded. He shouted, "Winford, don't let Jay Glee get entangled with them." Winford sighed, "I don't want to either." It took some time, but they eventually cleared the incoming henchmen. Winford froze, stunned by the scene. Cadden behind asked, "What happened?" Harry Denver knelt, eyes full of despair. "We arrived too late." Unable to contain his anger, Winford growled, "You defeated him already." He replied shortly, "I never wished for that." Harry Denver's face was helpless. "My father chose wrongly, leading to irreversible consequences." Even the Grand Elder and his subordinates were ambushed, their bodies motionless on the floor. The Grand Elder. Elsewhere, Slavia's group was surrounded. Mary shouted, "We are trapped in the middle." Slavia reassured, "Hold on. Tan went for reinforcements and will return soon." Munch worried, hoping he arrives in time. A sudden thunderous explosion behind startled everyone. Suddenly a massive monster appeared behind Slavia, eyes glowing fiercely. "Watch out." In the critical moment, Thunder rushed in to rescue her. Slavia called his name joyfully, eyes shining. "Thunder." Kyle charged forward with a sword. "We are here." Jay Glee asked quickly, "Anyone injured?" "Tan and the Academy soldiers arrived. We are present." Munch cheered, Tan along with Master Feng and the elders. A figure stood above Kyle, voice echoing, "Everyone lower your weapons." He smugly said, "Stop, resistance is futile. From today the Academy enters a new era." The crowd below murmured, "Is that Elder JP? Why tell us to stop? Fools, he is with them." Zippy continued arrogantly, "Knight bloodlines are noble from birth. Pharaoh Apartments exists to train knights." Not for peasants, the knights murmured, "Despicable traitors still exist," but some agreed he wasn't entirely wrong. He continued, "Reform always demands sacrifice. Inferior bloodlines cannot survive in this academy. Thunder whispered, Jay Glee, bring me close to him, let me handle it. He smiled maliciously, eyes scheming. From today all lowly subordinates must be removed. Mary drew Jay Glee's bow, aiming straight at the henchman. Arrows flew, hitting with precise accuracy. Kyle and Munch matched, their sword strikes swiftly felled opponents. Jay Glee suddenly transformed, fur covering his body, turning into a ferocious werewolf. What is that? A monster. A swift swing sent the henchman flying, no chance to defend. Slavia was shocked. Jay Glee is a werewolf, Mary stunned. I've only read about this, Munch replied. No wonder his power is unusual. Zippy ordered coldly, no mercy. Unexpectedly the Academy harbors such a freak. Take him down. Jay Glee glanced elder. I am ready, relying on you. He shot forward, speed like an arrow from a bow. Zippy shouted, the order is absolute, stop him. Thunder swept away the henchman like a storm and charged directly at him. Zippy trembled, clearly terrified, don't come near. Grabbed the collar, leaving no chance to resist. Thunder lifted Zippy into the air, making him scream in panic, don't. His eyes darkened with icy resolve, I have questions to ask. Zippy trembled, put me down, I promise to spare you. Thunder coldly say that to the departed souls, he begged urgently. What do you want? I can give all. Do you want the Grand Elder seat? I will give a place. Thunder roared, speak, who is the pureblood leader? Zippy fearfully replied, I don't know, I've never met. His eyes flared purple, truly a waste of time, dragon magic revealed. Under that gaze he was fully subdued. Who is the pureblood leader? Zippy confessed, it's me. Thunder growled, did you send the impostor to harm me? Zippy replied quickly, no, I only followed the Dark Guild's orders. Thunder paused, Dark Guild indeed involved. He asked further, their leader is Mufflin. Are they linked to the Shadow Plague? Zippy honestly said, I have never seen the Dark Guild leader, nor understand the Shadow Plague. It is beyond human, I only follow orders. Thunder pondered, even the Pureblood Guild is a puppet. He casually let go then. You no longer hold value to me. Sensation of freefall made him scream, no, no. The henchman below panicked, Master Zippy is dead. The knights were astonished, so easily defeated by that red-haired boy. The headmaster admitted, he trained an extraordinary youth. Elder Feng replied, not entirely something I can teach. Slavia suddenly charged with a sword. Mary worried asked, Slavia, what are you doing? She stood atop Kyle, gripping tightly. Knights looked. The pureblood leader is a coward. We can defeat them, Kyle called Slavia. She spoke resolutely. Months ago we suffered a fierce ambush. Friends and family fell. And today the situation repeats. A knight gritted teeth. Detestable, but I must say, last time even with a fraction of our force we still won. Slavia continued encouraging, they are not fearsome, just cowards avoiding direct confrontation. This time we will win. Brimming with spirit, Slavia raised her sword. Who will stand with us this time? The knights shouted in unison, momentum surging like a tidal wave. We Dark Guild and Pureblood members faltered, fear, they are cornered beasts, objective is the city gate. But Elder Zippy is gone, no reason to continue. Moffland grinned triumphantly, he is dead, so from now on I am your leader, who dares oppose? One member of the Pureblood Guild hesitantly spoke up, Seeing his companion intending to retreat, he coldly made his move, if you want to follow Zippy then go down there and join him. Moffland glanced around at the others and asked who the leader was. The entire group replied in unison that it was Lord Moffland. He immediately issued an order, our mission is to seize the city gate. That silver-haired girl is too much of an eyesore, deal with her at once. The sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbled loudly. Mary asked in surprise where the sound came from. Munch replied that it was from the city gate. In another direction, Kyle was fiercely battling members of two guilds. Suddenly he shouted loudly, warning everyone to get away. It was too late, a massive force swept through and sent the knights flying. Thunder hid above and observed, sensing that something dangerous was approaching. Moffland snorted coldly and said that someone else had interfered with their mission. The city gate was shattered, magical beasts poured in, throwing the scene into chaos. The soldiers tried to resist the mammoth but were quickly overwhelmed. Many were forced to retreat. Realizing the situation was worsening, Kyle immediately directed everyone to scatter. Suddenly the mammoth halted, its eyes widening as it stared ahead. Then it let out a roar and fell backward. Elder Feng and the headmaster took action. The elder said they would handle the larger ones while everyone else should focus on the smaller ones. The headmaster nodded in agreement. While Kyle was still watching, Tan cried out in panic. Lazy and Joyous were unleashing Dragon Roar to increase their attack power. The two shouted in unison. Thunder activated his thunder technique. Slavia felt the surge of energy and was astonished by the enhanced power. Thunder reassured everyone to stay calm and then spread out to deal with the enemy. Mary immediately responded in agreement. The beasts charged forward like mad, bearing their ferocious maws, and fought while muttering that it was truly disgusting. Kyle replied that at least it was still better than the gigantic mammoth. Thunder calculated silently. His mana was nearly depleted and needed urgent replenishment. He told everyone to hold on and that he would return soon. Slavia said to leave it to them. Kyle urged him to hurry. Thunder slipped past the black-robed figures, determined to absorb energy from them. After finishing, he mockingly remarked that at least these people had some value. But the energy obtained was too little. He had no choice but to continue fighting. On the side of the beast, their bodies gradually merged into a single mass. Joyous irritably said they could not penetrate the serpent-like body. Lazy suggested abandoning close combat. Mary said they needed someone to attract its attention so she could land a precise shot. Just as they reached an impasse, Thunder appeared and apologized for arriving late. Slavia joyfully called out his name. Thunder created multiple clones and said he would go ahead, astonishing everyone. He continuously launched fireballs and ice spells to attack the monster. The beasts refused to retreat and charged forward to counterattack. When they exposed an opening, Mary struck them with an arrow and exclaimed that she had hit the target. Thunder panted from the immense expenditure but still pushed himself further. The beasts became more ferocious, forcing Thunder into a difficult position. He realized that the clones could not withstand powerful attacks. Thunder thought that he needed to borrow additional strength from Jay Glee. But before he could act, he was knocked down by a beast. Tan anxiously called out, while Slavia demanded that the serpent be stopped. Thunder struggled to his feet in pain and blamed himself. He lay on the snow, briefly considering giving up. That thought vanished when he looked up at the sky. From afar, Gluck spread its wings and rushed forward with a resounding roar. Thunder was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. As Gluck drew nearer, Tan shouted loudly that it was a dragon. Everyone panicked, believing that dragons had long since disappeared. Slavia was also astonished, thinking they had gone extinct. Man reminded everyone to stay focused. Mary worried that the presence of another dragon would be dangerous. Beasts roared even more fiercely upon seeing Gluck. A violent gale arose, putting everyone on alert. They held on tightly and sought shelter. Thunder wondered whether the storm was created by that creature. The wind was so strong that it was difficult to open their eyes. Munch instructed them to maintain their formation. Gluck spewed a stream of cold water toward the beast. He could not evade in time and were struck by the torrent. Afterwards they fled in panic. Members of the Dark Guild shouted angrily in frustration. They too were quickly frozen by the water. Shards of ice shattered and fell scattered onto the ground. Gluck continued to unleash torrents of water without pause. The beasts jostled and trampled over each other as they fled. Tan exclaimed in astonishment that a single breath was enough to sweep everything away. Kyle suggested retreating. Kyle ran over and told everyone to follow him below to take shelter. Elder Feng reassured them that the creature meant no harm. The headmaster also acknowledged that the legend had become reality. Tan remained skeptical because dragons were known for their ferocity. Kyle urged them to retreat before it was too late. Elder Feng said that it was not a dragon as they believed, but another species. Thunder covered his mouth and said that it was a wyvern. The elder asked in surprise how he knew. Thunder thought that a wyvern was smaller than a dragon and had a different limb structure. He recalled that a wyvern had wings connected to its forelimbs. Thunder felt a fleeting sadness because he had thought he might meet his kin again. Elder Feng recounted the legend of the deity's ally who protected the academy in times of crisis. He looked at Gluck with deep respect. Everyone bowed in gratitude to the creature that had saved them. It spoke in a resonant voice, "I am Gluck, here to fulfill the covenant with the god. The task is complete. From now on I owe you nothing." He bowed deeply, respectfully expressing gratitude for Gluck keeping the promise. Tan exclaimed in bewilderment that everyone could hear it speak, and it even sounded like a female voice. Mary immediately covered his mouth and told him to be silent. Gluck still heard clearly, lowering its voice with chilling coldness. "It seems a mortal dares to show disrespect toward my presence." Kyle sighed helplessly. "Tan, this time you have caused serious trouble." Mary trembled and said if it became angry they would be in grave danger. Tan turned pale and repeatedly apologized, hoping to be forgiven. At that moment Kyle suddenly turned around as if sensing something unusual. Seeing Thunder frown while looking at Gluck, Kyle asked what he intended to do. Thunder did not answer and calmly said, "I am grateful that you saved me, but I do not bow before anyone." Kyle shouted, "Thunder, what are you saying?" Tan panicked and cried for help, while Kyle worriedly considered a retreat. Munch objected because escape was impossible. Mary shouted for everyone to be quiet. Contrary to expectations, Gluck did not become angry and instead left everyone stunned. It said humanity is arrogant. If not for the covenant, I could have wiped you out in an instant. Thunder calmly replied that was not important. He only wanted to know why it protected this city. Gluck asked disdainfully what right he had to question it. Thunder briefly answered, "Read my memories." It coldly asked who he truly was. Thunder said, "You will see for yourself." Gluck widened its eyes as it observed and gradually realized what was hidden. It asked Thunder to place his hand on its head to connect their minds. Thunder complied and memories gradually appeared within Gluck's consciousness. In the memory, a radiant spherical mass of spiritual light appeared. Countless streams of blazing fire energy surrounded it. That light nurtured a child and transmitted life force to him. Witnessing this scene, Gluck was speechless with astonishment. It shook its head and muttered that it was impossible. Thunder calmly said, "Since you have seen it, please do not reveal it." Gluck bowed and communicated through thought to apologize and promise secrecy. Thunder asked it to call him Thunder. He continued to ask why it protected this city. Gluck recounted the story beginning from when the city was first established. At that time it had been attacked and severely wounded by another magical beast. It fell onto the nearby mountain and awaited death. But the god saved it with a rare fruit that bore only once every 100 years. To repay the favor, it promised to protect the city after the god departed. Kyle and the others whispered in confusion about why the dragon bowed before Thunder. Elder Feng was astonished and found it hard to believe. The headmaster suspected Thunder might be connected to the prophecy. After Thunder understood everything, Gluck asked to depart because night was falling and the beasts would return to their territory. It said it lived on the mountain near the academy and Thunder would know how to find it. He nodded in thanks. Gluck replied that it was its honor and then beat its wings. Before leaving, it mentioned one more thing about the mage who had defeated Thunder. It said that person was the one Thunder was searching for. Thunder was stunned and blurted, "What do you mean?" Gluck calmly confirmed that she was the god. After speaking, it soared into the sky and told Thunder he was on the right path. Thunder pondered and sighed, finally gaining another clue. He suddenly understood why the figure in the wind had felt so familiar. He wondered if that person had once saved the dragon. Why had she destroyed his clan? If she was the god, what was that enormous crystal? Thunder decided to leave this place, as there was no further information. Kyle hurried over and asked what he had said to the dragon that made it behave so strangely. Thunder did not answer and instead asked Kyle if he wanted to go with him to Yunnan Academy. Kyle immediately replied that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. After the war, only ruins and devastation remained. The battle forced humanity to pay a heavy price. The knights suffered great losses. The Council of Elders was reduced to 3 members, and half the city lay in ruin. Hongduk took control of the place, and Thunder, in his role as leader, offered the knights a choice. Those who accepted the contract would join and remain. Those who did not wish to could leave freely. Ness's achievements against Mofland earned admiration and trust for Hongduk. Nearly half decided to join the organization. The rest departed, but that had already been within Thunder's calculations. Sitting on the railing, he contemplated how leveling up was becoming increasingly difficult. The mana required to maintain the illusion body was growing larger, causing him concern. Thunder told himself he had to find a new breakthrough. Cadden, Elder Feng, and Winford approached and inquired about the situation. Elder Feng informed him that Winford and Cadden had been nominated to the Council of Elders. Winford sadly said he could not deny responsibility in the deaths of those who had perished. Thunder asked whether there were any clues about the culprit. Winford said the wounds appeared burned and there were no other slash marks. Cadden added that there were signs of struggle in the room, but the opponent seemed almost uninjured. Elder Feng speculated that they might have been unexpectedly attacked by someone familiar. Everyone fell silent, then Thunder asked if it was Zippy. Elder Feng denied it because that was high-level magic, and the issue was far more serious. Thunder mentioned the name Mofland. Elder Feng analyzed that the Dark Guild was the true mastermind, while Mofland had never revealed himself. Winford nodded, considering the assessment reasonable. Cadden wondered if it was him. How could he have approached the Grand Elder? Thunder said to investigate slowly, and the truth would eventually come to light. He asked Elder Feng whether he wished to restore his position, but the Elder declined. He said the headmaster and Elder Kim belonged to the neutral faction and were also grateful to Thunder. Elder Kim suddenly felt a gaze upon him and turned to observe. At this moment, the headmaster also raised his hand in farewell. Elder Feng continued, "With their support for the 3 young elders, I believe everything will temporarily be settled." Not long after, Thunder spoke. "Everyone here is someone I fully trust. Therefore I will speak frankly, my true identity is next, and aside from you all, I have never revealed it to anyone." He said solemnly that Pharaoh Apartments needed a leader like Ness, while he also needed a collective to accompany him. Everyone did not need to answer immediately, but when he returned, he hoped the Council of Elders would voluntarily join Hong Duck. Winfred smiled and thanked him for that respect, promising to consider it carefully. Elder Feng also cheerfully said that they truly had an outstanding student, and he himself was ready to join immediately. Cadden then asked if he had decided to leave. Thunder replied decisively that he could not stay forever. There were still matters regarding An and personal issues to resolve, so he planned to visit Zonin Academy. Elder Feng further asked whether his visit to Yunnan Academy was to meet the god. Thunder was slightly surprised but still answered that it was correct, asking if there was any problem. He slowly said that as an elder one needed to know that most people only heard about the god at Yunnan Academy, but few knew that Pharaoh Apartments had also once borne the traces of a deity. Elder Feng spoke in a deep voice. He had already met the god of Pharaoh Apartments, and as the child in the prophecy, his next step was to meet the remaining parts. Winfred exclaimed in astonishment that the god at Zonin Academy was supposedly only a title. Cadden was also stunned, asking if that meant there were truly two gods. He shook his head and raised 3 fingers, saying that the god of Pharaoh and the god of Zonin were both real, and moreover there existed a third god in the world. Hearing this, Winfred could not help but loudly ask about the third god. Cadden was also shocked to realize that the god they protected was not the only one. Thunder asked in confusion where the third god was. He waved his hand and told him not to hurry, but to listen as he recounted everything clearly. He began with ancient records, telling of the time after the god led the kingdom's coal army to defeat the dragon race. Many years after the war, the god foretold that the future world would face a great calamity, and humanity was at risk of extinction. To prepare, the god divided his power into 3 parts, so that if one part were destroyed, the remaining parts would become the guiding flame for humanity to resist. Elder Feng revealed that this power was sealed within 3 crystals, one of which was placed in the underground labyrinth of Pharaoh Apartments. The remaining 2 crystals were then transferred to the magical capital of Yunnan. At that time the dragon race had declined, human society flourished greatly. The kingdom of Aaron had not yet separated. Pharaoh possessed the illustrious coal knights, and Zonin was the center of countless powerful mages. Elder Feng pondered that protecting the gods at those 2 places was considered almost absolutely safe. However, an incident still occurred when the fleet transporting the crystals encountered a great storm, and one ship sank along with a crystal. He said bitterly that whenever humanity became arrogant, nature would remind them of their own insignificance. Winfred asked whether the 3rd crystal had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He nodded and said that it was also a reasonable way to conceal it, and the leader at that time had reported it as such. After hundreds of years, aside from certain high-ranking classes, almost no one still knew of the 3rd god. But because the matter was too important, the elder at that time secretly sent people to retrieve it. After succeeding, they hid the crystal at a nearby commercial center to avoid suspicion. Winfred asked in astonishment if the 3rd god was actually located there. In an instant, everyone thought of a single place, the merchant city of Canbeck. Thunder asked again in surprise as if to confirm Canbeck. Cadden explained that Canbeck lay on a vital transportation route with a favorable river system, and it had a bounty council attracting countless adventurers, making it extremely complex. Winfred rested his chin thoughtfully. It was hard to believe that a god could be concealed in such a chaotic place. He said that in that case, on the way to Yunnan Academy, Thunder should stop there. Elder Feng added that according to the prophecy, the red-haired child would meet the 3 gods to be guided. Thunder responded with determination that although he had no ambition to save the world, eliminating An was mandatory. If the gods could assist, he was willing to meet them. He looked up at the sky and wondered why his fate had been arranged in such a way. Night fell, yet the academy remained illuminated, and the people within were still awake with countless thoughts. After hearing this, Slavia exclaimed in shock, asking if he truly intended to leave Pharaoh Apartment. Thunder confirmed that he could not stay forever because many matters still lay ahead. Slavia worriedly said that the academy had just gone through a battle and still needed his leadership. He explained that Pharaoh needed Hong Duck led by Ness rather than himself alone. She was now both an elder and a member of Hong Duck, and it was time to shoulder greater responsibility. Feeling that trust, Slavia blushed slightly and listened quietly. Thunder immediately cast a spell, revealing his identity as Ness. Slavia exclaimed in astonishment that he was actually Ness. Thunder stepped closer and apologized for hiding it from her all this time, hoping she would understand. Contrary to expectations, Slavia suddenly embraced him tightly. He choked with emotion, saying that she understood Thunder had always fought alone and must have endured great hardship. Thunder gently reassured her that he was already accustomed to it, and only hoped that the battle against An would end soon. Slavia advised that on the way to Yunnan he should not stay in Canbec for too long. Thunder wondered about the reason. She looked at the report letter stating that near Canbec a series of murders had occurred, and the Bounty Council had issued a high-level mission. She added that a weapon capable of destroying an entire town had appeared there, called the Dragon Bone Mace. Next morning at the gate of Pharaoh Apartments, Thunder bid farewell to everyone before departing. The sky was clear and the wind gentle. Winfred wished him a safe journey. Munch reminded him to be cautious. Thunder mounted his horse and replied that everyone should also take care. Suddenly his gaze stopped at the left corner where someone stood silently. Slavia's face was flushed, her eyes glistening and the corners of her lips trembling as if trying to suppress her emotion. Thunder hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but only nodded slightly instead. Group urged their horses forward and departed. Slavia watched his figure and silently wished that Thunder would not go far away. Tears flowed endlessly from her eyes, and in her heart she only hoped that he would always remain safe and unharmed. The sound of galloping hooves echoed across the grassland as clouds of dust rose with each stride. When the group slowed down, Kyle hesitantly asked Thunder that he still did not fully understand. He pointed toward the large Jay Glee riding behind, and wondered why they had brought along such a conspicuous person. Jay Glee immediately spoke up, saying that Pharaoh was too boring so he wanted to follow and did not wish to stay any longer. Thunder believed that having Jay Glee accompany them would be useful, since the road ahead was certainly full of dangers. Memories in the office resurfaced when Thunder had once asked Slavia whether the Dragon Bone Mace was related to the constellation lineage, and she explained that it was a weapon used by dragon knights, created from the essence of the dragon race. According to her, that weapon possessed immense destructive power, and although it had not reached its peak, it had already caused severe damage to many villages. Slavia handed him a sketch of the weapon's appearance and carefully instructed, Thunder, promise me you will not stay in Kyle Bach for too long. Her face flushed red as she hesitantly added that if he encountered danger, but Thunder reassured her that their destination was Zone and Academy, and they would only stop in Kyle Bach for one night before leaving. Turning to reality, looking at the drawing in his hand, he silently apologized, as he would likely break his promise to Slavia. Suddenly a strange noise startled Thunder, putting him on guard. Nevertheless, he calmly reminded the two people behind him not to pay attention for now, and Kyle asked in confusion what they should not worry about. He looked up at the nearby tree canopy where several figures were hiding, understood the situation, and guessed that recent price increases had caused merchants to travel less frequently. On the tree, the bandits gripped their weapons and looked down, the leader boasting about their good luck today, while one of them cautiously said he felt they had been discovered. The leader confidently denied it, claiming that this distance had never been exposed and that there were only 3 brats and a large man who looked like a bodyguard. He ordered them to deal with the big man first. Below, Thunder and Kyle clearly heard the exchange, and he remarked that after settling things, they would inform Slavia and that this road needed to be cleared. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 men wielding blades leaped down. But just as the blades reached them, a surge of force erupted from the carriage, blocking the attack. Bandits were stunned, unable to believe what they had just seen. Before they could recover, Jay Glee had already gripped his sword hilt, preparing to counterattack. He drew his sword and swept it horizontally, knocking several men back, then complained that it was truly dull. He even joked whether there were no stronger opponents, as this was far too boring. Seeing their companions at a disadvantage, they shifted their target to Kyle, believing he looked the weakest. Kyle curled his lips and warned them not to be so quick to call him weak. In the blink of an eye, Thunder leaped and delivered a spinning kick that terrified the opponent. He slipped past the big man and uttered a mocking remark. Kyle threw a hook punch that the opponent could not block in time. The bandit widened his eyes, his cheeks swelling red, unable to understand how such a small boy could be so strong. Realizing the disadvantage, they uttered threats before retreating. Kyle crossed his arms and loudly responded that next time they should bring someone stronger. With the obstacle resolved, the 3 continued their journey until dusk fell. Upon reaching GoPro Town, they decided to stay overnight. Thunder opened the door of a house and heard a story about a magic crystal taken from an intermediate-level beast, along with children eagerly asking to see it. He paused, attentively watching the group inside. The man continued his tale, telling the children to open their eyes wide and look. Barry and Candy's eyes shone brightly before the gemstone, and Thunder recognized them. Hearing the noise, Owen turned around with a smile of greeting, but his gaze gradually turned cold when he recognized the visitors. At the door, Thunder, Jay Glee, and Kyle stood there, appearing quite unfamiliar. They approached the counter to request a room, but Owen refused, saying there were none left. Kyle pointed at the sign indicating available rooms, and Owen coldly replied that this place did not welcome red-haired people due to their negative impact on business. Jay Glee angrily slammed his hand onto the table. He harshly asked whether they had been too polite, and Thunder immediately advised that they should leave. Suddenly, someone recognized the red tattoo on Jay Glee's arm and said they belonged to Hong Ruk. Immediately, the tavern buzzed with discussions about Hong Ruk and the frightening rumors surrounding them. Someone even called Thunder by name, mentioning the pureblood members who had fled. Unexpectedly, Kyle had dirty water splashed onto his face. He angrily shouted, asking who did it. Barry loudly ordered them to leave the town, and Candy quickly tried to stop him. Kyle covered his face and warned the boy not to go too far. Jerry stubbornly retorted that they were not much older than him. Thunder intervened, saying not to argue with a child, and then left with the others. Suddenly, another voice rang out mockingly, asking who these people were. 3 men stepped inside, and the one accompanying them pointed toward Thunder, saying it was them. The leader placed his hands on his hips and scolded his subordinate for embarrassing him by being beaten by a few brats. Another man carried over an iron bucket and demanded that the guests voluntarily hand over their money. Someone complained that they had already paid yesterday, and the man replied that today was counted separately. He loudly declared that it was only 1 silver coin, and it would not cost anyone their life. In the end, the iron bucket collected a few coins. They then turned to Thunder and suggested that he pay 1 coin to receive protection in the town. Hunter impatiently asked if that was all, and Miles reminded him to listen to Boss Cadden. The man grinned, saying that young people should be given the chance to make mistakes. Jay Glee and Kyle looked confused, unable to understand the hidden meaning. Then they burst into laughter and said that since they were already identified as Hong Ruk, they would keep the money as travel expenses. Hunter became furious and threatened to call people from Pharaoh Apartments to deal with them. Thunder coldly replied that it sounded quite frightening. The man showed off his red tattoo and advised them to obey. Thunder merely snorted in disdain. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Jian by the neck as if lifting a frog. He questioned whether he truly belonged to Hong Ruk, and Jian cried out as intense heat enveloped him. Subordinates panicked and called for Boss Cadden. Thunder swept his icy gaze over them and asked who had just spoken about killing whom. Jian was slammed to the ground, lying there with dark smoke rising from his body, his face twisted. The remaining men stepped back in terror, calling Thunder a red-haired monster and suspecting that the rumors were true. His face darkened, a gloomy aura spread as he coldly warned the impostors of Hong Ruk that they would surely pay the price. Hearing that, the group panicked and turned to flee in all directions, screaming loudly as they ran. Thunder had no intention of sparing them and immediately stretched out his hand to block their retreat. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion shook the entire area. Mixed with the explosion were desperate cries for help, dark figures swaying within the thick smoke. Kyle, hearing the commotion from inside the house, quickly understood and loudly declared that they were merely impostors of Hong Ruk committing evil deeds. However, the 2 men trembled even more, cold sweat soaking their foreheads. Thunder calmly told Kyle to stop and leave, which surprised him slightly. Jay Glee stood beside them with his hands on his hips and softly reminded him to listen to the boss. As Thunder was about to leave, a trembling voice called out, asking him to wait a moment. Harry and Candy stepped forward and bowed in unison to express their gratitude. Thunder paused briefly, surprise flashing in his eyes. He quickly regained his composure and gently nodded in response. That night on the grassy field at the edge of the town, the gentle moonlight spread across the land while the horses tied to the trees leisurely grazed. Dawn, the first light of sunrise, gradually appeared on the horizon. Thunder was the first to wake and called everyone to prepare for departure. When Kyle awoke and saw Jay Glee still drowsy, he urged him to get up. By noon that day, they rode their horses forward, Kyle sighing in hopes of encountering high-level monsters to test his strength, while Jay Glee joked that meeting a few more bandits would also be fine. Thunder remarked that powerful monsters rarely appeared near the city, which indicated that they were close to their destination. The horses suddenly halted, and before them stood a towering cliff. Before their eyes appeared the vast and magnificent city of Kyle, with the endless blue sea stretching out and leaving everyone in awe. The 3 of them approached a grand and majestic building, even more imposing than the Pharaoh Apartments. Thunder admitted that it was also his first time seeing such a prosperous city, while Jay Glee excitedly insisted on going to find food. He stopped them, handed over 3 gold coins, and told them to explore on their own while he handled the guild registration procedures. Jay Glee accepted the money and repeatedly expressed his cheerful thanks. Kyle asked in surprise whether he intended to turn Hong Ruk into an official guild. Thunder nodded and explained that doing so would make it easier to recruit members and accept high-level missions, as well as facilitate the search for the Dragon Bone Spear. Reassured, Kyle left to search for weapons, arranging to meet again at the city gate. Jay Glee wandered along following the scent of food, eating while marveling at the lively vendor calls. Kyle passed by another stall, eating as he grumbled that he did not have a stomach like Jay Glee. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at an item displayed in front of him. It was a gleaming sword with a hilt engraved with intricate patterns. As Kyle asked for the price, a female voice behind him posed the same question. He turned back in surprise upon seeing a familiar face. It was Lily, the mayor's daughter, who also looked at him with equal astonishment. The two stood facing each other in silence, their gazes probing one another. Lily turned to question the shopkeeper, causing Kyle to feel annoyed at being ignored. The shopkeeper introduced it as the White Falcon sword, forged from the crystal of a high-level demonic bird. He set the price at 1 gold coin, and Lily immediately agreed to buy it, prompting Kyle to hastily intervene. He raised the price by an additional 5 silver coins, startling the shopkeeper. Lily calmly increased the bid to 2 gold coins. Kyle's eyes widened in astonishment. He hurried off to borrow more money, promising to return and offer a higher price. Jay Glee readily lent him the money, and Kyle thanked him before returning. However, upon arrival, the sword had already been purchased by Lily for 3 gold coins. The shopkeeper invited him to look at other items, but Kyle could only watch Lily resentfully. He noticed the pink gem on her person glowing. Kyle ran after her and asked why a mage like her would buy a sword. Lily replied that she bought it as a collectible gift for her father, which was her right. Kyle still tried to persuade her, hoping to repurchase it at a higher price. Lily smiled and suggested that if he wanted it, they could have a match. Kyle asked in surprise what kind of match. Lily called Bob over, her burly servant. She stated that if he defeated Bob, the sword would belong to Kyle. The rule was arm wrestling, and the loser had to pay 3 gold coins, which Kyle accepted. Inside the tavern, everyone became excited and began placing bets upon seeing Bob compete. The crowd chattered noisily, with most believing that Bob would win. Jay Glee revealed a confident smile as his inner strength surged. Even Bob sensed something unusual before the match began. With just a single squeeze of the hand, the table split in 2, and Bob was thrown to the ground. The entire tavern stood agape in astonishment. Bob could not believe that he had been so completely overpowered. Kyle happily received the sword. Lily appeared displeased but still offered her congratulations. Bob admitted that he had used all his strength yet still lost. Kyle and Jay Glee departed amid whispers that they were truly formidable. Lily called them back and asked whether they were from this city, and which guild they belonged to. Kyle turned back and replied that they belonged to Hong Ruk. He held the person back, a thought flashing through her mind that she had never heard of this guild before. Watching their backs fade into the bustling crowd, Lily still felt uneasy about the name Scarlet Blaze, only hoping they would not bring more trouble named Jack to this city. At the same time, outside, Thunder crossed his arms and looked at the scene before him, softly exclaiming, "Oh, so this is the place." Before him stood the Adventurers Guild Hall of Kyle Bok City, people coming and going in an endless stream, making him marvel at its truly impressive scale. Stepping inside, Thunder was met with a chaotic and noisy scene, people pushing against one another. C-rank missions were being advertised everywhere, but our guild did not come for such trivial tasks. Trust me, this is a fair deal, and a rank party is in need of a specialized healing mage. As soon as he saw a new face, Fuang Chu immediately approached, taking the initiative to greet and introduce himself as Fuang Chu. A staff member of the Kyle Bok Adventurers Guild politely asked how he could assist, and Thunder stated directly, "I want to register a guild." Pointed to one side and said, "If you are registering a guild, please go this way. The fee is 5 gold coins, along with some required information. If your guild has fewer than 10 members, we advise you to consider joining another guild first to save costs." Clara sat properly behind the desk and spoke in one breath. "It is fine, money is not an issue. When will the procedures be completed? I want to take on a mission as soon as possible. We will process it as quickly as we can, perhaps it will be done today. How should I address you?" Thunder replied curtly, "Next." She nodded and smiled kindly, "Very well, sir, next. What name do you intend to give your guild?" He answered without hesitation, Scarlet Blaze. Seeing Clara pause and look at him with a puzzled expression, Thunder grew even more confused. Is there a problem? She quickly waved her hand. Oh no, it is just that the name is quite unusual and easy to remember. He gave a faint smile. I do not care what others think, just write it down like that. Behind, Fuangchu spoke up. Sir, next, you wish to take a mission immediately. Do you have any specific requirements? I can suggest a few options. Thunder glanced over his shoulder and asked, I heard there has been someone destroying many villages recently. Has that mission been taken? He turned to look at the wanted notice posted near the door. Oh, you mean that a rank mission? I understand why you hurried to register. Many people have been interested in it these past few days. Thunder frowned slightly. Has someone already taken it? Yuangchu pointed his thumb toward the wanted poster. Actually, that matter has been resolved. The notice clearly states, capture or eliminate Vessi. Thunder was momentarily surprised. It is already done. He nodded. At first it was only a B-rank mission, so not many paid attention. He looked at the portrait of the criminal and continued, but afterward the number of casualties around the city increased rapidly. A week ago, a high-rank adventurer of Kyle was killed while pursuing him. Only then did the mayor truly take notice. We mobilized the 2 largest guilds to surround him, and yesterday we captured him. Thunder gently took down the wanted notice, holding it in his hand with a sense of disappointment. One step too late. Outwardly calm, he asked, I heard he used a magic-imbued warhammer. You must have gone through a fierce battle. No, everything went more smoothly than expected. We had also heard about the power of that weapon, so the 2 guilds prepared very carefully. When the adventurers closed in, he suddenly knelt down crying, saying that he was being controlled by the magic power of the hammer, that the brutal acts did not come from his own will. After hearing that, he turned and asked, so how is he being handled now? Fuangchu replied, he is being held awaiting the judge's verdict. Most likely he will receive a death sentence. Having gathered enough information, Thunder did not linger and turned to leave. Thank you for the explanation. I will find another mission. I cannot waste this trip. Yuangchu responded warmly, of course. If you need any assistance, just find me. Soon as he stepped outside, countless thoughts surged in his mind. A man who destroyed entire villages surrendered so easily. The dragon bone mace had likely fallen into the hands of the Kyle Bach authorities. No matter what, I must meet him, at least to ask where that hammer came from. That evening in the town, the 3 gathered at a meeting point. Kyle looked down and asked to be sure, are you serious, Thunder? You are really planning to break into the prison? Looking toward the distant guards, Thunder lowered his voice. We will just sneak in, ask a few questions, then withdraw immediately, nothing more. Thunder moved closer to the railing. I have already investigated. Most of the guards are from Pharaoh departments. We can use HI dice skill to get past them. Kyle pulled his mask higher and continued. What about Jay Glee? With that build he attracts attention wherever he goes. Thunder thought for a moment and decided Jay Glee will stay outside on lookout. He does not need to go in with us. Oh, you got a new sword again. Kyle glanced over his back. This one is called Bok Chuan. Thunder was not very satisfied and told Jay Glee to keep it because it was too conspicuous, which left him somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, the guards were also grumbling. How much longer do we have to stand here? He has been caught, just execute him already. It is not that simple. I heard he is being kept for another purpose. What? The 2 suddenly fell silent, at the same time sensing something strange. It felt like a chill had brushed past, a cold wind. While they were still wondering outside, Thunder and his companions had already quietly infiltrated at some point, easier than expected. He turned and whispered, have you pinpointed his location yet? Kyle quietly summoned a magic eye, of course. Outside, as Jay Glee stood on guard with his arms crossed, he faintly heard voices. My lord, what brings you here? I want to see the prisoner. Open the door. Jay Glee immediately realized someone was entering. A familiar but unpleasant scent made him turn around abruptly. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Ones who came to inspect were none other than Lily and Bob. As expected, it was them. Thunder and Kyle went deeper into the detention area. He softly said while looking toward the row of cells, it is right ahead. As he stepped closer, he suddenly froze, his brows tightly furrowed in disbelief. What is that? Inside the cell, a white-haired man with disheveled hair lay motionless, as if sunk in sleep. He asked softly, is that really him? He looks no different from someone on the verge of death. Thunder gaze stopped at the arm stuck fast to the spiked hammer placed beside him. He assessed the situation. The item he sought was in sight, but everything seemed complicated. Just then the system issued a warning. Do you hear that? Someone is coming. Thunder quickly turned to Kyle and said, Jay Glee reported someone has entered. Kyle anxiously asked, what should we do? This is a dead end. If we go out, we will definitely run into them. After a few seconds of thought, Thunder pulled Kyle toward another direction. Do not panic. We will hide in the next room first. cleared a path through the stacked wooden frames. Get in quickly. Kyle looked at the pile in front of him and hesitated slightly. Is this really all right? With no other choice in the urgent situation, Thunder still decided it should be fine. The ones coming are not here to find us. We just need to reduce attention. Saying that, the two slipped into the cell and closed the barrier. Kyle and Thunder hid in a corner observing. Outside voices rang out, "Miss, the prisoner is under strict guard. He cannot escape. Has he still not confessed anything?" "Yes, he looks very weak." Thunder immediately recognized the newcomers. It really was them. Lily stopped before a nearby cell and asked, "Can he still speak?" The guard replied cautiously, "Perhaps, he just refuses to open his mouth to us." Thunder instantly recognized who had arrived. It was truly them. Hearing her subordinate answer, she raised her voice in surprise. "What?" Then angrily rebuked, "How could you treat a prisoner like this? We have not abused anyone. Placing him near the furnace like that would be dangerous." The guard hurriedly explained, "Miss, you misunderstand. It was his own request." The answer made Lily pause once more. She asked again. It was his own suggestion. Two soldiers honestly reported, since being captured his hand has been stuck to the hammer as if under a spell, his body growing weaker as if he could not endure much longer. He kept complaining of cold, so he requested to be placed near the furnace. "We sought your father's permission before complying." The door swung open and the group entered. Lily asked while walking. My father agreed. At that moment, the one who seemed asleep suddenly let out a soft laugh. Bessie sprang up, laughing hysterically like a madman, uttering unpleasant words. "It seems you feared I would be bored, so you brought a girl to entertain me." Lily glared at him with disdain. Doan interjected, "Look, he is still alive and well." On the other side, after hearing the entire conversation, Kyle whispered, "This is really strange. How can someone endure such high temperatures?" Thunder used his magic eye to observe the adjacent cell, seeing Vessie's body emitting a blazing red heat, and softly said, "Perhaps he no longer belongs to the category of human." Lily brushed off the insult and began asking directly, "You are Vessie, right? It is fortunate you still have enough strength to speak. Tell me why you came near Kyle Bach to cause chaos." That man bared his sharp teeth and laughed eerily as if it were obvious. "Do you even need to ask? Of course it is to wipe all of you out." As soon as he finished speaking, Leo and Doan angrily shouted, "Do not be arrogant. The chief judge will soon sentence you to death. If not for the mayor's mercy, I would not have hesitated to let a few incidents happen." Lily raised her hand to signal silence, then looked down at him. "Vessie, you have been captured. State your purpose clearly. I guarantee you will receive a fair trial." On the contrary, he became even more defiant, screaming madly, "No one has the right to judge me. You are all fools. The thing inside me grants me infinite power. I chose a city large enough to test it." Vessie looked at everyone with a smug expression. "Once I break free, the shadow will descend, and even the gods will struggle to remain unharmed." That attitude left Leo and Doan confused. What nonsense is he talking about? Is his mind broken? Zonin City is still far away. If you want to find gods, it should be there. Facing someone unwilling to cooperate was a waste of effort. Lily decided to turn away. "Perhaps we are wasting time. Let us leave." Bob replied, "Yes, miss." Suddenly Vessie sprang up, his entire body releasing a violent surge of energy. Leo and Doan immediately drew their weapons and shouted, "What are you standing up for? Sit down at once, or we will not show mercy." Before they could act, he struck first, a punch tearing through the air and sending the two flying. "You worthless pests blocking my path, get lost." Lily did not expect the situation to change so abruptly. She turned back in shock. Vessie emitted an increasingly terrifying aura, laughing maniacally and repeating a single word, "Destruction, destruction." With danger imminent, Bob immediately shielded her. "Miss, leave this place quickly." But Lily stubbornly shook her head. "No, I cannot let him continue causing chaos." Immediately after, he raised the spiked hammer fused to his hand, preparing to bring it down on the two, and roared, "Die, puppet of the gods." Lily showed no fear, raising her staff firmly, the gathered power glowing brilliantly as a warning, "Don't even try." Immediately, two forces collided with a resounding explosion, rocks scattering as someone shouted for the young lady. Lily gritted her teeth, just one clash giving her a sense of unease. Damn, could it be he is still hiding his true strength? At that moment, a golden light shot from behind her, gliding past her shoulder with a decisive voice, "Let me." Vessie couldn't dodge in time, the strike hitting the exact center of his body. Provoked, he flared up, his eyes turning a murky black, wide open. "Who dares?" Kyle and Thunder appeared suddenly, standing before Lily, responding boldly, eyes burning red. Lily recognized a familiar face and blurted out, "It's you, the one who took my sword. Why are you here?" Kyle looked awkward but explained, "There's a reason, and I won that sword, didn't steal it." Thunder interrupted, voice tense, "Can we leave that for later?" the immediate danger comes first. Thunder stepped back behind Bob, who was guarding Lily. That guy is very dangerous. If we want to get the young lady away, we must act fast. Bob shook his head. Stop talking, I will not retreat. With no time for discussion, Thunder charged forward, speaking as he moved. Then support me. Let me get close to him. Lily frowned but still raised her staff. Got it. You say it all the time. On the other side, Vesey roared, swinging to destroy everything around. All must pay. No one can stop me. While moving, Thunder noticed the strange energy flows. Immediately understanding the power was continuously transferred from the hammer. Lily behind also noticed, trying to block the transmitted power from his talisman. Thunder advanced while calculating. Direct confrontation won't work, must weaken him first. Just one step more to reach Vesey. Thunder activated magic, his arm glowing with a gentle light. He placed his hand on Vesey's chest, light exploding violently. This is the technique to absorb mana. Feeling the threat from that hand, Vesey panicked, striking in all directions. Unable to stop the force being drained. No, that is my power. Vesey's energy gradually depleted. Attacks thinning, Lily froze. He is a mage. Even absorbing energy, Thunder's body reached its limit. He groaned softly. Before him appeared the image of Vesey nailing and screaming in pain. Save me, too hot. Dark aura seemed to rush toward Thunder. He looked at him suspiciously. That is the dark contagion. The scene suddenly changed. Vesey transformed into a giant monster charging forward. Thunder closed his eyes to calm himself. Remain steady. All is an illusion. Breaking free from the illusion, he clenched his fists and charged. Just a bit more, almost done. Too much energy lost, and mental attacks gradually exhausted Thunder. Suddenly a purple dragon appeared, twisting and breathing fire. Thunder's hand reached Vesey's chest. This was the decisive moment. Everything vanished. The next blink opened to another moment. In Lily's room, a soft cough echoed. The ceiling, decorated with intricate gold patterns, showed the luxury of the place. Thunder jerked awake, looking around the strange room. Not a dungeon, then where? A small movement made him notice something odd about his arm. Looking at his wrist, stacked red scales appeared in short segments. He was astonished. These are dragon scales. Hearing noise at the door, Thunder quickly pulled his sleeve to cover, turning with caution. Lily and Kyle entered. Seeing him awake, cheered. Lucky, you're awake. Lily approached to instruct. You were unconscious for days. Don't move too quickly. Thunder asked, where is this? Kyle answered for her. We are at the mayor's house. Remember, this is Lily, his daughter. Grateful for her help, Thunder softened, thanked her. Lily shook her head. I should thank you for saving me. Now I have a few questions. She spoke frankly about her finding. As city administrator, I must monitor threats. I researched Hong Duck and know you took over Pharaoh Departments. She looked straight at Thunder with curiosity. What brought the Hong Duck leader, both knight and mage, here? Thunder honestly replied, I am not your enemy. I pursue the culprit and only care about his weapon. Heard it belonged to the Dragon Knight of Pharaoh Departments. Lily remained silent, pondering. Finally she nodded. My father's friend at Pharaoh Departments vouched for you. We can cooperate. Thunder surprised her father's friend. Lily introduced. His name is Winford, now an elder of Pharaoh Departments. Hearing the familiar name, Thunder understood. So it's Winford, you contacted him, Lily replied. I just received the letter this morning and needed to confirm your reliability. Thunder frowned, asking, you say cooperate, could he have escaped? Lily recounted, although your magic weakened him, we couldn't hold him. He escaped, infected by dark contagion but unclear if related to the weapon. She continued, since we share the goal we should cooperate. Kyle added, in a city this large, finding him is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Lily reassured, we invited a dark contagion expert. He was formerly a Pharaoh Department's knight. Thunder uneasy, expert, could he be of pure blood? Lily confidently replied, pureblood is a small guild. He is called the historian Lenny Stein. Under the pale full moon in the lit room, a voice of astonishment, he said, who, Lenny Stein? Thunder repeated the name, no need for surprise. Slavia still doubted. If Lenny is alive, he must be over 200. Thunder nodded. The name sounded familiar. He added details, then remembered having read it in books before. Slavia speculated at Pharaoh Department's library. There are books he wrote on dragon knights and magical beasts over a century ago. If alive, must be an old man. Thunder lifted a cup to reassure, don't worry, sooner or later we'll meet him, then it will be clear. That made Slavia more uneasy. He said not staying with Kyle long now chasing long quack try. Without Winford's letter I wouldn't know. After a moment she called softly, Thunder, he replied him. Slavia worriedly said, don't hide anything from me in the future. I can't change your decisions but let me help when needed. Kyle just finished showering and came out, seeing them talking, curious. Thunder smiled helplessly, nodded I know. Slavia whispered thanks. The next morning sunlight filled the castle. At Lily's guild hall, many gathered. Thunder, Kyle, and Jay Glee entered. Lily looked at Thunder with new hair dyed black. He replied, "Wanted to avoid trouble." She nodded, "Wise decision." Thunder calculated silently. Changing part of his body consumes less mana since she knew about Ness. What worried him were the dragon scales on his arm, never had before. He speculated after touching Long Quack Try his body returned to former state, then must find it. The door opened. Lily said, "Seems someone came early." Yuang Chu smiled. Special mission led by young lady Lily. Everyone wants to show off. While Caught indifferent, thought only our two guilds. Lily explained because this is important there were slight changes. Thunder silently observed the two who had welcomed him. He introduced, "This is Fuang Chu of Fallen Angel." He smiled and greeted everyone. The identity of Shattered's teammate had just been revealed, leaving the entire Thunder team stunned. Yuang Chu looked at them with interest and said, "What a coincidence." Lily continued the introduction. "This is Thunder, Kyle and Jay Glee from Pharaoh Departments belonging to the Crimson Elixir Guild." He also added that when Ness came to register for the guild it was he who received her. "Please send her my regards." Thunder politely replied, "Yes, thank you." However, Caught still showed suspicion. "Are you sure these children who have just formed a guild a few days ago can help with anything other than hindering progress?" Lily smiled and reminded Caught, "They are warriors I personally invited into the team. I hope you respect them as you respect me." The aura around her suddenly grew heavier. "Was what I said clear enough?" Hearing that, he could only nod. "All right, I understand." The two people behind Thunder whispered, "That girl is truly terrifying." "Yes, I think so too. I hope she does not get angry with us." Voice sounded from behind, "Sorry I am late. I hope I have not missed anything." He stepped in with a gentle smile and said the hall was too crowded so he got a little lost. It was Lenny Stein. Kyle and Thunder immediately paid attention to him. "Is this Lenny Stein? They say he is over 200 years old, yet he looks not much different from Lord Winford." Lenny enthusiastically greeted the boys from Pharaoh Departments, saying there was plenty of time to get acquainted. Kyle respectfully replied that he had long heard of his reputation and had read his books. Lenny happily said they would chat in more detail when there was time. Lily interrupted, "Everyone, that is enough, less small talk, and let us get to the main point." She raised her staff and green light spread out to cover the entire room. Lenny praised the ceiling barrier technique as quite good. Yuang Chu commented that it seemed this mission was very important. Lily explained it was only a precaution because the information was top secret. Kyle used telepathy to tell Thunder that something about this was not simple. Thunder agreed to wait and see what she intended to do. Lily announced that they had found Vessi's whereabouts. He was stronger than before and had been confirmed to be infected with the Shadow Plague. Fuang Chu remarked that disease was very troublesome, while Caught asked where they could find him. Lily said the target was the White Tower. Both of them were immediately shocked because that was a forbidden area. She sternly emphasized that the mission was not only to eliminate the target, but also to avoid being detected by the guards. Anyone who wished to withdraw should decide immediately, and even if imprisoned, they must not reveal today's matter. Lenny smiled and said that since they had come here it meant they trusted her. Just say it directly what was in the White Tower. Thunder briefly thought there must be something significant. Lily explained that the White Tower was forbidden because it was the place where a god resided. Just the single word God caused the entire room to stir. Thunder thought to himself, it was indeed as expected. Yuang Chu still doubted, because he had heard rumors that the god was in the city of John. Kyle refuted that he knew clearly the god was actually in Pharaoh Departments. Caught interjected that believing the god was in Kyle Bach was more reasonable. Kyle asserted that he had seen it with his own eyes. Thunder thought to himself he must find a suitable time to tell the truth. Just as Thunder finished thinking, he saw Lenny staring at him intently. He was startled and asked what was wrong. Lenny stroked his chin and said, "You do not seem surprised at all. It seems you know more than you let on." Thunder calmly replied that what he knew was probably not much more than what Lenny knew. Caught suggested they should report to the guild and the leader. Yuang Chu agreed. Lily said it was unnecessary because she had set the condition that no one would ask about the mission detail. Lenny added that dealing with shadow entities was not a matter of the more people the better, just like hunting. If the prey was alerted, it would be harder to capture. Moreover, the one who set the trap might actually be the true hunter. Caught asked, "So you do not trust the people of the guild?" Lenny replied, "I do not trust human nature." Lily concluded that there was reason to suspect Vessi intended to target the god, and that entering the White Tower required internal support. She proposed that the whole group act together to sneak into the White Tower at night to capture Vessi, or the one behind him. Io whispered to Thunder that she wanted to monitor them. Thunder agreed because the plan had changed suddenly. Sun set and they decided to adapt as the night fell. Moonlight cast over the ancient white castle in the darkness. Kyle wondered why they returned to Lily's house instead of going to the White Tower. She explained they had to find another route because the place was heavily guarded. The location shifted to a quiet greenhouse under the moonlight. A servant greeted Lily. She asked if her father had gone out. She was told the lady was attending a banquet and all servants were under the young lady's orders. She nodded in satisfaction and said to make use of the time. Kyle recognized the familiar stone statue. Thunder agreed that this was an unexpected discovery. Chu asked if the mayor knew. Lily replied that the fewer people who knew the better and her father was very conservative. Lenny remarked that privilege was truly convenient. Lily replied that without a retreat when danger came they would have no choice but to abandon the citizens. In front of them was a pitch-black tunnel. Someone said there was nothing suspicious to be seen. After the guard opened the tunnel door, the secret passage appeared. Lily instructed that this path led to the warehouse beneath the White Tower, and as long as they remained silent, they would not be detected. The group lit torches and descended into the tunnel. Kyle admitted he did not like being underground because of unpleasant memories. Seeing Jaeglee constantly sniffing around, Kot teased him about being a pet. Jaeglee explained he had just smelled something strange. Thunder asked if there was anything unusual. Jaeglee said there was something ahead. Thunder used dragon vision to check. The warehouse mainly stored food and was rarely visited. Someone joked about letting the dog lead the way to catch mice. Through the thick wall he saw sacks piled up. Ahead was still pitch dark with no clear sign. Kyle asked about the result. Thunder said he had not seen anything yet, but Jaeglee's senses were quite accurate, so they still had to be careful. Lily suggested asking Kyle to unlock it because her father kept the key and she did not want to leave any trace. Kyle confidently accepted. Lenny carefully observed the lockpicking technique and praised it as truly black belt level. Kot remarked that now they were like mice stealing rice. Kyle worriedly asked Thunder about the situation. Thunder and Jaeglee widened their eyes at the same time as they realized something. Thunder rushed forward and pushed Kyle away from his position just before an explosion occurred behind. Lily hurriedly asked if Kyle was all right. He angrily said something had pierced his side. Chu worried that he could not clearly see what kind of magical beast it was. His face turned pale as he recognized the creature. In front of them was a crimson bat hanging upside down from the ceiling. It lunged forward again, causing everyone to shout in alarm. Jaeglee called out to Kyle. He replied he was fine and signaled for everyone to move inside. Lenny urged them to hurry. Lily reminded them to pay attention to Kyle's wound. The bat attacked both Kyle and Jaeglee. He shouted to alert Thunder behind. Before Thunder could advance, Lenny had already rushed forward and gestured for him to handle it. His entire body flared with golden aura, and he delivered a punch that made the bat cry out. Kyle stared in astonishment. Was this 200-year-old man still this strong? Thunder was also surprised that he subdued it with his bare hand. After defeating the creature, Lenny rubbed his hands and remarked that the strike hurt more than he expected. On this side, Kot was still angrily cursing loudly. Chu anxiously asked about the situation. Lily replied while checking the wound that it looked fine on the outside, but since she had never encountered that type of magical beast, she was unsure whether it was poisonous. Lenny interjected to reassure that the tiger-headed melon was only fast and carried no poison. Hearing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and said it was fortunate that that man had managed to keep his life. Suddenly, he raised a ring and asked if anyone recognized this item. Upon seeing the ring, Chu's expression changed as he said it was the token of the Don Thien Su Guild and asked where he had obtained it. Lenny calmly replied that he had found it on the corpse of the lake-headed creature and speculated that they had traced the traitor. Kyle behind them concluded that the monster had been released by him. Chu quickly took out his own ring to prove his innocence and explained that he had been with everyone since morning. Moreover, if it were him, he would not be foolish enough to leave behind the token. Kyle remained suspicious, suggesting that he might have prepared multiple rings in advance to mislead them. Lenny spoke up in defense, saying this was a familiar tactic of the Dark Guild when using an intermediary object imbued with magical power to control magical beasts, and if it failed, the owner's identity would be exposed. Chu recalled that each ring had its own serial number. Kyle read the sequence 28061, and he explained that 2806 was the code of the East Tower district where he lived. Lily asked about the remaining number 1. He hesitated and said he did not remember everything, but this number could only be. Suddenly, a voice from behind praised someone for understanding the Dark Guild, causing them to turn around abruptly. Person dressed similarly to Fuangchu appeared with a mocking smile, introducing himself as Mark, the guild master of the Don the Jioi Guild. Fuangchu exclaimed in horror that it was indeed the guild master. Lily angrily questioned his betrayal and his role as a lackey of the Dark Guild. Mark laughed scornfully, saying the power he desired was far greater and that serving the Dark Guild was more beneficial than staying. Lily coldly replied that since he had betrayed them, he must have prepared himself to pay the price. Mark grew even more disdainful, asking whether he could have come here empty-handed. Behind Lily, a strange purple slime suddenly appeared. Thunder turned pale and warned everyone to be careful. The members hurriedly retreated to avoid the area affected by that purple substance. A loud explosion rang out accompanied by a cry of young miss. Lily saw Bob collapse and shouted loudly. He coughed violently and weakly responded. Lenny looked to the other side and solemnly made a certain deduction. He reminded everyone not to touch that thing, causing Kyle to halt. A purple hand with long claws reached toward Lily. Lenny quickly pulled her out of its reach. The purple mass changed direction and slammed heavily onto the ground in the distance. Lenny erected a golden barrier to protect the group and continued to remind them not to touch it. Lily called out to Bob while Fuangchu tried to reassure her. Thunder asked what it was. Lenny replied that merely coming into contact with their blood was enough to lose one's life. Purple substance gradually transformed into a distorted humanoid figure with a horrifying grin. Lenny explained that it was a failed subject of the Dark Plague summoning ritual. Two terrifying monsters appeared outside the barrier. Mark said they were individuals who had been only one step away from becoming that form. Thunder whispered Shadow Wraith. Lily grasped Lenny's hand and asked if there was any way to save Bob. He sadly replied that the dead could not be brought back to life. She knelt beside Bob's body with eyes filled with hatred. Fuangchu softly called out young Miss Lily. Lily suddenly stood up and raised her staff, launching a magical chain toward the monster. The monster was slammed to the ground, and its limbs were severed. She declared that she would make Mark pay the price. Mark laughed sinisterly and told her not to hurry, he would be waiting. In his heart, he calculated that the range of her magic was limited, and the one he feared most was still that imposter. He believed that as long as Thunder could not act, that barrier would be meaningless. The remaining people were not worth his concern. Thunder, together with Lenny and Kyle, vigilantly watched the monsters surrounding them. Fuangchu irritably guessed that Mark intended to stall for time. Jay Glee impatiently asked to charge forward. Thunder quickly stopped him because even a touch was dangerous, and they had to think of another plan. He asked Lenny how long the barrier could last. The old man said that if nothing unexpected happened, it could hold until morning. Thunder felt somewhat reassured but still worried that Mark had another trump card and considered using a clone to probe. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out asking why they had not been killed yet. Thunder looked up to find the source. Vesey appeared behind Mark with a bizarre smile. Mark reassured him that there was still time and that Lily was still useful, but Vesey madly demanded to kill them all. Mark remained cautious yet continued to coax him, saying that he had helped him find that person and for now they should choose someone for amusement. Thunder was startled upon hearing this and wondered who they were searching for. Mark proposed that his team should take turns challenging Vesey. He promised that his subordinates would not interfere and that whoever won would be allowed to lead. Lily did not believe him. Mark said that Lily had to stay while the others could choose to fight. Vesey roared that he wanted to kill. Mark said that if they helped appease him, it would also be considered helping him. He also said that if no one fought then, he would release Vesey freely and wait for the barrier to disappear. Thunder asked again who the person they were searching for was. Mark hinted that Lily knew clearly and that it was someone who had once met Vesey in the dungeon. Lily remembered the name Ness. Another voice confirmed that it was likely correct. Kyle looked at Thunder and reminded that they were searching for him. Before anyone could react, Thunder stepped out of the barrier despite their attempts to stop him. He reassured his companions and told them to take the opportunity to devise a plan. Mark realized that Vesey now had an opponent. Thunder stepped forward and said that the person they were searching for was standing right before them. Power surged around him as he declared that he himself was Ness. Mark was astonished while Vesey excitedly shouted that it was indeed him. The companions were surprised. Lenny praised his ability to conceal himself while Kyle questioned his true identity. Thunder drew his sword toward the opponent and said not to waste time. Vesey laughed madly, gripping a spiked hammer as he charged forward, dragging blazing flames behind him. He slammed it down forcefully, creating a massive shockwave and spikes of magical power shot toward Thunder. Thunder raised a wall of frost like a fortress. Every spike that shot toward him was halted before that biting ice. He ground his teeth anxiously. If they keep attacking like this, I fear my shield will not hold until dawn. Kyle immediately shouted, Jay Gley, finish him quickly. He turned to Lily and asked, can your wind barrier magic withstand that attack? The girl calculated carefully before replying, I fear not, I have never used it for defense. I can only compress air to block sound. Lenny pondered briefly before deciding, compressed air, then there is still hope. I will guide you further. Later just follow my instructions. Lily nodded at once in agreement. On the other side, the battle had entered a suffocating phase. Crimson flames engulfed Vessi's grotesque face, his smile gleaming with a chilling menace. Yet in the next instant, that offensive collapsed when his strike was blocked by Thunder. Not giving him time to react, he immediately launched a fierce blow toward his neck. Thunder's face darkened as he gritted out each word, the power of a dragon, then let me see how far you can go. Meanwhile, Vessi's other arm gripping the spiked hammer gradually regained strength. The two forces collided violently, producing an explosion that shook the air. When he softly asked Lily about the situation, she was fully focused and snapped at him to be quiet as she was trying her utmost. Yuang-Chu anxiously asked Kyle about their chances. He stared intently and replied that was not the concern, there was only something difficult to say. He shifted his gaze to the man calmly folding his arms while watching the fight, trying to guess what he was plotting, neither rushing to battle nor making demands, as if merely toying with them. Yuang-Chu sighed while mentioning Mark's betrayal of the guild. Perhaps he already knew about the god, but if the goal was to find the god, he should have forced Lily to lead the way. Why linger here? There must be another scheme. The shrill sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying from the friction. Thunder fought while silently chanting within his mind. One of his clones gradually appeared amid the battlefield. As he counterattacked, his sharp claws slashing as they released a stream of blazing dragon fire. Thunder spread his arms to form an ice wall to block it. Ice and fire clashed fiercely before both dissipated. The ice melted and the flames died out. Mark seemed to sense the disadvantage, glancing at the block of ice while calculating, if this one is not eliminated, he will become a future calamity, unpredictable in both close combat and magic. He turned his head to the other side and suddenly stiffened. Within the barrier, only 3 men remained standing, and Lily had vanished at some point. Mark immediately summoned a monster and barked in order to pursue. The creature quickly found its target and lunged after Lily, threatening that no one was left to protect her. Lily moved like the wind, spinning to lash out with a wind slash at the creature. Struck head-on, it roared in agony. Seeing his subordinate fall, Mark angrily shouted, "Do you wish to face the consequences?" Lily did not stop, raising her staff to gather power and cast Wind Barrier and Wind Shield. A powerful surge struck straight through, shattering the monster into fragments of light before it vanished. At that moment, Lenny and Yuang-Chu rushed forward. He shouted that the time had come. Yuang-Chu tightened his grip on his sword and charged with determination, shouting a challenge. Yet Mark calmly replied that he would play with them for a while. In the blink of an eye, countless slashes tore through the air at astonishing speed. Yet Yuang-Chu blocked them cleanly. Suddenly Jay Glee beside him cried out in alarm. The sight made Mark shudder slightly, his expression darkening as the thought of a werewolf flashed through his mind. A few seconds later, the opponent delivered a furious punch with a face twisted in rage. Yuang-Chu immediately sidestepped, muttering irritably that this was troublesome. When a surge of purple power rushed from behind, a thought flashed through his mind: he intends to self-destruct. Faced with the strange phenomenon, Yuang-Chu panicked, raising his hand to shield his face and letting out a weak cry. In an instant, the place turned to ruin, debris falling like rain as Yuang-Chu snorted coldly while surveying the surroundings. The one who created that scene was Lily. She stood there with her staff pointed forward, her breathing still ragged. Her appearance reminded Mark of Kyle. He ground his teeth thinking he had underestimated her. Her learning ability was too fast. Lenny was truly unfathomable. There was no choice but to have Vessi assist. Suddenly, he took a direct blow that shattered his train of thought, leaving only the notion of holding out until dawn. He was knocked flying, his scream echoing through the confined space. Kyle stood there looking exhausted, speaking in a half-joking tone that there was no chance left for him to show off. Mark lay amid the dust, forcing himself upright with a pale face, stammering in disbelief at what had just happened. Seeing that, Thunder recalled the moment he had defeated his opponent earlier. He softly said, "Vessi has lost. Everything is over." Mark grew even gloomier, cursing Vessi as useless despite the effort to bring him here. Within seconds, he was lifted into the air by a tightening surge of green energy. Lily was the one who did it. She looked at him with fury and demanded his last words. Though struggling to breathe, Mark did not yield, even taunting her by mentioning her father. Hearing that Lily immediately dropped him, he gasped for air while she shouted what he had done to her father. Seeing that sinister smile, Thunder clenched his teeth in fury, his gaze turning cold. His unfinished words were cut short when something drew his attention. Lily behind him was also stunned. In an instant, Thunder appeared before Mark, gripping his collar tightly and coldly asking with dragon magic, "Where is her father?" Overwhelmed by the pressure of his power, he replied that he was at the White Tower. Lily behind cried out in shock that he had kidnapped her father. Thunder remained calm and asked his true purpose. With his face twisted in pain, Mark finally confessed in fear that his mission was to seize the city, control the White Tower, wait until dawn when Kyle would collapse and that day would arrive. That confession left everyone who heard it wide-eyed in shock. In the dark room, murmurs rose. "We must inform Cole and the units around the village at once. Contact the other guild leaders immediately." Yuang Chu exerted all his strength to shove the door open, his face showing strain. The scene before them left everyone stunned. Even Lily gasped in disbelief. Before her was a city engulfed in flames and smoke. Cries for help rang out. "The enemy is attacking. Magical beasts are flooding the city. Run to the harbor. It is too late." Witnessing that sight, Lily could not hide her horror and burst out in anger. In the distance, desperate pleas still echoed, begging to save the children trapped inside. Yuang Chu anxiously suggested he would contact Cole to hold the city and told Lily to rescue the mayor first, but she seemed not to hear, lost in self-reproach. Suddenly she turned back decisively, saying everyone would go together, leaving Yuang Chu stunned without time to react. Lily firmly said there was no need for further discussion. The soldiers are fighting to protect the city. She cannot abandon them for her father, and he would not accept that either. Lenny and Thunder stepped forward. He said sternly that if the mayor is held hostage, Cole cannot fight with full strength. Thunder immediately took responsibility for handling the mayor. Seeing them, Lily softly called Thunder's name in emotion. He paid no mind to her, immediately delivering a heavy strike toward Mark standing nearby, then coldly said, "K-Ho and Jay Glee, follow me. I will take him to the Ngai market." At this, Yuang Chu's face showed clear unease. He hurriedly reassured, "We will definitely get your father out safely. Do not worry too much." Still, Lily maintained a frosty expression, slowly asking those around, "This matter originally does not concern you, but you are drawn in." The thanks barely spoken was cut off by Yuang Chu. "Leave it for later, we must act now." Hearing this, Lily grew more anxious. She resolutely said, "Stick to the old plan. Yuang Chu contacts the guild leaders. Lenny manages Cole outside the city." Yuang Chu responded firmly, "Understood," yet Lenny behind him still hesitated. Without the mayor's orders, it may be hard to mobilize them. Lily paused slightly, then asked suspiciously, "You are going to the western outpost to find General Cordes. He will follow if he recognizes my seal," then nodded. "With this, it will be easier to handle." Aho's deep voice rang out, "Let's go. Leave that one to Jay Glee. I will ascend the tower with you." But Thunder immediately shook his head. "No, you and Jay Glee stay." He widened his eyes in surprise. You plan to face that cunning one alone," yet Thunder remained silent. Slowly raised his hand to cast the clone magic, then firmly said, "Yes, just stay at Vesey School." That action unsettled the opponent. He chased after and asked urgently, "Really? You do not need my support?" Thunder calmly replied, "I left a clone here. I can still manage anything. If possible, try to bring that hammer down." Kyle saw this and ceased resisting, calmly advising, "All right, take care of yourself." Thunder said no more, casually stepped onto the lift bridge and departed. Escorting Mark, a thought flashed through his mind, the old trick, cause chaos in the city then attack from outside. He must not be allowed to leave. Soon the two stood before the grand and lavish gate. Upon entering, Thunder loudly asked, "Where is the mayor?" The opponent smirked. "Do not expect to meet him." Losing patience, he softly invoked truth magic about dragons, then asked again, "Where is the mayor?" Seeing him about to get angry, Mark stammered, "Behind the left door." Thunder immediately approached, pushing the door with force. A fleeting sense passed through his mind that something was unusual about this door. The door burst open, revealing a city engulfed in flames. He froze. Why is there no one? Why does this door lead straight outside? Mark ran after, sneering. Longyan did not detect anything either. All three doors are set with spatial magic. Do you think it is easy to open? Thunder spun around sharply, eyes cold. "Must admit you are strong. I could recommend you to the master. Rare opportunity. Think carefully." He roared in anger, trying to intimidate me with that mufflon. "I will never join your organization." These words made him awkward. "You know the master yet dare oppose. Do you not need the mayor's life?" Thunder's expression darkened, he emphasized each word. I do not care about the mayor or this city. What I notice are two friends outside. These words made Mark pale. Saying no more, Thunder swung his hand, unleashing a dazzling fire strike. Mark cried out in panic, wait. He did not stop. In an instant, the opponent was engulfed in flames. Only echoing screams remained. Seeing the body lie still, Thunder softly said, I know you are watching. This is a warning to you and your minions, his gaze resolute. Anyone in the way will meet the same fate. I swear all of Thunder's actions were being monitored through a magical orb. A mysterious figure in a black cloak smiled smugly. He touched the orb, voice mocking, you made me lose one subordinate, so I will make you lose two friends. Then he lifted the golden mask, murmuring, a fair exchange only. That figure was Gale. He laughed with pleasure. Thunder, I await to see. In the smoke-filled space, Tan sighed worriedly. This place is suffocating. I am about to choke. Mary next to him grumbled, stop complaining. My ears are ringing from you. Munch spoke in a low voice. Reports show shadows seen around this area. Mary trembled. Slavia is more worried than us. I should have shared the burden with her, but Tan objected. This place is far from the city. Is it worth searching? Even if a wraith appears, it is not strange. Munch suddenly snapped, come closer, I feel something wrong. Tan turned back sternly, do not scare me, I see nothing. Could it be a wraith? Mary added, the mist beasts see clearer than us, cannot rely only on the eye. Munch's face turned pale, he shouted, be careful. A tentacle suddenly wrapped tightly around Mary, causing her to fall onto the hard ground. Munch struggled to pull her, voice urgent, keep going, Mary choked out, my legs are held tight. Tan charged forward, holding a sharp spear, shouting, I am here. In an instant, the tentacle wrapped around Mary's legs was cut off. Mary trembled, stammering apologies, while Tan suddenly exclaimed in panic, what is that? Munch remained calm, not sure, but certainly something dangerous lurks. In the blink of an eye, two more tentacles lunged with terrifying speed. Munch swung his weapon, slicing them into segments, then shouted, retreat. Mary raised her bow anxiously, shouting, do not tangle with it. Tan also warned, be careful, there is more. The thickening mist cleared, revealing writhing tentacles in the air. The scene terrified them both. Mary hurriedly asked, are you okay? Tan stammered in fright as well. Another mist swept in with screams, run. That was Munch's voice, being chased by a multi-tentacled monster, run quickly. Mary panicked, intending to rush to him. Tan restrained her in time, do not be reckless. But she broke free, running toward Munch, cannot abandon him. Tan chased and called out. Mary calmed herself. In a few seconds, Munch was swept away by that strange thing. Everything happened too fast. Mary stood frozen, softly said, he has disappeared. Tan remained calm. We must inform the senior guild leader, and even then Dawn. The scenery shifted. Outside, a magnificent castle appeared. Thunder stood before the large gate. A thought flashed. The spatial gate has been set. Divinity must be hidden here. His gaze fixed on the system screen, wondering if the opening method was the same as before. Options appeared on the panel. Open the gate, yes, no. After Thunder confirmed, the gate slowly opened. He softly said, it is open. He stepped in. Inside was a completely different space. Everything tinted the blue of the sea. Kyle rummaged through his pocket, muttering in annoyance, are you using force? Jay Glee casually replied, pull harder, maybe it will be faster. Kyle shouted, stop making noise, must use force. Hold his hands tightly. Jay Glee asked in surprise, really do that? Kyle frowned, replying, I am not as cruel as you think. In an instant, the sharp sword swept away the things clinging to Jay Glee's hand. The terrifying chunks fell apart in torrents. Kyle smiled in satisfaction, should have done this earlier. Jay Glee marveled, you are still cleverer, huh Kyle, your sword changed color. Kyle was startled, stammering, huh, it did not. Jay Glee suddenly shouted, let go immediately. Kyle replied, pale, damn, I cannot remove it. In an instant, Thunder appeared from nowhere, charging forward at an unbelievable speed. Yet in the very next moment, a violent force struck him and hurled him backward. Kyle writhed in agony, his anguished screams echoing everywhere. Kyle. An invisible energy lifted Kyle into the air. He screamed as his face twisted in pain. The sword in his hand continuously emitted powerful vibrations that spread throughout the surrounding. Now Kyle stood upright with a look of satisfaction, excitement clearly visible. This power was truly magnificent. His words made Jay Glee nearby panic and shout loudly, heavens, have you lost your mind? In a flash, he tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, while Kyle merely flicked his finger calmly, sorry, my friend. Jay Glee stood there, continuously slashing forward with a face as tense as a drawn bowstring. Suddenly he stopped, turned his head and declared firmly, this is what I have been searching for, farewell. On Thunder's side, blue light continuously swirled around his body. He stepped heavily across the freezing ground, moving straight ahead. Suddenly the massive rock ahead spoke in a familiar voice, "We meet again." Thunder immediately asked, "What do you want to show me this time?" The crystal flashed violently and replied, "The same as before." Immediately afterward, Glee and Thunder were pulled into another scene, where lava covered the entire space. A girl wearing a witch's hat standing nearby spoke up. Van beside her also said, "See, there is someone you know over there." Hearing this, Thunder instinctively looked toward the strange creatures ahead. "Someone I know." Among them, two figures in black cloaks stood out the most. They were Kyle and Munch. The moment he saw them, Thunder turned abruptly and shouted, "Why are they here?" The witch girl gently replied, "Because your future has changed." Van added, "You can still turn everything around." Thunder widened his eyes and retorted, "I am not your tool." The girl softened her voice, "Of course not, but you must want to know why your friend has become like this." Those words left Thunder speechless. The girl suddenly grew urgent. "I can answer, but time is running out." Van immediately ordered the sphere, "Take me to Yunnan City, find those two, I will show you a new path." In the blink of an eye, the sphere gently fell into Thunder's hand under his astonished gaze. Turning to reality, the crystal resonated, "When the time comes I will answer all your questions." A small stone appeared neatly in Thunder's palm. He clenched his hand, his voice resolute, "What exactly are you plotting?" Time passed silently. Outside the castle the door swung open. Thunder stepped out with a calm expression. On the system screen appeared images of Kyle and Munch along with a new notification. "The contract has been cancelled." Thunder asked in shock, "What do you mean the contract has been cancelled?" Immediately afterward Glee's image appeared, his voice urgent, "Boss Cadden, can you hear me?" Thunder stammered, Glee, "What happened? My clone has also disappeared." From the other side Glee shouted, "I do not understand either." When Kyle removed the hammer something possessed him, then he disappeared without a word. At the same time, a strange box appeared right in front of Thunder. "Boss Cadden, can you hear me?" Thunder coldly ordered, "Stay where you are." Glee hesitated, "Wait." The communication ended. Thunder turned and asked softly, "Kyle, what exactly happened? Were you infected as well?" Kyle revealed a dark gaze, "I came to say goodbye. I will cross the border of the Aran Kingdom and head north into the land of darkness." Thunder tried to persuade him, "Something is clouding your mind. This is only temporary," but Kyle shook his head. "I have received Mac Kai and understand my mission clearly. I cannot continue traveling with you." Thunder panicked, "What about Ami? We have not found the one who caused her death." Kyle slowly replied, "It is no longer necessary. It was merely mortals who took her from this world." Kyle's indifferent gaze looked forward. "The next time we meet, I will lead the army of darkness south and level Yunnan City." Thunder rushed forward and threw a punch, shouting loudly, "It seems I must make you come to your senses." This time Kyle easily blocked the blow. Thunder froze, a thought flashing through his mind. How is this possible, this power? Kyle frowned in annoyance. "The one who needs to calm down is you, Thunder." Kyle withdrew his hand so quickly that Thunder lost his rhythm. Taking advantage of the opening, he delivered a direct strike to Thunder's abdomen, causing him to collapse. Caught off guard, Thunder was sent flying. The surrounding ground and stones shattered. Kyle spoke sternly, "You have 1 year, Thunder, lead your team to the north. Otherwise I will march my army south." After speaking, he transformed into a stream of purple smoke and vanished, leaving behind the words, "The next time we meet I will show no mercy." Thunder could only call out after him. Before he could say more, Thunder was exhausted, his vision gradually fading. A severe headache struck and he collapsed unconscious. In his haze he heard an urgent call, "Boss Cadden, wake up." Glee helped Thunder up anxiously and asked rapidly, "Boss Cadden, are you all right?" Thunder looked around for Kyle. Glee shook his head. "When I arrived here I did not see him." Thunder silently bit his lip in thought, "Too careless. I did not expect the darkness to grant him such immense power. I must revise the plan." After thinking, he hurriedly said, Glee, help me up." Glee worriedly replied, "Do not push yourself. If you cannot endure it, then rest a little longer." The two supported each other as they walked toward the stairs near the exit. Glee reminded, "The door on the left." Thunder stepped forward and touched the system panel. "I need more reinforcements. The principle should not be much different." Thinking so, he immediately accepted the proposal that appeared. Both of them slowly stepped through the door into a room. As soon as they entered, they saw the mayor tightly bound on the floor. Glee asked in confusion, "Who is this person?" Thunder immediately called out, "Mr. Mayor." Suddenly black smoke billowed thickly, followed by a resounding explosion. Cody's waved his hand and shouted, "Hold your ground. Do not let any intruders enter the city." Immediately the people on the city walls launched volleys of fire. People below panicked, screaming and scattering in all directions. He hurriedly asked how many people can still be mobilized. The other replied urgently, "Our side is also under great pressure. Fortunately, the city gate has not been breached." Before he could finish speaking, Cody widened his eyes at the scene before him. Seeing the beasts suddenly turn and retreat, Cody's asked in astonishment, "Have they withdrawn?" Lenny was quite surprised. It seemed they had realized their opponent was far from easy to handle, yet he still felt uneasy, fearing they might have other tricks. Although with the Supreme Mage guarding the defense tower, they would find it difficult to act recklessly for now. Cordes slightly frowned, weighed the pros and cons, then said to him that they would leave a troop here while he could deploy the rest. Lenny smiled in gratitude and promised to return the military force after suppressing the rebellion. Cordes humbly replied that he should be the one giving thanks for handling the uprising on his behalf. The two blades clashed sharply, sparks flying from the friction. Yuangchu gripped his sword tightly and panted, asking to stop because they had been deceived by Mark, but the opponent still stubbornly resisted. "I do not wish to harm you, but it is the guild leader's order, so we are compelled to obey." Zippy shouted coldly from behind, "Stop the chatter, either join or face the consequence." Suddenly Lily appeared, swinging her staff toward them and declaring that they were the ones who should surrender. She demanded that they drop their weapons and announced that Mark had been captured, so there was no need to listen to him anymore. Zippy deflected her attack to the side and loudly declared that control was still in their hands, and once the gate opened, they would all become prisoners. As the group charged forward, a resounding voice rang out, ordering all rebel troops to lay down their weapons. Yuangchu looked up and called out to his father. Lily also recognized the familiar voice. Glee supported Thunder as he stepped forward, holding Mark and declaring that his crimes had been judged. Anyone who surrendered immediately would be granted leniency. The group looked at one another in confusion, then confirmed that it was truly Mark and decided to lay down their weapons. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zippy pulled out a vial of dark liquid, raised it, and said that the only option left was to risk everything. He forcefully threw it to the ground, causing it to shatter and explode into a cloud of smoke, then took the opportunity to escape. A group of knights wielding swords charged forward, shouting within the stream of dark plague-ridden aura. Kyle frowned and warned that everyone had been infected, urging them to retreat. The infected knights rushed forward. He blocked their attacks and shouted loudly to protect the princess. Two of them were sent flying by a barrier of golden light, summoned just in time by magic. Lily was delighted to see Lenny and the reinforcements arrive. Lenny immediately ordered the archers to draw and fire. Arrows shot from the bows at great speed, piercing each infected knight and causing them to collapse. After eliminating that group, Lenny divided his forces to hunt down the remaining rebels and ordered immediate reports upon any discovery. Lily anxiously asked about the situation with General Cordy. Lenny reassured her that the magic tower remained secure and the western gate had not been breached. Hearing this, Kyle let out a sigh of relief. Lily analyzed that as long as the tower continued to operate, the enemy would find it difficult to infiltrate, and that their objective was to create chaos in order to seize the tower. She asked him to convey a message to Cordes that they would handle the rebellion within the city, and that he could focus on guarding the gate. Shifting to Thunder in the form of Ness, he assessed that the internal unrest was about to be brought under control. Hudson held their hands in gratitude for saving him and protecting the city, promising to fulfill any request if possible. Thunder suggested that if anyone asked, they should say the savior was Ness of Hong Duck, and hoped the city would facilitate the guild. Hudson agreed within the bounds of the law. Further asked Hudson whether he was acquainted with anyone at the Yunnan Academy. Hudson repeated the name of the academy in surprise. The scene shifted to a banquet in the castle. Hudson raised his glass to thank Cordes and the warriors for protecting their homeland. Lee recounted the contributions of Lenny, Glee, and especially Thunder for helping capture Mark and Vesey. Upon hearing Thunder mentioned, Lenny asked where he was and expressed a desire to discuss matters concerning the Jonah Academy. Glee said he would go find Thunder, and informed them that Duke Cadden was in the room. In the room, Thunder contacted Slavia regarding the search for Mang, and hoped for good news. Glee entered to inform him that the mayor was looking for him. Thunder replied that he would come immediately. Before leaving, he instructed Slavia to inform him if there was any new information, and reminded her to be careful. Outside, the banquet hall glittered with lights, and echoed with laughter and conversation. Hudson said he had asked an acquaintance in Zonin to help create new identities, as the place was strictly managed and gathered powerful mages. Thunder asked about the plan. Lenny replied that to enter Zonin one must enroll as a student, and that their identities had already been arranged. He was surprised but understood that this was an opportunity to systematize his knowledge at the prestigious Zananma Academy. Reflecting on the past, he accepted the identity of a student to facilitate investigation and action. Lenny said they would depart for Junin the next day, and that formal attire needed to be prepared. He reminded Jay Glee that upon entering the city they must dress properly because they would meet the queen. Thunder crossed his arms and repeated the words queen with great surprise. Night fell and the sky sank into silence. A man knelt before the figure in black, asking for more time because he was reluctant to act against an old acquaintance. The other turned back with a smile, saying there was no need to hurry and told him to get acquainted with the new friend. Behind them appeared a group in black, with a man and a woman at the end joking with each other. They mocked the acceptance of a human and reminded that they themselves were also human. A woman flattered Mafland and belittled the newcomer as incomparable. He stepped toward the crystal sphere and said they should see what that person would bring. The sphere shimmered with light. He mentioned that the god had acted and worried that Alurin would interfere if the little demoness intervened. The old man spoke up, saying he had informed those in Yunnan to prepare for action. The remaining three each reacted differently and worried that the red-haired man would disrupt the plan since he no longer had any weaknesses. He admitted that he had once underestimated the boy's will, but there was still a trump card as the boy's mother was under surveillance. All four gazed into the sphere as he affirmed that everything remained under control according to the prophecy. Elsewhere, Thunder and Jay Glee, dressed in formal attire, rode horses through the forest, Jay Glee complaining about the uncomfortable clothing. Lenny reminded them to endure it until they met the queen. They arrived at Zonin City with its massive closed gates and a fortress protected by a barrier. Jay Glee curiously asked what the object floating in the air was. Lenny explained that it was a defensive shield. Anyone who attacked would be countered. Jay Glee marveled that if Farud had possessed such a thing, it would not have lost its gate. Lenny said the shield was the crystallization of national power using a super-grade crystal, so not every place could afford it. Upon reaching the gate, they were asked by the guards to dismount for inspection and questioned about their reason for entering the city. Lenny presented the documents, stating that he was visiting an old friend and accompanying his companions to enroll at the Yunnan Academy. The guard unrolled the scroll to read, muttering that at this hour someone was still completing enrollment procedures. However, upon examining the content closely, his attitude changed completely, so quickly that Thunder was surprised. "I see. Please come in immediately. We will handle the procedures, thank you." Jay Glee and Thunder stepped inside. He leaned closer to ask, but Thunder also did not understand why they had suddenly become so welcoming. Jay Glee quickly noticed something strange as more and more passers-by gathered to watch. He quietly reminded Captain Cadden that everyone was staring at him. Thunder replied that he was already used to it. He frowned slightly, lowering his head as he thought about his red hair. Sooner or later it would be exposed, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Suddenly, a little girl holding a flower branch ran over, her clear eyes offering the flower and thanking him for helping protect the city. After giving the flower, the girl ran back toward her parents. The father bowed in gratitude, which made Thunder shyly return the thanks. That sincere gesture left him flustered for a moment before he managed to say thank you. All three were invited straight into the palace, the guide showing them great respect. They were led before a person in a black cloak with their back turned. The guard reported that, "Your Highness, the guests have arrived." The person pulled down the hood, revealing striking turquoise hair. Queen smiled gently at Thunder's group, greeting Lenny like an old friend reunited after many years. Jay Glee and Thunder were stunned by her youthful appearance. Jay Glee even whispered that he did not expect her to be the queen. Lenny cheerfully stepped forward to shake hands, praising her for becoming more youthful and beautiful. Andrew angrily scolded Lenny for his rudeness, but the queen laughed and said they were old friends, so any form of address was acceptable. She turned to Thunder and asked about his impressions of Yunnan. He replied that this was his second time visiting. Thunder recounted that he had previously competed in a magic exam without success, and therefore changed direction to become a knight. The queen mentioned the prophecy in Zonin and how they supported red-haired children to gain the people's trust. Thanks to that, the city gradually became famous. Thunder calmly remarked on the difference since he himself had once been considered an ill omen. Lenny brought the conversation to the main purpose, hoping the queen would help Thunder enroll in Zonin Academy. She said it would not be difficult since the royal family had influence. He looked at Thunder gently and then said there was one condition. She asked Thunder that after enrolling he should protect her son. Arian handed the dossier to him. Thunder was surprised and asked whether the prince really needed protection. The queen sadly explained that her youngest son studied under an alias and had been hospitalized several times due to isolation. Thunder was astonished and asked how anyone still dared to harm a prince. She explained that because of his secret identity and the academy being filled with powerful noble factions, they had to be cautious. She only wished for her son to live a normal life. Thunder silently read the documents in his hands carefully. Looking at the prince's photo in the dossier, he pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The queen was delighted and promised to create a new identity for him and reminded him to conceal his red hair. Thunder replied that he would use basic transformation. She reassured him that in the lower classes few could see through transformation and that hiding red hair had become an unspoken convention. Thunder smiled in satisfaction upon hearing that. Although cheerful on the surface, he still looked at the prince's photo with a thoughtful gaze. He thought about how even the prince was isolated and suspected that the academy was hiding something. All procedures were completed quickly in a single clear day at Yunnan Academy. Thunder put on his uniform and followed the teacher while listening to the introduction of the 3 class levels and placement by ability. Although he qualified for a higher level, he chose to start from the lowest. He secretly opened his dragon sight to observe, but the barriers everywhere prevented the magic from functioning. The teacher turned back to remind Thunder not to be late. He hurriedly replied yes. Entering the classroom, Dale introduced the new student and hoped everyone would be friendly. He asked Thunder to introduce himself under the name Ness. In his black-haired form, Ness smiled brightly and greeted the class. Murmurs arose below about his noble appearance. Amid the whispers, his gaze stopped at the prince, who was looking out the window indifferently. The teacher pointed to an empty seat and told Ness to sit down. The students were still regretting the brief introduction as Ness walked toward the back of the class. As soon as he sat down, the boy at the desk in front turned around and introduced himself as Mike. Mike smiled brightly and asked questions. Thunder replied politely but felt that the boy seemed somewhat familiar. When Mike turned back, Thunder silently thought how coincidental it was to be studying with Slavia's older brother. The teacher reminded Mike to focus, because making friends would not increase his grades. Mike scratched his head and apologized. He remained enthusiastic and promised to show Ness around the school after class. Thunder let out a light sigh, thinking he was not used to overly enthusiastic people, but the classroom atmosphere was quite pleasant. He noticed the person sitting at the left desk, who appeared unusually isolated. When class ended, students poured into the courtyard, creating a lively scene. Mike led Thunder on a tour and introduced the large assembly building. Thunder pointed to the top of the tower and asked about that splendid area. Mike explained that it was the high-level class area accessible only to students of the Kyle rank. Mike asked why Ness, despite achieving high scores, had entered a lower class. Thunder said it was because he had taken a break from school due to illness. He was not satisfied with the reason in the dossier prepared by Lenny. Mike shared that he was weaker than his mage brothers and felt insecure. Thunder encouraged him that he would succeed. Suddenly, someone called the two of them. A group of students led by Blake asked whether they studied in Dale's class. Mike stepped in front of Thunder and answered that he was a student of that class and asked what they wanted. Blake patted Mike's shoulder and asked about the strange student in their class. Hearing the vague reply, he said that was all and then left. Before leaving, Blake glanced at Thunder once and then walked away. Mike sighed in relief and said he thought they would encounter trouble. He advised Ness that if he wanted peace, he should listen to him. Mike seriously warned him not to conflict with the high-level class, especially Blake, a man with an unpredictable temperament. Thunder thanked him and then asked who the strange person Blake had mentioned was. Mike said it was Van. Few people dared to approach him because he was targeted by the high-level class. Van opened the room door. Mike also mentioned a rumor about him. People said Van had once lost control and transformed into a monster. As night fell, Van slept, but his tightly furrowed brows showed that a nightmare was unfolding. He clenched his teeth as if enduring torment within the dream. In the dream, a ferocious monster roared violently. Each of its footsteps caused the surrounding scenery to tremble. The blonde girl raised a magical shield to resist it, but the difference in power caused her to collapse, her cry echoing in Van's dream. Van jolted awake, breathing heavily with sweat soaking him. Light turned on, a voice asked if he had just had a nightmare. Van turned around in surprise. Thunder set down his luggage, looked at Van and introduced himself as Ness, a new student and also his roommate. Hearing that, Van's face showed clear astonishment. He frowned and asked again, "Are you joking with me?" Thunder paid no mind to that attitude, calmly explaining that only this bed was available. The manager could arrange a private room, but he wanted to get acquainted with a new friend as soon as possible. He stepped closer, extending his hand with a friendly smile, hoping they would get along in the future. Van merely stared without responding, his gaze deep and unreadable. He leaned back onto the bed. Pulling the blanket over himself and turning his face inward, he tossed out an indifferent remark, ignoring him. Thunder looked at that childish reaction and secretly wondered who actually had the problem. He recalled the guidance he had once received. The person he needed to find had appeared, but Van's past seemed to hold hidden complications, so he had to continue observing. Next morning, sunlight bathed the academy, and the fresh air spread everywhere. Mike spotted Thunder and Van walking together and widened his eyes in surprise. He ran over, waving his hand in greeting. Seeing Van standing beside him, Mike hesitated before forcing a greeting. He pulled Thunder in another direction, leaving Van to walk ahead, and asked why he was not in class. Mike seriously reminded him that he had warned him not to get close to Van, and hearing that they shared a room made him panic. He exclaimed worriedly that the advanced class would cause trouble for Thunder. Thunder calmly replied that he did not want to judge anyone based on rumors. He asked Mike whether he had ever personally seen Van as a monster, leaving Mike embarrassed. Thunder patted his friend on the shoulder, thanked him for his concern, and said that no matter what happened, he could handle it. Returning to the classroom, he sat right next to Van amid the surrounding whispers. He opened his book and read attentively, startling Van. Van shouted at him not to come near, but Thunder acted as if he did not hear. The entire class whispered among themselves, yet no one dared to speak loudly. Few male students boldly speculated that he must have someone backing him. Mike walked in and broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Rappel hurried over and called out to Mike. He reported that Blake's people had summoned both Mike and Thunder to the hall. Thunder clearly heard this news and slightly turned his head. It seemed they had come directly to him. On the way there, Mike was constantly worried while Thunder remained calm. Rappel led them to the meeting spot and then stepped back. A blonde-haired man looked at them with a falsely friendly gaze. Thunder asked directly what he wanted. He introduced himself as Nano and said he only wished to give a reminder. Thunder cut him off, demanding that he speak plainly. Nano looked down at him, evaluating him with arrogance. He threatened that he should learn how to speak with upperclassmen. Mike quickly intervened, asking for more time since Thunder had just arrived. Thunder looked at Nano with an icy gaze. Nano turned away but still left a warning. He said not to get involved with someone considered a monster if he did not want to bring disaster upon himself. Thunder stepped forward and asked if he was threatening him. The academy scenery remained brightly sunlit as usual. Mike kept talking non-stop about the danger of the upperclassmen as they walked. Thunder suddenly discovered that someone was secretly following behind. When discovered, that person immediately ran away. Thunder did not hesitate to chase after him, leaving Mike behind. He shouted for him to stop running because he wanted to ask something. Van jumped down from the wall, surprising Thunder. Thunder also leaped after him. He landed heavily, startling the people around. Mike stood above and called out to him. Thunder told Mike to head back first and then continued the pursuit. At a corner, he collided with a girl with long black hair. The impact caused her to fall to the ground. Thunder quickly helped her up and apologized. But when he clearly saw that face, his pupils contracted. She looked exactly like the witch he had once met, leaving Thunder bewildered. He grabbed her hand and questioned her insistently, causing her to cry out in pain and fear. Thunder lost his composure and accused her of turning him into this state. He insisted that she had never met him, gradually bringing Thunder back to his senses. He recalled the two divine crystals and realized that she was not that person. Thunder released her hand and apologized for the misunderstanding. He asked about the young man who had just run past and was directed toward the eastern building. Thunder thanked her and hurriedly ran off. The girl watched his departing figure with deep suspicion. As Thunder ran, he thought about how the crystal had reacted. The clue was not wrong. The eastern building was quite quiet in the morning. He entered with the intention that if necessary, he would reveal the truth about the dragon. But before him was a scene that made his heart tight. Van was being stepped on the wrist by Blake on the ground. Thunder shouted loudly, calling Van's name. Blake turned his head and sneered, asking what the newcomer wanted. Van raised his head and advised Thunder not to come closer. Another man rushed forward intending to show off his authority. Thunder delivered a decisive punch that sent him flying backward. That man only stopped after crashing into the wall. Thunder's eyes blazed with anger. He kicked toward Blake, but Blake managed to block it in time. Blake laughed coldly, provoking Thunder. Thunder responded without the slightest concession. He increased his strength, causing Blake to turn pale in shock at that power. A man from Blake's faction stepped aside, pulled out a blue-violet gem floating in midair and spoke up. Blake, teach those novices what proper manners are. The moment he saw the gem, Thunder froze, sweat beading on his skin, shock written all over his face as he realized it was a beast core. Blake seized the beast core, an arrogant smile spreading across his face as green light began to surge violently around him. Green aura coiled tightly around his body. Thunder watched tensely, whispering that it was a high-tier beast core, truly difficult to deal with. If he had to act, he might have to use a clone for close combat. He calculated silently, but understood that doing so would easily expose his true ability. Van clutched his injured arm and staggered to his feet, still stubbornly cursing him. "I told you not to interfere. Why is it one person after another?" He rushed forward and shoved Thunder away, trying to shield him. "Hurry and leave. This has nothing to do with you." Blake gave them no chance to retreat, veins bulging with anger as he sneered, "That brat is stronger than you. Someone like you thinks he can protect anyone." He lunged to block Van, drove his knee into his stomach and spat out vicious words. Without the slightest mercy, he unleashed blow after blow, leaving Van's already weakened body unable to resist. Once satisfied, he grabbed Van by the collar with his left hand, his right fist tightening as he prepared to strike again. His eyes burned with hatred as if he wanted to swallow his opponent whole, grinding his teeth as he brought up last year's incident. Van coughed violently from lack of air, trembling as he clutched at his hand, yet still replied that he remembered every single day. He dredged up the past, and in Van's eyes a red glint flashed as the flames of memory ignited. Shattered memories were like fragments of a mirror, reflecting the image of a blonde girl falling. The girl had once raised a fragile magic shield to confront a grotesque giant creature. Though the fragments of memory gradually blurred, the silhouette of the monster remained deeply imprinted in Van's mind. He nearly collapsed, his gaze vacant, his face filled with pain before he let out a loud cry. Seeing Van's spirit crumble, Thunder hurried over. But another of Blake's men blocked his path, sneering, "What did you do to him? Do not rush, you are next." Commotion drew more and more students over. They whispered among themselves and warned each other not to get involved with that group. The crowd irritated Blake. He clenched his fists and glanced around, muttering in annoyance at the excessive attention. Thunder observed the situation, thinking that the more onlookers there were, the harder it would be to act. Just then, a stern professor approached, hands clasped behind his back as he reminded them that conflicts were forbidden within the academy. Blake bowed, feigning innocence, as he apologized to Professor Flynn for losing his temper. The professor did not reprimand him much. He simply ordered Blake to his office and instructed that the unconscious be taken to the infirmary. Two students helped Van away, leaving Thunder standing there in silence watching them go. As Greg passed by, he sneered, "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. There will not be a next time." Thunder responded with an icy stare toward Blake, as if to say that applied to him as well. Watching their figures disappear, he still had not calmed down, telling himself there would not be a next time. In the infirmary, Thunder sat by the bed and let out a light breath when he saw that Van was not too severely injured. Van opened his eyes, his expression empty as he coldly told Thunder not to bother him. Even after being turned away, Thunder stayed, while Van appeared indifferent to being called a freak. His eyes flickered with sadness yet remained distant, saying that everything was of his own making. Thunder did not give up, mentioning Van's family and implying that they surely would not accept everything as easily as he thought. After speaking, he stood up to leave, leaving the one pretending to be indifferent on the hospital bed behind. If he himself did not wish to change, no one could help once he had accepted living that way forever. Elsewhere, a cup was hurled violently to the floor and shattered with a piercing sound. Ken, his arm in a cast after being broken by Thunder, shouted furiously about revenge, but his companion warned that the opponent was far from simple. He turned to ask Nano, who was rummaging through documents, whether he had found his background yet. Nano replied that there was only a little information. Nano read from the stack of papers. Thunder scored full marks on the written exam but had been frail since childhood and left school early. Ken froze upon hearing that, unable to believe it because he had not seen any weakness in the opponent, and pressed for more. Nano said Thunder had just enrolled, had few connections, and that the Ness family was not a famous noble house. Hearing this, Ken laughed sinisterly and deemed him easy to handle. Another person loudly expressed disdain, while Blake merely leaned against the bookshelf and watched in silence. His amber eyes opened, a sharp cold gaze directed at the one speaking. Being stared at, Ken shuddered and hurriedly corrected himself, then said they would temporarily let that freshman go. He smiled slyly and whispered to Blake that he had thought of a way to deal with the one called a freak. Hearing there was a new plan, the other crossed his arms and asked for specifics. Ken proposed organizing a large gathering. At the academy, dawn illuminated the castle, marking the start of a new school day. A thick stack of books was set down on the table, accompanied by a light pat and the words, "This is what you need." Thunder looked at Mike leaning on the stack of books, thanked him, and listened as he commented that confronting Blake had been reckless. Thunder looked up and asked directly, "Why are you planning to distance yourself from me?" Mike sat backward on his chair and sighed, saying that in others' eyes he was already Thunder's accomplice, so he might as well seek an alliance. Thunder calmly remarked that someone so overbearing must have quite a few people who hated him. Mike pushed 2 sheets of paper forward, confidently presenting typical examples. First was Kaido Maro in his 4th year yet still in the beginner class, decent in theory but poor in practice, though backed by a major family. The other was Norazen, princess of the kingdom of Grisha. Though her nation was not as strong as Alurin, she was a legitimate royal. Thunder picked up the 2 photographs and examined them carefully, judging the situation favorable if another royal stood on his side. He looked up and calmly added that with such forces, the other side would likely not dare act rashly. Mike nodded naively, believing that if several great families supported them, Blake would be wary. He was also curious about how Thunder knew so much. Thunder merely laughed it off. At that moment, a classmate entered and announced that the next practical session would be a simulation test in the West Hall. The whole class began chattering noisily as they prepared to move, while Thunder noticed Van's seat was empty. Thunder told Mike to go ahead while he looked for Van, leaving Mike surprised because he still did not know the way. Seeing Thunder hesitate, Mike sighed and agreed. 2 went against the flow of students, deciding to stop by the infirmary to find Van before heading to class. Along the way, students chatted animatedly about everything from the professor's cat to plans to watch a meteor shower. Just as they stepped through the door, 2 others slammed it shut behind them. Voices asking about homework rang out. Inside the hall, students from Thunder's class were astonished to see Blake standing on the platform among advanced class students. One person boldly asked where the teacher was since they had been informed that the practical would be held here. Blake looked down arrogantly and declared that today he would teach a few skills normally learned only in the intermediate class. He turned back and ordered his underlings to prepare to begin. Following his command, a wheeled prop was pushed onto the floor. Seeing the strange object, the students widened their eyes in confusion about what was about to happen. On the platform, Van was hung before a multicolored scoring wheel. Kai Ken, laughing as he said this was a special lesson. Blake raised the green beast core and explained about magical energy and how it could be stored in specially crafted crystal. 2 lackeys pushed a cart filled with crystals forward, announcing that each person would have 3 chances to channel magic power and shoot at the target, 60 points to pass. The student nervously asked whether they could know the lesson content in advance. Blake immediately glared and used his pressure to silence him. Ken and Nano dragged the person aside, covering his mouth and warning him not to cause more trouble. Seeing that someone had stepped up to handle it here, he raised the spirit orb high, eyes sweeping the crowd below with pride. Anyone else have questions? Hearing this, Nis trembled with anger, clenching her fists to step forward and confront Blake, but a classmate quickly pulled her back. They were outrageous, but don't act rashly, Nis. A friend tried to calm Anganis with gentle words. I know you're not afraid of them, but confronting them could endanger others. Blake ignored Nis's reaction and continued to instruct the others, pointing to the spinning target. Hitting the center earns a full 60 points. His henchman supervising urged everyone on, line up quickly to receive a crystal, infuse it with magic, and when it glows, throw it. Kai Ken placed a spirit orb in the hands of a chubby boy. You go first. Seeing his hesitation, that man shouted, making the chubby boy scramble to comply. Don't dawdle. You planning to let everyone wait while you charge all afternoon, I know already. Once the magic was fully infused into the orb at Chaikin's signal, the chubby boy hurled it toward the spinning target. Right, now throw it. The spirit orb hit the green square labeled 15 on the board. Someone immediately read the score aloud, 15 points. The second throw skillfully avoided hitting Van. The orb again hit square 15 just above his head. Third orb fell into the purple square 20 but still kept a safe distance from him, 20, total 50 points. The result wasn't truly outstanding. After 3 turns, Greg looked down at the chubby boy and said casually, oh right, anyone who fails will get special treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people dragged the chubby boy away. He panicked and begged, I just misjudged my strength. Give me another chance, 1 turn per person, you've wasted everyone's time. The other students could only watch in fear as their friend was pulled away, crying out in despair, wait, I can do it. The ear-piercing scream made them even more terrified. All turned toward the stage where Blake stood. Kyle waved arrogantly, looking down at the crowd urging, "Everyone understands the rules by now, continue." Outside the building, the scene remained peaceful and beautiful, as if nothing had happened. The teacher pushed open the door with a book in hand. The students opened to page 92, "Today I will teach about." But the room was empty, desks and chairs neatly arranged with not a single student. Where was everyone? Outside, two people walked quickly, one constantly complaining, "I told you not to worry about him. Now we're all late. Strange, the dorm shows no sign. Could he have left the city?" They reached the practice building as announced, but the doors were locked. Mike grumbled while Thunder worried, "Everyone says he's odd, whatever. After class we'll keep looking. Why are all gates closed any other way?" Hearing this, he suddenly remembered, turned and ran another way saying to Thunder, "I know a back door, follow me." The two hurried to find another entrance, while cries of pain still echoed from the practice hall. Ben regained consciousness, body battered and weary. He struggled to open his eyes, coughed, and looked down. Nano calmly signaled the next person. NHI clenched her fists and stepped up as ordered, continue. She infused magic into the orb, pursed her lips concentrating, then immediately threw it. One orb hit the 20-point square, a safe distance from Van. The second also hit square 20, still keeping a good distance from his hand. Third aimed at Van's feet, close to his toes but caused no harm. Nano tilted her head at the score, casually praised, 60 points, meets the requirement, control of force was good. Ignoring his words, she looked up with sad eyes, pursed lips thinking, "Sorry I could only do this much." Nano signaled Kyle then shouted, "Next person, hurry up." During the interruption, Nano and Blake both turned curiously somewhat. A figure rushed forward, brows furrowed, fists tense. It was him. His eyes burned as he stared at the group playing their cruel game. Nis recognized him as the person who had accidentally bumped into her days ago, the strange name from that day. Seeing Thunder appear, Nano still feigned indifference, pointed at the orb container, "It's you, time for you to show." Thunder looked down at the cart. The blue light inside made him frown further. He grasped a spirit orb, squeezing it as if to crush it, then decisively threw it forward. The target was Blake standing next to Kyle. Blake didn't expect him to dare. His face turned pale and froze. The orb shattered, the magic inside erupted in an explosion, blurring everyone's vision. Nano and Chaikin panicked, shouting angrily as they charged at him, "This kid wants trouble." Before they could react, 3 more orbs shot forward like lightning. They struck the spinning target near Van. The round board shattered and he was free. Some stood stunned, unable to believe the training crystal was so fragile. Nis was also astonished by his strength. That freak is that strong. When the chains broke, Van collapsed, weakened, falling forward. Just then a hand caught his waist, stopping him from falling face down. Thunder lifted Van up. Looking at him, he quickly said, "Sorry I'm late, are you okay? It's fine now." Blake brushed off the dust from the explosion. The wrist guard cracked. He angrily ordered, "Block them." Nano and Chaikin immediately obeyed, blocking Thunder's path. Thunder calmly shielded Van behind him. "I once had some goodwill toward you, but if you want to confront me, don't blame me. I hate people like him. Need to teach a lesson." At the command, Blake's henchmen charged together. They closed in, striking Thunder with fists, but he easily blocked. As others approached for melee, Kai Ken formed a fireball and shot it. Thunder knocked the opponent back with his right hand, calmly threw a fireball with his left in response. 2 fireballs collided in midair, exploding and adding to the chaos. Kai Ken sneered, gathering more magic to form another fireball. "Daring to use fire before me, try this." He suddenly froze, turning with a horrified expression. From the smoke, a spirit orb shot fiercely, unstoppable. It struck him directly, exploding and nullifying the fireball Kai Ken had just made. At the same time, Thunder single-handedly knocked down the remaining foes, with a few punches sending 2 flying. Thunder tilted his head, cold, furious eyes on Beck's men. "You only know how to bully the weak." His words left Blake's group speechless. No one could respond. 2 accomplices tried to circle behind, charging fireballs to ambush Thunder. Before they could act, a voice froze them. After all, Kyle leveled class and no shame. Nora and Kaido stepped out to protest. She crossed her arms proudly, ganging up on the weak. "Not enough, now ambushing, shameful, want us to join." Mike had called a professor over. He hurriedly led them to the gate. "Professor Ryan is from here." Outside the academy, all seemed normal, no signs of trouble. But Mike and Professor Ryan were not at ease. He quickly summarized the incident. "They brought the entire beginner class here without any teacher knowing." The scene left Mike stunned. How could this happen? Inside the tower, Thunder alone faced the entire break group without faltering. He nearly defeated all of them. Only 2 remained. How did it come to this? Thunder and Blake faced each other amid swirling dust, tension filling the air. Mike panicked, tried to rush in to stop his friend, but Professor Ryan held him back. "Ness, wait." Even restrained, he anxiously asked, "Isn't Professor Ryan stopping him?" She smiled, intrigued. "No need to rush. Seems the real excitement is just starting." Blake summoned an increasingly large fireball, staring at Thunder. Humans can never escape the survival laws of this world. Thunder glanced at him, cold voice ringing out, "Survival laws." He drove force into his heel, stomping the floor to propel himself for the next counterattack. His fists clenched, eyes locked on the target. Thunder cast aside his usual gentle demeanor and shot forward like a whirlwind, truly ridiculous. In just a brief moment, he closed in on Blake and leaped into the air, terrifying that man, barehanded and able to break my magic. His hand should have been torn apart instead. Thunder brought down a punch. Blake frantically crossed his arms to raise a shield in defense. A magical shield appeared to protect him. Thunder said coldly, "And you think this alone allows you to do whatever you want?" "My shield actually." The magical barrier could not withstand the force, and shattered into pieces before Blake's horrified eye. He slid backward, the ground beneath his feet cracking into fragments. Roy observed closely and noticed something unusual. Is he circulating battle energy? Blake stubbornly continued to cast magic. "I hate people like you who like to play hero the most. You cannot even stand firm in the academy, yet you want to change the world." He hurled a magical orb toward Thunder, who stood still without dodging, only letting out a faint sneer. Mike turned pale with worry. That is Blake's exclusive blue flame. Ness has not even studied magic before. Suddenly Thunder raised his hand, calmly allowing the flames to envelop his right hand. The fireball quickly formed and grew larger. Mike widened his eyes. A fireball? When did he learn that? Thunder's fireball collided with the blue flame, creating a massive explosion, smoke, dust, and stone fragments scattering in all directions. Blake still said confidently, "My blue flame contains a beast crystal that absorbs and converts energy, as long as it is fire then." But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Blue flame gradually extinguished. A thin layer of ice formed around it and then shattered, the fire dying out. Pieces of ice fell to the ground, breaking into azure shards. Thunder had just used ice magic to extinguish the blue flame, his eyes still cold as he looked at that man. Mike was shocked again. Not only the fire element but the ice element was also mastered so skillfully. What exactly is Ness's background? Thunder focused completely and in an instant moved behind Blake, his voice as cold as ice. "It is time for you to taste fairness." "What?" Blake turned around and hurriedly unleashed the blue flame at him. At close range, the attack lacked accuracy. Thunder was too fast and only needed to tilt his body to evade cleanly. He struck with his knee and then kicked straight out, sending Blake flying a considerable distance. Thunder rushed forward and without a word stomped hard on his hand. Pinned him to the floor, his hand gathering icy energy close to that man's face. "I already warned you. There will not be a next time. Do not even dream of continuing as a mage." Thunder's right hand absorbed the energy from Blake's body. That man screamed in panic, "What did you do to me?" The scream echoed throughout the tower, but no one dared to stop Thunder. "Stop!" Nora exclaimed in astonishment so strong. Others also discussed that he alone defeated the entire advanced class. Some even said he was more terrifying than Brett. One shouted irritably, "Stop standing there in a daze. Do you not realize it? Ness is this strong. If he wanted he could completely suppress us, but he did not do so." Someone speculated that he only wanted to save his friend. At this moment Thunder was carrying Van on his back, anxiously asking, "Can you hear me? Hold on, I will take you to the infirmary." Near the door, Rai was still standing and watching, making Thunder somewhat uneasy. He stopped and asked, "Is there anything else?" Roy said, "Do not worry, I am Professor Roy. Take him first and then come back to see me." Thunder replied yes. After walking some distance, Thunder frowned and thought, "What a hassle. I have attracted the professor's attention." The classmates hurriedly explained to Thunder this is not Ness's fault. "We were forced by the advanced class. He only saved those who were bullied." Hearing this, Thunder was moved and turned back to say thank you all. Roy said, "I understand and will investigate thoroughly. I will not allow students to cause chaos. You all return to class and report to your homeroom teacher." The students responded in unison yes. Mai observed and thought to herself that Ness was truly outstanding. Afterwards Thunder was summoned. The professor asked, "Was everything today done by you alone? If there were not many identical reports, I would also find it hard to believe." Thunder admitted frankly, "Yes, it was all done by me alone." Jay Glee and Rai both fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Principal requested to see the fireball spell. Thunder wondered what they intended to do. Though confused, he still cast the fireball as requested. After withdrawing the spell, he asked, "Is that sufficient?" The principal nodded and said, "You are indeed a true mage." He instructed that today you may return, do not worry, I will handle the advanced class. If anything happens, seek me or Professor Rai. Thunder politely thanked him. Leaving the room, Thunder thought, so it is over already. I thought I would be thoroughly interrogated. He quickly left, the door gently closing behind him. After Thunder had gone, Roy asked for opinions. The principal remarked that his magic control was very good, his potential equal to yours. Rai said his magic is outstanding and he also knows battle energy, truly the talent of a magic swordsman. Principal pondered and said the red-haired child recommended by Queen Lit and Lenny Stein also piques my curiosity. Roy asked if an investigation was necessary. He shook his head and said I can guess his background. I will contact an old friend at Pharaoh Apartments. If he is the child in the prophecy, then we must pay closer attention. I hope he brings good fortune. Rai replied yes. Thunder walked toward Van's resting room, thinking as he went. Seeing him return, Van immediately asked if they intended to expel him. Thunder reassured him it is fine. Van said my family has connections, if needed I will meet the principal. Thunder replied I was only asked about the situation and the advanced class will be punished. Van was still skeptical and asked again, really? Thunder affirmed it is true, that is why I returned quickly. And you, how are your injuries? Van breathed a sigh of relief and said they are only minor scratches, nothing serious. He sincerely thanked him for being saved again, considering it a debt he owed. Thunder asked, then tell me why Blake targeted you. Van fell silent for a moment, not daring to look directly. Then he said, because you got into trouble for saving me, I should tell you. Van slowly recounted that a year ago Greg and I were very close. Thunder asked in surprise, best friends. Van said everything began on the day Ami had an accident. Thunder's mouth fell open at that information. Van recounted 4 years ago Greg and I entered Zonin Academy together. At that time we were very close. Back then Blake was open and well-liked, and with his magical talent he attracted the professor's attention. At this point he paused slightly, as if recalling the image of a young woman. Later both of us fell in love with the same girl. Her name was Amy Bluebird, one of the few who surpassed Blake in the magic test. Van's voice grew low. Ami was gentle and friendly. Outstanding people are often drawn to each other. Blake quickly grew close to Ami, and because I was Blake's friend I was often by their side as well. Neither of us ever confessed, but we both understood each other's feelings. It would only take one person stepping forward for everything to change. Therefore we chose to maintain that fragile relationship. Thunder continued to ask then what happened. Van lowered his head, his expression pained and unable to speak immediately. He said it was during an outdoor practice session. At that time Blake had been promoted to the advanced class, while Ami, due to her common background, remained in the beginner class with me. At the hunting ground, where only intermediate magical beasts usually appeared, a high-level one appeared that day. Even when facing a high-level magical beast, Ami still maintained astonishing composure. Van recounted that the magical beast was extremely ferocious, but Ami's powerful spells had also inflicted significant damage on it. He fell silent, recalling that day when Ami continuously coordinated everyone and ordered them all to retreat. However, Van did not listen, arrogantly telling Ami to step aside, then choking with emotion as he admitted that he had made the greatest mistake at that decisive moment. At that time, Ami tried her best to stop Van's recklessness but was too late. She could only cry out in panic, "Wait, don't." Van immediately unleashed an attack spell on the high-level magical beast. He even smugly said that fortunately he had brought a high-level magical beast crystal so it could be effective this time, but Ami anxiously urged him to leave quickly. Van still firmly believed it had collapsed, yet Ami shouted even more sternly for him to retreat immediately. Just a few seconds later, a violent explosion rang out, startling both of them. The magical beast became even more frenzied, and the surrounding students panicked, screaming that 2 more had appeared. Ami gritted her teeth and analyzed that the death of a high-level magical beast would attract its kind, and they could only hold out while waiting for reinforcements. Another one had already closed in on the group of students, causing a male student to cry out in alarm. Ami glared at the stalemate, rapidly calculating a plan in her mind. Suddenly she pushed Van away, seemingly having made a decision that caused him to panic and shout her name. Ami faced the enemy alone, casting a spell and commanding Dragon Scale Vortex. Protective Vortex immediately enveloped Van and his friends, and he anxiously shouted asking what she was doing because it would be extremely dangerous. He cried out in despair, begging Ami to stop. Ami shouted for him to be silent so as not to distract her, then continued chanting, taking the dragon wings that cover the sky as her oath, transforming flesh and blood into the bones of mountains. The incantations followed one after another, forming a radiant platinum armor like an impenetrable wall. Inside the protective barrier, Van burst into helpless tears, only able to continuously call Ami's name. Before long, the magical beasts were almost completely wiped out, but Ami's body was also gradually exhausted. She breathed wearily, saying that the high-level protective incantation she had painstakingly trained had finally taken effect. As soon as she finished speaking, she was struck by an attack that pierced through her heart, and screamed in agony, unable to accept that outcome. Blake frantically punched Van, overwhelmed with rage over Ami's death. He repeatedly interrogated and blamed him, believing that Van had promised to protect her but failed, even accusing him of being the reason the magical beasts were drawn there. Blow after blow rained down in his fury, as he bitterly asked why the one lying there was not Van. At this point, Van sorrowfully told Thunder that he himself had caused Ami's death. He painfully recounted that the Academy wanted to conceal the incident, so they compensated Ami's family and let the matter subside. Van bitterly said that the rumors about him grew increasingly numerous and his teammates gradually distanced themselves. Thunder listened and silently clenched his fist. Thunder gritted his teeth and said, "First, let me apologize." Immediately a punch landed on Van's face, causing him to cry out. Thunder rubbed his hand and turned to leave, leaving Van holding his cheek and calling after him. He only replied that this was not entirely his fault. After leaving the room, Thunder sank into a whirlpool of tangled thoughts. He told himself, "Ami, I thought I would immediately avenge you, but with this truth, who should I blame?" His mind and heart wrestled with each other. Thunder gritted his teeth and slammed his fist against the wall to vent his anger. He shouted with choking anguish, "Ami, was that truly your choice?" In another place, the sound of objects shattering also echoed amid furious rage. In the infirmary, Blake shouted at the nurse because he was forbidden from using magic. The doctor explained that they had not detected any magical reaction and suspected it to be a magical illness. Blake refused to accept it and demanded treatment, while the doctor could only remain helpless. The argument drew Flynn's attention, and he reprimanded Blake for not keeping calm. The medical staff greeted Professor Flynn as he appeared. Blake irritably replied that it was not he who had lost the ability to be a mage, so of course he could remain calm. Flynn ignored him and asked the doctor to step outside so he could speak privately. He warned that when Blake's friend awoke, an investigation would follow and it might reveal him as the mastermind, but Blake still believed his family would protect him. Flynn stated that the victim was truly a member of the royal family and that the Queen had ordered a strict investigation. Blake did not believe it, but Flynn affirmed that the information was accurate and that the situation was very serious. Hearing this, Blake was stunned and then asked why Flynn had come to see him. Flynn said he had come to help and proposed shifting the blame onto Nana, while also promising to restore Blake's magic. He admitted that he wanted to cooperate because Blake was intelligent enough for the upcoming plan. On a bright moonlit night, a knock sounded in Dell's office. Blake entered and said he wanted to explain the misunderstanding with the students of his class. Dell coldly replied that it might not be a misunderstanding, and reproached him for causing such embarrassment that his identity as a prince had been exposed in the class. Blake denied knowing anything and blamed Nano, but Dell told him to explain before the council of professors and then turned to leave. At that moment, Blake cast dark plague magic and said he still had a matter that required the professor's help. The black aura quickly bound Dell tightly, causing him to cry out in terror. He had no time to evade and could only shout in fear. Afterwards, Blake obtained the files of Thunder and Van and muttered their names. He gritted his teeth and declared that he would make them pay. The next morning, Thunder arrived at the lecture hall under a gloomy sky. He saw Van standing waiting in the corner, and the two looked at each other without speaking. Thunder let out a soft snort, breaking the tense atmosphere. Van awkwardly could only call out his name. He hesitantly said that he had not seen Thunder the previous night and had been worried. Thunder replied coldly that he had only gone out for a walk because he was in a bad mood. Van sensed the distance between them and could only respond awkwardly, "Is that so?" Thunder remained silent for a moment before continuing forward. He urged Van to enter the classroom lest they be late, and Van hurried after him. Thunder said that after class he wanted to discuss a few matters, and reminded him that they still had to find the girl named Beast. As soon as they entered the classroom, Max exclaimed in greeting. Her friends praised Thunder as cool, and said that thanks to him the advanced class did not dare to cause trouble. One friend apologized to Van for previously distancing himself out of fear of Blake. Van only gave an awkward smile and said he was used to it. Mike chimed in with a joke, causing the group to engage in a cheerful argument. Thunder asked why everyone had suddenly become so enthusiastic, and Mike said they had shifted from fear to admiration. The teacher entered and asked the students to settle into their seat. He announced that there would be outdoor combat training today, causing the entire class to buzz with excitement. Thunder sensed that something was unusual about the teacher and whispered softly. A student worried about being late going outside, and the teacher replied that a teleportation magic array had been prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a mysterious incantation, as if offering a sacrifice to the darkness. A chaotic scene unfolded as the students discussed the large magic array and wondered where they would be taken. Thunder silently comprehended that surge of magic, an ominous premonition rising within him. He thought something was wrong. Dio's chanting grew increasingly rapid, his hands rotating spiritual energy into circles as he issued a command that stirred the night. Amid the chaos, Thunder immediately pulled Van and Mike close, shouting loudly, "Van, Mike." Within moments, the entire classroom shook violently, heavy sounds like hammer blows echoing everywhere. At the same time, all the students were transported to another space, dark and cold, with withered trees, and beneath the earth-cracked stone flowed streams of glowing red lava. Thunder gradually regained consciousness, unable to suppress a low groan, his eyes aching intensely. Once fully aware, he exclaimed in shock, "Where is this place?" Mike grumbled in pain. Before he could speak, a magic array activated. Thunder urged Mike, "Get up quickly." Seeing Thunder tense, Mike asked in confusion, "Next, why do you look so worried?" Instantly, Thunder shouted a warning, "Be careful," as a gigantic monster suddenly charged toward them at terrifying speed. Another ferocious creature rushed in to block it, biting into that beast and igniting a battle that left Mike panicked. Thunder reassured him, "Do not be afraid, that is my summoned beast." Mike stared wide-eyed and stammered, "You even know summoning magic." After dealing with the monster, he leapt onto the dog's back and said he would explain later. "Climb up now, this place is dangerous, we must find Van first." Two immediately departed. Mike could not help marveling at riding a demonic wolf, while Thunder commanded, "Nova, southeast." Nova obeyed and sped off swiftly, causing Mike to pale as he cried that it was his first time riding a magical beast and asked if it could slow down. Thunder replied curtly that they were in a hurry. Then Mike asked where they had been taken. He fell silent for a moment before coldly answering that it was likely the Shadow Continent. Elsewhere, students panicked and screamed about monsters and the injured. Tani was asked if she was all right. She calmly replied that real combat must involve danger to be meaningful. Dan was also confused, frowning as he asked Mark where this place was. Before he could think further, a magical beast swooped down, flapping its wings to attack the group. It dived toward Van, jaws wide open as if to devour him. Brett immediately launched an air cannon. Nora coordinated by shouting for a fireball to attack. The beast was struck heavily and let out a resounding cry of pain. Seeing Van still frozen, Nora shouted not to hesitate. "If you do not want to die, then react quickly." The group hurriedly retreated in the direction Brett indicated. Amid cries for help, Van turned back, but Nora shouted that they could not save them. Van asked if they were truly going to abandon them. Nora angrily told him to worry about himself first. Blake also spoke up, saying people around them had already fallen. This was no longer training. Yet Van still hesitated and looked back, causing Nora to grow furious and threaten not to go with him if he continued like this. Van firmly said he could not stand by, while others were in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a strike at the beast closing in on Kyle. Van rushed forward to pull his friend up, shouting loudly to grab my hand. The other said thank you with emotion. Beasts roared, not allowing Van to rescue easily, preparing to charge. Nora muttered that this was troublesome. Blake said there was no choice but to risk it. At that moment, a strange sound echoed, causing Blake to turn his head. Nora asked what was happening. He replied tensely that something was approaching. In the forest, dust billowed violently, signaling that a colossal creature was about to appear. Seconds later, a pack of white demon monkeys emerged, baring their fangs viciously at the humans. Someone realized in horror that they were white demon monkeys drawn by the noise, their numbers all mid-tier or higher, making resistance nearly impossible. Nora anxiously asked Blake to use any powerful artifact immediately. He hurriedly told her to wait. She objected, shouting that if not now then when. Blake said in a low voice that something even more terrifying seemed to be coming. Immediately the golden lion appeared, stamping the ground and making it tremble, its entire body blazing orange as it advanced fiercely. The students recognized in fear a king-tier beast. Blake said in shock that he had only seen it in books. Nora replied she could craft an artifact but feared there was not enough time. Van looked at the scene in disbelief, blaming himself for bringing disaster upon the group again. Blake urged Nora to do her best. They could not wait. She replied that she understood and asked them to hold it off for 30 minutes. He immediately cast crystallized air cannon to restrain the golden lion. The golden lion spewed flames in response, colliding with the air cannon midair. Seizing the opportunity, Blake circled behind to attempt a sneak attack. He speculated that fire would be weak against ice and launched consecutive blocks of frost. The ice blocks rained down across the golden lion's body, forcing it into a tight corner. Not long after, it roared in pain under the pressure. However, the golden lion grew even more enraged and recklessly charged straight at Blake. Blake realized the dire situation, gritting his teeth as he wondered if everything would end here. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. It blocked the golden lion's advance. Blake was stunned to see Thunder appear, exclaiming in shock. The golden lion and Nova clashed fiercely, the two beasts colliding in a breathtaking scene. Blake asked in surprise if they were fighting each other. Mike explained that it was Ness's summoned beast. Nora repeated the word summon. Van was also astonished to learn Ness could call forth such a powerful creature. Mike excitedly said he had been shocked as well when he first heard Ness's strength was nearly on par with a professor. Thunder observed carefully and realized the situation was unfavorable. The golden lion gradually gained the upper hand, repeatedly overpowering Nova and causing it to cry out in pain. It spewed fierce flames again, using its strength to prevent Nova from counterattacking. Seeing the danger, Thunder immediately recalled his beast and shouted, "Nova, return." Nova vanished from the battlefield at once, leaving the ferocious golden lion behind. Blake worriedly said it was indeed disadvantageous in close combat without fire resistance. Thunder reassured them to leave it to him. Nova had also returned beside them. Someone asked if Thunder intended to face it alone. Mike asked to join the fight. Van volunteered as well. Thunder coldly stopped them, telling them not to act rashly as there was another task. He reminded them that the beasts would soon swarm, instructing them and Nova to protect Nora and the teleportation array, their only chance to lead. Van and Mike responded in unison that they understood. Before Thunder appeared a notification panel. 14 intermediate beast cores have been absorbed. Activate with 2 options. Without hesitation, he chose to agree and activate the function. Within minutes, Nova's body was strengthened, its aura surging as it stared at its opponent. The system continued to report that MP had fully recovered and Nova's injuries had been healed. Thunder immediately dashed toward the golden lion at astonishing speed. He quickly erected a magical shield to block the opponent's counterattack. Blake observed that close combat would consume greatly even with a shield. Mike said that was the aura his younger sister once used. They were astonished to realize it was the signature skill of a knight. Thunder gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the assault, then shouted as he cast clone technique. Immediately, a series of clones appeared, all rushing forward, unleashing their full strength against the golden lion. He immediately spun his sword, striking forcefully down at the monster's foot. Before it could react, Thunder swung a second strike at the golden lion's arm, making it roar in pain. Moments later, it regained its composure, exhaling a blast of hot air in retaliation toward the clones. I watched the battle in astonishment, exclaiming that it was a clone technique, a Kyle-level magic. On Blake's side, he and Van were also fully engaged against the magical beast, Blake shouting at Mike to help instead of standing by, while Van decisively vowed not to let anyone get involved. Thunder grew increasingly tense, calculating that he could only maintain 2 clones without transferring his energy to them. Their strength held, but the flames were troublesome. Best to distract them first. Suddenly a shout rang out, guiding him Ness to target its right leg. He continued to yell at Thunder, saying that he had injured it there before. It was its weakest point. At this moment, Thunder realized the deep slash on its right leg from a previous clone had actually caused serious injury. He smiled inwardly, thinking that once a weakness is exposed, it's easy to handle, then quickly unleashed blinding ice to lock its movement. The golden lion roared violently, thrashing its body and continuously spitting fire in retaliation. Thunder swiftly dodged through the sharp ice shards, maintaining the advantage in his hand. He shouted that the moment had come, then unleashed his decisive move, first using elemental absorption magic to drain energy from its body. Next, he converted that elemental energy into a series of solid ice states. Finally, Thunder launched everything at the golden lion, creating a shockwave explosion around it. With lightning speed, he added a powerful strike, sending the golden lion tumbling and being thrown off the ground. In rage, it lay on the ground, its roar echoing as if tearing through space. Though its body trembled from injury, it struggled to stand with the remaining willpower. Thunder spoke coldly with sharp tone, asking if it still refused to give up. The golden lion opened its mouth wide, unleashing a rolling flame straight at him. Without hesitation, Thunder stared at the blaze, then instantly teleported. He surged like lightning, escaping the attack by inches. Before the opponent could turn, he appeared behind it, summoning sharp ice to strike, declaring this was its end. The battle ended quietly as the Golden Lion collapsed, completely defeated by Thunder. Bright line appeared on the screen, announcing the receipt of a king-level beast. Holding the spoils, Thunder said in a cold tone that it could have continued living. Shouting frantically, Mike on the left, he replied that he had arrived, then remarked that the other side seemed close to finishing as well. Thunder looked at Mark and asked if he was hurt. He smiled, replying it was only minor scratches. Mike ran up excitedly, saying, "Ness, you're impressive. I've never seen a mage fight like that." Tan also praised, thinking last time against Blake was full force already, asking where he learned such magic. Thunder turned to Nora, saying he would explain the teleportation formation later. She replied that the basics were done. Asked Mark if there was any problem. Nora said the formation was complete, but activating it required enormous magical power. With her strength, it was hard to teleport even one person. Hearing this, Thunder placed a hand on her shoulder, sharing his mana, saying to use his, and she immediately recognized it as mana sharing magic. Light surrounding her left her stunned. Wasn't this Ness's mana? Thunder asked gently if this amount was enough. Nora nodded, ready, saying the two of them should enter the formation as she would initiate. She placed her hands on the ground, creating a magic circle with the silver thread of the Moon Slayer. At that moment, Nora cast the spell, letting light pierce through the dawn mist on the invisible path among the lilies. The ground cracked into chunks, rocks flying from invisible force. Space around them warped, and in an instant the group fell into a completely different dimension. Mike suddenly asked if they had returned, then squinted, noting this place did not resemble the city much. Han looked around, saying this was the Talia Desert north of Yunnan City, where he used to hunt. I asked Nora if she was okay since the formation took them far. She crossed her arms and explained that the edge of Zonin City had protective barriers, so they could only teleport there unless the city opened a support formation. He nodded, placing a hand on his chin, recalling that he had heard about this when learning before. Thunder cut in, asking if it was enough to just head south. All three froze, Mike's eyes widened, calling Ness, and Nora stared in shock at his hair. They exclaimed together why his hair was red. Thunder calmly said it was nothing. He explained his hair was naturally that color, and teleportation consumed much mana, so no need to hide it anymore. Han asked in astonishment if he had been using transformation magic all along, and inferred that he was one of the world's saviors. Nora opened her eyes wide in disbelief, saying how could he master so many skills. Mike suddenly shouted, startling Tan and Nora, while he excitedly asked Thunder, "You are Thunder, right?" Van's eyes widened, mixing shock and embarrassment upon hearing the name Thunder. Thunder turned back, apologizing to Mike, saying he had asked Slavia to keep his identity secret. Three pressed rapidly, questioning if his name was fake and how much he had hidden from them. Van understood and confirmed that his real name was Thunder. Thunder lightly replied that this was a long story, and he would explain to them gradually later. Jay Glee unexpectedly contacted Grand Cadden, saying they finally connected. Thunder asked Jay Glee what was going on. He almost shouted urgently that the Dark Guild had appeared again. Thunder looked far away, realizing they were indeed up to mischief, telling Jay Glee to stay safe and asking where he was now. He replied that he was in the forest north of Zonin City, would return quickly, and suggested meeting at the north gate if safe. As he finished, a student looked toward the black pit ahead, calling Ness. No, Jay Glee looked. In front of them was a man with his head covered, holding a staff, saying he didn't expect them to escape the Shadow Continent, truly astonishing. Thunder immediately cut off communication, telling Jay Glee he would call back later, leaving the other side unable to finish speaking. Ido recognized the figure behind. Nora angrily asked if he knew how many people she had harmed and that her father would not forgive him. Thunder stepped forward, reminding them that saying those words to him was useless. Alyssa smiled faintly, praising the red-haired boy for being sensible, and said she would give him a gentle end. Ido angrily tried to retort, but Anthony beside him restrained him in time, as the figure was not easy to deal with. The noise made the old man frown in annoyance, telling them to stop talking nonsense. Elijah raised his hand, pointing at them, demanding Thunder be handed over, and everything else would end. Jay Glee and Nora froze at the sudden demand, wondering why it was so. Thunder firmly replied that they would not accept that. Elijah angrily raised his staff, saying he could spare others but must take Thunder's life as ordered by the Dark Guild. In moments, spiritual energy gathered, forming a king-level magical beast. He said this might be the first time they saw it, but also the last. Clutching his staff, Elijah shouted for the Golden Lion to appear. Contrary to the grand display, the golden lion fell face down in the sand as it appeared. The comical scene made Nora, Kaido, and Anthony laugh, sarcastically noting perhaps only the skeleton would be summoned next. Provoked, Alyssa tightened his staff and shouted that they had angered him. From above, spiritual energy spiraled into a vortex, revealing a swarm of human-faced spiders. Anthony blocked Nora, his voice mixed with concern, warning of human-faced spiders, and she shuddered, saying she hated spiders the most. Kaido spoke seriously to reassure Nora to let them handle it, then declared he would sweep them away with fire. Not understanding why Alyssa had targeted Van directly, Nora was still full of questions, pressing repeatedly about why he had singled him out, leaving Van flustered and unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out with fervor. No one is allowed to take him away. Thunder and Kaido simultaneously spread their hands. Flames erupted and surged forward as they unleashed fireball magic. The preemptive strike was not overly flashy, but enough to severely wound the human-faced spiders, earth and stones scattering in a dense cloud. On the outside, Nora and Anthony also did not remain idle, continuously launching air blasts and a rain of water arrows to provide support. That unity moved Van deeply, his eyes reddening with gratitude. He tightened his grip on the golden glowing stone in his hand and swept it sideways to knock back the swarm of spiders, affirming that he could not be protected forever. The weapon radiating divine light suddenly stunned Elijah. He had not expected that light to appear on him. He waved his hand, purple spiritual energy tearing through space, laughing that so you are the one carrying that item, then what the queen holds is merely a fake. Just as Alyssa departed, Elijah was also drawn into a vortex of spiritual power and disappeared from that place. Before leaving, he coldly said he would come to meet her, Your Highness the Prince. Van was unwilling to let Elijah retreat so easily. He intended to chase after him but was stopped. That form of address left Thunder's group stunned and whispering, Wait, what did he just call you? Three stared intently at Van, repeatedly asking about the title of prince, but receiving only a bewildered expression. Van did not hide it. He recounted his entire identity and only hoped to study normally like everyone else. After hearing everything, everyone felt sympathetic. Anthony nodded in acknowledgement that in some sense he was truly strong. Thunder thought for a moment and proposed that Nova take Van and the injured person back first, while they would return immediately. With Thunder's assistance, Van and an unconscious civilian rode Nova and departed. He expressed his gratitude. In Zonin City, the trainees stood atop the high wall, each holding weapons to defend the city. Their spiritual power was only enough to hold off the scattered magical beasts ahead. Two trainees clenched their teeth in worry as the herd of magical beasts seemed endless, while the tower master had yet to appear. A massive green source of energy erupted from the staff in the distance. Immediately afterward came a series of consecutive explosions, yellow smoke rising high with astonishing power. Seeing this, the two trainees rejoiced. As long as the tower master held his ground, no matter how numerous the magical beasts were, it would be difficult for them to invade. One person remained uneasy, believing that only the area around the nearby forest was safe. Andrew saw Professor Flynn appear and was surprised, asking if something urgent had happened. Flynn smiled confidently, telling the queen to open the city gates. He would ensure the safety of the royal family. It was stunned upon hearing the mention of the god of light, while Arian angrily ordered Flynn to be arrested. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, spear tips aimed straight at him. Flynn showed no fear and even laughed provocatively. One soldier holding him could not help but feel confused, wondering if this man had lost his mind. Only Lit recognized the abnormality. She quickly shouted for everyone to retreat. As soon as her words ended, Flynn's aura erupted and blasted the two soldiers away. Andrew was horrified to realize it was the Shadow Plague. Flynn belonged to the Dark Guild. After clearing the obstacle, Flynn raised his hand and declared that he would personally open the city gates, and when that happened, Zonin would hardly be able to stand. Rian was furious, but Lit quickly ordered the protection of the tower, as Flynn surely intended to exploit the magic tower. Flynn absorbed spiritual energy into a sphere while praising the queen's sharp perception, but it was already too late. The green sphere swiftly devoured the energy he transmitted into it. On the city wall, two trainees were delighted to see magical beasts falling, thinking there was no need for them to act. One confidently said that the Zonin barrier was not easily broken by a few low-level magical beasts. Before he could finish speaking, a stream of green spiritual energy shot straight into the city gate. The trainee looked down and was horrified to realize the attack was dangerously close. In an instant, a massive explosion shook the entire area. The city gate was breached, opening the way for magical beasts to surge in. Lenny was flustered while Jay Glee was astonished that the magic tower had fired upon the city wall itself. They realized that the tower master had likely been controlled by the Dark Guild. Without hesitation, Lenny rushed forward, pulling Jay Glee toward the tower to reclaim control. Elsewhere, Van rode Nova and sped forward. Seeing Nova growing tired, he encouraged that they were almost there. In the distance, a figure silently walked, rocks and soil scattering. Van's face turned pale as he sensed something unusual. The city wall was shattered. The resounding cries announced that Zonin City had been breached. On the watchtower, 2 mages launched massive fireballs and wind blades to block the enemy. Van stood stunned, thinking that even if he entered the city now, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. Looking at the swarm of magical beasts flooding through the breach, he broke into a cold sweat at their overwhelming numbers. An idea flashed through his mind: if he could block their source. He glanced back and speculated that a powerful mage had created a teleportation formation. If it were destroyed, it might halt the flow of magical beasts. Indeed, in the distance, a squad of magical beasts was landing. He recognized the abnormal point. Van placed the injured person under a tree, gave careful instructions, and bestowed a small blessing so he could temporarily recover. After finishing, he mounted Nova and ordered her to take him to the determined target. The magic tower outside appeared strangely tranquil. Aegli transformed into his wolf form and unleashed a powerful strike against the wall, calling for those inside to reveal themselves. The soldiers inside the tower heard the noise and immediately shouted to resist. Jay Glee swept his fist and knocked down the human-faced spiders, determined not to let them seize the tower. Lenny immediately unleashed wind blades to assist. An explosion resounded, the ground cracked open and thick dust billowed upward. 2 masked figures inside the tower looked at each other anxiously at the situation. One coldly reproached that the super-class magical beast had been destroyed. Lenny replied with defiance, "Then let us battle." From beneath the ground, a swarm of venomous spiders emerged and launched relentless attacks. Lenny erected a golden magical shield for protection, suspecting that the other side was connected to the beast nest. In the rocky desert, Thunder's group continued running tirelessly forward. Nora complained about having to run endlessly, asking why they did not teleport closer to the city. She calmly replied that bringing the entire group back was already fortunate enough. Kaido asked if there were any summoned beasts left to ride. Thunder apologized for having used them all and told everyone to endure a little longer. Suddenly, Thunder widened his eyes as if discovering something. Nora, having just spoken, also realized it. Kaido clenched his fists, unwilling to face that terrifying thing. Before them stood an entire swarm of gigantic human-faced spiders surrounding them. Kaido muttered about finding a way to resolve this once and for all. Nora stated bluntly that if the teleportation formation was not destroyed, the spiders would continue to appear endlessly. Thunder speculated that destroying the formation would suffice, but Nora reminded him that to do so they had to charge into the other end, which likely connected to the magical beast's lair. Without another word, Thunder immediately formed hand seals and channeled a bit of inner energy to deploy a clone. A duplicate identical to him appeared with a sword in hand, an action that was no different from pushing himself into danger. Leaving the clone to assist the two of them, Thunder took up his weapon and flew toward Kyle, instructing that as long as the clone remained intact he could still return. Everything was entrusted to them. Kaido stood stunned and asked if he truly intended to go. Even 10 lives would hardly be enough. While swinging his sword to sweep away the venomous spiders, Thunder reminded them that before he returned no one should act rashly. Carrying the sword condensed with energy, Thunder charged alone into the vortex of purple spiritual energy. Each precise sword strike he unleashed cut down the surrounding human-faced spider. Thunder gathered his inner energy into a fireball and hurled it forward, the explosion resounding from the fireball technique. Before him was Elijah's floating base surrounded by spiders, and Cole's insect swarm appeared as if carrying murderous intent. Excellent, let my pets enjoy a hearty feast. With just a glance, Thunder recognized that the key point was the core of the teleportation formation, controlling the beast hive. As he advanced, he continuously swung his sword to clear a path. The number of spiders rushing in was beyond counting. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth ahead. The purifying radiance spread and then exploded violently. A few seconds later, a familiar figure floated in midair. It was Van. Hearing Thunder's voice, he asked in surprise whether Thunder had also been drawn here. Elijah observed the reunion with an irritated expression upon seeing the prince and the prophet's son, the thorns in Lord Mufflin's eyes. Kyle gripped his staff tightly as purple spiritual energy coiled around Elijah. He declared that today they would be buried amidst the beast tide. Elsewhere, the demonic beast formed by Jay Glee was exerting all its strength to resist the swarm of venomous spiders. Lenny channeled his energy and unleashed a massive slash called Wind Sever. In an instant, the right arm of the guardian of the magic tower was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Enduring the pain, he used his remaining hand to pull the lever and muttered that if so, they would perish together. Lenny showed no fear before that threat and firmly replied that it was impossible. At that moment, a surge of blue spiritual energy struck and sent the guard flying, causing the magic tower to shake violently. Debris rained down, and sensing the danger, Lenny shouted that the super stone beast had lost control and they must retreat. Before he could run on his own, he was lifted into someone's arms and swiftly carried away from the area. A terrifying explosion erupted, massive boulders scattering in all directions with devastating force. Two students looked at each other with deep concern as the magic tower had collapsed. Zonin was in grave danger. One of them turned pale and shook his head, wondering how they could possibly withstand so many demons on their own. At that moment, a dignified woman accompanied by two soldiers approached, reassuring them that Zonin would not be easily defeated and that the divine was always by their side. Her appearance caused the students to cheer with joy. The queen had arrived. He immediately knelt down in prayer, hoping for divine protection. Thunder's legs were tightly bound by the tentacles of a demonic beast, making it difficult for him to move. Thanks to his sharp blade, he quickly severed each tentacle and muttered that it was the same old trick again. Kyle held the divine light weapon and called out for him to come closer, as darkness could not touch that radiance. Elijah observed with an enraged gaze and growl, asking whether he thought he would allow his wish to come true. With that, he slammed his staff onto the ground, and an ice wall rose to block the path. A massive wall divided Van and Thunder onto two sides, filling him with anger. Having temporarily reduced the threat, Elijah declared that he would deal with each of them one by one. Unwilling to let Thunder fall into danger, Van found a gap in the ice and hurled the divine light through it, the weapon gliding smoothly through the thick layer of ice. It fell precisely as if prearranged, landing in Thunder's hand. With one hand drawing the sword back and the other gripping the divine light, he shouted that now it was his turn to counterattack.